Chapter 161. The only option was to move to either side of the hill. There were enemies on the right slope, so the only option was to run to the left slope. Climbing the slope would be much slower, and the enemy could chase and shoot from behind, resulting in heavy casualties. The final outcome would likely be that few would escape. But at this point, the team had no other choice. "Quick, up the left slope!" Zhu Feng shouted urgently while returning fire. Fang Ming grabbed Zhu Feng. "We're surrounded on 3 sides. How do you know there's no one on the left slope?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Feng's shoulders trembled, and a deep unease appeared in his eyes. There was indeed no gunfire on the left slope now, but surrounding from 3 sides and leaving one open was a very common tactic. There might be a large number of enemies lying in ambush there. The enemy wasn't in a hurry to fire. They were waiting for them to climb up, so they could deliver a crushing blow when they got close. Once they were on the hillside, surrounded by enemies in front and pursuers behind, they'd be trapped with no way out but death. "What do? We can't just stay here and wait to die." Zhu Feng hesitated. Fang Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. After observing the surroundings for a moment, he gritted his teeth and suggested, "Run to the right hillside." Right now, the enemy is attacking from the right and rear simultaneously. Their firepower spread across both sides. There aren't many enemies on either side. Besides, they're using a 3-sided encirclement tactic. The enemies on both sides are there to create panic and drive us to the left hillside. They're playing a supporting role. The rear is flat ground. The enemy might have deployed more firepower to block us, but the enemies firing on the right hillside are just there to intimidate us. They must be few in number. He spoke quickly, but Zhu Feng understood perfectly. The latter looked at Fang Ming with admiration. "Your analysis is very insightful. It's settled then, we break through to the right slope." With that, Zhu Feng gave his team another order, and the 30-odd superhumans immediately moved to attack and advance towards the right slope. When they reached the right slope, they realized things weren't as simple as they imagined. The enemy numbers weren't large, but they occupied advantageous terrain, mostly using rocks for cover, and constantly dropping grenades, suppressing the team's advance. Meanwhile, the enemies at both ends of the valley had accelerated their attack, and would soon be upon them. Fang Ming and Zhu Feng, responsible for covering the rear, were under increasing pressure. "No, we can't get up there at all, Lao Fang. Should we try the left slope instead?" Zhu Feng, taking in the battlefield situation, was sweating profusely with anxiety. At this moment, Fang Ming began to doubt his earlier assessment. The enemy firepower on the right slope was stronger than he had anticipated, while the left slope remained completely still. But what if there were enemies on the left slope as well? Running there wouldn't allow him to break through. If enemies surrounded him from both sides, he would have no chance of escape. Just as Fang Ming was hesitating, the sound of grenades exploding on the right slope suddenly intensified. In the midst of the chaotic battlefield, this slight change didn't attract much attention from Fang Ming, as the enemy on that side continued to throw grenades down. But Fang Ming soon noticed that Zhu Feng was staring blankly at the right slope, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a fist inside, as if he had witnessed a god descending to earth. Fang Ming turned his head, completely bewildered, and one glance was enough to send a shiver down his spine. From the enemy's ambush position, halfway up the hill, bursts of light erupted from exploding force grenades, sending enemies flying one after another into the air. Fang Ming could hear their screams and cries clearly even from a distance. Those enemies who weren't immediately knocked down were also in a panic, scattering in all directions, no longer able to fire downhill. "Kill! Everyone, charge up the right slope!" Before Fang Ming could recover, Zhu Feng had already rushed past him. "Our men are there to provide backup up there. This is a golden opportunity. Charge up!" Hearing Zhu Feng's excited shout, Fang Ming felt a buzzing in his head, his blood boiling, and he instantly felt invigorated, as if he had gained boundless strength. Although they didn't know who had saved them, the mountains were a melting pot of friendly and enemy forces, so it was perfectly normal for someone to notice their predicament and intervene. Without hesitation, Fang Ming followed Zhu Feng up the hillside. The enemies on the hillside were indeed few, less than 20 in total. With their advantageous position, they could hold off an attack of over 30 men, but they hadn't expected a sudden attack from behind. Grenades rained down, and after a dozen were killed or wounded, they were caught in a pincer movement and unable to continue fighting, forced to flee in panic. Fang Ming and Zhu Feng led their team to the top of the hill, reuniting with their saviors. When everyone realized that their allies on the hillside consisted only of 2 superhumans, they were all momentarily stunned. Seeing the rain of grenades falling, they had assumed there were at least a dozen soldiers on the mountain. Suen noticed Zhu Feng's confusion, shrugged, and said nonchalantly, "I just like grenades." Zheng Nanji, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. Only she could sense the arrogance and ostentatious display of wealth in Su An's words. The Anxia sect's resounding victory in the Battle of Wuming Town wasn't just due to the large number and strength of their extraordinary members, but also their superior equipment. They possessed an absurdly large quantity of high-level force grenades and force hand grenades. Before even engaging the enemy, the Anxia sect could often leave them disoriented and suffering heavy casualties. In Zheng Nanji's view, Su An wasn't killing enemies with grenades, but rather with bundles of cash. Su An was already accustomed to this style of warfare. He had brought many grenades with him into the Chongling Mountains, all high-quality level 3 or 4 grenades. During the daytime battles on the mountaintops, it was precisely through suppressing the enemy with grenades that he successfully covered the rappelling of a large number of his team members. A backpack can only hold a limited number of grenades, and the initial batch was long gone. However, Su An and Zheng Nanji achieved considerable success afterward. Each time they killed an enemy, Su An would forgo other items, but grenades were a must. If you can avoid firing, then fire. If you can throw grenades, then throw grenades. This was Zheng Nanji's assessment of Su An's fighting style. If it weren't for the inconvenience of carrying a grenade launcher, Zheng Nanji thought Su An would probably be carrying a cannon on missions. When Fang Ming saw Su An and Zheng Nanji, he showed surprise and delight. "You two saved us? You truly are teammates in the same cabin. You arrived just in time." To be honest, from the first moment I saw you two, I knew you were reliable, and it turns out I was right. His solemn demeanor left Su An and Zheng Nanji speechless. Back on the transport plane, Fang Ming had been incredibly dignified and imposing, sitting at the head of the table with the air of a captain. A single sentence from him silenced everyone. Anyone who saw him would have thought he was a ruthless and taciturn master. Unexpectedly, this same responsible captain could now lie with such earnestness. There was little small talk. The situation didn't allow for much. Although the enemy on this hillside had been scattered, those at both ends of the valley hadn't given up, and were still relentlessly pursuing them. Outnumbered, the team had no choice but to temporarily avoid the onslaught and relocate. With this respite, the team moved without panic. Xu Feng calmly directed the deployment of booby traps along the way. The poor visibility at night would amplify the effectiveness of the booby traps, making it virtually impossible for those behind to catch up. "How are the other team members? Why are you two the only ones together?" Fang Ming caught up with Su An and ran alongside him, his face full of concern, worry, and guilt, as if he felt he hadn't protected his teammates well and was letting down his captain's position. "We were scattered. We had to fight individually," Su An said succinctly. He certainly wouldn't bring up Su Rong's situation. Although the team's collapse began with Su Rong abandoning his teammates and only caring about his own escape, Su Rong had ultimately died at Fang Ming's hands. Fang Ming sighed heavily, reflecting on his actions. "I was careless. I didn't dodge that bullet in time, otherwise I wouldn't have rolled down the hillside and fallen off the cliff. If I had stayed behind to cover the rear, the column might not have been scattered, and you wouldn't be in this helpless predicament." Su An gave Fang Ming a strange look, wanting to say that only he was in trouble. "Zheng Nanji and I had a very smooth journey." The word smoothly had barely crossed his mind when a streak of light flashed across Su An's vision, followed by a sudden explosion ahead. The intense and pure primal force was like the midday sun, blinding Su An almost. Amid screams, several soldiers at the front were thrown back by the blast wave, landing as bloodied and mangled bodies. The unexpected turn of events and the powerful explosion shocked everyone. The advancing column abruptly stopped, the soldiers gripping their weapons tightly, looking warily at the enemy that had suddenly appeared before them. The opponent was a lone figure, standing atop a large rock on the hilltop, wielding a gleaming battle blade. He surveyed the group with a haughty, disdainful gaze, as if looking down on ants. Judging by his posture, this man intended to single-handedly block the entire group's path. Including Fang Ming, a level 9 warrior, everyone involuntarily held their breath, afraid to make a move. The reason was simple. Their opponent was a war general. The strength of a war general was fundamentally different from that of a war soldier. The gap between them was far greater than the difference between levels 5 and 6. If a war general were to get close, even a level 10 war soldier wouldn't survive a single round. "This person is probably a veteran war general," Fang Ming concluded, but he didn't voice it, fearing it would crush the group's morale. But speaking out or remaining silent made little difference. With a war general in front and pursuers behind, even if the group's morale didn't collapse, their only fate was death. Chapter 162. Many warriors have come to the Chongling Mountains to fight for the ruins. Although they cannot enter the ruins themselves, they can protect their own troops and fight off enemy superhumans. Throughout the day, Suin and Zheng Nanji did not encounter any warriors. This was partly due to the distance from the ruins, and partly due to good luck, but it certainly didn't mean there were no warriors in the mountains. Like everyone else, Suin sensed the other's arrogant and overbearing demeanor. This warrior-level expert raised his longsword very slowly. Even though a single strike could wipe out the entire team, he deliberately refused to finish the task quickly. He calmly pronounced their death sentence, like a lazy tourist enjoying a sunbath, unwilling to let the wonderful feeling end prematurely. Suin gripped the eagle strike sword tightly, his eyes sharp. Just as the general raised his longsword high above his head, about to slash down at the ranks, a meteor streaked across the night sky, swift as lightning and powerful as a collapsing mountain, striking him directly. The burst of force light was several times more intense than before, forcing everyone to close their eyes. A deafening roar, like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting, filled their ears, and a tidal wave of force shockwaves crashed down upon them. Every soldier present had to channel their force, raising their arms to shield themselves, heads bowed, resisting this hurricane-like force storm. Sharp branches and thorns snapped in the air, sand and stones flew, leaves scattered everywhere. Having barely weathered the force wave, Suin raised his head and looked ahead. There was still one person there, only one person. The warrior still stood there, as if nothing had happened. No, that was just the first impression. In reality, things had changed completely. The hill had shrunk down, the huge rocks had disappeared, and a deep pit had taken its place. The warrior was no longer standing on the ground, but suspended in midair. That wasn't the previous enemy general. This man carried no sword, dressed simply in a faded military green vest, his muscles deeply defined like iron plates, his buzz cut particularly striking in the moonlight. Suin and Zheng Nanji exchanged a glance, both seeing astonishment and apprehension in each other's eyes. This new general had annihilated the previous one with a single strike. What formidable power! It seemed this area wasn't devoid of generals, but their targets weren't the soldiers. The appearance of a general usually meant their opponent would follow. The demon general's objective was to ambush, while the human general's mission was protection. Normally, they would fight one-on-one, only eliminating their opponent before dealing with the enemy's reinforcements. But now, a black-tied general had brazenly attacked human soldiers, and their own generals had immediately arrived. Thinking of this, Suin suddenly realized that the black-tied general's slow movement in raising their swords wasn't because they underestimated them or wanted to savor the thrill of sentencing them, but rather because they dared not easily reveal an opening, or perhaps they were trying to lure human generals to reinforce them. Regardless of their reasoning, the black-tied generals had achieved their goal. However, the difference in combat power between the two sides was far too great. Is that old Jiang? In the midst of the tense and silent atmosphere, Zhu Feng suddenly stepped forward and tentatively spoke. Suin heard him clearly. There was barely suppressed excitement in Zhu Feng's tone. Jiang Bai turned around, grinning, revealing a mouthful of neat white teeth. It's little Zhu. You're here? I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. Zhu Feng's face darkened, his displeasure palpable. How dare you speak like that? My son is almost as old as you. Can't you show me some respect? Jiang Bai laughed heartily and landed in front of Zhu Feng, patting him affectionately on the shoulder. In the extraordinary world, the strong are respected. I am a general, you are a soldier. You call me old Jiang, I call you little Zhu. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? Zhu Feng's lips twitched. That sounds familiar. Jiang Bai's laughter grew even louder, a jubilation tinged with the satisfaction of getting revenge, leaving Suin somewhat confused. Jiang Bai enthusiastically put his arm around Zhu Feng's shoulder, waving his arms and beaming. Of course, Xiao Zhu, you definitely heard that before. That's what you told me when I first enrolled, remember? You emphasized it 5 times in the very first class. Back then, I didn't understand, so you punished me by making me stand during class, cleaning, and running laps around the track for a whole semester. Every day I stood during class, cleaned the classroom, and ran around the track for 2 hours. Xiao Zhu, what did you say to me when I protested? Let me think. Oh, I remember now. In the extraordinary world, the strong are respected. I'm level 5, you're level 1, so you have to do whatever I tell you to do. That's perfectly reasonable. Zhu Feng's face was as black as ink. He shoved Jiang Bai aside and kicked him in the backside. Get out of here, you ill-mannered brat. I wasted all those years being your teacher. I don't have a student as morally corrupt and good-for-nothing as you. Stay away from me. Jiang Bai put his hands on his hips, threw his head back, and laughed triumphantly, as if he wanted to fly up to the moon and stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Little Zhu, never thought you have a day like this. Suan, Zheng Nanji, Fang Ming, and the others exchanged awkward glances, their toes practically digging into the ground. Out of respect for Zhu Feng, they could only pretend they hadn't seen anything and coughed as they walked away. With Jiang Bai joining them, or rather, with Jiang Bai protecting them, the group no longer needed to be so paranoid. The 30-odd people straightened their backs and began to walk as if no one else was there, quickly heading towards the ruins. Ahem, don't worry, with me here, you can reach the ruins without any obstacles. I guarantee no one can stop you, or you can twist my head off and use it as a chamber pot. Hearing this resounding declaration, Suan turned to look at Jiang Bai, who had leaned close with a serious expression. He scratched his head, not quite understanding why the other had come all this way to speak to him so solemnly. Uncle Zhang's friend? Wang Zhe's henchman? Suan secretly shook his head, feeling that both possibilities were very small. First, neither of them had mentioned such a person to him. Second, Zhu Feng claimed to be from the Zhongshan kingdom, so Jiang Bai, as the other student, would naturally also be from the Zhongshan kingdom. Whether it was Zhang Zhenlin or Wang Zhe, they did have some influence and status in Lingdong province, but not enough to command a general-level expert from another country. Besides, this muscular, buzz-cut man in front of him didn't look like an ordinary general at all. Seeing that Suan didn't speak, Jiang Bai assumed the other didn't believe him and became anxious, pounding his chest loudly. I'm telling you, I'm serious. You have to believe me. I really can escort you straight to the ruins. I've been wandering around here for many days. I know the terrain like the back of my hand, and I also understand the demon race's troop deployment. I can completely lead you straight to the heart of the enemy. Suan remained silent, thinking to himself, you saved my life. How could I not trust you? Suan, you really have to believe me. I, Jiang Bai, am absolutely reliable. Last time, this time I definitely can. Seeing that Suan still didn't speak, Jiang Bai anxiously circled around him, almost clinging to Suan's leg to express his loyalty. Suan suddenly smiled. Old Jiang, of course I believe you. We will definitely reach the ruins safely. Jiang Bai was overjoyed, laughing loudly again, his whole demeanor brightening. Yes, that's it. No one can stop you, I said it. We should be inseparable, working hand in hand to achieve great things. Suan nodded with a smile. Little Jiang, come here, I have something to ask you. Just as Jiang Bai was about to say something to Suan, Zhu Feng suddenly called him over. Who is this guy? Why is he acting like he'd rather die than not get close to you? Zheng Nanji sized Suan up and down, as if she didn't recognize him. She asked about Jiang Bai's background, but her eyes clearly meant she was asking about Suan's. Jiang Bai was someone capable of killing a general with a single blow, yet he was being so enthusiastic towards Suan, as if afraid Suan wouldn't trust him. If Suan's identity wasn't questionable, Zheng Nanji would gladly twist her own head off. Come on. Suan didn't answer Zheng Nanji, because he didn't know the exact answer either. That's right, he just didn't know the exact answer, not that he had no general idea. Glancing at Jiang Bai, who was grinning and talking to Zhu Feng, Suan's gaze deepened, a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Was this Jiang Bai reliable or unreliable? If he was unreliable, he was indeed very capable. If he was reliable, only Zheng Nanji and Fang Ming in the group knew Suan's name, and Jiang Bai hadn't spoken to any of them before getting so close to him. How did the other party know his name? Suan hadn't rushed to speak earlier because he sensed Jiang Bai's seriousness and urgency, hoping to use his silence to make the other party more anxious, and thus reveal more information. In fact, Jiang Bai did call out his name in a moment of urgency. Knowing his name meant many things. Suan only had so many friends. Since Jiang Bai wasn't with Zhang Zhenlin or Wang Zhe, there were few possible answers regarding the other party's identity. Why was Jiang Bai so eager to gain his approval and trust? It was as if he had done something wrong to offend Suan, but Suan had never met him, so it was impossible for the other party to have offended him. Suan reviewed the past, carefully considering it, and came to the only possible scenario where the two had interacted. It was when he was escorting Lu Tao back to Jizhou City from Wuming Town, during a battle where two general-level experts were fighting nearby. It was nighttime, and the two sides were not close. The battle between the generals was too intense, and the movement techniques used were not something a level 5 soldier like him could clearly see. Therefore, he had no impression of Jiang Bai. If it was Jiang Bai who appeared that time, then the other party had undoubtedly helped Suan, so how could he have made a mistake or offended him? Suan stroked his chin, lost in thought, various thoughts rapidly alternating in his mind. If it was Jiang Bai who appeared then no matter what, the organization behind Lianshin has been too lenient with me, and I have no connection with them. Thinking of this, a glint flashed in Suin's eyes. He had grasped the crux of the problem. Following this key point, he recalled his experiences since becoming a superhuman on his 18th birthday, and many things connected. There was a thread he hadn't paid much attention to before, hadn't investigated deeply, or rather, couldn't believe, that connected everything. So that's how it is. Suin raised his head, gazing at the brilliant Milky Way and the bright crescent moon, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The countless stars seemed to outline not constellations, but a familiar face. Although the answer was absurd, after eliminating all other possibilities, the remaining option, no matter how hard it was to accept, could only be the truth. Chapter 163. The team rested briefly in the latter half of the night, and resumed their journey early the next morning. As Jiangbai had predicted, the team was indeed not stopped afterward. It wasn't that they didn't encounter any interceptions, but rather that the enemies who tried to stop them were all defeated. Suin didn't yet know Jiangbai's exact cultivation level. When asked, he wore a smug, enigmatic smile, but none of the enemy generals he faced were a match for him. In a single day, the team fought their way through the Black Tide's defensive perimeter. During this time, the team encountered many of their own extraordinary individuals and absorbed several smaller groups. As their numbers grew, Jiangbai was no longer the only general providing protection. When Suin and the others arrived near the ruins at dusk, the team already had 3 generals and over 200 soldiers. By any standard, this was a formidable force. Such a team was not easily stopped, even if the ones standing in their way were demon cultivators. After a night of fierce fighting, the team broke through 3 lines of defense formed by demon cultivators and advanced rapidly. At dawn the next day, as the sun rose, the ruins were already in sight. Stepping onto a hilltop, Suin gazed into the distance and saw a continuous range of collapsed mountains, stretching as far as the eye could see. There were no remnants of steel structures, nor any trace of man-made creations. It bathed quietly in the brilliant golden light of the morning sun, deep and silent, like a mysterious and unfathomable fairyland. The mountains were lush with vegetation, no different from the surrounding mountains, but the basin formed by a large drop in elevation still had an unmistakable characteristic, making it clear at a glance that this place had once been a ruin. Because of that incongruity, Suin felt the ruins were like a scar on the Chongling Mountains. This scar had long since healed and scabbed over, no longer showing any grotesque features, but the traces of the old injury, even after thousands of years, could not be completely erased, clashing incongruously with the intact skin around it. The collapsed mountains did not collapse randomly. They tilted in a rather regular pattern, the outer mountains being shorter, and the central mountains being taller. Like a haystack tilting towards the center, the mountains, like stars surrounding the moon, supported the core. Suin finally understood why the extraordinary individuals from the Yen Kingdom, who came here initially believed this was no ordinary place, risking the loss of a divine general to explore it. The features were too obvious. It was difficult for mountains to collapse naturally like this. The ruins covered a vast area. From Suin's position, the highest peaks were not in the center, but in the distant sky at the edge of his vision. Undoubtedly, many demon cultivators were already active inside, but Suin couldn't see a single person. He turned to look at Jiangbai beside him, and asked if he could spot any demon cultivators. The ruins are a demon city. Everything is definitely inside the rooms. There's no reason for those cultivators searching for items to be running around on the streets and rooftops. They're obviously exploring deep inside the buildings. It's normal that we can't see them, Jiangbai replied earnestly. Suin found it hard to connect the towering mountains before him with the word city. Hearing Jiangbai mention rooms, streets, and rooftops felt particularly incongruous. I heard that the demon race reveres nature and practices the unity of heaven and man. They live and cultivate in natural environments. I couldn't imagine it before, but now, seeing this ancient demon mountain city, I have a better understanding, Zheng Nanji sighed softly. Fang Ming nodded. After all this trouble and sacrifice, we're finally entering the ruins. I'm really eager to see what kind of rare treasures await inside. Zhu Feng chuckled. The trees in these ruins have grown freely for far too long. Look at those trees, how tall and dense they are. Compared to them, we're like ants compared to an elephant. Going in headfirst is like sand entering the ocean. One wrong step and you're dead, without even a ripple. A moment of silence fell over the crowd. From above, the ruins appeared as lush, verdant vegetation, but venturing into those trees, nourished by the force and thus growing exceptionally tall and majestic, was indeed fraught with danger, a chilling thought. Even if a combat-level transcendent being were fighting inside, it would be difficult for those outside to detect them, unless, As Jiangbai suggested, they were leaping and bounding across the rooftops or treetops. Suan now felt that calling the ruins a city wasn't inappropriate. A single large tree might be equivalent to a skyscraper. Before anyone could say anything more, danger suddenly approached, a murderous aura enveloping everyone. Everyone felt it. The danger came from the opposite hilltop. A group of people had climbed up there. There were only a dozen or so people, outnumbered by the 200 or so in the group. But the aura emanating from them was very different. The intensity of the danger and the weight of the pressure caused those of lower cultivation levels to tremble involuntarily. The Sword of Dawn. Jiangbai slowly uttered 4 words, his usually sunny and cheerful thick eyebrows instantly furrowing tightly. He had never shown such a solemn expression on his entire journey. Are these dozen or so all generals? Suan sensed a hint of fear in Jiangbai's expression. He couldn't accurately judge the cultivation levels of those opposite him, only knowing that their realms were far superior to his own. It was expected that there would be experts guarding the entrance to the ruins. Suan wasn't surprised. In fact, the ruins were quite long, and the enemy couldn't possibly guard every inch. Therefore, if it were just a small group, they probably wouldn't encounter strong resistance. Small, scattered extraordinary individuals had limited strength. Even if they were let in, it wouldn't be a big problem, and it wouldn't attract so many experts. But their group had over 200 people. The sheer number of people meant a considerable commotion. The enemy couldn't possibly have missed them, nor could they have allowed them to enter. What Suan wanted to know now was just how powerful these experts were, and whether they still had a chance. If Jiangbai and the other 2 generals couldn't defeat them, then they would have no choice but to retreat. Jiangbai nodded somewhat slowly, then stiffly turned his neck and gave Suan an unnatural smile. I advise you to run faster. Suan's pupils contracted. Just from Jiangbai's expression, it was clear he wasn't saying run in quickly, but rather escape for his life. The reality was clear. The dozen or so people opposite him were all warriors. Otherwise, Jiangbai wouldn't have said something like that so directly, given his strength. Suan didn't intend to hesitate. The distance between them wasn't far. A moment's hesitation could mean certain death. Just as he decisively turned around, about to call out to Zheng Nanji, and with a shout, he made a hasty escape, when he saw 2 people walking unhurriedly from behind the group. Upon seeing them, Suan stopped. It was a man and a woman. The man was imposing, dressed in jeans and a white shirt, a carefree smile playing on his lips. The woman was beautiful and serene, with long, fiery red hair, and carried an ancient-looking long sword. Several months ago, Suan had seen these 2. Once in the wilderness, and once in Guandu City. Oh dear, what did I just hear? Where did this coward come from? Just seeing a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and you're already yelling to run away? Have you already wet your pants? From a distance, Nandong Buki shouted loudly at Jiangbai, his face full of mockery. Seeing Nandong Buki, Jiangbai's expression immediately became complicated. He moved his lips, but said nothing. He glanced left and right, pretending not to see the other man, then turned back to face the opposite hill, his back to Nandong Buki. Hey, you scantily clad muscular guy up ahead, I'm talking to you. Why aren't you responding? Have you lost not only your courage but also your hearing? Nandong Buki didn't let Jiangbai off the hook, instead raising his voice. Didn't you just say you were going to run? Go ahead and run, I won't stop you. Why aren't you running now? You have absolutely no integrity. Jiangbai had already crossed his arms, and was staring straight ahead, like a stone statue. No matter how Nandong Buki called out, he wouldn't react at all, determined to ignore him. Suan, however, saw it clearly. Ever since Nandong Buki and Song Jiao appeared, Jiangbai's fear of the Dawn Sword had vanished. The other party was now putting on a show of being deaf and blind, but in reality, he was as steady as a mountain. Clearly, Jiangbai and Nandong Buki knew each other. Suan, long time no see. How have you been? Approaching, Nandong Buki finally stopped teasing Jiangbai and greeted Suan with a bright smile, opening his arms for a warm hug. Sai, you're only at level 5? Your cultivation progress is a bit slow. Time waits for no one, young man, don't slack off. This was the first time Suan had been told his cultivation progress was slow. He smiled politely but warmly, and his next sentence made Nandong Buki stumble. When I recaptured Wuming Town, wasn't it you who fought against the demon experts outside the town? Song Jiao, who was nodding to Suan, was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Nearly tripping and falling flat on his face, Nandong Buki steadied himself in time. His arms, which were about to give Suan a friendly hug, subtly bypassed him and naturally patted Jiangbai on the shoulder. Long time no see, my old buddy. How have things been going? It's great to see you here. Oh, what did you say? You want to fight alongside me? No problem. Let's get started right now. A mere dozen or so low-level warriors. I can kill them all with one punch. What? You want to compete with me? Fine, no problem. When have I and Nandong Buki ever backed down? Let's get started. Whoever's afraid is a dog. Having finished his long monologue, Nandong Buki seamlessly transitioned from his conversation partner to his target. The moment his words left his lips, he soared into the air, shooting towards the opposite hillside like a cannonball, as if lingering for even a second would mean being devoured by a ghost. Song Jiao drew her sword, following closely behind, without uttering a single unnecessary word. Jiangbai stared blankly for a long time at Nandong Buki, who had suddenly darted away, without saying a word to him. Finally, he scratched his head and turned to Suin and the others, saying, "You could enter the ruins now." Chapter 164. Fong Ming, Zhu Feng, and the others exchanged glances, remaining silent for a moment. They dared not openly cross the demon race general's warning line, and the 200-plus men hesitated to advance. Nandong Buki and Song Jiao had just made their move, and Jiangbai immediately ordered Suin and the others to enter the ruins. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed overconfident and reckless. There were over a dozen demon race generals on the opposite hill, and since there were over a dozen, they wouldn't all be low-level generals. There must be some experienced experts among them. 3 people fighting over a dozen Dawn Sword experts was difficult enough to win, but this battle wasn't just about winning, they also had to hold back all the generals. If even 1 or 2 weren't tied down, the soldiers who rashly ventured into the ruins would inevitably suffer a crushing defeat along the way, and could easily be killed or wounded in the blink of an eye. No one wanted to risk their lives. The only one who didn't hesitate was Suin. Under Zheng Nanji's inquiring gaze, he decisively strode down the hillside at a pace that wasn't fast, but certainly not slow, heading towards the majestic mountains ahead. Seeing him set off, Zheng Nanji didn't hesitate and followed closely behind. Suin, of course, didn't hesitate. Although he didn't know the exact cultivation levels of Nandong Buki and Song Jiao, he knew that now that they were here, his life wouldn't be in danger again. Just like before in Guandu City and Wuming Town. This wasn't just trust in Nandong Buki and Song Jiao, but also trust in someone he had trusted for a long time. As it turned out, Suin's judgment was correct. After he set off, Fong Ming, Zhu Feng, and others led over 200 people in succession, swooping down the hillside like a flock of geese, swiftly surging towards the vast, densely forested, and seemingly endless ancient ruins. The team didn't mobilize without reservation simply because Suin made a move. They didn't yet have that much trust in Suin. What truly made them abandon their concerns was the battle situation after Nandong Buki and Song Jiao attacked. In short, wolves among sheep, unstoppable. Nandong Buki unleashed a punch, the shockwave of his force instantly blasting away several warriors. Song Jiao stepped through the air, casually swinging her sword, sweeping away several more warriors. The remaining warriors, no longer concerned with their soldiers, immediately launched a combined attack to defend against Nandong Buki and Song Jiao's onslaught. 200-plus soldiers were a considerable number, but they were still soldiers. In terms of importance and threat, they were far inferior to Nandong Buki and Song Jiao before them. These two were ridiculously strong. If they dared to be distracted, they would be in danger of death in an instant. As for Jiangbai, he didn't join forces with Nandong Buki and Song Jiao. Instead, he flew above Suin, continuing to fulfill his duty of protecting the team. No, protecting Suin. During the previous day and night of battle, Jiangbai had tried his best to play the role of the team's guardian, not always staying by Suin's side. But at this moment, he was too lazy to even pretend. He heard what Suin said to Nandong Buki. He wasn't really stupid, he understood what it meant. Under Jiangbai's escort, the team crossed the vast area between the hills and the ruins, encountering no further attacks along the way. This was within Suin's expectations. After all, with over a dozen Dawn Sword generals stationed in the area, there was no need or possibility to send more demon cultivators to guard it. The demons didn't have that many manpower. As they approached the ruins, the shock in everyone's hearts grew stronger. The trees ahead were unbelievably tall, if they could even be called trees. Just as they had seen from the hilltop, every tree here was over 100 meters tall, with many reaching hundreds of meters. The trunks were equally enormous, wide enough to build houses on, and enough to roll around on. From the hilltop, the distance was great, so the shock wasn't as intense. But now, standing beneath these towering trees, truly feeling their own insignificance, the sheer shock was overwhelming. It was as if this wasn't a human realm at all, and these small warriors, were nothing more than mosquitoes that had strayed into the kingdom of giants. Compared to them, the trees in the open field were nothing more than weeds before skyscrapers. I can only take you this far, Jiangbai said, stopping before the forest of giant trees, his eyes filled with deep apprehension and unease. He turned to Suin, and after a moment's thought, decided to be frank. The entire ruins are shrouded in a powerful array built by the ancient demon race over thousands of years. This array not only gathers the primal force of heaven and earth, but also draws in the power of the universe. Therefore, the energy here is extremely abundant, which is why the trees can grow so tall. In fact, the trees are just the anomaly you can see. There are many things you can't see. In short, everything inside the ruins is different from the outside. He then looked at the soldiers who had stopped before him, their expressions grave and barely concealing their tension, and his voice grew deep and resonant. I must especially remind you that the ancient array has been damaged for over 1,000 years. Therefore, the ruins have become a secret realm. No one knows what it's like inside, only the word mysterious can describe it. What is certain is that the primal force within the secret realm is vast and turbulent, chaotic and uncontrollable. It's no exaggeration to say that every step is fraught with danger. The slightest carelessness could trigger primal force surges of varying sizes. You better sleep with your eyes open, otherwise you might not even have time to react if a sudden force wind blade slices you in half. Besides the chaotic force, you also need to be wary of two other things. One is the power of the universe, and the other is spatial turbulence. What exactly the power of the universe is now difficult for anyone to understand, but without a doubt, it is a more fundamental and powerful force than the force itself. Otherwise, the ancient demon race wouldn't have spent thousands of years building an array to introduce this power for cultivation. As for spatial turbulence, some call it spatial rifts or space-time tunnels. When the array was intact, it connected to the outer universe, introducing power that could be cultivated. It was rumored to be the path ancient demon cultivators used to comprehend the mysteries of the universe. But the array has long since broken, and the process of breaking it was extremely violent, thus causing spatial tremors. Over 1,000 years have passed, and no one knows how many fragments of cosmic light, spatial rifts, and time-space bubbles are inside. These concepts might be difficult for you to grasp, and I can't explain too much to you, because I don't understand them very well myself. In short, just be careful. If you sense something is amiss but don't discover anything, don't doubt it, something is wrong. If one moment you're in a forest, and the next you step into an endless abyss of darkness, standing on a desolate planet without air, don't be surprised, you pass through a spatial rift. If you can return, do so, but the possibility is extremely slim. If you can't return, don't panic. Take a deep breath, relax, and quietly await death. Of course, unless you're extremely unlucky, you generally won't experience such despair and terror. The moment you step into the spatial turbulence, you be torn to pieces by the forces of spacetime, dying suddenly and silently, so fast that you won't even have time to react. Suin had to admit that what Jiangbai said was terrifying, 1,000 times scarier than ghost stories. Even with his resilient mind, he could only remain silent after listening. If it were just a story, it wouldn't be so bad, but it was the very path he was about to embark on. It felt like knowing there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire ahead, yet he was still forced to rush headlong into it. However, Suin wasn't deterred. If the ruins were truly so dangerous that entering meant certain death, would the Northern Demon Clan have planned for years just to send their own cultivators to their deaths? If the secret realm's danger level was far higher than its safety, then the Demon Clan wouldn't need to stop others. The secret realm's killing power far exceeded their blocking forces. They could simply let the enemies in, and let them get hurt, and die on their own. Suin felt his analysis made a lot of sense. He observed the expressions of everyone around him, and found that although the soldiers' faces were grim, not a single one was truly trembling with fear, very few were even pale-faced. This year's soldiers are all very brave and smart. Suin murmured in admiration. As he waved goodbye to Jiangbai, Jiangbai scratched his head, looking somewhat conflicted, and said to Suin, "Be careful. But not too careful, you can be a little more confident and bolder." His words also carried a sense of unease. Suin looked at him seriously and asked, "Should we be more careful or more bold?" Jiangbai frowned, pondering for a long time without finding a solution. Finally, he simply shrugged, "I don't know, I'm just relaying someone else's words." "Who asked you to pass on a message to me?" Suin asked casually. "Of course it was." Jiangbai uttered 3 words before finally realizing what he meant, and quickly slammed his mouth shut, his teeth clanging loudly. His gaze towards Suin instantly filled with wariness. the natural wariness of an honest man facing a clever one. I don't know anything, don't ask me. Jiang Bai hurriedly uttered these words before turning and disappearing quickly. Young Master Su, may we go in now? Zheng Nanji suddenly spoke in a low voice, her eyes strange, emphasizing the word young master. Suan looked at her helplessly. What kind of address is that? Zheng Nanji smiled brightly. Such a powerful general is so respectful to you, diligently protecting you along the way, and those two experts before, they probably only appeared because of you, right? Young Master Su, just admit it. The fact that you come from a powerful family can't be hidden anymore. Suan chuckled twice, too lazy to argue with Zheng Nanji, whose gaze was burning with sarcasm, and whose face was full of profound meaning. Did he not know his own identity? If he were truly some powerful scion, wouldn't his life for the first 18 years become a joke? Suan, you're coming with me. It's best not to stray too far from me. Fong Ming walked to Suan's side, shoulder to shoulder, and walked towards the mountain city, his face serious and solemn as he spoke. This captain had broken through his cultivation level earlier this morning, officially advancing to a level 10 warrior, still among the strongest in the team. Captain, are you going to protect me? Suan understood Fong Ming's meaning. Fong Ming didn't hide anything, instead becoming even more solemn. You're my teammate, protecting you is my duty. And Zheng Nanji, you two stay close to me. When the danger is too great, even I can't protect too many areas. Suan opened his mouth, wanting to speak but then stopped. Chapter 165. After spending the last 2 days together, he had figured out Fong Ming's temperament. He was a very upright and responsible person, even somewhat rigid because of it. Given Fong Ming's cultivation and combat strength, he had probably served as a team leader in many missions, to the point that his serious and responsible attitude was ingrained in his bones. If he didn't know Fong Ming, Suan might even suspect that the other party had been deliberately placed by his side. The 200-plus soldiers immediately displayed the combat qualities of seasoned superhumans the moment they entered the ruins. Under the command of Zhu Feng and a level 10 soldier, the team divided into several parts, each with its own duties. An advanced scout team, left and right flank guards, and scouts climbing the branches of giant trees to keep watch and on guard. Everything was there. Suan noticed that the backpacks of the advanced scouts and scouts had been removed to allow for lighter and faster movement. The removed backpacks were temporarily assigned to lower-level personnel, as supply troops, and carried by the support team. The team's medical supplies were gathered together to form a medic unit. The entire team moved like a precisely functioning, highly efficient machine, advancing in an orderly combat formation search. Captain Zhu is quite the commander, Suan remarked, walking in the center of the formation. Zhu Feng had already broken through his cultivation level, and was now a level 9 combat soldier. Like Fong Ming, he had entered a new realm because of a spur-of-the-moment experience and sufficient preparation. Fong Ming's spurt came from the disbandment of his original team, while Zhu Feng's was due to Jiang Bai's constant mockery. Captain Zhu was originally an instructor at the military base. Fong Ming provided the information he knew. He and Zhu Feng got along very well, and had become quite familiar with each other. I see, Suan said, indicating his understanding. When Jiang Bai first mentioned that Zhu Feng was his teacher, Suan assumed it was an ordinary school. But thinking about it, it made sense. How could teachers and students at an ordinary school all be combat soldiers, making them run laps around the track for 2 hours as punishment? Captain, have you noticed something special about our team? Or rather, something strange? Suan asked Fong Ming. The composition of the combat soldiers in the team was simple. Some were from Zhongshan, some from Yin, but they cooperated remarkably well. Even more remarkable was that after a temporary commander was chosen, orders were immediately obeyed. In the past few days of fighting, not a single person had broken the rules. There hadn't been a single person like Su Rong, who would slack off in battle, and only care about running away when things went wrong. This was a temporary team of over 200 people. It should have been a mixed bag. After all, many of the veteran combat soldiers were seasoned veterans. After hearing Suan's reasoning, Fong Ming shook his head. I don't think so. The battles have gone smoothly these past few days, and we have several generals protecting us. There's no need to slack off. If the battle situation worsens, this kind of situation is very likely to occur. We need to be extra careful. Like I said, you two need to stick close to me. Suan nodded, finding Fong Ming's words reasonable, and said no more. The group advanced in an orderly yet silent and solemn manner. For half a day, they encountered no resistance whatsoever. They didn't even see a shadow of the demon cultivators, let alone a sniper's shot. After half a day, The group discovered several noteworthy things. First were the giant trees. Scouts confirmed that the giant trees were indeed the dwellings of ancient demon cultivators. Many of the giant trees had been hollowed out, and the spaces inside were often dozens of square meters. Unlike modern human cities, these dwellings lacked partitions, and were not divided into individual rooms, making them spacious and easily visible at a glance. The furnishings were extremely simple, or rather, natural. Tables, chairs, cups, and plates were all made of wood and unpainted. The teapots and stoves had a rustic design, yet the craftsmanship was astonishingly high, demonstrating considerable technical skill, but not mechanically manufactured. The dwellings contained few items, few noteworthy objects, and none of value. The only thing that caught the team's attention was the faintly visible, broken array within the dwellings. After a brief examination, Zhu Feng concluded that the array was integrated with the giant tree, mostly used for gathering primal energy. The giant tree as a whole had been transformed into a large array, capable of absorbing the primal energy of heaven and earth, and also integrating into the larger array of the ruins, drawing in cosmic power. The smaller arrays within the giant tree could concentrate the primal energy drawn by the tree into the central area of the dwelling, supplying cultivators with energy for cultivation. Because no complete array was encountered, the exact power of the array was unknown, but it was certainly immense. After most of the day, the group had traveled several dozen kilometers. Everyone was a level 6 or higher combatant. Although vigilance was necessary, their pace was still quite fast. As they ventured deeper into the exploration area, they discovered more and more dwellings, not only among the giant trees, but also scattered throughout the mountains, large and small, or rather, caves. The furnishings were similarly simple, and they found nothing of value. At dusk, the group stopped to prepare for camp, not intending to travel through the night. Jiang Bai's warning still echoed in their ears. Although they hadn't suffered any unexpected injuries that day, no one dared to be careless. It seems the demon race has already searched the area. Anything of value has likely been taken, Zhu Feng sighed. Should we speed up our pace a bit? The ruins are vast, spanning hundreds of kilometers, and we only covered less than 50 kilometers today. Too slow, someone suggested. We need to catch up with the demon race at least first, otherwise we get nothing. They have already claimed all the treasures in the ruins. After a day of exploration, the team had discovered a pattern. The deeper they went into the ruins, the more traces of ancient demon cultivators' activity they found. The library, armory, and research institute were said to be located in the high mountain region of the central area. That's not good. We haven't encountered any anomalies today, likely because we haven't gone deep enough. We only been in the outskirts and haven't entered the main city. Once we venture deeper into the main city, the traces of demon activity will be even more numerous, and various anomalies will follow. We must be extremely cautious. Fang Ming recalled Jiang Bai's warning. The absence of anomalies doesn't mean there are no anomalies. Ultimately, the team decided to continue exploring at today's pace tomorrow, deciding whether to speed up later depending on the situation. Safety was paramount. Even with treasure, survival was crucial, and bringing it back was equally important. Late at night, Suin was meditating when he suddenly heard Fang Ming's voice. Something's up. Opening his eyes, Suin found Zheng Nanji, who had been sitting cross-legged opposite him, had stood up, while Fang Ming jumped down from a branch. The people on the outer perimeter have spotted someone approaching. Prepare for battle immediately. Led by Fang Ming, Suin and Zheng Nanji climbed a high branch of a giant tree, finding a relatively wide-open view. Before they could carefully observe the surrounding area, the buzzing of four-space firearms suddenly rang out. A level 5 sniper rifle. Holding a level 4 Eagle Strike, Suin immediately recognized the level of the force weapon. The gunshot wasn't far from the giant tree he was on, meaning it was fired by one of his own, likely by a level 9 or 10 expert on night watch. The gunshot was like a signal. The tranquil night was instantly plunged into chaos. Suin first felt the giant tree tremble, like a minor earthquake, one after another, like a stampede of horses. At the same time, strange and ferocious roars thundered, rising and falling in waves, like disturbing a wild beast's den. Suin sensed the brutality and rage in the roars, but couldn't identify the animal, or rather, he never heard of it before. Gunfire erupted in the outer perimeter of the campsite, flares were launched one after another, and bursts of light from exploding force grenades appeared in clusters. Even from hundreds of meters away, Suin's high vantage point allowed him to spot the attackers immediately. He couldn't help but gasp. It was definitely not an animal he was familiar with. No other animal possessed such a massive size, capable of running and leaping dozens of meters between the branches of a giant tree. Those dark shadows resembled wolves and tigers, but were 10 times their size. Beneath their thick, multicolored fur, Suen could see the bulging, well-developed muscles even from a distance. What are these things? And so many of them. Even the usually calm and reserved Fang Ming couldn't help but curse. Giant beasts attacked from all directions. Some ran and leaped like monkeys, some crawled on all fours like cheetahs, and some flew through the air with wings on their backs. They were so densely packed that their exact number was impossible to discern. But one thing was certain, it was definitely more numerous than the army's soldiers. Fang Ming and Zheng Nanji fired in succession, and Suen was equally active. He set up his eagle strike and immediately tried to lock onto the target, but after searching for a while, he found he had no confidence in hitting it with a single shot. The opponent was too fast. Despite its massive size, it moved with incredible speed, and the giant tree branches provided cover, making locking onto it extremely difficult. This feeling, Suen only ever experienced when facing level 8 or higher combatants. In the blink of an eye, the leading behemoth had reached the outer perimeter of the defensive position. Through his scope, Suen clearly saw a dark, eagle-like shadow swooping down, ignoring the force bullets hitting its wings, and sacrificing itself to take down a level 6 combatant. The combatant, his body pierced by the talons, flew backward from the tree branch, the eagle's talons tearing out his bloody intestines. Suen's eyes sharpened, and Eagle Strike roared. A level 4 force bullet flew out, accurately striking the level 6 combatant's chest as the eagle swooped down, a spurt of blood erupting. The eagle froze, flapping its wings frantically. Feathers flew everywhere as it opened its beak and let out a heart-wrenching cry, struggling before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Where did these behemoths come from? Why would an organized, premeditated attack target us? This question flashed through Suen's mind as he pulled back the bolt. The giant beasts are of different species, and their ability to move together indicates that they are organized. Furthermore, the two sides did not meet during the day, and the team did not even notice them. However, they chose to launch an attack when it was late at night, which clearly indicates that it was premeditated. Chapter 166. Whether it was organized or premeditated, that wasn't the capability of a pack of wild beasts. Suen had no time to think about these things. More and more giant beasts were appearing before his eyes, and the battle between the team and them was becoming increasingly fierce. His immediate priority was to be fully focused on the fight. If he died here, thinking about it wouldn't help. A tiger pounced on an 8th level soldier, who rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the tiger's claws. Just as the tiger turned to attack again, bang! Eagle Strike rang out again, and a level 4 force bullet pierced the air, striking the tiger in the forehead. A flash of blood, and the tiger's head jerked back, howling in pain. But it didn't die. The 8th level soldier seized the opportunity, leaping up to slash with his sword, only to be swatted away by the tiger's claw. Just as its tail was about to strike the soldier, several force bullets hit its body almost simultaneously. Even a tiger, after a few desperate struggles and howls, could only collapse helplessly. Suen turned his gun, searching for his next target. The behemoth was indeed ferocious. The outer sentries bore the brunt of the attack, quickly suffering over a dozen casualties. But the superhumans were no pushovers either, and the main force reacted swiftly. From different branches of different trees, gunfire erupted in rapid succession. Streaks of eerie light ripped through the night sky, forming a three-dimensional crossfire network. Powerful bullets slammed into the behemoth, inflicting heavy damage on those attempting to advance further. Bang! Suen's gaze remained calm, his movements steady. As a new wave of force flowed into the force array, the gun was reactivated. A faint, eerie light began to illuminate from the butt of the gun, spreading to the muzzle in an instant. As the final rune array was drawn, the gun shuddered violently, and a point of emerald green light shot from the muzzle, flashing through the giant forest before disappearing into the head of an ape. The ape was exceptionally agile. With a single swing, it could traverse dozens of meters, gripping a tree branch. However, it underestimated the intensity of the soldier's firepower. Prolonged airtime was a fatal weakness on the battlefield, and any soldier at level 6 or higher, unless panicked, would have had a hard time missing it. As several puffs of blood mist rose from its body, and it crashed to the ground screaming, Suen's bullet was the final straw, ending its life. Pulling back the bolt to eject the spent cartridge, Suen continued searching for targets. This time, he didn't need to fire and move, he was surrounded by his comrades. This was positional warfare, allowing him, the sniper, to act freely. Although these behemoths were enormous, and level 3 or 4 force rifles rarely resulted in a one-shot kill, as the battle continued, all the soldiers, including Suen, became remarkably calm. They discovered the behemoth's weakness, These creatures lacked ranged attack capabilities. While they were fast in a headlong charge, they couldn't outrun a bullet. Unless they hid behind tree trunks, they were bound to fall prey to the experienced soldiers' precise strikes. During a lull in the fighting, Suen didn't forget to observe the overall battlefield situation. Fong Ming had already left Su inside and rushed out. This captain, with an instinctive obsession with caring for his teammates, had now left behind the person he had promised to protect. But he wasn't abandoning his duty. On the contrary, he was fulfilling his responsibility in a more effective way. Just now, the team's temporary commander issued an order, calling on all soldiers of level 9 and above to engage in battle. They would leave their safe positions and rush to the most dangerous outer perimeter to fight the behemoths in close combat. Su had understood the commander's arrangement. The number of behemoths was considerable, and their strength varied greatly, some equivalent to low-level soldiers, others to high-level soldiers. Without the strength of a general, the ruins wouldn't allow such formidable supernatural power. The strongest behemoths were incredibly fast, and their bodies could withstand several level 4 or 5 force bullets. With the giant tree branches providing cover, they would always have a chance to get close to the soldiers. And once they broke into the main force's position and successfully closed in, it would be a catastrophe for the mid-level soldiers. It was conceivable that when the powerful behemoths charged into the ranks, the soldiers' established fire network would be torn apart, and the low and mid-level behemoths would inevitably rush into the position through the gaps. At that point, the soldiers would face certain death. Someone had to rush out and stop those powerful behemoths. The soldiers also had advantages. Besides their firearms, their smaller size allowed them to engage the behemoths in close combat, while the main force behind them continued firing, helping them fight off the immediate enemy. Charging out was fraught with danger. One behemoth was followed by another, and another by a whole pack. Even a level 10 soldier, if caught in an encirclement, would face a near certain death. To Su-En's surprise, aside from the commander, who had to remain in command, every single soldier above level 9 charged out. Upon receiving the order, they acted without hesitation, swift and decisive. They left behind their comrades, abandoning what was at least temporarily safe territory, setting aside their ranged weapons, and wielding long swords for close combat. One after another, they charged towards those colossal creatures, tens of meters tall, displaying unparalleled bravery and fearlessness. Watching those departing figures, Suen felt a profound shock. Not to mention the capital garrison army, even the Anxia sect's extraordinary warriors, led by him, couldn't achieve this. Once he, as the sect leader, stopped leading from the front, the vast majority of Anxia sect members wouldn't be able to advance with such unwavering courage. Suen saw a level 9 warrior pounced on by a giant wolf, a level 10 warrior surrounded by several giant beasts, someone coughing up blood and flying backward, and someone disappearing behind layers of branches and leaves. Weren't these 200-plus people a makeshift team that had only been together for a day? Why would the high-ranking warriors in the team be so willing to risk their lives to protect their comrades? Were they all like Fong Ming? Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted from the main force, like countless firecrackers being lit, crackling and popping incessantly. A barrage of force bullets rained down on the onrushing behemoths, spraying blood everywhere, felling one ferocious beast after another in their path. Bang! Suen aimed, pulled the trigger, cocked the rifle, aimed again, pulled the trigger, cocked the rifle. Repeatedly, each shot delivered with all his might. He had been on many missions, fired countless shots, but never before had he felt the weight of his responsibility as deeply as he did now. He had to concentrate all his energy and strength, just to get to the front lines and protect their elite soldiers, to minimize their danger, bloodshed, and deaths. He felt his blood burning. Even when fighting alongside the extraordinary individuals of the Anxia sect, he had never experienced such a scorching, exhilarating feeling. At this moment, he was no longer the sect master of Anxia sect, he was merely an ordinary member of this team, unleashing his primal force without reservation alongside his comrades, who were fighting with all their might. Suen fired rapidly, each shot faster than the last, because he saw the level 8 warriors also charge out. At this point, their position was divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer of high-level warriors was in the most dangerous environment, undergoing the most severe test. The middle layer of level 8 warriors formed the second line of defense, using guns or swords to take down the non-high-level behemoths that rushed close. The level 6 and 7 warriors were surrounded and protected. They didn't need to draw their swords and risk danger, only needing to aim and fire. The battle was extremely brutal, yet extremely orderly. Finally, Suen felt his primal force was about to run out. He had fired too fast. Although he was only level 5, his primal force was more abundant than than that of a level 7 warrior. Even he was nearing exhaustion, one could imagine the condition of the others. As he injected himself with the force potion, he saw many soldiers performing the same action. Some level 6 soldiers were completely exhausted, their faces pale and bodies trembling, lying limply on the ground. Even so, as soon as they felt their force recover slightly, these men would grit their teeth and fire another shot. Even if it was just one shot. Even if that shot had little effect. But they did it without hesitation, not believing they were wasting their energy, just like the high-ranking soldiers charging towards the behemoths, their eyes filled with fervor. A fervor tinged with piety. Noticing this piety, Suin was taken aback. Battle doesn't inspire piety, only faith can. Therefore, this group is definitely not just a simple, hastily assembled group of ordinary superhumans. Hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, a group of people lay in ambush on tree branches, fully armed and ready to attack. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It doesn't make sense. How could it have turned out like this? Two superhumans observing the battlefield with special binoculars spoke up at a certain point, expressing their deep doubts. Given their distance from the battlefield, with the giant trees obstructing their view, they wouldn't normally be able to see the battlefield at all. However, their special binoculars allowed them to ignore certain obstacles and accurately detect force fluctuations within a certain range. The force fluctuations outlined the figures of the superhumans and also reflected the silhouettes of the giant beasts, allowing them to assess the situation on the battlefield. More than 200 superhumans shouldn't be able to hold off more than 300 giant beasts. The superhuman teams that entered the secret realm these past 2 days have all been in this situation. Why is this group the exception? You're asking me? Who should I ask? The conversation reached this point, and the two fell silent again. They were demon cultivators, their sole purpose in lying in ambush here being to annihilate the group of extraordinary beings who had intruded into the ruins. As was their custom, they commanded giant beasts to fight, expecting them to overwhelm their opponents. However, this group reacted swiftly, finding the best battle strategy in the shortest time. The key was their strict discipline and unwavering obedience. Those high-ranking soldiers were actually willing to stand guard in the most dangerous positions. The secret realm was rich in primal energy, which not only affected the plants, causing them to grow into towering trees, but also nurtured the animals, giving them extraordinary abilities. Not only did they grow larger, but they could also wield primal energy. Unfortunately, they lacked intelligence. Possessing abundant primal energy, they couldn't learn to use firearms, otherwise, their combat power would certainly be even greater. But it was precisely because of their lack of intelligence that these demon cultivators could control their opponents in battle, and to a certain extent, make them fearless of death, allowing them to charge fearlessly into a hail of bullets. This is the secret realm of the demon race, the place where the ancient demon race lived for thousands of years. Back then, towering trees and colossal beasts of primal force roamed here. The demon cultivators had long since learned to tame and raise these animals. Using them as pets and battle beasts was perfectly normal. Currently, the demon race has not yet completed its exploration of the ruins and collection of treasures, while human-superhuman teams have already arrived. The demon cultivators are limited in manpower and busy gathering resources from the ruins, so using jungle beasts in battle is an inevitable choice. However, for these two demon cultivators, tonight's seemingly certain battle took an unexpected turn, catching them completely off guard. Perhaps it's them. It can only be them. Other superhuman teams don't have this spirit, nor can they learn this fighting style. Then what do we do? The situation is hopeless. Retreat first, then request reinforcements from higher-ups. Chapter 167. The high-ranking soldiers on the outermost edge didn't fight to the point of certain death from exhaustion. In fact, after the second line of defense established by the level 8 soldiers was in place, they no longer engaged in a relentless, all-out battle with the behemoths. Because their mission was complete and their ranks had stabilized, they shifted to coordinating with the second line of defense, and heavily wounded high-ranking soldiers would retreat promptly. Winning a battle doesn't necessarily require charging in and fighting to the last breath. Mere bravado cannot defeat a powerful enemy. Courage must be combined with sound and rational tactics to maximize combat effectiveness. After a fierce battle, the behemoths failed to break through the lines and suffered heavy casualties. Even though they were not entirely rational and exceptionally ferocious, they were not without fear. When their casualties approached half, and were several times greater than those of the soldiers, the behemoths finally couldn't hold on any longer, and could no longer withstand the soldiers' firepower, so they retreated en masse. Even in retreat, the behemoths didn't flee in a chaotic rush. Though fast, they didn't appear panicked. A certain organization remained. Suan wasn't the only one noticing this characteristic. In fact, most of the soldiers realized that these behemoths were likely backed by extraordinary beings. Most likely, they were demon cultivators. Therefore, the commander didn't order a pursuit as the behemoths retreated. Just as the behemoths had retreated several hundred meters, and Suan thought the battle was over, a dense barrage of gunfire and grenade explosions suddenly erupted about 700 or 800 meters ahead of them. Someone has blocked the retreating behemoths. Suan immediately considered this possibility. Undoubtedly, the behemoths were the aggressors in tonight's battle. They attacked and retreated at their own pace. In the treacherous and mysterious forest of giant trees, the troops dared not pursue rashly, thus allowing the behemoths to retreat safely. But now, they seemed to have transformed from hunters into prey. Like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Suan looked at the commander not far ahead, wanting to see what he would do. It was certain that this ruin now contained not only the demon race, but also extraordinary individuals from the Yin and Zhongshan kingdoms, as well as the Bohai kingdom, the church, rebels, and other factions that might attack the demon race. In this situation, someone must have taken advantage of the weakened state, launching an attack on the behemoths, while their fighting strength was greatly diminished and their minds were in disarray. The commander's plan was simple. He ordered the troops to remain vigilant and prepared to continue fighting at any time, while simultaneously sending several high-ranking soldiers ahead to quietly scout the situation. Suan agreed with the commander's approach. If it were him, he wouldn't have made any further arrangements. Shortly afterward, Fang Ming and his scouts returned with intelligence. As most had expected, someone had indeed attacked the giant beast. Furthermore, a group of demon cultivators had been attacked from behind along with the beast, suffering numerous casualties. The attackers were extraordinary individuals from the Bohai kingdom. Their group numbered nearly 300, while the demon cultivators numbered only a few dozen, giving the Bohai kingdom's extraordinary individuals a significant advantage. Fang Ming had already made contact with the Bohai kingdom's people, who invited the team to follow them, hoping to encircle and annihilate the giant beast and demon cultivators from both sides. After consulting with several people, the team commander declined the Bohai kingdom's invitation. The soldiers had just fought a bloody battle with the behemoths. Although they had won due to their swift reaction, superior tactics, and valiant fighting, with few casualties, many soldiers had suffered significant energy depletion. The team still had the strength to fight, but using that strength to attack a group of defeated behemoths was pointless. If the battle encountered unexpected circumstances, the team would be unable to cope. Hearing the commander's order for the team to rest on the spot, Suan breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that these men might impulsively charge forward, given how bravely the soldiers had fought. About half an hour later, the fighting at the front gradually subsided until it completely ceased. Because the team had not participated in the battle, the behemoths and demon cultivators were not surrounded. They escaped successfully after paying a price, and the Bohai Kingdom superhumans did not pursue them either. A dozen minutes later, a group of Bohai Kingdom superhumans arrived at the team's campsite. They proposed that both sides join forces, and then explore the ruins together. In this battle for the ruins, the demon race sees the initiative and possesses formidable strength. They know many secrets of the hidden realm, making it even more dangerous than outside, as evidenced by their ability to command giant beasts in battle. The human camp should unite and advance together, only then can they compete with the demon race for the many treasures. If they fight individually, they are likely to be defeated one by one. The speaker was a level 10 warrior, handsome and tall, with a polite smile, giving off a friendly impression. He didn't dwell on the fact that the others had refused to help, allowing the giant beasts and demon cultivators to escape. Suan, perched on a nearby branch, overheard the man's self-introduction and remembered his name, He Chunfeng. It must be admitted that He Chunfeng's reasons were quite valid. Suan had received an official announcement before departure stating that the human side of this operation was an alliance, and the extraordinary individuals from Yin Kingdom could cooperate with those from Bohai Kingdom and Zhongshan Kingdom. Their team already contained extraordinary individuals from Yin Kingdom and soldiers from Zhongshan Kingdom. Now, by joining forces with those from Bohai Kingdom, they would have formed a three-way alliance. The person Suan spoke with was Zhu Feng. To Suan's surprise, Zhu Feng politely declined He Chunfeng's proposal. His words were very polite, but his meaning was clear. His side only wanted to act independently. He Chunfeng tried repeatedly to persuade Zhu Feng, but the latter remained resolute, and he could only leave regretfully. Then I can only wish you good luck. If we meet at the ruins and treasure, I hope Captain Zhu can restrain his men. I can also guarantee that my men will not fire on you first. Watching He Chunfeng leave, Zheng Nanji leaned close to Suan and whispered, "Do you know why Captain Zhu refused He Chunfeng?" She was somewhat puzzled and didn't quite understand Zhu Feng's behavior. Suan thought for a moment. When facing the demon race, the three teams are naturally on the same side, so of course they can work together. But what if they're facing ruins and treasure? Zheng Nanji suddenly realized. Everyone came for the treasure. If they're facing a rich treasure, it's inevitable that others will have ulterior motives. If the treasure is easy to distribute, that's fine, but if it's difficult to distribute, they might become hostile and even turn on each other. After speaking, she turned her head, gazing at Suan with tender affection and admiration in her eyes, and said in a very girlish manner, "You're really amazing, there's no problem that can stump you." Even among extraordinary individuals within a single nation, unity is rare, conflict is inevitable, as seen between Suan and Su Rong. How much more so between teams from different countries? Wealth is a powerful motivator, and often, the only reason one remains unmoved is because the wealth isn't substantial enough. Suan turned and gave Zheng Nanji a deep look. "Sect leader Zheng, your acting isn't very good." Zheng Nanji blinked her innocent, beautiful eyes, indicating she didn't understand what Suan was saying. Suan didn't bother to elaborate, returning to his previous position to meditate and recover his energy. The principle he had just explained wasn't profound. Someone of Zheng Nanji's status and abilities couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Yet she deliberately pretended to be clueless when asking Suan, and then displayed an expression of admiration after he gave his answer. She wanted to give Suan a chance to showcase himself, and also to give herself a chance to express her admiration for him. Many men fall for this, but Suan didn't. He even looked down on it. In the latter half of the night, the team remained vigilant, even strengthening their sentry posts, but no further incidents occurred. By dawn, Suan's force had fully recovered, and he felt his cultivation had advanced further. Although the time spent in the ruins was short, the intense battles each day had continuously honed his force, further stimulating his potential. Suan felt he was no longer so far from reaching level 6. The team remained still throughout the morning. Some soldiers' injuries hadn't healed and needed another half-day to recover. At noon, after a simple meal of dry rations, the team set off again. Because of the events of the previous night, the team didn't speed up their journey, continuing at the same pace as yesterday. Until nightfall, the team encountered no problems and found nothing of value. However, as they ventured deeper into the ruins, each soldier could sense, through subtle clues, that they were getting closer and closer to the treasure. As night fell, the group camped again to rest, with no intention of continuing their journey through the night. On the third day, the group officially entered the ruins' main city area. The giant trees were thicker and taller, the undulating mountains even more majestic, and the dwellings and caves of the ancient demon cultivators became increasingly spacious, containing significantly more items, and leaving traces of things being taken. Leading the way was Zhu Feng, who brought back good news that afternoon. About 500 meters away, there's an unremarkable hill, overgrown with thorns and thickets. I hadn't planned to explore it further, but somehow I went in, and I made a major discovery. Zhu Feng exclaimed excitedly. Guess what? Inside the hill is a series of interconnected caves that the demon race has never entered. The ancient artifacts inside are incredibly abundant, simply dazzling. I only glanced at them twice, and then I grabbed a really good item. Under the watchful eyes of Suan and the others, Zhu Feng pulled out a long sword that looked quite ordinary in both design and appearance, and infused it with primal force to activate the rune array on the blade. Look! The primal force array lit up one by one, and the blade immediately emitted a terrifyingly dangerous aura. Undoubtedly, the force longsword was well preserved and still usable. It's just a level 5 longsword. What's so special about it? Fang Ming was unimpressed. A mid-level soldier might find the sword extraordinary, but he could clearly see it was just a level 5 combat sword. Zhu Feng pointed to the combat sword at Fang Ming's waist, gesturing for him to draw it. Then, with a low shout, he swung his sword down. Watch closely. Fang Ming raised his combat sword, clashing it against Zhu Feng's long sword. A jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Both being level 5 force weapons, Fang Ming's combat sword was like rubber, instantly severed in two by Zhu Feng's sword. This sword is incredibly sharp. Sharp? It has something special about it. Chapter 168. When Zhu Feng said this, Fang Ming had already realized what was happening. His eyes burned as he stared intently at the long sword in the former's hand. Indeed, it has something special about it. Just now, when our two swords clashed, I felt an extraordinary power, one I hadn't encountered before. It was as hot as the sun, and its destructive force against my origin force was obvious. At first, I thought it was your origin force technique, old Zhu, but after thinking about it carefully, and hearing you mention it, that power shouldn't be something a superhuman could generate on their own. Therefore, there's only one explanation. It's definitely a problem with this sword. Hearing this, Suan and the others became even more interested, all watching Feng Ming and Zhu Feng intently, hoping they would quickly explain the situation. Zhu Feng gestured for Feng Ming to step back slightly, then swung his long sword again. With each swing, even a level 6 warrior could see the anomaly. The force array etched on the long sword was extraordinary, far more than just a weapon. Its mysteries were beyond their comprehension, and they couldn't immediately grasp its essence. However, the scorching flames emitted when the long sword was swung were clearly visible to anyone who wasn't blind, and everyone realized that the force contained within these flames was extremely profound and domineering. In short, the force array etched on this long sword possessed a certain attribute. When a superhuman infused it with force, the long sword could unleash the power of fire. This effect isn't just a visible flame, it also erodes the opponent's force, causing destruction and suppression. Zhu Feng stopped swinging his long sword, his excitement undiminished. Furthermore, the long sword is incredibly tough. A level 10 transcendent being using it at full power can cut through ordinary weapons of the same level. Even if its power can't be described as earth-shattering, it can certainly be called a divine weapon. Upon hearing this, the extraordinary individuals were all deeply moved, their eyes filled with undisguised envy and covetousness. Zhu Feng's next sentence, however, ignited everyone's excitement. Such force weapons abound in the caves of that hill, numbering at least 200 or 300. Without further discussion, the group immediately set off, swiftly heading towards the treasure mountain. The soldiers rubbed their hands together, their eyes gleaming. Even Suan and Zheng Nanji were no exception. Since entering the Chongling Mountains, the journey had been fraught with peril and hardship. They had fought against the Black Tide, the demon race, and their own people. If it weren't for Zhu Feng, Jiang Bai, and the others, Suan didn't know when he would have even reached the ruins. And without Nandong Buki and Song Jiao, even if he had approached the ruins, he wouldn't have been able to enter. Now, having overcome countless obstacles and spent days wandering the ruins, they were finally about to see the legendary treasure. How could they not be incredibly excited? The long sword in Zhu Feng's hand made everyone, including Suan, realize the significance of this journey. Possessing such a weapon practically guarantees invincibility within the same realm. Even against demon cultivators, one could easily kill them without such a weapon. The 500-meter distance wasn't long, and the group quickly arrived at the hill covered in thorns and bushes. The hills were rolling, neither high nor wide, appearing quite ordinary compared to the majestic peaks found throughout the ruins, even less visually striking than some of the giant trees. If it weren't for Zhu Feng, Suan felt that even if he had come, he probably wouldn't have bothered to search them thoroughly. The group didn't rush into the cave in a panic. Under Zhu Feng's arrangement, more than half of the soldiers set up a perimeter, establishing defensive positions, and concealing themselves as much as possible using the terrain and the giant trees, in preparation for any eventuality. As it turned out, Zhu Feng's arrangements were necessary. Just as the soldiers split up, the group received news that a large force was rapidly approaching the hill, their fighting strength no less than their own. Zhu Feng frowned, a bad feeling creeping in. Under his orders, the group halted their entry into the cave and immediately went into battle. The approaching force was none other than Yicheng Feng from the Bohai Kingdom. 200 or 300 soldiers appeared and immediately split up, seizing high ground such as the branches of the giant tree in combat formation, while the flanks maneuvered to establish positions on both sides of the hill, their movements swift and decisive. They made no attempt to seek Zhu Feng's approval. Zhu Feng did not act rashly. His own soldiers had arrived first and secured their positions early, so they were not at a disadvantage. However, He Qingfeng's forces were larger, and although they had lost some terrain advantage, they could still hold their own. Judging from this force alone, Suan knew that Yicheng Feng would not let go of the treasures in the hillside cave. He was merely slightly curious as to why the other side had arrived so swiftly and timely. Was it a coincidence, or was there some hidden reason? Once their own forces were largely deployed, and the liaison sent by both sides had made contact, Zhu Feng received a report. Yicheng Feng, wanting a share of the spoils, inquired about Zhu Feng's opinion. At this point, Zhu Feng couldn't abandon the other side, and had no choice but to confront them. Accompanied by several high-ranking soldiers, Yicheng Feng walked out laughing, and met Zhu Feng in front of their respective positions. Suan, perched on a level 4 eagle strike perched on a branch of a giant tree, looked down at the Bohai Kingdom's troops. He was relaxed, neither angry nor tense. But if the two sides were to openly break off relations, he was certain Yicheng Feng would be the first to take a bullet from him. We clearly discovered the treasure vault first. Yicheng Feng is shameless, coming in with such a ruthless attitude, trying to force us to share the spoils. Zheng Nanji said indignantly. What kind of official superhumans are they from Bohai Kingdom? In my opinion, they're just a bunch of robbers. Suen said calmly, the items in the ruins are ownerless, so naturally, whoever finds them gets a share. There's no need to talk about robbers. Seriously speaking, these things actually belong to the demon race. We're just burglars too. Zheng Nanji turned to Suen in surprise. So, according to you, we're fighting like dogs? As she spoke, a thought flashed through her mind, her eyes darting around. She covered her mouth and chuckled, patting Suen's shoulder with an air of authority. Alliance leader Su, you need to be mindful of your stance. We are the army of kings. We should represent justice and eliminate these guys. Suen gave Zheng Nanji a disapproving look, but didn't mind her playful pat on the shoulder. They had cooperated in Jizhou City, and had fought side by side for many days. Their relationship was much closer than when they first met. Whether it's fighting like dogs or not isn't important. The key is the timing of He Qingfeng's appearance. Don't you think their arrival is too coincidental? Something's fishy about it. After Zhu Feng discovered this treasure trove, he sent people to guard it. If He Qingfeng's men had gone in, we would have been reported when we arrived. But the guards didn't provide any such information. It is clear that He Qingfeng should not know what was inside, but as soon as he arrived with his men, he immediately set up a formidable formation, clearly showing an attitude of not giving up until he got involved. Hearing this, Zheng Nanji became serious. After a moment of deep thought, she said in a low voice, if He Qingfeng didn't know what was going on, there's no reason for him to act like he risked a fight to get involved. This is contradictory. Could it be that there's a traitor in the team who leaked the information? Was it someone left behind? She felt this was the most reasonable explanation. A team of over 200 people was hastily assembled, inevitably containing a mix of people. It's normal that some were bribed when He Qingfeng joined the team some time ago. Thinking of this, Zheng Nanji's eyes flickered, and she sincerely sighed. In that case, He Qingfeng is quite cunning. He couldn't join forces with us, and he was afraid we make money, so he simply bribed people in the team to inform him at any time. Suen shook his head. Don't underestimate our team. The possibility of a traitor within us is unlikely. Besides, cooperating with superhumans from other countries doesn't guarantee our interests. The risks are too high. He paused, then continued. After the battle with the giant beast, this team was no longer seen as a ragtag group in Suen's mind. He had his own speculations about their identity, but there was no need to explain it to Zheng Nanji now. Seeing Zheng Nanji's hesitation, Suen added, the possibility of traitors cannot be ruled out. I asked Zhu Feng later. But if there are no traitors, things might be more complicated. Zheng Nanji didn't understand. More complicated? Suen nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Zhu Feng's meeting with He Qingfeng didn't last long. When he returned, he told everyone that they would be working together in the cave later, gathering all the spoils first, and then dividing them equally. Because the treasures were individual weapons, dividing them was straightforward, so disputes over unequal distribution, or even robbery and murder, were unlikely. The fact that the spoils would be have made Zhu Feng and Fang Ming, along with the entire team, unhappy. After all, those weapons were all powerful artifacts. Losing even one would be painful, let alone half. There's nothing we can do. They discovered this place too. We have no reason to monopolize all the spoils. Dividing them equally is the best outcome, Zhu Feng said, trying to calm everyone down. He gestured for them not to clash with other human teams over this. In any case, the ruins are vast, and there are likely many more treasures to be found. Let's think long term. There's no need to jeopardize the bigger picture for such petty gains. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Seeing that everyone's attention was completely drawn to the treasure before them, even if it was only temporary, Suen felt it was extremely dangerous and had to cough to warn them. He said to Zhu Feng, Captain Zhu, when you went back to contact us, were the people left here to guard the ruins altogether? Is it possible that someone might do something alone without the others noticing? Zhu Feng's expression changed. You mean? Before Suen could answer, he quickly replied, danger is everywhere in the ruins. I didn't leave many people here, so they naturally stayed together. The situation you described won't happen. Suen wasn't easily convinced. He needed a definite answer. To be on the safe side, Captain Zhu, it would be best to ask first. Zhu Feng gave Suen a deep look, ordered a soldier to call the remaining guards over, and then, in front of everyone, directly questioned them, receiving the answer that the guards had remained within each other's sight, and that no one had left even briefly. If that's the case, then things are very troublesome, Suen said gravely. Captain Zhu, I'm afraid we need to prepare for a fight with He Changfeng. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Their instinctive reaction wasn't to oppose Su An's viewpoint, nor to rebuke him for talking nonsense, but rather to immediately begin to think. In the blink of an eye, many had realized what was happening. Zhu Feng was startled, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. We were all blinded by the treasure. We didn't even see such an obvious problem. Little Su, thank goodness you reminded us in time. If we had reacted slower, we might have been in great danger. The problem wasn't profound. A little thought would make it clear. Since no one in the group had informed He Changfeng, how did he confirm the existence of a treasure worthy of a fight without even entering the cave? There was only one answer. They had sent someone to secretly monitor them. Only the monitors, who saw Zhu Feng display his long sword and overheard their conversation, could have lured He Changfeng here. He Changfeng's decision to send people to monitor the group and his ability to arrive promptly, without going far, clearly demonstrate his malicious intent. Given this malice, the temptation of a large number of powerful weapons could easily escalate, leading him to stab them in the back when they are off guard. Chapter 169. They outnumber us by several dozen. If we really fight, we won't gain the upper hand. What should we do next? Someone asked anxiously. Zhu Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. There are roughly two options, forward or backward. Forward means continuing the previous plan, searching for treasures and acquiring spoils. Backward means avoiding battle, abandoning the treasures in front of them to avoid conflict with He Changfeng's men. Abandoning them would undoubtedly leave everyone feeling resentful. They already bullied us to this extent. We're all soldiers with guts. There's no reason to swallow our anger, compromise, and give away the benefits for nothing, retreating like stray dogs. Judging from everyone's expressions, Su knew the group wouldn't choose to retreat. Then they would choose to continue forward. Forward would likely mean war. Can't we have an open and honest talk with He Changfeng without fighting? Someone asked. Before anyone could answer, the person shook their head. Zhu Feng's gaze sharpened as he said, if He Changfeng is an upright person, then of course we can talk, because everyone has principles and bottom lines, and can abide by the rules. But what's the point of talking to a bad person? That's like negotiating with a tiger for its skin. Even if the other party agrees beforehand, there's a high probability they renege later. So-called openness and honesty are just giving the other party time to prepare. The soldiers nodded in agreement, largely agreeing with this statement. Su was once again surprised. These people possessed such fierce and unwavering resolve. Even in the face of adversity, they had no illusions, no trace of wishful thinking. This was something no ordinary team could do. Since they wanted to fight, the question immediately shifted to another. Could they fight? Then came the question of how to fight. Time was short, and everyone discussed the matter rapidly. Under Zhu Feng's direction, the captains, big and small, spoke in turn from left to right, their points brief and to the point, with no one rambling or interrupting. After several captains had shared their opinions, Zhu Feng summarized briefly, offering some conclusions and posing some questions, thus bridging the gap for the next round of discussion. In this way, by the time the 3 rounds of discussions were completed and the plan was finalized, the entire process had taken only a dozen minutes. This efficiency left Su speechless. Undoubtedly, this was a clear military style. But even in military discussions, such swift and decisive action was rare. If anyone tells me again that this is a hastily assembled ragtag team, I'd be the first to argue with them. Zheng Nanji, equally dumbfounded, watched from the sidelines. Based on her experience fighting the giant beast, she felt as if she had inexplicably fallen into the company of gods. Get ready. If things go wrong, once I give the signal, all units should move out in advance and catch them off guard. After saying this, He Changfeng waved his hand, signaling his team to join Zhu Feng's men and enter the hilltop cave together. He himself smiled and greeted Zhu Feng. The two stood together on a branch of a giant tree, overlooking the entire area and overseeing the situation. Since he didn't need to search the area himself, and the team wasn't likely to encounter problems, the two chatted idly. To distract Zhu Feng, He Changfeng started the conversation. Where is Captain Zhu from? I'm your father. Can you please not use such a cliché opening line? Zhu Feng thought to himself, but smiled warmly on the surface. A person from Zhongshan. Oh! He Changfeng smiled. Zhongshan is sandwiched between several powerful states, and its living environment has never been very good. I heard that the border has been quite unstable in recent years. I wonder what Captain Zhu thinks of this international situation. Zhu Feng chuckled twice. Our situation is very good. Zhongshan's situation was indeed unfavorable. To its northeast was Yin, To its southeast was Qi, to its northwest was Zhao, and to its southwest was Wei. Yan, Qi, Zhao, and Wei were all among the 7 strongest powers in the world. If it weren't for the several smaller states surrounding Zhongshan, its geographical location alone would have meant it would have been devoured without a trace. However, although Zhongshan had several neighboring states, most of these states had submitted to Yan, Qi, Zhao, and Wei, following their lead in everything and effectively becoming their vassal states. While Zhongshan couldn't compare to the 7 great powers, it possessed considerable national strength, only slightly weaker. Being forced to become a subordinate state was undesirable for Zhongshan itself, and even more so for other states. With the 4 great powers nearby, none would stand idly by. Yan, Qi, Zhao, and Wei all coveted Zhongshan, while simultaneously guarding against other states annexing it. Thus, Zhongshan became a victim of the geopolitical power struggles among these nations, leading to internal unrest and conflict. Comparatively, Yan, being slightly weaker among the 4, exerted the least pressure on Zhongshan, resulting in a slightly better relationship. This is why they were able to form a temporary alliance. Looking at the world as a whole, the demon race was currently weak, its main forces divided into 4 parts: east, west, south, and north. These were all located in remote and impoverished regions, with limited resources and mediocre strength, and internal conflicts, preventing them from uniting to attack human nations. Therefore, humanity is powerful. The land inhabited by the Northern Demon Clan has very little fertile land. Most of their territory has been frozen for millennia, making it hardly a suitable place for survival and reproduction. Their strength has declined day by day over the past 1 or 2,000 years. The Yin Kingdom, living next to them, mostly faces the challenge of confronting the entire Northern Demon Clan with its own territory, thus bearing greater pressure. If several powerful nations were to unite, the Northern Demon Clan would lose their arrogance. This is why, after 1,000 years, the Northern Demon Clan has gone to great lengths to open the ruins. They desperately need the ancient demon legacies within to enhance their strength. The demon clans in the southern border of the Xiaoshan continent are in a similar situation to those in the north, also living in treacherous and barren mountains. Let alone gathering national strength for a northern expedition, simply avoiding year after year of hardship is a feat. The western demon clan situation is slightly better, but the west is too far from the central region, separated by natural barriers such as vast deserts and snow-capped mountains, making it extremely difficult for them to launch a counterattack. The eastern demon clan lives on islands, the smallest in number, and is protected by the virtually impassable Whirlpool Sea, a natural barrier. Whether the mainland's forces want to invade or the island's demons want to retake them, it's a pipe dream. Unless human nations cooperate to form an allied fleet, or the island demons join forces with the northern and southern demon clan, no one will easily venture into the Whirlpool Sea. In short, the 7 great nations have little interest in the remote territory currently inhabited by the demons. The Central Plains are wealthy, vast, and rich in resources. Therefore, the 7 great nations are currently pursuing the acquisition of more territory there to strengthen their own power. In recent centuries, they have all intensified their efforts to annex surrounding smaller nations, resulting in frequent wars and constant conflict on the continent. Whether it's the Yin Kingdom or the Zhongshan Kingdom, both are located in the northern part of the continent. With the Northern Demon Clan hanging like a sword over their heads, dealing with them is already quite difficult. Their desire to intervene in the affairs of the continent is often limited by their lack of power. Over time, the relative strengths of these nations will shift, and the fate awaiting the Yin and Zhongshan kingdoms will certainly not be pleasant. The topic He Changfeng initiated could not be discussed in a few words, and could easily escalate into a lengthy discussion. He deliberately wanted to distract Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng cooperated. Although he didn't elaborate on the situation in the Zhongshan kingdom, he passed the buck back to He Changfeng. No matter how complex the international situation facing the Zhongshan kingdom is, it still has opportunities to intervene in the affairs of the continent. Perhaps one day, with the right opportunity, it can rise rapidly and open up new horizons. On the other hand, the Bohai kingdom, isolated in the northeast, is sparsely populated and bordered by the sea. Whirlpools and storms block its shipping routes, preventing it from even engaging in overseas trade. To the west lies the Chongling Mountains, home to the northern demon race. Their southward advance is blocked by the Yin Kingdom. Forgive my bluntness, but the Bohai Kingdom is destined to be an orphan. Regardless of the international situation, the Bohai Kingdom has no real opportunity to develop and grow strong. It will forever face the predicament of underdevelopment, wasting its years and gradually declining. These words left He Changfeng speechless. The Bohai Kingdom's location is indeed inherently disadvantageous. If it wants to remain in its corner, it must constantly guard against attacks from the demon race. If it wants to develop, the Yin Kingdom is a formidable obstacle at its doorstep. Therefore, this time we must make a difference in the ruins. He Changfeng silently responded. The northern demon race wants to use the many treasures in the ruins to enhance their strength and restore their ancient glory. Isn't the Bohai Kingdom also hoping to break the stalemate with these things, thus gaining the opportunity to march south with a large army, break through the Yin Kingdom, and enter the Central Plains? The future lies in Zhongzhou, and also within these ruins. However, the Bohai Kingdom is weak, not to mention compared to the Yin Kingdom, it's even inferior to the Zhongshan Kingdom. This time, the extraordinary individuals from the three kingdoms are venturing deep into the secret realm to seize treasures. If the Bohai Kingdom's extraordinary individuals don't have some methods and effort, they will definitely suffer a double loss. Before their departure, He Changfeng was given clear instructions. The Bohai Kingdom is going all out for this trip into the Chongling Mountains, but its resources are limited, and it absolutely cannot afford to lose too many soldiers. Once in the ruins, you must both seize the treasures and preserve your strength. He Changfeng knew very well that if there were too many casualties on this trip, it would be difficult to recover later. He Changfeng had actually heard about Zhu Feng and the others fighting the giant beast long ago, but he didn't rashly intervene. Instead, he waited for the opportunity to reap the benefits. In his plan, even if Zhu Feng and the others were all killed, he could still collect their various weapons and supplies afterwards. While these items couldn't compare to the treasures of the ruins, they were still a considerable fortune in the open. What He Changfeng hadn't expected was that Zhu Feng and his group had actually defeated over 300 giant beasts. From that moment on, he judged that this team was extraordinary, and would surely gain something from the ruins. Therefore, he sought cooperation with Zhu Feng, wanting a powerful alliance. However, Zhu Feng unexpectedly rejected his proposal. He Changfeng was very unhappy, but he didn't show it. Instead, he dispatched a level 10 expert from his team, skilled in tracking and concealment, to secretly follow Zhu Feng and his group. Exploring the ruins was fraught with danger. Demon cultivators, spatial rifts, and even the turbulent currents of primal force could all be deadly. Rather than risking his life and feeling his way forward, it was better to follow behind Zhu Feng and let his team clear the way for them. In this way, the risk falls on Zhu Feng and his group. If the other side discovers the treasure, they can quickly intervene and, relying on their superior numbers, divide the spoils. If the treasure is plentiful enough to satisfy their hunger in one go, they can even stab the enemy in the back, kill them, steal the treasure, and escape. Afterwards, they can simply leave the ruins without further risking their lives. For the Bohai Kingdom, the more treasure the better, as it relates to national affairs. But for He Changfeng personally, enough treasure is sufficient. National affairs are beyond his control, and cannot bring him immediate benefits, so they are irrelevant to him. Once the harvest reaches a certain standard, He Changfeng can naturally be promoted and secure a bright future based on this achievement. However, not all the treasure is his, it must be handed over. Lingering in the ruins for even a moment longer increases the risk, making it a losing proposition. Knowing when to stop and promptly bringing the treasure back to establish merit is the proper course of action. Perfect. Everything was perfect. Because of this perfection, He Changfeng didn't mind the offense in Zhu Feng's words. What he cared about now was how much his team could gain in the hill cave, and whether they had a chance to seize all the treasures. He kept a close eye on the hill, not paying much attention to Zhu Feng. Then, taking him by surprise, Zhu Feng made his move. Chapter 170. To avoid any situation where one side's extraordinary individuals hoarded treasures, He Changfeng and Zhu Feng agreed on a search plan where their soldiers would operate in mixed teams. This way, everyone would monitor each other, preventing the Bohai Kingdom's extraordinary individuals from underreporting their gains, or Zhu Feng's team from hiding some of their spoils during the search. This was for the sake of fair distribution at the end, and everyone agreed. Su had entered a cave of moderate size, accompanied by 3 of his own soldiers and 4 Bohai Kingdom's extraordinary individuals. At first, everyone was very cautious, afraid of triggering some powerful restrictions. The ruins contained many formations. Who knew if there were any intact killing formations in the cave? But when they discovered the treasures, everyone's hearts couldn't help but flutter. Unlike Suin and his group, the Bohai Kingdom's extraordinary individuals had only heard of the ancient weapons here, and had never seen their special characteristics firsthand. At this moment, they picked up all sorts of swords, knives, axes, and halberds, their faces beaming with joy. Suin and his group also pretended to search for treasure. When the extraordinary individuals from the Bohai Kingdom discovered the treasure, and their attention was focused, they quickly exchanged glances, then raised their force-powered firearms, aimed them at the Bohai Kingdom, instantly charged them with force, activated the force arrays on the guns, and pulled the triggers without hesitation. Bang! 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 While Suin and his group were pointing their guns at the Bohai Kingdom's extraordinary individuals, they weren't entirely unaware. In fact, they hadn't forgotten to be wary of Suin and his group, but they were indeed distracted by the treasure. Even though they reacted in time, they were still a beat too slow. A difference of a hair's breadth. A difference of 1,000 miles. Gunshots rang out, and several extraordinary individuals from the Bohai Kingdom were instantly enveloped in a mist of blood. Being so close, the impact of the bullets sent them flying one by one. A volley of gunfire followed, and several soldiers drew their melee weapons, swarming forward and sending those wounded but not yet dead to their deaths. The battle was swift and suspenseful. The Bohai Kingdom's extraordinary individuals, having just touched the treasures and barely had time to savor their spoils, vanished in the blink of an eye. As for the sword and the 2 elemental weapons they had just acquired, they immediately fell into the hands of the victor. Suin, you stay and continue searching. The rest of you, come with me. The soldier with the highest cultivation level among the 4 distributed the spoils to his teammates and, without hesitation, rushed out of the cave. Since the battle had begun, it wouldn't stop until a victor was decided. They needed to quickly eliminate another group of enemies, expand their gains, and control the situation. Suin, with the lowest cultivation level, received some consideration and was left behind to collect weapons. He knew his mission, to find new weapons, and then use them to provide support, further enhancing his forces. The cave they were in wasn't large, otherwise, only a few people would have entered, and exploring it wouldn't have taken much time. A moment later, Suin left the cave with a battle axe and a powerful crossbow, running towards the nearest battlefield. The battle axe was a level 4 force weapon, also incredibly tough, capable of cutting through other force weapons of the same level. Suin tested it, and discovered its unique characteristic compared to Zhu Feng's battle sword. When the battle axe struck, Suin could clearly feel the power suddenly increase, as if he were chopping down not an axe but a mountain. He slung his battle axe over his back, and held the crossbow in his hand. The crossbow was also level 4, without bolts, but several force crystals lay where he had found it. The force crystals were nearly depleted of force energy. Suin quickly charged them, placed the crystals into the crossbow's slot, and activated the force array, conjuring a force bolt out of thin air. The cave Zheng Nanji entered was quite large, with over a dozen extraordinary individuals on each side. As prearranged, to avoid prematurely revealing their tactical intentions, they also pretended to be searching for treasure upon entering the cave. In fact, Zheng Nanji did find a treasure. She casually patted the wall, coincidentally triggering a switch. The stone wall in front of her moved, and a stone door opened, revealing a half-meter square, 2-meter deep cave. Inside lay a long wooden box. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered to be a force weapon, with 9 pinholes, each about the thickness of a cigarette, at one end, presumably for launching some kind of specially made weapon inside. Zheng Nanji's eyes lit up. She was eager to test its quality. But she forcibly suppressed her impulse, quickly put down the box, picked up her assault rifle, and turned. In an instant, her eyes turned cold, and she calmly pulled the trigger. The box might be an excellent weapon, but it might be effective or not. There was no time to familiarize herself with its operation, because someone among the Bohai Kingdom superhumans cried out in alarm. The enemy had found the treasure, which meant the time for attack had arrived. Everyone had to act immediately. Gunshots rang out in the vast cave, and clusters of blood bloomed on the bodies of the Bohai Kingdom superhumans. Unlike Su An's situation, there were more than a dozen Bohai Kingdom soldiers who had entered this cave, so they split into 2 groups. One group searched for treasure, while another openly monitored Zheng Nanji and his companions. Therefore, when they raised their guns, these people immediately sensed the danger and hurriedly charged their weapons, while shouting warnings to their teammates. Bang! 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 Almost simultaneously, Zheng Nanji and his group, along with half of the Bohai Kingdom soldiers, fired the first volley of bullets. Zheng Nanji and his group, taking advantage of the situation, didn't gain a complete advantage, but some of the superhumans deliberately chose to fire from sheltered locations, thus creating some cover in front of them. After a round of fire, only one of their own superhumans was killed, and several others were wounded, while most of the Bohai Kingdom superhumans were hit, with a quarter dying instantly. Once the battle began, both sides immediately descended into melee. The instinctive reaction wasn't to kill the enemy, but to immediately take cover behind tables, chairs, cabinets, beds, and other objects before firing back at the enemy. Fong Ming's luck had always been poor. Aside from his encounter with Zhu Feng, his journey through the Chongling Mountains had been anything but smooth, and this time was no exception. As a level 10 warrior, Fong Ming had about 20 teammates with him, and the cave they entered was one of the largest. They had assumed that such a large cave would be filled with treasures, and that the attention of the Bohai Kingdom superhumans would quickly be drawn to it. However, after scanning the area, they found nothing. Without any treasures, the Bohai Kingdom superhumans naturally remained vigilant. Many kept a watchful eye on them, both to prevent them from secretly hiding their spoils, and to guard against any other unforeseen events. This greatly worried Fong Ming and his companions. Just as they were desperately searching for an opportunity, the roar of force-based firearms suddenly erupted outside. The chaotic sounds of battle filled their ears, and both sides realized what was happening. Attack! Fong Ming swung his rifle but, smashing it down on the head of a Bohai Kingdom superhuman in front of him. Even without his command, the gunshot served as a signal. Everyone drew their swords and charged at the Bohai Kingdom soldiers beside them. You bastards! You actually launched a sneak attack. You betray us. Are you even human? A Bohai Kingdom level 10 soldier blocked the long sword slashing at him, cursing angrily. I'm your father. Your rebellious son sent people to secretly follow us and steal our spoils. You have no shame, and you dare to accuse us first? After knocking down one soldier, Fong Ming charged towards the next opponent. The fighting immediately turned into a melee. Although the cave was spacious, there were many people on both sides, and many were mixed together. The random gunfire easily injured their own men, so they had no choice but to fight hand-to-hand with melee weapons. Since no one had found any treasures, there was no need to worry about either side increasing their strength. As groups of soldiers entered the caves one after another, He Changfeng was observing the exploration progress, and planning how to adapt to different situations, and make different commands if a battle broke out. Suddenly, his heart tightened. He felt a surge of primal force beside him. He turned his head in surprise, and saw Zhu Feng's eyes hard as iron, a blade flashing down towards him. Why did this attack so suddenly? The search has only just begun. Being attacked first, He Changfeng felt a chill run down his spine. But he was a seasoned superhuman, a level 10 soldier, his mind and body always ready for battle. Even caught off guard, he wouldn't panic. Moreover, he had been plotting against Zhu Feng all along, so he wouldn't be truly unprepared. Sensing the abnormal primal force, and turning his head, He Changfeng had already forcefully pulled back, simultaneously drawing his sword. With a clang, just as Zhu Feng's battle blade was about to strike, He Changfeng blocked the sudden attack. However, the one who attacked first had the advantage of initiative. Even with He Changfeng's quick reflexes, he couldn't avoid being at a disadvantage. He hastily countered, barely managing to block the long blade. Before he could adjust his stance, Zhu Feng's second strike came in quick succession. One step behind led to another, and He Changfeng was forced to raise his blade again to meet the attack, retreating step by step. You're not level 9? After only 2 strikes, He Changfeng's expression changed drastically. His opponent had clearly only ignited 9 force nodes, but the force he possessed was surging and powerful, no less than any level 10 warrior. Furthermore, the opponent's force contained a destructive and domineering aura. The moment it collided with He Changfeng's force, it continuously burned and destroyed it. Whether you're a level 9 or not, I still kill you. Zhu Feng's expression remained unchanged. Among everyone present, he was the only one wielding an ancient weapon, which was his confidence in launching the attack. When their longswords clashed for the third time, a crack was heard, and He Changfeng's longsword snapped in two. This immediately put him in grave danger, as he was already struggling to cope. As the two clashed, the soldiers on both sides beside them drew their swords and began fighting in pairs. Suin, carrying a powerful crossbow, sprinted forward through the thorns and bushes. He was very fast. If an ordinary person ran like him, they would definitely be covered in cuts and scratches from the thorns, but he was a level 5 soldier, and these things were not enough to cause him any harm. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the adjacent cave. Gunfire erupted inside. After scanning left and right, and not finding any enemy superhumans, he crouched low and crept towards the cave entrance. Before he could get close, a level 9 Bohai Kingdom soldier rushed out of the cave, bearing 2 bleeding wounds, neither minor nor severe. As he ran, he called for reinforcements, completely unaware of Suin crouching nearby. The moment he appeared, Suin didn't hesitate. He shifted his crossbow, locking onto the soldier's position, and simultaneously activated his primal force, unleashing the Primal Force array on the crossbow. A hazy blue light outlined layers of array patterns. With a flicker of light, a short Primal Force crossbow bolt, only about a foot long, instantly formed. The trigger was pulled, and the bolt shot out like lightning. In a fleeting glance, the bolt whipped up a small, but sharp Primal Force storm. The level 9 soldier sensed something amiss, and turned in astonishment, as the bolt was already upon him. His muscles tensed, his joints strained, and he tried to dodge in this desperate situation. If he were facing a regular level 4 force weapon, he might have managed to evade a fatal blow. But the force crossbow bolt was too fast. Almost the instant he saw it, it had already pierced his body. Boom! The moment the bolt entered his body, a force storm that had been brewing for so long erupted within him. Flesh and blood disintegrated, bone shattered. The thin bolt had inflicted a penetrating wound the thickness of a wrist. Under the immense impact, the level 9 soldier's body was thrown sideways, blood spurting, and he died instantly. This scene made Suen raise an eyebrow. This was only a level 4 force weapon. Under normal circumstances, its lethality against a level 9 soldier was limited. Yet, the wound on this level 9 soldier was truly gruesome and terrifying. Suen reasonably deduced that even a level 10 soldier wouldn't be able to withstand such a bolt. This means that with just the force-powered crossbow in his hand, he possesses the ability to kill enemies far stronger than himself. The problem lies in the force storm carried by the arrows as they are fired. Suen clearly sensed this anomaly caused by the special array etched into the crossbow. He couldn't help but recall the long sword in Zhu Feng's hand. That sword produced a flame effect when swung, also caused by an array. The array creates an anomaly in the storm, increasing the power of the crossbow bolts, but correspondingly increasing the force consumption. No wonder the crossbow is used with force crystals. Without an external source of force to share the consumption, relying solely on the force supplied by a superhuman, he would likely run out of force after firing only a few arrows. Suen's primal force was more abundant and purer than that of a level 7 demon cultivator, which was the fundamental reason he could use level 4 primal force weapons. However, it was no match for the powerful crossbow in his hand. Understanding this, Suen continued moving, reaching the entrance of the cave and peeking inside. The battle inside the cave had not yet ceased, but his side held a decisive advantage. The Bohai Kingdom superhumans only had 3 guns returning fire. Gather the grenades and throw them all out at once. Let's take them all down with us. Suen heard the desperate and resolute cry of the Bohai Kingdom soldiers. Chapter 171. The cave wasn't too big or too small. If several level 3 or 5 grenades exploded simultaneously, the destructive power wouldn't be underestimated. The level 6 or 7 soldiers in their team certainly wouldn't be able to withstand it. They'd be severely injured, if not killed. Suen sneaked inside. Just as he was about to enter the Bohai Kingdom soldier's field of vision, he suddenly darted out, found his angle in a flash, and fired a bolt from his crossbow. And level 8 soldier, who was collecting grenades, was suddenly thrown backward, crashing into several pieces of furniture before finally stopping against the wall, a bloody hole in his chest clearly visible. The sudden change startled the other 2 Bohai Kingdom soldiers, their expressions changing drastically. Zheng Nanji, who had been prepared to charge, seized the opportunity and, together with the other 2 extraordinary individuals, hacked the enemy to pieces on the spot. That was close. If they had really detonated all their grenades, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zheng Nanji was still shaken. They had been exchanging fire in the cave for a while, barely using grenades, precisely to avoid such a suicidal outcome. Turning her head and seeing Suen, Zheng Nanji's beautiful eyes immediately welled up with tears, a few ripples of light shimmering within their brightness. She smiled sweetly. I knew it. You always appear when I need you most. This is destiny. Suen chuckled twice. Enough talk. Grab your weapons, and come with me to the next cave. Zheng Nanji was already used to Suen's coldness, and didn't feel awkward at all. There were still more than 10 of their own soldiers in the cave, but they didn't have that many force weapons. Suen handed them a battle axe, and the group headed towards another cave. On the way, Suen and the others met up with several of their own superhumans, 3 of whom had entered the same cave with Suen earlier. They had supported their comrades, slaughtering a group of Bohai Kingdom soldiers, and now all possessed new force weapons. These were primarily melee weapons, with swords and blades being the most common, followed by spears and halberds. They had only one ranged weapon, a powerful bow, along with a dozen or so arrows. The absence of firearms was expected. After all, the ancient demon race disliked firearms. Even their cities were very natural. Whether you call it a return to simplicity or social regression, that's the reality. Currently, in demon society, At least among the demons of the Northern Territory, most of the Force firearms were designed by human nations. Although they had long established their own industry, their technological advancements consistently lagged behind those of humans. Suen's assessment was that being retro was not advantageous, at least not in combat. As the group of about 20 approached the next cave dwelling, before even reaching the entrance, they encountered a dozen or so extraordinary individuals who had come to support the Bohai Kingdom, also heading towards the cave dwelling. Not all the extraordinary individuals from either side entered the ruins to explore. Some remained outside to maintain order and guard against any unusual movements from the other side. The Bohai Kingdom soldiers who entered the cave were attacked early on, suffering heavy casualties, but those remaining outside were unharmed and have now all joined the support. The Bohai Kingdom's extraordinary individuals outnumbered their own by several dozen, so it was normal for there to be areas where their support couldn't reach while the enemy's was. Suen and his group weren't surprised. Upon discovering the enemy, they immediately switched to battle formation, splitting into two groups. One group sought cover with earthen mounds and rocks, using force firearms and force grenades for mid to long-range attacks to suppress enemy fire. The other group used the vegetation to quickly flank the enemy, outmaneuvering them from the side, and utilizing their newly acquired melee weapons. Suen didn't deter. In close combat, he could only muster the strength to defeat an 8th-level superhuman, and even then, he needed to use the ultimate sword technique of the Azure Lotus sword art. After that, his force would be almost depleted. However, in ranged combat, he could easily kill an 8th-level soldier with his crossbow. With a whoosh, a force crossbow bolt shot through the air, piercing a piece of bluestone with lightning speed, its momentum undiminished, striking an 8th-level soldier hiding behind it. A gruesome bloodstain suddenly appeared on the soldier's chest. Although the bolt hadn't pierced through, it had missed by a hair's breadth, thus successfully destroying his life. As he fell, the 8th-level soldier still looked bewildered. The bluestone he had chosen was actually quite thick, and there was no 10th-level superhuman in front of him. He had assumed no force bullet could penetrate the bluestone, and that he was safe, but he hadn't expected to suddenly lose his life. Suen removed the drained force crystal and replaced it with a new one. Just as he was preparing to fire his second arrow, a pure white light shot out from beside him. When he realized the light was an arrow, it was already piercing the backpack of a level 9 warrior. The archer wasn't very skilled, his aim was off. Bows are less easy to aim with than crossbows, and archery requires more skill. Furthermore, few human superhumans practice archery these days, so missing was to be expected. However, the arrow wasn't without its destructive power. The instant it touched the backpack, a wave of icy energy erupted, instantly enveloping the level 9 warrior who hadn't taken the arrow seriously. Before he could react, he was frozen solid. Frost spread from beneath him, extending for 3 to 5 meters before disappearing. The two warriors beside him were also affected to varying degrees. Clearly, the frost effect was a unique feature of that bow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, their own superhumans unleashed their full firepower, killing the level 9 warrior. Secretly marveling at the treasure's true value, Suen suddenly felt a sense of unease. The demon cultivators, who had entered the ruins earlier, had already searched the secret realm and must have obtained numerous treasures. They wielded divine weapons, and likely had other gains, undoubtedly greatly enhancing their strength. If they were to encounter each other in battle, the situation would likely be dire. Putting his thoughts aside, Suen watched as the warriors flanking from the woods approached their target and were detected. He quickly aimed at a giant tree branch and decisively fired an arrow. The arrow pierced the branch, not fatally, but it wounded the Bohai Kingdom superhuman hiding behind it, preventing him from firing at his ally who had flanked him. Relying on the suppressive effect of the simultaneous firing of ranged weapons, the flanking soldiers successfully stormed into the Bohai Kingdom superhuman position. The enemy had already suffered some casualties, and now, wielding their divine weapons, the soldiers easily gained the upper hand, quickly routing them. Suen and the others arrived at the cave. The space was spacious, and even with 30 or 40 superhumans from both sides fighting fiercely, it didn't feel crowded. Several corpses lay on the ground, indicating the intense battle. Unable to use ranged weapons at this time, everyone switched to swords and joined the fray, working with Fong Ming and the others to kill the Bohai Kingdom soldiers. The battle didn't become too protracted. Suen didn't even use his killing moves, simply employing ordinary sword techniques from the Azure Lotus sword art, yet he, along with Fong Ming and Zheng Nanji, had already killed 2 enemies. With only a handful of extraordinary individuals remaining from the Bohai Kingdom, and the battle nearing its end, a heavily wounded level 10 warrior from Bohai suddenly gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, and roared, You backstabbing bastards deserve to die. Come on, let's all perish together. Hearing the roar, Suin and the others realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The warrior's aura surged dramatically, his primal force erupting like a volcano, instantly breaking through to level 10. The surrounding primal force surged towards him like iron filings drawn to a giant magnet. A primal force tornado formed out of thin air, its immense suction pulling everyone closer to him. Those with lower cultivation levels lost control, some falling, others stumbling towards him. Even Fang Ming could only barely hold onto Suin and Zheng Nanji, unable to escape the force's pull. He's gone mad. He's going to advance toward General. Fang Ming exclaimed in horror. These words sent chills down the spines of all their own soldiers present, while the extraordinary individuals from the Bohai Kingdom displayed expressions of both hatred and glee. Clearly, they knew they were doomed, yet they showed no fear, only a desire to take as many as possible down with them. The ruins could not tolerate the surge of force from a warrior-level expert. It would cause chaotic force currents and even spatial fluctuations. This soldier from the Bohai Kingdom had already reached the great perfection of the 10th level, on the verge of breaking through to warrior level at any moment. Such extraordinary individuals were among the most powerful in the ruins, fearless against anyone. But seeing enemies wielding divine weapons entering the fray one after another, and his teammates with no way to survive, even he himself was unable to break through. Knowing that death was inevitable, he chose to break through to warrior level and perish together with the enemy. With a deafening boom, the Bohai Kingdom general unleashed his full power, slamming a punch into a soldier he had drawn in. His level 11 force erupted, forming a unique force vortex characteristic of generals. Upon impact, the vortex exploded, blasting the soldier into bloody fragments and igniting the force in the surrounding space. Suin felt a dizzying sensation, ripples of space, barely perceptible to the naked eye but undeniably real, spread before his eyes. Through these undulating, water-like patterns, everything in the cave appeared distorted. Some were fatter, some were elongated, some bodies twisted like pretzels, some mouths larger than their bodies, some hair obscuring their heads. In this strange space, Suin heard no sound, yet his ears throbbed with unbearable, piercing ringing, as if unable to withstand the immense impact of the sound waves. His head throbbed with unbearable pain, feeling as if it might split open at any moment. He couldn't even feel where his hands and feet were, as if they had left him and gone to another imperceptible space. Even his consciousness was being squeezed, stretched, and flipped, his spirit transformed into something like radio waves or electrons, colliding and spinning wildly. The power that condensed his body seemed to have vanished, no longer able to restrain the various particles that made up his body. It seemed that in the next instant, Suin would explode into a pile of dust, truly vanishing into nothingness. In Dumuru's predicament, the chaotic tide of primal force erupted from the warrior as its origin, throwing everyone away. The surging primal force filled the limited space. At this moment, the cave suddenly lit up with hazy lines, which in an instant connected to form an array. All the light from the ground and walls converged on the dome, like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix, condensing into an indescribable, mysterious ball of light at the core of the dome amidst layers of patterns. The orb of light was profound and vast, seemingly containing the great Tao of time and space, condensing the most primal power of the world, with historical light and shadow alternating and stars and dark objects suspended in midair. The moment it formed, it suddenly erupted, a ring of power of rules rippled outwards, and the chaotic space suddenly stilled under its impact. Like an iron smoothing out wrinkles on clothes, everything returned to calm in an instant. The soldiers clattered and crashed to the ground. Fang Ming raised his head listlessly, and after a long while, the emptiness in his eyes slowly faded, and his focus struggled to refocus. When he saw the things in the cave clearly, he felt a chill run through his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. 30 or 40 people entered the cave initially, followed by a dozen or so more. Now, including the corpses, only a mere dozen or so remained. Including Suin and the general, they had all vanished without a trace. Countless splattered bloodstains covered the ground and walls, clearly indicating that this cave should not have contained only these few survivors. However, Fang Ming clearly saw that even including the bloodstains, it still wasn't enough to gather the original number of people. Some have disappeared, leaving not even a trace, Fang Ming murmured, lost in thought. He looked around, his pupils gradually glazing over. Finally, he clutched his chest, his face ashen, and murmured, my teammates, not a single one left. The few soldiers still able to move rose one after another. Some were covered in blood but moved with agility, others were unharmed but weak. The group exchanged complicated glances, then suddenly noticed a Bohai soldier among the survivors. A moment of silence fell, a deathly stillness, as if time itself had frozen. But the next instant, several superhumans leaped up, swarming forward to subdue the Bohai soldier, gagging him and binding him. Fong Ming didn't move. He stared blankly at his teammates' busy work, feeling as if he were outside this world. After a while, he quietly walked out of the cave and looked around. Gunfire, grenade explosions, curses, cries of pain, and shouts rose and fell, filling the air. The battle was far from over. The extraordinary beings on both sides were still fighting to the death. Bloodshed and sacrifice occurred on every battlefield. Everywhere was a fight to the death. His teammates rushed out of the cave one after another, gun in one hand and divine weapon in the other, moving nimbly to the next position. But Fong Ming still didn't move. Beneath the towering, cloud-piercing tree, he felt as insignificant as an ant, filled with regret and bewilderment. We're all just ripples in the vast ocean of time and space, disappearing in the blink of an eye into the endless river of years. Why do we keep fighting? What's the point of this struggle? When will it end? He didn't know how much time had passed before the battle ended, and the hill returned to calm. Zhu Feng, his head wrapped in bandages and a triangular scarf around his neck, approached Fong Ming, who stood there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. "Old Fong, have you seen Suen?" he asked. Fong Ming didn't hear him clearly. He looked at Zhu Feng blankly. "The battle's over?" Zhu Feng nodded slightly. "We won. He Changfeng was killed, and we got nearly 300 treasures. However, our team suffered heavy casualties and needs to rest. By the way, have you seen Suen?" Suen. Chewing on the name, Fong Ming finally came to his senses, but he didn't answer Zhu Feng's question. He only gave a bleak, almost painful smile. Understanding Fong Ming's meaning, Zhu Feng froze, a profound panic rising in his eyes, like the sun setting and never rising again, the world losing all hope. Chapter 172. Suen's consciousness sank into endless darkness, the passage of time unknown. He couldn't feel his body, nor could he open or close his eyes. He remained silently in the abyss, a silence accompanied by a heavy, stagnant feeling. He sensed his surroundings, but saw no sun, no stars, no time, no life or death, no self-identity, even having forgotten himself. Yet, in his hazy state, he was certain that the darkness was not empty. Darkness itself was an existence. It wasn't nothingness, it still existed. He should be confused, for he couldn't understand his state, yet he wasn't confused, he couldn't feel confused. Finally, a glimmer of light flashed through the boundless darkness, clearly far apart, perhaps thousands of miles away, yet in a fleeting glance, Suen was already close to the light. The scene within the light flickered, like a blizzard, a surge of blood-red light, and also mountains and rivers, and figures of people. He couldn't see clearly, in fact, he couldn't see at all, only a vague sensation. But the vision provided by this sensation felt incredibly real to him. He vaguely heard some voices. "Li Chang'an, you defied the great Tao, abandoned your compatriots, colluded with demons, and acted recklessly, leading to this predicament. Have you repented now? Li Chang'an, have you forgotten your identity? Giving up the position of Holy King, abandoning your unparalleled talent, all for a demonic witch, was it worth it? Ji Ningda? Don't forget you are human. How could you abandon your own kind for a demon? Can't a woman live without a man? Must you be so rebellious? Ji Ningda? The sea of suffering is boundless, but turning back is the shore. The honor and disgrace of all living beings, the future of world civilization, are you less important than your own love? If you turn back, the Xiaoshan continent will still honor you as emperor. Ha ha ha. You despicable creatures, vermin and demons, feed on the blood and sweat of the people, exploit your compatriots like cattle, and for your own selfish desires, you demonize your own kind. How dare you claim to uphold the great way, discuss civilization? I, Li Chang'an, am ashamed to stand under the same sky as you. The way of heaven is to take from the surplus, and give to the deficiency. The way of man is to give to the surplus with the deficiency. If this is the way of man, if this is the future of civilization, then even if I, Ji Ningda, die today, I vow to overthrow this edifice of civilization and forge the heavenly spark with your blood." Although they were very close, Suen couldn't hear these words clearly. He could only vaguely make out two names, and words like compatriots, demon, civilization, and spark. He struggled to open his eyes, trying to see the people talking, but to no avail. They were merely phantoms with roughly human outlines. Soon, these figures began to shake violently, and various strange orbs of light, and streaks of light appeared one after another, flashing alternately. Suen could tell that they were fighting. The light flashed by, a fleeting glimpse, And then everything returned to darkness, and Su-En's consciousness, too, froze. How long passed in this way, he didn't know. When Su-En felt a real tremor and awoke from the heavy abyss, he found himself sitting in a forest clearing, his head fuzzy. The conversation he had heard, and the images he had seen flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Li Chang'an, Jininga, who are these two people? Su-En pondered, bewildered. Are they real, or just a hallucination from when I was unconscious? Why did I see that scene? He was utterly baffled. Just as he was wondering, the ground shook even more violently. He stood up in a daze, looking in the direction of the sound, and saw a dark shadow several stories high part the bushes and rush out of the forest. It was a magnificent tiger, its fangs longer than Su-En's body, its eyes, as big as melons, gleaming with ferocity, its gaze filled with bloodlust. As it ran, the earth shook, as if it would immediately slam him into the ground with a single paw. Su-En's heart skipped a beat. He quickly retreated, simultaneously searching for his weapons. His tactical backpack, level 4 sniper rifle, and numerous force grenades were all gone. His crossbow lay not far away, but closer to the towering beast that had leaped out. He only had a force-long sword with him. Even with Su-En's resilient mind, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had fought against packs of giant beasts before and could judge their cultivation level by their size. The larger the beast, the stronger it was. This tiger before him undoubtedly possessed level 10 combat power. Even with his full arsenal, Su-En was no match for it, especially since he only had a sword. The disparity in strength was too great. Even if he used the Azure Lotus sword technique, he couldn't escape. Watching the tiger descend like a dark cloud straight towards him, Su-En felt a sense of utter despair, as if all hope was lost. But he didn't give up. Instead, he unleashed all his primal energy, gripped his sword firmly, and prepared to meet the tiger's claw head-on. This wasn't about defeating it, it was about dying with dignity. At the critical moment, a sudden change occurred. The tiger, which had attacked like a landslide, suddenly plowed the ground with all four paws, its body arching backward, stopping abruptly right in front of Su-En. When it stopped, it was only 2 meters away from Su-En. Staring at the tiger's head, which was far larger than his own, Su-En was utterly astonished. Then, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The tiger actually lay down in front of him, all its ferocity vanishing instantly. Its expression was no longer ferocious, but instead, it possessed a peace that Su-En couldn't comprehend. Its large, blinking eyes looked at him innocently, with a hint of pitifulness. Su-En was stunned for a moment. He realized he was still too young, too inexperienced, and too ignorant, otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to understand the situation before him. If he wasn't mistaken, he clearly sensed a certain closeness and fawning in the tiger's expression, as if it weren't a level 10 beast, but a lapdog. From a powerful, predatory monster to a docile, harmless pet, the giant tiger transformed in just 3 seconds, but it took Su-En a considerable amount of time to process it all. Why is this happening? Having survived the ordeal, Su-En felt both incredibly fortunate and utterly bewildered. What caused this change? What did I do? What unusual things did I do during that brief period of transformation? Amidst the tiger's gentle growls, Su-En stroked his chin, a series of questions instinctively forming in his mind. He had merely activated his primal force, preparing for a desperate fight. With his combat strength, which was only comparable to an 8th level cultivator, it was undoubtedly insufficient to subdue the tiger out of fear. Picking up the crossbow and confirming it was still usable, Su-En felt somewhat reassured. He climbed a nearby giant tree and, perched on a branch, began to check his condition. During this time, he didn't pay much attention to the tiger. After all, he didn't understand its behavior and couldn't be sure if it was truly harmless. Keeping his distance was the best strategy. The tiger didn't leave but moved to a different spot under the tree, occasionally glancing up at him with a pitiful look that only confused Su-En more. Aside from a slightly dizzy head, I don't have any hidden injuries, so my condition is pretty good. How strange. When did the barrier of the 6th force node break? Back in the cave, the Bohai Kingdom's war triggered a surge of force and spatial fluctuations, and I was inexplicably transported here. I didn't die in the spatial turmoil, but instead broke through the bottleneck to reach level 6. What incredible luck! Su-En exclaimed, praising his good fortune. With the barrier broken, igniting his 6th force node would no longer be an obstacle, and he would soon advance to level 6. I wonder how the others are doing, how many survived. Thinking of this, Su-En thought of Zheng Nanji, Fang Ming, and the many other fellow extraordinary beings who had been in the cave with him, and a silent sorrow settled in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Suin focused his mind and surveyed his surroundings, confirming his location. Without a doubt, I'm still in the ruins. His eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of vigilance rising within him. He didn't see any familiar scenery around him, indicating that he was far from the areas he had previously explored. Climbing to the treetop, under the unobstructed sky, Suin looked around, his pupils shrinking slightly. He knew where he was. Ahead lay a majestic mountain range, embraced by numerous peaks, its grandeur and ruggedness breathtaking, a masterpiece of nature. He remembered the outline of that mountain range. He had seen it from afar on the hilltop before entering the ruins. It was the central peak of the ruins. The distance was only 10 or 20 kilometers. If the road was clear, Suin could reach it in an hour or two. Having grasped his situation, Suin climbed down from the giant tree and approached the tiger whose gaze had been fixed on him. After a moment of silence, he finally waved to the enormous, imposing head. Go! The tiger understood. Its large eyes filled with disappointment. It whimpered twice, reluctantly turning back several times before disappearing into the forest of giant trees. Although the tiger showed a surprisingly human-like affection, this affection was beyond Suin's current understanding. He couldn't risk keeping it by his side. The opponent possessed level 10 combat power. Their current docility didn't mean they wouldn't go berserk. A slight misstep could mean Suin's demise. Faced with a deadly and uncertain factor, the rational course of action was to abandon illusions and wishful thinking, and quickly distance himself. Suin, crossbow in hand, slipped into the jungle, using the low bushes for cover, and stealthily made his way in the predetermined direction. He had clearly seen from the treetops that there was a large open area a kilometer or two ahead, resembling a plaza, surrounded by mountains, clearly not an ordinary place. Without a specific target, he might as well go and check it out. If he found nothing, he would hide in the vicinity for the time being. Moving alone in the ruins was too risky. Suin's cultivation was limited. It would be best to find some of his kind and wait there. Such a large landmark area would definitely attract people exploring the secret realm. It would be best if Zhu Feng and his group could come. Even if they didn't explore this area, Suin could try waiting for other Yin Kingdom transcendents. However, he had only walked less than half a kilometer when a growing sense of unease began to creep in. The feeling of danger was intensifying. Stopping his steps, Suin looked around. Although he didn't find anything unusual, he began to consider whether to retreat. Just then, several giant trees around him suddenly opened doors. Yes, doors. Several meters above the ground, neat, square pieces of bark were slashed open to reveal figures. Demon cultivators. Suin was immediately surrounded. At the entrances of the giant trees at varying distances stood about a dozen demon cultivators, all elites at level 6 or above, with half being level 7 or 8 powerhouses. Their gazes towards Suin were hostile, their killing intent and hatred undisguised. In this situation, how could Suin not realize that he had been under surveillance for a long time? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to appear the moment he stopped, especially since he happened to be in the center. Suin felt like he had entered someone's home and was being watched by everyone. Yes, the ruins were built by the ancient demon race. This was indeed their home. Although there were no cameras in the secret realm, it was hard to guarantee that there weren't surveillance formations. Suin had been thrown into what was like someone's living room by the spatial turbulence. It was perfectly normal for him to be discovered instantly once he started moving. Suin took a deep breath. At this point, there was no other way. The next instant, his eyes sharpened, his aura surged, and he turned and ran. Chapter 173. The demon cultivators, who have already appeared, are numerous and powerful enough. Who knows how many more remain unseen? Under these circumstances, a direct charge is not an option. Suin is now certain of one thing. He has not only reached the central area of the ruins, but has also intruded into the demon's lair. There are undoubtedly many demon guards around the main peak. Sheathing his crossbow and drawing his long sword, Suin moved with lightning speed. He ran decisively, yet his expression showed no panic. It was merely a gamble. Victory would be best, but defeat would simply mean death. He only had one life. No one could kill him twice. Things had already progressed to this point. There was truly nothing to fear. Because he was surrounded, he had only run about 20 meters when 3 demon cultivators at the entrance of 2 giant trees drew their swords to meet him, while 1 or 2 demon cultivators simultaneously attacked from each flank. He was facing a level 6, a level 7, and a level 8 demon cultivator, not an easy opponent. However, when there is no choice, it is often the best time to make one. Suin calculated the distance, stomped heavily on the ground with his front foot, and leaped forward like a leopard, unleashing his ultimate killing move without hesitation. The level 8 demon cultivator was about to activate his technique when he suddenly saw the figure of the level 5 demon in front of him instantly blur, multiplying into 7. Even as the last afterimage remained in place, a sword aura was already upon him, causing a chill to run down his spine. For a demon to appear here, excluding the possibility of incredible luck in stepping onto a teleportation array, it must possess considerable strength. The level 8 demon cultivator was not careless, but the speed of the sword aura was still beyond his expectations. He felt a surge of primal force and immense danger. The level 8 demon cultivator roared, forcibly stabilizing his mind, and swung his long sword to meet the flashing sword light. Suddenly, the sword light unleashed an indescribable, clear radiance, like a cascading silver river, mysterious and unpredictable yet possessing immense power. The level 8 demon cultivator, who had clearly calculated the trajectory of the sword light, missed his target with his strike. In his utter shock, the sword energy, seemingly capable of stunning the heavens, simplified and condensed into a 3-foot-long sword beam that struck his body. Boom! The level 8 demon cultivator's body exploded, instantly turning to dust. 7 afterimages merged into one, and when Suen reappeared, he was already behind the level 8 demon cultivator. At the same time, the bodies of the level 6 and 7 demon cultivators were flying backwards into the air, both coughing up blood and barely breathing. Suen hadn't spared his strength to protect them, but the ultimate killing move of the Azure Lotus Sword technique was like an avalanche. They were ultimately too close. Even being merely affected by the residual force of the sword energy was too much for their level 6 and 7 cultivation levels to withstand. Using the increased speed and distance created by this strike, Suen successfully escaped the encirclement. Witnessing the unparalleled brilliance of Suen's sword strike, the demon cultivators on either side froze in astonishment. The unpredictable and extraordinary power of the sword light stunned them, causing them to momentarily lose their focus. Their highest cultivation level was only 8th, and they knew they couldn't handle such a deadly move. A deep fear involuntarily rose in their hearts. What are you standing there for? Chase! Wait, those above 8th level, go after him. Those at 6th or 7th level, don't bother. At the entrance of a giant tree, Xiao Xingqiu shouted in a low, grim voice. A mere 5th level demon, surrounded and attacked by a dozen elites, it seemed like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. They never expected him to unleash such an incomprehensible sword technique, killing the enemy while successfully escaping. Xiao Xingqiu turned and returned to the tree, arriving at a stone table etched with array formations. As he infused his primal force to activate the formation, a shimmering, dreamlike image of light appeared out of thin air before him. The light and shadow quickly stabilized, outlining the face of a stunningly beautiful young girl. Her 2 high ponytails were clearly visible, and her large, bright, and deep eyes were captivating. The ancient demon race was deeply versed in cultivation, achieving remarkable success not only in weapon crafting but also in creating various effective arrays. Although the sudden calamity severed many lineages, their foundation remained. The ruins contained numerous arrays, many of which could be repaired and reused. Xiao Xingqiu bowed respectfully, reporting to the Holy Envoy, I encountered a demon who could kill an 8th level cultivator head-on, with only a 5th level cultivation. His technique was the Azure Lotus Sword art. If I'm not mistaken, he has mastered the ultimate move of the Azure Lotus Sword art. Although he tried to remain calm, Xiao Xingqiu's voice still changed slightly when he spoke the last sentence. The Azure Lotus Sword art is a high-grade technique, easy for elven cultivators to learn but difficult to master. It's practically impossible for a human to achieve mastery. Furthermore, the cultivation of its ultimate sword move has certain limitations. Only those who meet specific requirements can master it. Without these special requirements, cultivation is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Such a significant matter could not be left unreported. Describe the person's appearance. The initially indifferent Holy Envoy's eyes lit up upon hearing Xiao Xingqiu's words, immediately becoming interested and eagerly pressing for more details. After Xiao Xingqiu finished describing the situation, the Holy Envoy stroked his round, delicate chin, a knowing look on his face. It seems very likely to be the guy. Xiao Xingqiu, bring him back. I want him alive. Bring him to me immediately after you catch him. Xiao Xingqiu bowed and accepted the order. Disabling the array, the Holy Envoy turned to the old man beside him, his eyes bright and excited, saying, The High Priest is truly amazing. She can glimpse the secrets of heaven and predict all things. She cast out so many baits, and now she's finally caught an interesting big, small fish. The old man, his temples slightly gray, replied gently, The High Priest is indeed amazing, but this isn't entirely her doing. Over the past 18 years, our intelligence network has contributed far more. The holy envoy nodded vigorously, but said nothing more, his eyes gazing blankly into the distance, lost in thought. After a long pause, she sighed with an air of maturity, her furrowed brows filled with regret. If I had known it was him, I should have captured him at all costs back in Wuming Town. Clang! Swords clashed, the rune array blazed brightly, the primal force collided with a piercing buzz, and the shockwaves ruffled Su-En's bangs, adding a touch of iron-like resolve to his sharp eyes. Su-En slid back several steps, staring at the level 8 demon cultivator in front of him, who was also unable to stop retreating. He gritted his teeth, a fierce and ruthless glint flashing between his brows, and as soon as he regained his footing, he leaped forward again. Although he successfully escaped the initial encirclement, several level 8 cultivators still caught up. Their speed was faster than his, and they were right behind him. Several rounds of gunfire forced him to use giant trees and the terrain to dodge, which greatly reduced his speed, and he was eventually entangled by them. Seeing that 2 other level 8 cultivators had abandoned their spears and switched to swords, closing in at lightning speed and about to join the battle, Su-En knew very well that if he couldn't quickly defeat his opponents, he would be surrounded again in the blink of an eye, facing certain death. Thud! As he lunged forward, Su-En created an opening, and the level 8 demon cultivator stabbed him in the ribs. Instead of retreating, he advanced, pressing down the blade with his left arm and thrusting his long sword forward, plunging it into the demon's abdomen. The demon cultivator was utterly astonished. As a level 8 cultivator, with a companion about to fall, he naturally didn't want to trade lives with Su-En. He hadn't expected Su-En to be so ruthless, attacking so directly. His momentary lapse in attention had left him severely wounded. Su-En had originally intended to pierce the demon cultivator's heart, but the opponent reacted swiftly, managing to avoid a fatal blow at the last moment. His left ribs burned with pain, but Su-En refused to release his grip immediately. Instead, he gripped the hilt of his sword and twisted it violently, disrupting the demon cultivator's internal organs before kicking him to the ground and pulling out the blood-soaked long sword. Having lost his tactical backpack and his energy potion, Su-En was now not only low on energy, but the bleeding from his wound was also unstoppable, leaving him in a sorry state. Before the 2 level 8 cultivators could catch up, Su-En managed to escape. Another sprint ensued, using bushes, mounds, and hills to maneuver. Su-En nearly shook off his pursuers several times, but the wound on his left rib continued to bleed, leaving marks on the ground. His strength waned, and he was eventually caught by the 2. Several crisp sounds rang out as long swords and sabers clashed repeatedly. Su-En's face grew increasingly pale. Fighting 2 against 1, the battle lasted only a few rounds. Su-En had accumulated numerous wounds, yet he had posed no real threat to the 2 demon cultivators. In this situation, he couldn't even trade injuries for his life. Sizzle! Su-En's longsword slashed across the chest of an 8th level demon cultivator, tearing his clothes, but leaving only a shallow bloodstain on the skin. He was then kicked in the ribs by the other opponent, his body tilting and falling to the ground. Struggling to dodge, barely avoiding the initial few strikes, he was finally overwhelmed by the overwhelming force of the blade. Suddenly, a sharp blade of light, carrying immense power, slashed down, and Su-En was powerless to defend himself. He was filled with resentment. Throughout the chase and battle, Su-En had never given up hope, for he was only a hair's breadth away from reaching level 6. If he could just hold on until that breakthrough, he would surely turn the tide. He could feel that if he persisted for a few more rounds, his cultivation would definitely reach a new level, but things rarely go as planned, and opportunity doesn't always work in his favor. The perilous battlefield doesn't allow for so many coincidences. Now, having failed to advance to level 6, he had already suffered a fatal blow. This strike, even if it didn't kill him, would leave him severely injured, with no power to retaliate. Su-En's eyes burned like fire. Even on the verge of death, his resentment remained unquenched. With a muffled boom, the longsword didn't land on him. Instead, it flew sideways just centimeters away. Along with the sword, the 8th level cultivator also flew through the air. In Su-En's bloodshot vision, a graceful figure flashed past, swift and powerful, possessing the literal beauty of a white horse galloping past. The opponent, with a lunging motion, directly knocked over the 8th level demon cultivator, who had nearly caused him to fall into the abyss. Zheng Nanji. Like hearing celestial music or seeing the dawn, Su-En felt a surge of relief, finally shaking off despair. He seized the opportunity, leaping into the air, activating the Azure Lotus Sword Technique's footwork, his longsword aimed directly at another 8th level demon cultivator, who had been momentarily stunned by Zheng Nanji's sudden appearance. While the demon cultivator was shaken, He was caught off guard by Su An's attack and unable to cope with the fierce swordplay, forced to retreat repeatedly. Just then, Zheng Nanji returned, abandoning her opponent and turning back to deliver a powerful blow, cleaving the enemy in front of Su An in two. The level 8 demon cultivator was wounded but not dead. Instead of finishing him off, Su An and Zheng Nanji simultaneously turned, their swords and sabers flashing, attacking another demon cultivator who had approached with a sword. Desperate to rescue his companion, the demon cultivator hadn't expected them to turn so quickly. Caught off guard, he was thrown into disarray, and with two sharp thuds, his long sword and saber struck him. The demon cultivator collapsed to the ground. Then, Su An and Zheng Nanji again turned in unison, attacking the already severely wounded level 8 demon cultivator. Terrified, he struggled to defend himself, but within a few moves, he was completely overwhelmed. Die! Zheng Nanji's beautiful face, fair with a rosy glow, was filled with rage. Her eyes, once shimmering with autumn waves, were now filled with murderous intent. She swung her long sword with the force of a thunderbolt, aiming at the demon cultivator whose center was wide open. Thud! The blade fell, the head rose, and the demon cultivator's body was instantly severed from his head. Chapter 174. Huff! Huff! Sweating profusely, Su An, hunched over, was panting heavily. He was nearly exhausted by this point in the battle. If Zheng Nanji hadn't arrived in time, even if he had managed to dodge a few more of the demon cultivator's deadly attacks, he wouldn't have survived until the clouds parted and the sun shone through. Turning his head to look at Zheng Nanji's slender waist and graceful figure, his gaze fell on her flawless, beautiful face, her features exuding mature charm. Su An's heart stirred slightly. For the first time, he felt no negative emotions towards Zheng Nanji. He no longer thought of this alluring, curvaceous woman as some kind of wicked, unscrupulous person. She might be worldly-wise and adept at navigating social situations, but that was certainly not something to be condemned. His perspective had changed. Recalling her warm and familiar manner, Su An found himself no longer feeling any resistance. While he wouldn't say he particularly liked her, her image was now clean and bright. Regardless, sect leader Zheng is a reliable partner, Su An concluded silently. As he turned to look at Zheng Nanji, she also turned to look at him. Her face was adorned with her usual stunning smile, her eyes captivating. Upon noticing Su An looking at her, she deliberately puffed out her ample chest, her eyes brimming with a desire for praise and recognition. The meaning was practically, "I'm handsome, aren't I? Praise me." However, when she met Su An's clear and calm gaze, she was suddenly taken aback. Having known Su An for so long, Zheng Nanji had never felt such closeness and friendliness in his eyes when he looked at her. A gaze that reflected both complete trust in a companion and profound appreciation for a close friend. Before this, even sitting side by side with Su An at the table, Zheng Nanji felt a vast distance between them. But now, she clearly sensed that no longer any barrier existed between them. After all the twists and turns, she and Su An had finally become family. Zheng Nanji's heart trembled, and she involuntarily pursed her lips, as if she had suddenly drunk fine wine, feeling exceptionally joyful. When Su An gave her a natural and easygoing smile, she smiled back. Her smile lacked any deliberate display of allure, only a pure, clear, and bright liveliness. This gave her a different kind of charm, like a newly sprouted willow bud or a blooming peony, beautiful in a fresh and refined way, untouched by worldly dust. Caught off guard, Su An was momentarily stunned. A sense of serene beauty, for the first time, lingered in his subconscious. In the moment of his stunned silence, he noticed Zheng Nanji's expression suddenly change, a flash of intense fear and despair crossing her eyes. Before Su An could react, Zheng Nanji had already leaped forward, like a sparrow shielding him. Bang! Only when Zheng Nanji completely blocked Su An's view did he hear the piercing, ear-piercing gunshot. In an instant, Su An's hair stood on end. The next instant, blood gushed from Zheng Nanji's back as she fell face-first into Su An's chest. Su An was jolted by the impact, and when he managed to catch her, his hands were covered in sticky blood, the blood gushing from her back stained his fingers, a sight that made his eyes widen in horror. Quick, run! Zheng Nanji struggled to lift her head, her once rosy face now deathly pale, her watery eyes filled with longing, reluctance, and resolute determination. With her last strength, she pushed Su An away. Su An stumbled backward, unable to stand, and swayed as if about to fall. Staring at Zheng Nanji, whose eyes were glazed over and whose breath was nearly gone, Su An felt as if struck by lightning. Not far away, Xiao Xingqiu, standing atop a giant tree branch, lowered his force rifle and frowned. Zheng Nanji's movements were faster than he had anticipated. He had originally intended to cripple Suan with a single shot, not kill her. Otherwise, with his level 9 cultivation, he wouldn't have used only a level 4 weapon. But Zheng Nanji's hasty block had struck her in the back, a fatal wound, leaving her with no chance of survival. Xiao Xingqiu wasn't too concerned about that. Zheng Nanji wasn't his target. He didn't care whether she lived or died. Sheathing his gun, he switched to a knife, leaped down from the treetop, and rushed straight towards Suan. Two of his men, guns at the ready, were positioned on the giant tree behind him, unconcerned about Suan's escape. Suan was no pushover. Xiao Xingqiu always acted cautiously. Even if he captured her alive, he would sever Suan's tendons to prevent any further mishaps on the way back. The two sides weren't far apart. Given Xiao Xingqiu's cultivation level and speed, reaching Suan would be a matter of moments. To his surprise, Suan didn't run. The other man helped Zheng Nanji up and gently placed her on the ground, his movements meticulous. She can't escape. Either I capture her, or she be shot. Xiao Xingqiu was satisfied with Suan's wisdom. Avoiding unnecessary trouble saved everyone. However, the next moment, when Xiao Xingqiu saw Suan slowly stand up, he felt a chill that pierced his very bones, as if what stood up wasn't a level 5 warrior, but a ferocious beast charging from the abyss. Xiao Xingqiu's heart skipped a beat, and fear instantly arose. Realizing the change in his own mindset, Xiao Xingqiu became enraged. He, a dignified 9th level cultivator, was actually intimidated by a mere 5th level warrior? This was utterly absurd. Immediately, Xiao Xingqiu's pupils constricted sharply. Suan's nearly depleted primal force suddenly erupted like a tidal wave. He ignited his 6th primal force node. Newly generated primal force surged forth from the node, rushing like a river, instantly revitalizing his previously parched meridians, causing Suan's aura to surge dramatically. Xiao Xingqiu even sensed an air of disdain emanating from his opponent, sending chills down his spine. At this moment, he was extremely close to Suan, making it impossible for him to turn back and flee, and his pride wouldn't allow him to back down. With a loud shout, Xiao Xingqiu decisively unleashed his killing move, his primal force swirling like flames, and a gigantic phantom, over 10 feet tall, rose behind him, its brows furrowed with power, and its face filled with ferocity, like a god descending to earth. Xiao Xingqiu stomped his foot heavily, and together with the giant behind him, swung his sword forward in a powerful, sharp, and massive strike. 3 zhang long, aimed at Suan with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Xingqiu lost his target. Suan's figure vanished from sight. This caused his expression to change drastically. He had seen Suan use the ultimate move of the Azure Lotus Sword technique before, but back then Suan would leave behind afterimages, his movements traceable. But now, with Suan having reached level 6, even the afterimage was invisible when using the ultimate sword technique. Fortunately, Xiao Xingqiu was at level 9, his 5 senses and 6 perceptions extremely sharp. At the last moment before the sword energy struck, he sensed the danger. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Xingqiu decisively changed his slashing motion, twisting his neck with all his might and pushing his protective primal force to its limit. Swoosh! The instant the sword sliced through his neck, the force exploded like a bomb. Xiao Xingqiu's protective force shattered instantly, and the immense impact sent him flying, blood spurting everywhere. As he crashed to the ground, Xiao Xingqiu sprang to his feet, his eyes glaring at Suan, who had just revealed himself. His lips twitched as he took a step forward. He seemed to want to say something, or perhaps do something else, but with a slight movement, his body swayed, and he collapsed backward, never to rise again. Bang, bang. 2 force bullets shot through the air, heading straight for Suan. His longsword held high, blocking the bullets aimed at his throat and chest respectively. Suan glanced deeply at the 2 level 7 cultivators perched on the treetops, guns at the same spot. The instant their eyes met, the 2 level 7 cultivators trembled. The chilling killing intent filled them with despair, and they instinctively moved away, hastily fleeing into the jungle. Even Xiao Xingqiu, a level 9 cultivator, was no match for Suan. How could they dare to confront him head-on? After changing positions several times, when they finally looked back at the arena, Suan was nowhere to be seen, and even Zheng Nanji, who was lying on the ground, had vanished. Only Xiao Xingqiu remained motionless, lying in a pool of blood. The 2 level 7 cultivators exchanged horrified glances, speechless for a moment. Request reinforcements, quickly. Covered in blood, Suan carried Zheng Nanji as he ran swiftly through the forest. His face was as white as paper, and sweat poured down his face. His breath was extremely weak and unstable, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. He hadn't escaped injury from exchanging deadly blows with Xiao Xingqiu. The opponent's slash had descended with the force of 1,000 pounds. Even though he hadn't been directly hit, he had still absorbed a great deal of the blade's energy. He didn't kill the 2 level 7 demon cultivators, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Every cell in his body felt like it was groaning. Every movement felt like being slowly sliced to death. But his gaze remained resolute, his brows as firm as mountains. After running an unknown distance, Suen finally couldn't hold on any longer. Fortunately, he found a cave where he could take shelter. He gritted his teeth and forced his way through, enduring the dizziness. He quickly set up some cover at the entrance, but he couldn't hold on any longer and had to put Zheng Nanji against the wall. Zheng Nanji was in even worse condition than him. She was now barely breathing. Both of them desperately needed to replenish their origin energy. If they had a life-saving potion, Suen would surely recover, and Zheng Nanji might have a sliver of hope, however slim that hope might be. But after coming through the teleportation array, neither of them had any supplies left. Besides their origin energy weapons, they had nothing else. Squatting before Zheng Nanji, Suen felt the world spinning. No matter how hard he shook his head, he couldn't shake off the discomfort. Everything around him seemed indistinct, both near and far, a hazy blur, as if the world was about to be swallowed by a pure white nothingness. Gritting his teeth, Suen adjusted his breathing, struggling to recover his primal energy. After only a few breaths, he eagerly grasped Zheng Nanji's hand, channeling a tiny wisp of primal energy into her body, trying to stabilize her last, faint life force. Suen desperately needed to meditate and practice breathing exercises. This would allow his primal energy to recover more quickly, and also curb his internal and external injuries. If he could practice for a long enough time, his pain would lessen. But he had no time. Zheng Nanji could die at any moment. He could only squeeze out the last drop of his own primal energy, continuously transferring it to her. This was more agonizing than being slowly sliced to death. Every wisp of primal energy he recovered had to be released from his body. Every cell in his body screamed in protest. In just a moment, he trembled violently, his vision blurring. Zheng Nanji's injuries showed no signs of improvement, not even stabilizing. The amount of origin energy he could transfer to her was far too little, a drop in the ocean. Don't waste your energy. In a daze, Suen heard Zheng Nanji's voice, barely audible, still so mellow and alluring, full of feminine charm. Looking up, he saw that she had opened her eyes, gazing at him intently. Being able to open her eyes and speak should have brought Suen joy. However, seeing the unnatural blush on her cheeks, he felt as if struck by lightning. This was a final burst of energy before death. Chapter 175. Why did she take that bullet for Suen? Zheng Nanji herself didn't know the answer to this question. Rationally speaking, she didn't have a sufficient reason to do it. She hadn't known Suen for long, and their friendship hadn't stood the test of time. But if she had to do it again, Zheng Nanji felt she would most likely still rush forward without hesitation. Perhaps it was because Suen had saved her several times, or perhaps it was simply because, at that moment, Suen's gaze and smile touched her heart. Many things happen without time to think, and when you come to your senses, everything has already settled, and what you gained and lost cannot be changed. Even if it meant losing her life. Was it worth it? Looking at Suen, who was enduring immense pain yet still continuously channeling his primal energy into her, Zheng Nanji's pale, no longer red lips curved into a gentle smile. She lost everything, but she also gained what she wanted. Don't waste your energy, she said. It's no use. You, sit down, let me look at you one more time. She had so much to say, but she knew her time was running out, her strength dwindling. She could say very little. 1,000 words could only melt into her heart. She struggled to turn her wrist, grasping Suen's hand that was channeling her primal energy. Because of her weakness, Suen's hand was cold, but she was even weaker, so Suen's hand felt warm. Zheng Nanji's clear eyes brightened slightly. At this moment, about to plunge into an abyss, her whole body was cold, unbearably cold, but thankfully, she could still grasp a sliver of warmth. It wasn't just her hand that felt the warmth, her heart did too. In life, we are always searching for something that warms our hearts from the bottom of our hearts, something that power and money often cannot provide, perhaps only true affection can. True affection is too precious, and the older we get, the harder it is to encounter it. Zheng Nanji couldn't remember the last time she felt this warmth, but thankfully, as she was about to leave this world, she didn't leave with a cold heart and body. Gazing at Suen's young and handsome face, Zheng Nanji gradually became lost in thought. Yes, it wasn't just Suen's hands that could make her feel warmth. Even just looking at his face, a warm current flowed through Zheng Nanji's heart, and an irrepressible longing arose within her. She wanted to touch that face, but she raised her hand and found that she had no strength to approach. Zheng Nanji felt regret and pity, but that was all she could do. She was leaving, but she didn't want to leave with more regrets. She still had the urge to express all the hardships and struggles of her life, as well as her current feelings. She opened her mouth, only to find herself at a loss for words. Too many emotions and thoughts welled up within her, a jumbled mess she couldn't unravel. Then she smiled again. She whispered to Suin, I'm not a good woman. I'm adept at playing the game in the world of fame and fortune, skilled at navigating the glitz and glamour of life. It wasn't easy for me to get to where I am today, to establish myself in this bustling city, but I'm so tired, always so tired, being alone is so exhausting. Suin, you're such a dazzling person, and you treat me like family. I'm so happy. If I die, will you be sad? Will you be heartbroken? Would you shed a few tears for me too? By the end, Zheng Nanji's voice was barely audible. Suin hadn't responded, but a glistening tear rolled down her cheek. She wanted to say something more, but she couldn't catch her breath. Even with all her strength, she could only gasp for air, her breathing uneven and labored. The air could no longer give her strength. Zheng Nanji felt the cave receding from her, and even Suin before her. At this moment, the whole world had abandoned her, light and warmth were unattainable. She was falling into an endless, cold darkness. Fear, unease, longing, reluctance, Zheng Nanji was utterly terrified. She was terrified beyond measure, like a little girl abandoned by her family and home. She wanted to burst into tears, but she couldn't even manage that. She wanted to run out, to chase after her loved ones, to chase after that ever-receding warmth, but she couldn't move. She could only plead, her voice trembling as she weakly murmured to the receding Suin, hold me. Suin embraced the trembling Zheng Nanji. A moment later, he felt the delicate body in his arms stop trembling. Even her faint breathing gradually subsided, the instinctive struggle against death ceased, and she became still. He gritted his teeth, his heart aching terribly, two warm streams rolling down his cheeks. Just as Zheng Nanji had wanted, he finally shed a few tears for her. In that instant, Suin felt a profound sense of loss, as if he had lost something extremely precious, and he couldn't help but feel utterly despondent. On a branch of the giant tree, Xiao Xinghua gazed at the cave not far away, his face ashen, and ordered, go and catch that little chick for me. I want to break his limbs, cripple his cultivation, and then take him back to see the holy envoy. A dozen or so cultivators respectfully responded, each drawing their swords and rushing towards the cave entrance like a flock of geese. Xiao Xinghua walked behind the group, his hands clasped behind his back, his steps slow and deliberate, his face filled with murderous intent. His younger brother, Xiao Xingqiu, had died at the hands of this enemy. He wished he could tear him apart and sleep on his skin, but the holy envoy had ordered him to bring someone back alive. He couldn't kill Suin, which enraged him greatly. His anger didn't stop there. The elven cultivators had their own important mission in the ruins. As more and more demonic and extraordinary beings infiltrated, their time was running out. Xiao Xinghua was already engaged in crucial work. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Xingqiu hadn't been captured, he wouldn't have made this special trip. If he couldn't capture him, even the holy envoy couldn't send more people in the short term. When he actually saw Suin, Xiao Xinghua was greatly surprised. Before the cultivators in front of him even approached the cave, Suin stepped out, sword in hand, coldly looking down at them from his elevated position. Before Xiao Xinghua could even utter a shout, his opponent had already leaped down, his long sword slicing through the air as he charged into the crowd of cultivators like a tiger, attacking left and right. Seeing spurts of blood and cultivators screaming and falling, Xiao Xinghua's eyes widened in astonishment. They had only managed to chase him this far because Suin had exhausted his energy and hadn't gone very far. While Suin wasn't at his peak, he wasn't completely exhausted either. Watching his dozen or so cultivators being thrown into disarray by the attack, with nearly half killed or wounded in an instant, Xiao Xinghua was enraged. Get out of my way! Before the words were even finished, he had already drawn his sword and charged forward. Although his subordinates were no match for Suin, Xiao Xinghua had already discerned that Suin's original energy was limited, rendering him unable to unleash any more deadly sword techniques. With his level 10 cultivation, taking him down would be a piece of cake. Hearing Xiao Xinghua shout, Suin raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent. He knew the difference in their combat strength, but he knew he had no choice. Turning back to glance deeply at the cave, Suin took a deep breath, and without further hesitation, gripped his long sword and charged forward. One man, long sword drawn, long saber at an angle, the other, long sword drawn, charged towards each other. The distance between them rapidly closed. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Just then, a tiger's roar exploded like thunder. Xiao Xinghuai's pupils contracted. A magnificent tiger leaped out of the nearby woods. It was a level 10 behemoth, its body like an iron tower, its movement as powerful as a collapsing mountain. Xiao Xinghuai was initially taken aback, then his expression changed drastically. The tiger didn't pounce on Suin, but instead charged straight at him. The change was extremely sudden. By the time Xiao Xinghuai saw the burning killing intent in the tiger's ferocious vertical pupils, its massive claws, as large as a door panel, were already upon him. He had no time to dodge. Swinging his sword upwards to meet the claws, Xiao Xinghuai, filled with shock and rage, roared, "Beast, how dare you attack me?" Many mutated beasts in the ruins existed. Due to thousands of years of domestication in ancient times, these beasts could long ago sense elven bloodlines. As long as cultivators activated their primal force and released their aura, they would treat them as partners or even masters, obeying their commands and fighting alongside them. This was precisely why Xiao Xinghuai was so perplexed. He possessed elven blood, his inherited genes tracing back to ancient times, allowing him to connect with a god general level expert. That illustrious mark etched into his genes would definitely not disappear in just a few thousand years. At this moment, he was in a state of force activation. The tiger should have been very friendly and even obedient to him, so why did it suddenly attack him? The long sword clashed with the sharp claws, and Xiao Xinghuai felt a tightness in his chest, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although he was a level 10 cultivator, his strength was still inferior to that of a level 10 behemoth. The mountain-like force pressed down, and Xiao Xinghuai gritted his teeth to avoid collapsing to his knees. Just as he was wrestling with the tiger, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared in his vision. In an instant, Xiao Xinghuai's soul trembled as he watched helplessly as a sharp arrow pierced his throat. All his strength drained away like a burst dam. Xiao Xinghuai could no longer withstand the tiger's power. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, crushed into the earth by the tiger's claws. In his dying moments, Xiao Xinghuai still stared intently at Suin, his bleeding mouth uttering a few words of resentment and bitterness. You are." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Xinghuai breathed his last. After dealing with Xiao Xinghuai, the tiger didn't linger. It turned and leaped, roaring, before pouncing on the remaining demon cultivators. Watching the mountain-sized tiger kill one demon cultivator with a single swipe of its paw and send another flying with a sweep of its tail, causing the rest to flee in disarray, Suin was momentarily stunned. He recognized it immediately. This was the same tiger that had appeared before. Considering the distance between this place and where he had encountered it before, the tiger's appearance made sense. But what didn't make sense was why it had helped him fight those demon cultivators. Weren't the giant beasts in the ruins allies with the demon cultivators? The tiger chased the fleeing cultivators and disappeared into the forest. Suin remained silent for a moment, then, with a complex expression, searched the demon cultivators' corpses for potions, and picked up a few weapons before returning to the cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance and looking inside, Suin saw Zheng Nanji sitting cross-legged. Although her face was still pale, her breathing had become smooth, and her breathing was very steady. Inside the cave, beside Zheng Nanji, there was another person packing up a medical kit. Confirming Zheng Nanji was out of danger, Suin bowed deeply, expressing his sincere gratitude. The person finished packing up the medical kit, stood up, clasped his hands together, and returned Suin's bow with a gentle, refined manner. "Boundless divine light, you are too kind, benefactor." Rewind to half an hour earlier. "If you release her now, I might be able to try to save her life." In a daze, Suin heard a faint, ethereal voice. He turned his head blankly. In the swaying, illusory world, a person was squatting in front of him, one hand reaching for Zheng Nanji's wrist. Suin was somewhat confused, not knowing when this person had appeared. As a level 9 superhuman with the ability to fight, he hadn't noticed the other person's approach at all. Composing himself, Suin clearly saw the appearance of this uninvited guest. She was a woman of ordinary appearance, her black hair tied up in a bun with a wooden hairpin, wearing a distinctive gray robe, her aura ethereal and otherworldly, as if she belonged to another era. "Can you save her?" Suin asked hastily. The gray-robed woman nodded, handing Suin 2 vials of Origin Force potions. "There are demon cultivators approaching outside, and I need a safe environment. If you can hold them off, I can try." After placing Zheng Nanji back against the wall, Suin took the potions and saw her open a large medical kit, revealing rows of various potions, and pull out a compartment containing various silver needles. At her feet was a large backpack, as tall as a person. It wasn't a tactical backpack, as it contained no weapons. The backpack had two emblems on its surface. The upper one depicted a Taoist temple on a mountaintop with simple lines, and the lower one was a white cross with red lettering, a medical symbol. Two words immediately flashed through Suan's mind: church. The so-called church refers to the Church of Light, a non-official force on the Xiaoshan continent, worshipping an omniscient and omnipotent god of light, on par with the rebels, Black Tide, and Dark Web. Unlike the rebels, an entity officially targeted and suppressed, the Church of Light is ambiguous in its morality, with numerous and conflicting rumors surrounding them. Some say they are chivalrous and righteous, saving lives. Others say they are charlatans, swindling money and women. Still others say they are manipulating the public with ulterior motives. Some countries define them as a cult, some turn a blind eye, tacitly allowing their existence, while many others have not expressed a clear stance, simply treating them as a non-official force and restricting them. Thank you. Suan found it hard to associate the gentle and serene woman before him with a cult. Regardless, only she could save Jing Nanji now, so he had no reason to fight her. The woman in the gray robe had already begun administering an injection to Zheng Nanji. Hearing Suan's words, she merely nodded slightly, offering no further response. Suan took the medicine to restore his strength. When he sensed that extraordinary combatants had arrived outside, he picked up his sword, stood up, and stepped out. Chapter 176. Looking at the female priest with her hands clasped in prayer, Suan felt somewhat reserved. This was his first encounter with a member of the church's supernatural beings. He was unfamiliar with their manners and taboos, and more importantly, she had saved Zheng Nanji's life, a debt of gratitude weighing heavily on his mind. I haven't yet asked for your Dharma name, Master. May I ask? Suan asked in a refined manner. The female priest before him wore a wooden hairpin and a gray robe. Her features were serene. Although her appearance was ordinary, her every gesture was not only polite, but also exuded an otherworldly air, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting, subtly influencing him. This humble Taoist is Juefei, the female priest replied succinctly. Suan paused, unsure what to say. Having experienced the highs and lows of life, the pain of separation and death, he felt his communication skills were sealed as he faced this detached master. Come to think of it, the church was indeed somewhat strange. Their emblem was that of the Green Mountain Taoist Temple, and Juefei also referred to himself as this humble Taoist, but they didn't actually call themselves a Taoist sect. They were the Church of Light, and they addressed outsiders as benefactors. In short, they emphasized cultural integration. I will never forget your life-saving grace. Is there anything I can do to help you, Master? I will do my utmost without hesitation, Suan said frankly. Juefei shook his head slightly. You are too kind, benefactor. Saving lives is our duty, not for any reward. If you insist on this, you are underestimating our divine religion. The church worships an omniscient and omnipotent God of light, and all are followers of God, hence they call their church the divine religion. Just as Suan was pondering whether there was a deeper meaning or some kind of implication in the other party's words, Juefei smoothly added, if you are interested in the divine religion, this humble Taoist can explain it to you. Suan had absolutely no interest in supernatural matters. However, meeting Juefei's bright eyes, which were openly and honestly fixed on him, Suan couldn't refuse. Besides, he wanted to understand the church's strength, as he might have many dealings with them in the future. So, he replied sincerely, that's exactly what I wish to do. The two sat cross-legged facing each other in the cave. Juefei looked at Suan without emotion. The divine church has a long and rich history, established 13,000 years ago. Do you know the history of our home planet, benefactor? Suan found the phrase 13,000 years unbelievable. The Zhou era of the Xiaoshan continent was only a little over 2,000 years old. I know a little, but not very well. Juefei nodded slightly. Since you know some, benefactor, I won't elaborate. 13,000 years ago, our home planet was still a feudal society. The first divine envoy was exceptionally talented, a wise man renowned throughout the country at a young age, and also a noble imperial concubine of extraordinary status. But she cherished the common people, and was devoted to the great Tao, not caring about worldly status. Once she had an epiphany, she resolutely relinquished her status as a concubine, walking the world in white robes, healing the wounded and fighting the wicked. For 3 years, the divine messenger witnessed the coldness and warmth of the world, finally gaining insight. Then, she sat in meditation under the tree of wisdom for 49 days, finally comprehending the great Tao. She then made a great vow to save the common people from suffering and to shoulder the future of civilization. Thus, the divine cult was founded. Suan nodded. He knew this. It was common knowledge about the church. Because the church was not a cult in the Yin kingdom, much information about them was publicly available. Not only Suan knew this, but the common people were also aware of it. Zhu Fei looked at Suan and asked, "Does the benefactor know what the great Tao is?" Suan shook his head. This question was too broad, beyond the capabilities of someone not yet 20. Zhu Fei, his expression unchanged, said, "The great Tao is 3,000-fold. The laws governing the movement of the sun and moon are the Tao, the principles governing the growth of plants are the Tao, and the laws governing the development of civilization are also the Tao. All phenomena arise from causes and conditions, yet all paths lead to the same destination. Only by understanding all phenomena and comprehending the unifying principle can one glimpse the ultimate Tao. This humble Taoist is of limited talent and shallow knowledge. I can see all phenomena, but I have not yet comprehended the ultimate Tao. And among all phenomena, the laws governing the operation of society are the core of the great Tao, intimately connected to everyone. Do you know how civilized society exists?" "I don't know." Hearing this, Suan was already at his wit's end. If Zhu Fei continued, he might fall asleep any second. Zhu Fei continued, "Humanity has evolved from a primitive age of eating raw meat and drinking blood to the brilliant civilization we enjoy today, a process spanning millions of years. The progress has been arduous, the achievements magnificent. But do you think the living conditions of ordinary people have fundamentally changed? Ancient people couldn't use mobile phones, modern people can order takeout." Suan shook his head inwardly. His shaking of his head meant he didn't quite understand, but Zhu Fei interpreted it as Suan agreeing that the living conditions of ordinary people hadn't fundamentally changed, which brightened her eyes. Zhu Fei nodded slightly, appreciating Suan's wisdom. In ancient times, humans had to exhaust all their energy just to obtain the basic necessities of food and clothing for survival, while modern people spend their entire lives striving for nothing more than these four things: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. In feudal times, the powerful and wealthy enjoyed absolute power and wealth, high above and arrogant. The wealthy merchants and powerful figures of today are the same. The common people of that time could only obey, and even today's citizens suffer from oppression. Therefore, more than 10,000 years later, technological advancements have enabled humanity to fly and travel underground, and to know everything without leaving home. However, looking beyond these appearances, the fundamental situation of ordinary people today is no different from that of ordinary people in ancient times. All the conveniences enjoyed by ordinary people today are the inevitable result of prosperity brought about by increased productivity and the basic order under the development of civilization. Meanwhile, those in positions of power and privilege have never reduced their exploitation of ordinary people, nor have they ever returned the happiness they deserve. The upper class restricts the lower class, and then uses this restriction to drive the lower class, effectively turning the lower class into their resources and wealth. This is the operating logic of civilized society, unchanged from ancient times to the present. Benefactor, do you understand? Suan, He now understood why some countries define the Church of Light as a cult. Seeing Suan remain silent, Zhu Fei concluded emphatically, "The way of man is to give to the rich when one has little." Suan sighed, meeting Zhu Fei's clear and ethereal eyes, and asked, "Master, what do you want me to do by telling me all this?" Zhu Fei shook his head, his emotions completely unwavering. Proclaiming the great principles of the way is one of the meanings of the existence of a religion. Reciting the wisdom scripture is a great merit. These words, having left my mouth and entered your ears, are enough. Why ask you to do anything? Suan opened his mouth, speechless. Zhu Fei gave a faint, gentle smile and moved on to conclude the conversation. Under the rules of humanity, society is like a thicket of thorns. If a person is not inactive, he will be covered in wounds. Since we cultivators uphold the will of the God of Light, pursue the great Tao, and save all living beings, it is natural for us to travel the world, healing the wounded and saving lives. Therefore, it was my duty to save your friend, and I do not require your gratitude or reward. And today, my explanation of the essence of the Wisdom Sutra to you is a meritorious act for both of us, entirely due to our karmic connection. It is like a wild goose crossing a cold pond. The goose passes, but the pond retains no trace. That is all. You need not worry about it." With that, Zhu Fei rose, clasped his hands together again, and bowed his head, chanting, "Boundless divine light." Suan stared blankly as Zhu Fei packed his belongings, slung the large backpack over his shoulder, picked up the medical kit that had brought Zheng Nanji back to life, and naturally walked out of the cave. Only after Juefei left the cave entrance did Suen realize that he was truly leaving. The priest, walking through the perilous ruins, carried no weapons, only medicine and medical equipment. He quickly rose and called out to Juefei's retreating figure, "Master, the ruins, if it's truly as you say, a thorny thicket where every movement leaves one battered and bruised, how can you traverse this place without constantly risking being covered in blood?" Juefei stopped at the bright cave entrance, turning around in the sunlight. One hand held the medical kit, the other crossed over his chest, and he bowed reverently, replying, "God said, if I wish to save all living beings, what is there to fear in this life?" Suen was suddenly stunned. Juefei walked further and further away against the sunlight, until soon only the silhouette of his large backpack remained. Suen stood there for a moment, then couldn't help but chase after him out of the cave. Looking at Juefei walking calmly down the hillside from the cave entrance, she hesitated for a moment, then called out again, "Can the Church of Light truly change this world?" He didn't hear Juefei's reply. This left him feeling lost again. Juefei's figure disappeared into the forest. After a long while, a clear, high-pitched yet solemn chanting voice drifted slowly through the empty forest of giant trees. "May the light protect all beings, may all beings follow. Boundless divine light, universally saving all directions." Suen paused, carefully savoring these 16 characters. Unconsciously, a sense of understanding dawned on him, and much of the confusion that had been swirling in his heart dissipated. It was as if a person walking in pitch-black night had seen scattered points of light, and the direction they pointed. After a long while, he sighed deeply. The Church of Light. No wonder it has lasted for 13,000 years. Juefei came and went in a hurry, indeed possessing the quality of the wind rustling through the bamboo leaving no sound. Suen withdrew his gaze, and looked to the other side. Where his eyes fell, there was a group of towering beasts crouching on the hillside. The giant beasts were of various kinds: white apes, gorillas, gray wolves, eagles, and many more. Leading the pack was a magnificent tiger with a king-shaped stripe on its forehead. It had been leisurely licking its paws, seemingly bored, when it noticed Suen looking over. Suddenly, its body trembled, it opened its mouth wide, let out a small howl, and trotted over to Suen. Under Suen's questioning gaze, it dumped everything it had been holding in its paws in front of him, then blinked its innocent, clear vertical pupils, gazing at Suen with a docile expression, as if awaiting a reward. What the Tiger King had scattered on the ground were weapons belonging to demon cultivators, as well as various kinds of primal energy potions. Judging by the quantity alone, Suen confirmed that the demon cultivator Xiao Xinghua had brought, who had scattered and fled earlier, had likely been killed by the Tiger King and its accomplices. Suen raised his hand, intending to pick up the equipment, but with the tiger in front of him, he hesitated. Just as he hesitated, the Tiger King approached, tilting its large head against Suen's hand and nuzzling him. Suen understood immediately, and casually ruffled the tiger's head. The head was so large that it was more like stroking its fur than its head. After a few strokes, he noticed the Tiger King didn't move, still stretching its neck and waiting there. Suen's eyes flashed, and as if struck by inspiration, he released his primal force, gathering it into wind, and smoothed all the fur on the Tiger King's head. This had a remarkable effect. The Tiger King's fighter jet engine-like breathing instantly resounded throughout the area. Although it was incredibly powerful and terrifying, Suen clearly sensed the pleasure within it. The Tiger King's eyes closed in a crescent shape with delight, while the other giant beasts on the hillside were furious, their eyes turning red. The giant ape leaped about, the gorilla pounded its chest, the gray wolf circled in circles, and the eagle flapped its wings frantically. They howled and howled at the Tiger King, creating utter chaos. Suen clearly saw jealousy in the eyes of these beasts, each one wishing to take the Tiger King's place. However, they were obviously wary of the Tiger King's strength, daring only to vent their anger without actually advancing. This scene left Suen silent for a long time. In an instant, a sense of loss welled up in his heart 3 times. He had indeed lost something. Something profound had truly left him. There is always a trade-off between gain and loss, and Suen didn't know whether to be happy or sad at this moment. He didn't have the intention of attacking these giant beasts one by one. He patted the Tiger King's head, signaling it to go back to its seat, then used his primal force to remotely collect the primal object offered by the Tiger King, before turning and entering the cave. Chapter 177. Back in the cave, Suen took healing and energy-restoring potions and began meditating. Outside the cave sat a dozen or so giant beasts, so Suen didn't need to worry about anyone rushing in. He could cultivate in peace. A full day passed, and Suin had fully recovered. His energy was abundant, his spirit was high, and all his wounds had vanished. Opening his eyes, Suin saw Zheng Nanji still meditating with her eyes closed, her energy flowing smoothly and normally, clearly fully recovered. Suin stood up and walked around the cave a couple of times to stretch his body, making some noise. However, Zheng Nanji seemed not to hear him, remaining upright and unmoved. Suin leaned close to her face to observe for a while, but Zheng Nanji still showed no reaction. However, the slight tremor of her eyelashes did not escape Suin's notice. He stared intently at her beautiful, red-lipped face, unmoving. As expected, Zheng Nanji's cheeks gradually flushed red, as if they were burning. But she tried to remain calm, pretending she hadn't sensed anything, her cultivation appearing steady, though her primal energy was actually fluctuating slightly. Suin, of course, knew what was wrong with Zheng Nanji. She was shy. Recalling the things she had said and done when she thought he was going to die, Suin's smile widened uncontrollably. As Suin had predicted, Zheng Nanji was currently experiencing a storm of emotions. What should I do? What should I do? How should I face him? Should I pretend nothing happened, or pretend nothing happened? Oh God, what if he brings up those things again? How should I respond? What if he rejects me? Will he become even more cold and distant? Everything was fine before. We were practically family. Why did I say those things to him? How am I going to end this? What if he laughs at me? Should I run away? Yes, I should run away, run far away. Ugh, I'm too ashamed to face anyone. I better run away, that's it. Thinking this over and over, Zheng Nanji's mind was in turmoil. Her breathing became rapid. If she could dig a hole, she would have already crawled into it. Right now, she wished she could just pull out a rope and hang herself. Don't be fooled by her previous teasing and flirting with Suin. It was all just a joke, an interaction she made knowing Suin wouldn't pay any attention to, and no one took it to heart. But what she said when she was seriously injured was different. That was opening her heart, speaking her true feelings, a confession without reservation. Zheng Nanji had never done anything like that in her life, nor had she ever experienced such a scene. How could she possibly stand in front of Suin now? Just thinking about that last hold me, Zheng Nanji wanted to bury her head in the ground. Finally, Zheng Nanji took a deep breath, deciding to fight to the death, with the same ferocity she would show for demons. She opened her eyes, ignoring Suin who was squatting in front of her, mocking and scrutinizing her. She stood up straight, her posture ramrod straight, and said quickly, now that you're safe, you can explore the ruins on your own. I have something to do, so I be going now. With that, Zheng Nanji kept her eyes fixed ahead, displaying an attitude unmoved by any ridicule or mockery, and strode quickly towards the cave. She covered the short distance of a dozen meters, with the speed of a 100-meter dash. By the time she reached the cave, her steps were incredibly fast, and apart from her hurried appearance, there was no sign of weakness. However, before she even left the cave, she tripped over a stone, nearly falling to the ground. In an instant, her face turned bright red, and she was so embarrassed that she forgot to breathe. She took long strides and began to flee. She couldn't escape. Suin grabbed her from behind. Zheng Nanji's body stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. She struggled frantically to break free from Suin's grasp, but after a couple of attempts, she couldn't open her eyes. Her voice rose involuntarily in a panic. You, let me go. I really have something to do. I really have to go. Please let me go. She was as anxious as a rabbit with its tail burned, almost jumping up and down on the spot. Her heart was pounding like a herring, and tears welled in her eyes. The next moment, Zheng Nanji felt an irresistible, immense force. When she came to her senses, she had already fallen into Suin's firm chest. Looking up, she met Suin's bright, handsome face. Before she could even gasp, he lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. In an instant, Zheng Nanji's clear eyes widened, as if an electric current had swept through her body. A sudden jolt ran through her, her mind went blank, she forgot everything, remembered nothing, and felt as if she were soaking in a sunlit hot spring, her limbs limp and powerless. In a cave within the main peak of the ruins, the holy envoy, reporting to his subordinates, frowned slightly. So Xiao Xinghuai also failed. He was a level 10 cultivator, surrounded by many cultivators. How could he not even capture a mere level 5 demon? Even if he couldn't capture it, how could he have died? A long time had passed, but Xiao Xinghuai hadn't returned to report. His men had gone out to investigate, but found nothing, including Suin. Both groups had vanished without a trace. Things had become strange. Suin's disappearance meant he might be alive. Xiao Xinghuai's disappearance left only death as a possibility. Otherwise, he would have had ways to contact them. The black-robed elder shook his head, remaining silent. Even with his renowned wisdom, he couldn't make heads or tails of the matter. Logically, the most likely scenario was that Suan was rescued by human superhumans. However, a team capable of annihilating Xiao Xinghuai, and one that prevented Xiao Xinghuai from escaping, would undoubtedly be powerful and numerous. But the cultivators who went out to scout had just reported no signs of large-scale superhuman activity in the vicinity. They had deployed a significant number of personnel around the central peak of the ruins. If a large group of human superhumans had appeared, they couldn't have failed to detect it. Since it wasn't a large group of warriors who rescued Suan, and there were no warrior-level superhumans in the ruins, it made no sense that Suan could escape while Xiao Xinghuai died silently. The black-robed elder was able to accompany the holy envoy by using a secret technique to suppress his cultivation to level 10. Once he unleashes a force fluctuation at the level of a general, not only will he himself be instantly annihilated, but those around him will also suffer fatal damage. Therefore, he is currently only a soldier-level unit. He was able to master the ultimate sword technique of the Azure Lotus sword art, so he must possess elven blood. The holy envoy pondered to herself, one hand supporting her chin. Since he has elven blood, he can command many ferocious beasts in the ruins. The deaths of Xiao Xinghuai and the others at the hands of these beasts, and their subsequent consumption of their corpses, all make sense. However, this raises another issue. Hearing this, the black-robed elder's expression became extremely solemn and cold. Xiao Xinghuai's bloodline level is not low. For him to command the beasts to attack and kill Xiao Xinghuai, his bloodline level must be higher than Xiao Xinghuai's, and it must be much higher. Such bloodlines are extremely rare, even in the entire Northern Territory. After speaking, both fell silent. After a long while, the holy envoy suddenly smiled. Elder, do you think it's possible for elves and demons to have offspring? Absolutely impossible. The black-robed elder's attitude was simple and blunt. Although we and demons share similar physical characteristics, we come from different planets after all, reproductive isolation is unavoidable. The holy envoy dismissively curled his lip. Yes, elves and demons are sworn enemies. How could they possibly have offspring? If their bloodlines could combine, wouldn't that mean, tracing back to the source, we all share a common ancestor? A family fighting each other for thousands of years, killing countless people from each other, wouldn't that seem absurd and pathetic? Even mindless beasts wouldn't kill so many of their own kind, let alone elves who have built a glorious civilization, claiming to be kind, benevolent, principled, and with a bottom line? The old man in the robes didn't respond, choosing to remain silent. The holy envoy turned to face the cultivators busily repairing the cave's magical array. They had been delayed for a long time, their progress consistently slow. The secret realm within the main peak held the most important core treasure, something they absolutely needed to obtain on this trip. Only through this could the overall strength of the Northern Demon Clan be fundamentally enhanced. To enter the secret realm within the main peak, they needed to repair the array and open the passage. Otherwise, with their warrior-level strength, they would have no chance of breaking in. And to repair and activate the array, besides professionals and specialized equipment, there was another indispensable element, a key-like entity. The holy envoy was here to play the role of this key. More precisely, the one who bore the weight of this key was her blood, her very being. After observing for a long time, the holy envoy suddenly turned to the black-robed elder again. If that holy king were still alive, wouldn't we have already entered the main peak's secret realm? The black-robed elder calmly replied, Holy envoy, there's no need to think about anything else. Just wait patiently. Once the formation is repaired to a certain extent, you can use your essence blood to complete the next steps. The holy envoy wrinkled his nose, dissatisfied with the elder's businesslike tone, but didn't say anything more. If that holy king were still alive, given his bloodline level, injecting his essence blood into the formation now would likely activate it immediately, without waiting for further repairs. Many broken formations in these ruins are like this. As long as a high-level bloodline is injected, they can be restored to their original state immediately, especially higher-level formations. Ultimately, a high-level bloodline means a pure primal force, a power closer to the world's origin, a power that can replace many things. The level of elven bloodlines is not entirely fixed. While the rules of genetic inheritance generally suggest that offspring of high-level cultivators will have better genes, it's not uncommon for high-level cultivators to have mediocre offspring, or for mediocre cultivators to have exceptionally talented offspring. The reason is simple. Besides genetic inheritance, there is also genetic mutation. In short, it's normal for the offspring of high-level cultivators to evolve a cultivation bloodline superior to their parents, and it's also reasonable for them to mutate into a bloodline completely incapable of cultivation. From the perspective of biological history, it's not easy to say whether genetic mutation or genetic inheritance has a greater impact on the survival and continuation of an organism. Therefore, the position of Holy King among the elves has never been passed down from father to son. Rather, it is awarded to whoever has the highest cultivation level and the strongest power. Undoubtedly, the Holy King's bloodline is the most powerful bloodline at that time. But that's all. A Holy King's good bloodline does not necessarily mean that his children's bloodline is also good. Naturally, the twin-tailed girl's status as a holy envoy wasn't due to her parents' illustrious or powerful lineage, but rather to the extraordinary power of her own bloodline. Looking at the Northern Elves today, the twin-tailed girl's bloodline is among the most elite. Her future achievements are limitless, and ascending to the throne as a new Holy King is not impossible. However, her bloodline power still falls significantly short compared to that of Holy King Li Chaman, who passed away 18 years ago. Chapter 178. Inside a cave. Pulling his long sword from the body of the superhuman before him, Huang Hai kicked away the corpse, which was still staring at him in disbelief even in its dying moments. He expressionlessly flicked the blood from his blade. Looking around, the blood-stained cave contained over a dozen corpses, and more than 20 people were still besieging the remaining 3 superhumans. Shortly afterward, the last superhuman fell to the ground, cursing angrily. "Fourth uncle, it's all over." Huang Zhe approached Huang Hai excitedly, looking at him expectantly. Huang Hai waved his hand, "Collect the spoils." Huang Zhe and the other 20-odd Huang family superhumans immediately perked up, rushing impatiently towards a side room in the cave. Inside were 2 rows of weapon racks, filled with all sorts of treasured weapons. Watching all this with unwavering composure, Huang Hai's eyes gradually ignited with a fire. He thought to himself, with these, the Huang family's overall strength will rise to a new level. When I return to Jizhou City, I will definitely make a comeback and wipe out those wolves and tigers. That shit-eating Zhang Jinlin, and that incompetent Suan, I tear you to pieces sooner or later. This time, entering the Chongling Mountains, the Huang family mobilized all its level 6 and above warriors, a desperate gamble in a hopeless situation. They had no choice but to fight. The Zhang family, led by Zhang Jinlin, and the Huang family's forces mobilized by Wang Jie, had already driven the Huang family to the brink. If they couldn't find another way out, the Huang family would inevitably decline. Only by obtaining substantial benefits from the ruins could they strengthen the Huang family upon returning, and then use a portion of that strength to bribe high-ranking officials and powerful figures, leveraging their power to contend with Wang Jie. Only in this way could the Huang family manage to survive in the cracks. Originally, Huang Hai would have spent his entire life in prison, but fortunately, the Demon Clan ruins opened, and the Lingdong province needed a large number of elite soldiers. Through the Huang family's efforts, Huang Hai was able to redeem himself and see the light of day again. Fourth uncle, 2 level 5 weapons, 12 level 4 weapons, and the rest are all level 3. Huang Zhe excitedly reported to Huang Hai, there are also 2 sets of cultivation techniques, and 1 set of formations, all of superior quality. Huang Hai's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the cultivation techniques and formations to examine them. For reasons that are difficult to explain in a few words, the ancient demon clan was not numerous. The total number of demons on the entire Xiaoshan continent was only about 1 million. However, because of their dedication to the study of primal force, and the fact that everyone was a cultivator, the productivity of demon society was actually very high. Furthermore, they all pursued the Tao of harmony between man and nature, focusing solely on cultivating their primal force and enjoying nature. They lacked desire for wealth. Their social organization was loose. There was no oppression of the weak by the strong, and no exploitation of labor. Therefore, everyone had inexhaustible time and energy. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators, freely pursuing their interests, accumulated over thousands of years. One can only imagine the brilliance of their cultivation civilization. Naturally, the demon race possessed countless cultivation techniques, with a vast majority being of superior quality. In later stages, all non-superior techniques were eliminated and disappeared into the annals of history. Besides cultivation techniques, the most dazzling fruits of cultivation for the demon race were weapon crafting and formations. Like cultivation techniques, the primal force weapons and formations that survived were the cream of the crop. Compared to primal force weapons, Huang Hai valued cultivation techniques and formations more. These were far more valuable. After all, weapons were essentially consumables, while the inheritance of cultivation techniques and formations could lay the foundation for an extraordinary power. Of the 2 cultivation techniques, one was suitable for human superhumans, and the other was not. This result greatly satisfied Huang Hai. After carefully examining the technique he could cultivate, even with his composure, he couldn't help but blush with excitement. This was a technique that could directly lead to the mid-level war general rank. If such a technique appeared in a human kingdom, it would inevitably cause a frenzy of competition. There were very few such techniques in the entire Jizhou city. Although the Huang family had a history of hundreds of years, and had war generals within the family, there were only a handful, all because their family's cultivation techniques weren't of high enough quality. This was also the difference between them and top-tier families. The cultivation techniques sold on the market were all at the soldier level, and were mostly from the mainland. Truly excellent ones were extremely rare. War general level techniques, on the other hand, were either closely guarded secrets of major official families and high-level sects, or strictly controlled by the imperial court. The former were only passed down to their own descendants, while the latter were bestowed only upon those with extremely high merit. With such a cultivation technique in hand, as long as the Huang family doesn't perish, even if the family's members are of mediocre talent, they will surely prosper after a few generations. Huang Hai thought to himself. And the Huang family now isn't lacking in young members with outstanding cultivation talent. In 10 to 30 years, the family will definitely produce several more generals. With such a promising future, even the highest-ranking officials in Lingdong province can't help but have high hopes for the Huang family, and they can't help but try to win them over. As long as we can safely return to Jizhou City, the Huang family's situation will immediately be completely reversed. What Suan, what Zhang family, they're all worthless trash, just waiting to die. The cultivation technique is very useful, but the formation is different. Like most demonic formations, the one Huang Hai obtained also required demonic blood as its foundation. The fundamental difference between demons and humans lies in the concept of original force. Demons have cultivated original force for tens of thousands of years, resulting in numerous genetic changes. Human superhumans also undergo genetic changes after cultivating original force, but since they develop independently, their genetic changes are naturally not identical. Whether cultivator or superhuman, they themselves are the most convenient treasure trove and the greatest weapon. And regardless of whether they are superhuman or ordinary, essence blood is the essence of human power, representing, to some extent, the strongest. Therefore, it is perfectly reasonable for demonic formations to use readily available essence blood as their foundation to enhance their power. In most cases, humans are not incapable of constructing demonic formations. Human essence blood can also be used, but the formation's power will be greatly reduced. Therefore, the formation book Huang Hai obtained is not useless, but its true extent of use will require further experimentation. A cave containing weapons, cultivation techniques, and formations. It seems the original owner of this cave was a learned and versatile individual. Huang Hai glanced at the corpses of his kind lying on the ground. You didn't die unjustly. Huang Zhe clicked his tongue in dismay. It's a pity that the ruins don't allow war general level transcendent beings. The cultivation techniques and formations are alright, but there isn't a single war general level force weapon. Otherwise, we could definitely have gained even more. Glancing at the insatiable Huang Zhe, Huang Hai was about to say something when a figure flashed in his peripheral vision. Upon closer inspection, he saw a transcendent being covered in blood leaping up from the pile of corpses, and already running towards the cave's exit at lightning speed. This scene made Huang Hai's eyes twitch, and he immediately shouted, "Chase him! Don't let him get away!" Without needing further instructions, several of the Huang family's extraordinary individuals present had already given chase with lightning speed. Everyone knew they absolutely could not let their opponent escape, or the consequences would be unimaginable. The Huang family had more than 20 mid to high-level warriors. The reason only so many were present was because they had suffered heavy losses in numerous battles along the way. Left with no other choice, Huang Hai had to cooperate with other extraordinary individuals from the Yin Kingdom to enter the ruins together in search of treasure. When they finally arrived at the cave, after overcoming countless hardships, and were immediately confronted with a dazzling array of force weapons, they revealed their ruthless and vicious nature. Caught off guard, their teammates launched a sudden attack, killing them on the spot. This is why all the treasures in the cave fell into the hands of the Huang family. People die for wealth, birds die for food, Huang Hai thought, seeing nothing wrong with it. Compared to the survival of his family, killing some extraordinary individuals from Yin Kingdom held no qualms for him. This was a plan he had made long ago, when he was seeking cooperation with a team of extraordinary individuals. Share the risks, enjoy the benefits alone. But if the escaped extraordinary individual revealed this, Huang Hai and his group would inevitably become the target of public criticism, possibly facing a mob attack and never being able to leave the ruins. Even if they did manage to escape, Once today's events were exposed, the Huang family would have no place to stand. What have you all done? Are you all blind? I told you beforehand to eliminate everyone first before collecting the spoils. Why didn't you notice someone faking death? As they stepped out of the cave, Huang Hai turned and angrily berated Huang Zhe. Huang Zhe lowered his head, not daring to speak. The treasure was right before their eyes, and all the enemies had fallen. They were in a hurry to acquire the weapons and techniques. They had no time to check if anyone was feigning death. Huang Zhe dared not say anything aloud, but inwardly he couldn't help but grumble. You were there watching the scene. Everyone was busy, but after the battle you were idle. You were so focused on the treasure that you didn't notice anything. How dare you blame us? After chasing for only a few hundred meters out of the cave, Huang Hai, Huang Zhe, and the others saw the bloodied superhuman again. He had been caught up by a Huang family expert, and the two sides were only a few meters apart. A few meters was enough to sentence this person to death. But neither Huang Hai nor Huang Zhe could relax at this moment. There was someone blocking the way for the superhuman. This person, single-handedly, kept several Huang family soldiers at bay. Besides his formidable strength and 10th level cultivation, his strange attire and unusual behavior made him a force to be reckoned with. Who are you, daring to obstruct the Huang family of Jizhou's business? Huang Zhe strode forward, pointing at the other man and demanding an answer. No matter how strange this guy was, he was still just one person, and Huang Zhe had no reason to be afraid of him. This humble Taoist is Zhu Fei. The gray-robed priest, with an ordinary appearance but an extraordinary air, calmly put down his medical kit, clasped his hands together, and nodded slightly. Huang Zhe was taken aback, then flew into a rage. He drew the relic sword he had just acquired with a whoosh and walked imposingly towards Zhu Fei. I don't care who you are. Why should I care who you are? What I mean is, get out of our way. Don't stand in our way like a stinking rock, hindering our business. Zhu Fei remained calm and unmoved, while the superhuman being, barely clinging to life and sitting on the ground behind her, began to accuse her with a face full of grief and indignation. We were supposed to be working together, but they suddenly attacked us as soon as they saw the treasure. We were all caught off guard and died tragically. These bastards of the Huang family are worse than pigs and dogs. Zhu Fei remained calm and composed, showing no emotional fluctuation at the extraordinary person's words. She simply watched Huang Zhe approach. God said, a living person is worse than building a 7-story pagoda. Since this person poses no threat to you, why insist on exterminating him? Why not spare his life, and let me take him away? Huang Zhe suddenly exerted his strength, slashing his blade fiercely towards Zhu Fei's head. What if I don't agree? The flash of the blade illuminated Zhu Fei's calm eyes. She neither dodged nor retreated, simply raising one hand and flicking her finger. Clang! Her finger precisely struck the descending blade, a thunderous surge of primal force erupting. The shockwave whipped up her thick, black hair, revealing a slender, white neck. Huang Zhe was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily back at Huang Hai's feet, utterly disheveled. Below Huang Hai, all the Huang family's extraordinary individuals were greatly astonished. Huang Zhe dared to attack because he had something to rely on. He was a level 9 warrior himself, and with his newly acquired weapon, he wasn't without a fighting chance even against a level 10 warrior. But what had just happened clearly exceeded Huang Zhe and the others' expectations. Zhu Fei's combat strength was ridiculously high, not at all like a level 10 extraordinary individual. Boundless divine light. Zhu Fei clasped his hands together again, neither sad nor happy. Huang Hai frowned, looking at the extraordinary individuals hiding behind Zhu Fei. Zhu Fei's combat strength was indeed inconceivable, but even at his strongest, he was still below the level of a general. With more than 20 of them attacking together, there was no reason they couldn't defeat him. Just as Huang Hai was preparing to lead everyone in an attack, several extraordinary individuals dressed similarly to Zhu Fei emerged from the nearby woods, each carrying a large backpack and medical kit. Senior Sister Zhu Fei. Junior Brother Zhu Ming. The leader greeted Zhu Fei briefly. Then, they all turned to look at Huang Hai and the others. Huang Hai felt an unbearable irritation. The weakest of these guys was at least level 9. Since the Church of Light earnestly invited you, I give you face. Huang Hai snorted coldly, and turned to leave first. The Huang family soldiers exchanged glances, and wisely followed. After walking a few hundred meters, Huang Zhe, clutching his chest, gritted his teeth in resentment. Fourth uncle, are we just going to let that slip through the net like this? If this gets out today... Shut up. Huang Hai snapped coldly, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough today? Huang Zhe was filled with grievance. his face flushed red. After taking a few steps, Huang Hai coldly added, "It's common knowledge that the Church of Light is an evil cult. To seize the treasures of the cave, they attacked and killed over a dozen of our companions. Fortunately, we retreated quickly and escaped unharmed. Once we find other groups, declare their crimes, and offer the 2 treasures as leverage, we can naturally lead our troops back to wipe them out." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all praised Huang Hai's wisdom. Chapter 179. Suin flipped through the cultivation manual in his hand, his expression strange. The dozen or so cultivators Xiao Xinghuai had brought to hunt him down, including Xiao Xinghuai himself, had all become his and the giant beast's victims. The supplies they carried naturally went to Suin. Having not had time to inspect the spoils before, Suin and Zheng Nanji were both surprised and speechless as they carefully examined them. After a moment's thought, Suin said with an air of seriousness, "As everyone knows, the essence of the relic's treasures lies in the main peak area. Since these people searched this area, it's reasonable that they obtained something of extraordinary value." Zheng Nanji nodded vigorously, further supplementing Suin's speculation. After searching for the treasures, they received orders to hunt us down before they could even hand them over. In their haste to come here, they could only have carried the treasures with them. Suin took a deep breath. "I must admit, I was very angry when I first saw the pursuers, but now I understand that I shouldn't be angry with them at all, I should thank them properly." Zheng Nanji smiled gently. "You should thank more than just these demon cultivators." Suin nodded. "Indeed, compared to them, I should thank the giant beasts guarding the cave, especially the lead, the striped tiger. The situation was extremely critical. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I was doomed. If they hadn't acted decisively, I wouldn't have gotten these spoils, my body would be cold by now." Zheng Nanji couldn't help but chuckle. "How do you plan to thank them?" Suin stroked her chin. "They are all selfless and righteous warriors, unmoved by wealth. I can't give them much, but I probably pet them when I have time." Zheng Nanji nodded seriously. "What you said makes a lot of sense. I can't refute it." The two exchanged a glance, then laughed simultaneously. Suin picked up a long, curved sword, shaped like a crescent moon, and handed it to Zheng Nanji. It was a level 5 Origin Force weapon, engraved with the words Azure Moon, a properly named weapon, clearly a top-tier superior item. With Zheng Nanji's level 8 cultivation, she wouldn't normally be able to use a level 5 weapon, but that was precisely the remarkable thing about Azure Moon. It only required the origin force of a level 4 weapon. Even more valuable was that activating it didn't require origin force containing demon bloodline genes. As they saw more relics and weapons, Suin and Zheng Nanji had both discovered that while these weapons were sturdy and sharp, and often possessed origin force arrays with some special attribute, their use often required demon origin force. The origin force of human superhumans couldn't fully unleash their power. The exact percentage of its power that can be unleashed is difficult to generalize. It ranges from almost being unable to activate the force array to being basically usable. Zhu Feng was purely lucky at the time. The sword he brought back just happened to be compatible with his force characteristics, which allowed him to fully unleash the longsword's power. Force weapons that don't require demon bloodline genes are rare, and Zheng Nanji's acquisition of the Azure Moon was extremely fortunate. Besides being usable by level 7 or 8 transcendence, the Azure Moon possesses the unique characteristic of Yin energy, making it exceptionally powerful in terms of destructive force, while also having a deterrent effect on the spirits of transcendent warriors. Even though Suin and Zheng Nanji had limited knowledge of ancient demon weapons, they knew that the Azure Moon was a rare treasure. Although it wasn't a general-level weapon, in terms of rarity, ordinary general-level weapons couldn't compare. As for Suin, he chose a very thick, level 4 longsword named Mountain Slayer. Mountain Slayer was thicker than an ordinary force sword, its only advantage being its powerful, heavy, and forceful swing. It lacked any fancy attributes like wind, fire, or lightning. The reason he chose Mountain Slayer was because Suin had a cultivation technique before him that could maximize the characteristics of Mountain Slayer. The technique's name was straightforward, Mountain Breaker. Mountain Slayer and Mountain Breaker were essentially the same technique. While the Azure Lotus Sword art that Suin had previously practiced possessed various wonders, it was essentially only a technique for dealing with enemies of the same cultivation level. Only its ultimate sword technique, which was extremely restricted and difficult to master, possessed the ability to kill enemies of higher levels. Mountain Breaker, however, was different. The mountain breaking technique enhances a cultivator's primal force, making it more abundant and continuous during combat, preventing depletion. Combined with a sword technique that uses overwhelming force, it allows for easy defeating of enemies of higher levels. If mastered as a killing move, defeating enemies 2 levels higher is not impossible. The mountain-breaking sword technique is said to be able to cleave mountains. While the actual effect of a warrior-level cultivator using it is unlikely to reach that level, the momentum and rhythm are the same. Suin is currently at level 6, with a primal force level slightly higher than that of an 8th level demon cultivator. If he uses the mountain-splitting technique with the mountain-breaking skill, he can easily deal with a 9th level demon cultivator. If he masters it as a killing move, even a 10th level demon cultivator would be no match for him. Therefore, Suin decided to cultivate another sword technique besides the Azure Lotus sword art. Can you really use this sword and cultivate this technique? Zheng Nanji tried the mountain sword and found that injecting the primal force into the sword could not fully activate the primal force array. As for the mountain-breaking sword technique, she didn't even need to cultivate it. Just looking at the method of circulating energy, she felt that it was not very compatible with the physical condition of a superhuman. When Zheng Nanji asked these two questions, her gaze towards Suin was full of doubt. Suin shrugged. You can't generalize about people's constitutions. Zheng Nanji didn't refute this. It was a fact. Whether demon or human, their bodies mutated after cultivating origin force, and some mutations could be inherited, deepening from generation to generation. Therefore, while it was extremely rare for extraordinary individuals to cultivate demon techniques and use demon weapons, it wasn't entirely impossible. The reason was simply that they had happened to mutate onto a particular path. Suin then focused on cultivating the mountain-breaking saber technique in the cave, while Zheng Nanji sparred with him in between practice sessions, helping him accelerate his mastery of the saber technique. Unlike the Azure Lotus sword art, the mountain-breaking saber technique had accompanying breathing methods and specific origin force circulation requirements, making it slower to cultivate than the Azure Lotus sword art. Suin achieved some success in cultivating the Azure Lotus sword art in just half a day, but it took him a full 3 days to even begin to grasp the mountain-breaking saber technique. For 3 days, Suin and Zheng Nanji hadn't actually left the cave. However, they weren't worried about food. Firstly, the Striped Tiger King and its companions had brought back supplies from the demon cultivators they had killed, including provisions and water. Secondly, the beasts were restless. They regularly went hunting and often brought back fresh meat, which they presented to the cave entrance like treasures. That morning, Suin and Zheng Nanji walked out of the cave side by side, looking towards the central peak of the ruins. 3 whole days have passed. Surely most of the extraordinary beings who could come have arrived by now. Suin, looking relaxed and energetic, thought to himself. Having been ambushed by demon cultivators, as soon as he approached the main peak, Suin couldn't have forgotten the lesson. This time, he deliberately cultivated for a longer period, waiting for the other extraordinary individuals to arrive. With more people, the risk would naturally be lower. The number of demon cultivators here was fixed, and having others share the pressure allowed Suin to continue his exploration. Zheng Nanji didn't respond to Suin's words. She stared blankly at the hillside below, completely lost in thought. Suin, of course, knew why she was like this. These past few days, only collecting prey from the giant beasts at the cave entrance hadn't made a difference, but now, stepping out of the cave and looking around, the scene outside couldn't be ignored. Nothing had changed drastically, except that there were more giant beasts gathered here. Actually, not many more, only 100 or 2 more. 100 or 2 towering giant beasts surrounded the hillside, their imposing figures forming a dense, overlapping mass, stretching as far as the eye could see. The sheer size of the behemoths and their sheer numbers, implying overwhelming power, were the reasons Zheng Nanji stood there dumbfounded. This was certainly not Suin's order. The culprit was easily spotted. The large cat, looking eager for praise, ran up to Suin, tilted its head, and nuzzled Suin's hand, its meaning clear. It was clear the Tiger King truly lived up to its title. As the king of beasts, it held considerable prestige and influence in this area, boasting a considerable number of followers. Zheng Nanji stiffly turned her head, her voice strained. You can't explain this away with the difference in human constitutions, can you? You're a human, not a behemoth. Suin felt Zheng Nanji was insulting him. He sighed, spread his hands with a wistful expression, and said, half jokingly, half seriously, actually, I'm a demon, and a member of the royal bloodline of the demon race. Zheng Nanji let out a long, enlightened "oh," and said, that makes perfect sense. With that, she slung the tactical backpack she received from the demon cultivator over her shoulder, and began walking down the hillside, her steps steady and her expression calm. Suin shook his head, sheathed his sword and saber on his back, and followed him down the hillside, backpack in hand. Clearly, Zheng Nanji didn't believe his words at all. She just couldn't understand the reasoning behind it, probably assuming Suin himself didn't know, which was why he set off immediately after Su-en's seemingly joking remark. Compared to his demon race identity, Zheng Nanji would much rather accept the explanation that Su-en's bloodline had mutated to a point where the giant beasts felt a sense of affinity. Walking around with 100 or 2 giant beasts wasn't a good idea. Zheng Nanji didn't react negatively because of her close relationship with Su-en. If other superhuman teams saw this, they might immediately open fire on Su-en. However, Su-en wasn't about to abandon these behemoths. In this small area of the ruins, 100 or 2 behemoths were extremely valuable. Only a fool would dismiss them. Therefore, only one solution remained. Su-en instructed the Tiger King to lead the behemoths at a distance, concealed in the jungle, and quietly follow them. They would only appear if necessary, otherwise, they wouldn't reveal themselves. It must be said that the Tiger King and the behemoths possessed some intelligence. After all, they were all extraordinary beings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked Zhu Feng's group under the orders of the demon cultivators. They understood Su-en's meaning and carried out his orders without question. As Su-en had predicted, many human extraordinary beings had already entered the surrounding area. He and Zheng Nanji had only been away from the cave for half a day when they encountered a group of 20 or 30 people. Those who could survive to reach the vicinity of the main peak of the ruins were naturally not isolated extraordinary beings. Only a large-scale force could overcome the various obstacles along the way. Not to mention the interception by the demon cultivators. Even provoking the behemoth horde would be troublesome. Su-en and Zheng Nanji were lucky. This team consisted of extraordinary individuals from the Yin Kingdom and had already made some gains, with about 10 members equipping themselves with ancient demon clan melee weapons. However, these weapons weren't very good. After all, they were leftovers from the demon clan search, and anyone of slightly better quality would have been taken. The encounter was amicable, without any unpleasantness. In the perilous ruins, where multiple forces vied for power, having another member of their own group meant more combat strength and a sense of security, so everyone was generally quite polite. Of course, this was the normal situation. Su-en and Zheng Nanji had only been with the team for a few hours when they encountered something unusual. To be precise, they encountered some unsavory people. Seeing Huang Hai leading a team of extraordinary individuals to greet them enthusiastically from afar, Su-en frowned and pulled Zheng Nanji behind the others. Chapter 180. Su-en knew his entanglement with Detective Huang ran deep. Several of Huang's sons had died at his hands, and his family's imprisonment and precarious state were all his fault. Their relationship was one of irreconcilable enmity. Any meeting would only result in bloodshed. Huang Hai was followed by more than 20 people. Judging from their demeanor, they clearly followed Huang Hai's lead. Even if not all of them were from the Huang family, they were certainly his henchmen. While Huang Hai was talking to the leader of the group, Su-en, hidden behind the crowd, silently calculated the combat strength of Huang Hai and his group. Huang Hai was level 9, with 2 level 9s and 5 level 8s behind him. The rest were level 6 or 7. Such a force was definitely not weak in the ruins. Ordinary teams wouldn't be their match. For example, the team Su-en had just joined had several level 8 warriors at their highest cultivation level, while the rest of the extraordinary individuals were all below level 8. Level 10 was not something easily found. It wasn't something you could encounter casually. When Su-en arrived at the Chongling Mountains by transport plane, the strongest soldier on board, Fang Ming, was only level 9. A few days ago, encountering even one level 9 soldier would have been troublesome for Su-en. Encountering 2 would have meant turning tail and running. As for 3 level 9 soldiers leading a group of elite troops, Su-en could only avoid them from afar. But now, having obtained the mountain opening skill and mastered the mountain breaking blade technique, Su-en was confident and fearless even when facing a force comprised of the Huang family's elite soldiers. Do you have a grudge against them? Zheng Nanji noticed Su-en's unusual expression. Su-en nodded relaxedly. The leader is called Huang Hai, a former detective in the Dongping District Police Station. To me, he's just an ordinary enemy with whom I have a grudge, but to him, I'm a mortal enemy with a blood feud. Zheng Nanji instantly understood Su-en's meaning, her smile gentle. In other words, he didn't cause you much trouble, but you brought him a heavy disaster. Seeing Zheng Nanji's gentle smile, Su-en's heart stirred slightly. Ever since he forcefully kissed her in the cave, establishing a certain relationship, this sect leader Zheng had changed her personality in his presence. She was no longer as alluring and seductive as before, constantly displaying her bewitching charm. On the contrary, she was now incredibly docile and shy, lacking even the courage to look Su-en in the eye for long, let alone tease him with words or actions. For example, right now, Su-en stared at her for a couple of seconds, and she blushed crimson, lowering her head slightly, unable to meet Su-An's gaze any longer. Even her voice was unusually soft. They have quite a few relics weapons. They're not weak. Su-An stared at her without moving. They are indeed not weak, but that's all. You now have Qingyu's people. Dealing with a level 9 shouldn't be difficult. Zheng Nanji had been stared at for too long, her face turning almost transparent red. Yeah, it's not too difficult. But there are quite a few of them, so we can't underestimate them. Su-An took a step forward, staring at her, the two now almost touching. Are you scared? Don't forget I'm here. Don't you trust me? Zheng Nanji panicked, involuntarily looking left and right. Although her speech was still somewhat clear, it was already incoherent. She probably didn't even know what she was saying. Scared? What am I scared of? Of course I'm not scared. I definitely trust you. Who else would I trust? They're just a few soldiers. Seeing Zheng Nanji unsure what to do with her hands, Su-An realized that if he continued to press her, she might flee like a rabbit in a panic. Therefore, he stopped teasing this seemingly alluring but actually exceptionally innocent and beautiful sect leader, and contentedly withdrew his aura. With Su-An's retreat, Zheng Nanji felt as if she had been granted a pardon, and secretly breathed a long sigh of relief. A moment later, she realized the other person was clearly playing a prank, and couldn't help but mutter to herself, "This guy actually used the same method I used on him against me. How despicable." The captain of their team was named Luha, and he was currently listening to Huang Hai's nephew, Huang Zhe, complain to him. Huang Zhe had been injured by Zhu Fei, but after a few days, his injuries had long since healed. Those charlatans in the church are truly hateful. They shout about equality for all beings and saving lives, but in reality, they're nothing but a bunch of profit-driven scoundrels. We finally managed to defeat the giant beast near the cave and obtain some relics and weapons, and then they suddenly attacked us. We were caught off guard. We suffered several casualties. If it weren't for our considerable strength, they might have stolen all our spoils. One of our team members was captured and later subjected to immense torture. As you know, these cult members are skilled at brainwashing. Seeing they couldn't defeat us head-on, they mentally controlled our team member, leading him to distort the truth and spread rumors that we were fighting amongst ourselves over the relic's weapons. We didn't want to harm our team member, so we were hesitant to act rashly. For the time being, we couldn't do anything to them. We could only run around trying to find reinforcements, so we could go back and wipe out these cult members and rescue our team member. Of course, we won't let you work for nothing. If you're willing to help, we can offer you some relics weapons as a reward. These 2 level 4 battle swords are of excellent quality. Captain Liu, please accept them for now as a small gift. We will certainly reward you handsomely after the matter is resolved. Huang Zhe spoke with great emotion, his heartfelt grief evident in his words, leaving Liu stunned. The team members nearby also began to murmur amongst themselves. The Church of Light is a powerful force spanning the Xiaoshan continent, with tentacles reaching into every country, yet it enjoys different reputations in different nations. Just as some national authorities define it as evil. Just as some authorities seem indifferent to the church, public opinion towards it is also mixed. Liu He and his group had little prior contact with the church, but after Huang Zhe's persuasive words, they were already somewhat convinced. Seeing the relic weapons produced, it was impossible for them not to be tempted. As Huang Zhe continued to denounce the Church of Light's treachery and evil, revealing his identity as a member of the Huang family of Jizhou and offering his family's reputation as collateral, Liu He and his group were nearing their decision. At this moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. "Isn't this Detective Huang? Long time no see, Detective Huang, you're still as sanctimonious as ever." Upon hearing the voice, Huang Hai's expression changed, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Huang Zhe, Liu He, and the others all looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Su-An, accompanied by Zheng Nanji, strolling forward leisurely. "Su-An! Enemies meeting again are bound to be furious." Huang Hai immediately drew his sword and stepped forward. "It's truly a blessing from heaven that I've seen you today. I see who can protect you now, that Zhang Jinlin, that stinking bastard." Su-An chuckled. "Detective Huang, you're quite the big shot. Do you really think you're still the detective of the Dongping District Police Station? If I'm not mistaken, you're nothing more than a prisoner now." He then turned to Liu He. "Captain Liu, do you know why this Detective Huang was imprisoned and sentenced to life imprisonment?" Hearing this, everyone, including Liu He, was taken aback. Looking at Huang Hai and Huang Zhe, their gazes unconsciously became wary. Anyone would be wary of a criminal, especially one sentenced to life imprisonment. That must be a serious crime. Combined with the fact that he was a detective, Huang Hai's true nature was self-evident. Liu He looked at Huang Zhe and asked, Is this true? He didn't care why Huang Hai was imprisoned, he just wanted confirmation. Meeting Lu He's burning gaze, Huang Zhe gritted his teeth inwardly. The two had just been having a pleasant conversation, and things seemed to be going in the direction they hoped for. Unexpectedly, Suan appeared out of nowhere. Huang Zhe could clearly sense the change in Lu He's attitude. The other man's wariness and coldness were undisguised. It was obvious that if he admitted to this, their plan to use Su An's power against Zhu Fei and the others would fall apart. But how could Huang Zhe deny it? Lu He and the others could easily find out everything by searching online. That's all in the past. Fourth uncle has already been pardoned by the authorities. Right now, the most important thing is to deal with the demon race and bring back the treasure from the ruins for the country. The authorities have allowed fourth uncle to atone for his crimes. Does Captain Lu intend to discriminate against us? Huang Zhe retorted, forcing a smile. This sounded plausible, but Lu He and the others' attitude didn't improve. Seeing that Lu He was about to refuse to cooperate with Huang Zhe, Huang Hai suddenly snorted coldly and said to Suan, who was standing aside watching the show with a smile, "What happened that day was merely a trap you set for me. You killed 2 of my sons, and you think you can survive today with your silver tongue?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zhe and the others immediately understood and stepped forward, subtly surrounding Suan. Lu He and the others were displeased by the Huang family's assertiveness, but Huang Hai's next words made it difficult for them to stand up for Suan. "I have a blood feud with this man for killing my sons. Today, I will fight him to the death. This is none of anyone else's business, Captain Lu. If you don't want to fight us, you better step back for now." Lu He and the others exchanged glances, then looked at Suan, and ultimately chose to give way. They had only met Suan by chance, and had only known him for a few hours. They had no real connection with him, so there was no reason for them to risk their lives against Huang Hai and the others for Suan's sake. As the people around him gradually moved away, Suan remained fearless. He calmly looked at Huang Hai and mocked, "Your illegitimate son tried to kill me for money, your eldest son colluded with the demon race in secret trade, and you, a dignified detective, brought people from the dark web to attack my sect. You're a family of wolves, not a single good person among you. This time, entering the ruins, you were blinded by greed, attacking and killing the Yin Kingdom's transcendent beings who were traveling with you, and then trying to frame the Church of Light for the crime. It's clear that the entire Huang family has absolutely no moral compass. What, even now, you still want to show off in front of so many people?" Upon hearing this, Lu He and the others were all stunned, their gazes towards Huang Hai and his group changing again. Huang Zhe's face paled, staring at Suan with fear, unable to understand how the other knew about their previous actions. Although Suan hadn't witnessed the attack on their comrade, he understood Huang Hai and, after hearing Huang Zhe's account, could roughly deduce the truth by reversing the events. The attack by the church, the capture of their own team members, brainwashing, and then a betrayal, the plot was too complex, and the signs of deliberate manipulation were too obvious. What's the point of saying all this? Do you think people will believe whatever you say? Ridiculous, laughable. There's not a shred of evidence, it's just making a fool of yourself. Huang Hai approached Suan step by step. Or do you think you can sway others with these words, and make them stand on your side, and risk their lives for you? Doing all this when you're about to die is utterly useless. It's ridiculous. I told you, you will die today. No one can save you, and no one will help you. Huang Hai wasn't the only one making a move. The rest of the Huang family's soldiers were also surrounding Suan and Zheng Nanji. By the time Huang Hai finished speaking, their encirclement was almost complete. Suan remained oblivious to the approaching killing intent, his posture still relaxed, as if he weren't facing certain death, but simply sunbathing on his balcony. It seems Detective Huang has been in prison for too long, his brain has been damaged, and his IQ is much lower than before. Otherwise, you should have realized that I'm telling you all this not to get people to help me, but simply to let everyone know your character, and prevent them from helping you. Speaking of which, he paused, looking directly at Huang Hai, you are nothing but a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to me. Killing you is as easy as turning my hand. Why would I need anyone's help? Lu He and the others were speechless upon hearing this. They could clearly see that Suan was only at the 6th level of cultivation, while Huang Hai was not only at the 9th level, but also had many helpers by his side. In their eyes, Suan was doomed and had no chance of escaping. How dare he speak so arrogantly? Huang Hai laughed angrily, and was about to draw his sword to attack, not wanting to listen to Suan's nonsense anymore. But someone had to interrupt at this moment. Although benefactor Su does not need help, this humble Taoist cannot stand idly by. Huang Hai's gaze darkened, and he turned to look at the side of the woods, where he saw Zhu Fei, along with her companions Zhu Ming and others, as well as a superhuman whose injuries had been healed, walking over unhurriedly. Master Zhu Fei, Suan said, not expecting them to appear at this time, your timing is too perfect. Zhu Fei approached, and standing across the soldiers surrounding Suan, he clasped his hands together and spoke to him. It's no coincidence, I followed them here. Suan asked in surprise, why? Zhu Fei replied matter-of-factly, when we parted, I already sensed their wicked intentions and their potential to harm the church's reputation, which is why I secretly followed them. Facts have proven me right. These people not only murdered their comrades, but also intend to continue their evil deeds, wreaking havoc on the world. God said, ignoring good is to obliterate good. Ignoring evil is to condone evil. I am unworthy, but if I could receive Su An's assistance, I vow to eradicate these wicked individuals from the world. His words, spoken calmly, astonished everyone present. Chapter 181. Su An's astonishment stemmed from a simple reason. Zhu Fei had always impressed him with his compassion and selfless kindness. He felt Zhu Fei wouldn't even step on an ant on the street. Such a benevolent master was naturally unrelated to the concept of killing. However, although Huang Hai had tarnished the reputation of the Church of Light, they didn't have a deep-seated hatred for each other. Yet, under these circumstances, Zhu Fei was willing to kill, and with a resolute attitude and chilling killing intent. As for Huang Hai, Lu He, and the others, they were naturally shaken by the overwhelming killing intent suddenly emanating from Zhu Fei. Huang Hai's group probably knew Zhu Fei's strength, so it was impossible for them not to be alarmed. Lu He's group, with lower cultivation, was naturally terrified to face a level 10 transcendent being with his aura fully unleashed. Since Master Zhu Fei has invited us, then let's vanquish demons together. Suan laughed loudly, suddenly drawing his mountain splitter and striking Huang Hai first. Huang Hai's face was ashen, as if he had swallowed a bowl of flies. He had already closed in on Suan, but Suan suddenly attacked, leaving him no room to dodge. Of course, he hadn't even considered dodging. A level 6 piece of trash dares to draw his sword against me? You're courting death. Seeing Suan launch the first attack, Huang Hai flew into a rage, drawing his sword to meet the attack while simultaneously shouting to his companions, charge. Wipe out these cult bastards. Huang Zhe and the others responded, most turning their blades towards Zhu Fei and the others. Zhu Fei had already put down her backpack and medical kit. Instead of retreating, she advanced, leaping into the ranks of Huang family soldiers. Although she had no weapon, every punch and palm strike carried immense force. Any opponent struck by her was sent flying, crashing into their companions. Even level 9 superhumans couldn't truly restrain her. With the cooperation of Zhu Ming and the others, although the Huang family's soldiers outnumbered them, they were quickly overwhelmed and routed. A scene resembling bulls charging through a flock of sheep. Suan didn't signal to Zheng Nanji when he made his move, but almost simultaneously with his charge, Zheng Nanji drew her Azure Moon sword and slashed at Huang Zhe's head. As a level 9 warrior, Huang Zhe undoubtedly possessed his pride. Against a powerhouse like Zhu Fei, who was above level 9, he would restrain his arrogance, but against a level 8 warrior of lower cultivation, his pride surged to its peak. Therefore, seeing Zheng Nanji dare to attack him head-on, Huang Zhe was as if his Achilles heel had been touched, instantly enraged. Stupid woman, you don't know your own death. The long sword in Huang Zhe's hand was a relic treasure. His current combat strength was far beyond that of an ordinary level 9. He was now attacking with all his might, determined to first break Zheng Nanji's weapon, then slowly manipulate and torment her. Clang! As their weapons clashed without any fancy moves, the surging force of the force caused one of their swords to shatter instantly. Huang Zhe's eyes widened in utter shock. Contrary to his expectations, it wasn't Zheng Nanji's weapon that was severed, but his own. How could this be? Huang Zhe was terrified. His weapon was a relic treasure, capable of cutting through iron like mud. He couldn't understand why this had happened. Zheng Nanji, however, was completely unsurprised. Having landed a successful blow, and taking advantage of Huang Zhe's empty hands and confused state, a torrent of sword light swept out, enveloping him entirely. What Huang Zhe didn't know was that relic weapons also had varying levels of power. The long sword in his hand was leftover from a search by demon cultivators, the kind they wouldn't even bother with, while Zheng Nanji's Azure Moon was a masterpiece among masterpieces. The quality of the two was fundamentally different. In the blink of an eye, Huang Zhe had several wounds, his clothes stained red with blood. Although he was level 9, he was unarmed. When Zheng Nanji slashed at him, he could only dodge. Given the extraordinary destructive power of the Azure Moon, any hesitation would have meant certain death. It was only because he was level 9 that he wasn't killed by 2 strikes from Zheng Nanji, and he could still barely manage to dodge. Under normal circumstances, even without a weapon, Huang Zai's cultivation level wouldn't have been insufficient to deal with Zheng Nanji. If he couldn't win, he could always run. And if he had more combat experience and a stronger will, with his superior agility and strength compared to Zheng Nanji, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to find an opening in the swordplay, turn the tables, or even defeat her head-on. Caught completely off guard, his weapon was severed, leaving him shaken and panicked. He was instantly caught in Zheng Nanji's fierce attack, unable to regain his footing. By the time he finally regained his composure and was able to counterattack, he had already suffered several cuts. The wounds weren't in vital areas, nor were they very deep. Normally, this wouldn't significantly weaken Huang Zai's fighting ability, but this time was different. Huang Hai was horrified to discover that his force couldn't repair the wounds, nor could it stop the bleeding. Moreover, the lingering azure moon blade energy in the wounds wouldn't dissipate. Waves of bone-chilling cold spread from the wounds, affecting his meridians and the flow of his force, causing his movements to become stiff and distorted, and preventing him from fully gathering his strength. Gradually, Huang Zai felt each wound was like an abyss, expanding relentlessly and devouring the surrounding flesh, causing him to lose all sensation in these areas. Huang Zai looked down and was horrified at the sight. The wounds were bleeding profusely, and the surrounding skin had turned a bluish-purple, hardened, and whenever his primal force passed through these areas, it vanished instantly. Even the nearby blood vessels were swollen, causing blood to stagnate and malfunction, resulting in a lack of blood supply to the area below the wound, limp muscles, and paralyzed nerves. What kind of sorcery is this? Huang Zai's face turned deathly pale, feeling utterly powerless. Have you heard of the power of Yin? Zheng Nanji smiled wickedly. Meeting Zheng Nanji's beautiful, clear eyes, Huang Zai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, although Huang Zai was in an extremely unfavorable situation, he hadn't lost the chance to fight back. After all, he was a level 9 transcendent, and his strength was undeniable. If he were truly prepared to fight to the death, either a desperate attempt to take Zheng Nanji down with him, or a desperate attempt to break through the encirclement of blades would be possible. But for some reason, Huang Zai was in a state of panic, his mind a complete blank. He couldn't muster the courage for a desperate fight, nor could he formulate a clear strategy to break the deadlock. He was merely struggling to cope in a daze, and his movements became disorganized. As a result, Huang Zai's wounds rapidly multiplied, and he was stabbed several more times in a short period. Finally, Zheng Nanji brought down her blade, the edge slicing across his neck and severing his carotid artery. The wound gaped open, and blood gushed out. Already weakened by blood loss, Huang Zai was completely incapacitated by this attack, losing all ability to fight Zheng Nanji. His limbs buckled, and he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. The next moment, Zheng Nanji's blade struck again, piercing his ribs. The crescent-shaped blade disappeared into his body, the upward-pointing tip piercing his heart, ending his life. Kicked to the ground by Zheng Nanji, Huang Zai lay in a pool of blood. In the final moments before his consciousness completely faded, a brief clarity returned to his mind. He realized, Zheng Nanji's blade not only contained tangible Yin energy, but also an intangible mental attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so confused throughout the fight, lacking the courage to fight to the death. Unfortunately, it was too late. Huang Zai's body stiffened, remaining motionless. He understood how he had been defeated, but he couldn't change his inevitable demise. Huang Hai, do you know how you die? Suan slashed at Huang Hai with his blade, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Huang Hai retorted, unfortunately, you're destined not to see that day. You die now, dismembered by my blade? Suan wasn't provoked. Instead, he laughed heartily, his laughter filled with pride and contempt. Huang Hai's face was ashen, his eyes filled with a dark, menacing aura that seemed to emanate a ghost. The hatred between the two had deepened to this point. The Huang family had already thoroughly investigated Suan. Huang Hai knew his opponent was incredibly powerful, able to unleash his force at level 4, and his Azure Lotus Sword technique was formidable, capable of allowing Suan to kill an opponent 2 levels higher. What should have belonged to the Huang family was instead seized by Suan, who not only killed Huang Yuewen, but also claimed the Azure Lotus Sword technique. The high-grade technique the Huang family had acquired at great expense had become Suan's stepping stone, allowing him to severely damage the Huang family's power and inflict significant losses. Speaking of his hatred for Suan, Huang Hai wished he could tear him apart. But even if the Azure Lotus Sword technique was powerful, could Suan really defeat him, even if he was 3 levels higher? Even if Suan truly possessed this ability, it would only be possible by using the ultimate sword technique. However, using the ultimate sword technique would inevitably weaken Su An's strength, leaving him vulnerable to the remaining Huang family soldiers. Huang Hai's own cultivation technique was of a high grade, though not as high as the Azure Lotus Sword technique. It had its unique aspects. Unlike the Azure Lotus Sword technique, which focused on offense, the Huang family's immovable mountain technique greatly enhanced defense, rendering it ineffective against attacks from opponents of the same cultivation level. In other words, even if Su An had mastered the ultimate sword technique of the Azure Lotus Sword art, although Huang Hai considered it impossible for it to break through his defenses. Once Su An had used up his killing moves and his primal force was mostly depleted, leaving him weak and unable to pose a threat to Huang Hai, a level 9 warrior, he would be unable to withstand any of Huang Hai's attacks, and at that point, he would be certain to die. I've seen through all your trump cards and know your plans perfectly well, but you don't know the power of my Huang family's techniques. Arrogant little chick, you become invincible after achieving a little success. Do you really think no one can deal with you? Huang Hai sneered inwardly, looking at Su An as if he were a dead man. Clang! When their weapons clashed, Huang Hai was startled, his heart skipping a beat. What's going on? How can his strike be so powerful? Huang Hai clearly felt that Su An's strike possessed the destructive power of a level 9 warrior, and not just any level 9 weapon, but the kind of power capable of defeating a level 9 transcendent. Earlier, when he saw Su An draw his saber instead of his sword, Huang Hai hadn't paid much attention, assuming the other was going to use a long saber to execute sword techniques. Therefore, he was fully prepared to deal with the opponent suddenly unleashing the ultimate sword technique of the Azure Lotus Sword art. But Su An's strike had absolutely nothing to do with the Azure Lotus Sword art moves. It looked completely ordinary. It was a seemingly ordinary strike, yet it possessed overwhelming power and clearly contained some profound mystery, almost overwhelming Huang Hai. His eyes widened, a rebellious spirit instantly filling his chest, and with a roar, he swung his sword again. He refused to believe that Su An could unleash a second strike with such power. He was convinced that his opponent had just used some kind of powerful sword technique. Huang Hai's conclusion wasn't entirely wrong, but it was at most half correct. Su An had indeed used a powerful sword technique, but it was certainly not incapable of unleashing a second strike. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two exchanged 3 more strikes. After 3 strikes, Huang Hai was drenched in sweat, while Su An remained calm and composed. At this point, Huang Hai was filled with apprehension, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Su An. Those 3 strikes had each put immense pressure on Huang Hai, especially the last one, which he almost couldn't withstand. If it weren't for his experience as a seasoned soldier, his unwavering resolve, and his exceptional combat skills, he might already be a corpse. How many more strikes can this little brat throw? Huang Hai roared silently. He had initially thought Su An was using a seemingly ordinary killing move, but it turned out to be just a common technique. Su An, unaware of Huang Hai's inner turmoil, simply continued swinging his blade casually. Huang Hai's eyes twitched violently. No longer daring to be careless, he immediately shouted, activating his family's ultimate technique, immovable as a mountain. Chapter 182. As the force erupted like a tidal wave, bursts of flame-like energy emanated from Huang Hai's body, outlining a mountain-like shadow. Under the backdrop of this foreshadow, Huang Hai appeared several times more robust and imposing, his personal aura rising dramatically, giving off an aura of indestructibility and unshakable pressure. Hearing the 4 words uttered by Huang Hai, Su An's expression became slightly strange, and even his gaze towards Huang Hai carried a hint of amusement. Meeting Su An's dismissive, mocking gaze, Huang Hai was enraged. He stepped forward and swung his sword fiercely, shouting, "Let's see how long you can last." Using a sword technique capable of suppressing a level 9 warrior with only a level 6 cultivation, Huang Hai didn't believe Su An's efforts would be minimal, even if it was just a common move. "I definitely last longer than you," Su An chuckled, then uttered 4 words that struck Huang Hai like a thunderbolt, mountain-shattering sword technique. Clang, 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 clang. With the immovable mountain skill protecting him, Huang Hai was no longer suppressed by Su An's long sword. After a few strikes, the two were evenly matched, and Huang Hai was beginning to show signs of having the upper hand. But Huang Hai wasn't happy. On the contrary, he felt a tightness in his chest from frustration. His martial arts style was characterized by immovability like a mountain, while Su An's style was precisely the mountain-breaking saber technique. This wasn't a direct attack, but a countermeasure. Huang Hai had reason to suspect that Su An was doing this on purpose. The opponent's saber technique might not even have that name, and the opponent had only uttered those 4 words to provoke him. Regardless, Su An's saber technique was indeed exceptionally powerful, each strike more forceful and devastating than the last, its aura and lethality steadily increasing. Gradually, Huang Hai felt the pressure return. As the two fought fiercely, the pressure intensified. Sweat beaded on Huang Hai's forehead again, and soon, he was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Huang Hai sensed something was wrong. Maintaining his technique required a large amount of primal energy, and he had initially thought he could use it to suppress Su An, forcing him to exhaust himself first. However, the reality was completely the opposite. He was the one running out of energy, while Su An remained completely unfazed. Knowing that continuing like this would only lead to death, Huang Hai couldn't help but consider retreating. He glanced around, wanting to call for help to hold off Su An for a moment, but when he saw the situation on the field, his heart sank to the bottom. Huang family soldiers lay dead on the ground, Huang Zhe was dead, and Zheng Nanji had successfully reunited with Zhu Fei and the others. Both sides were currently suppressing the remaining Huang family superhumans, and he had no one of his own by his side. Huang Hai met the panicked gazes of the Huang family soldiers, filled with expectation and resentment. The meaning was crystal clear. They were all waiting for Huang Hai, with his level 9 cultivation, to quickly defeat the level 6 Su An and then return to support them. However, the battle between Huang Hai and Su An had greatly disappointed them, leaving them all feeling incredibly aggrieved. Huang Hai seemed to hear his own men's accusations. "Detective, what's wrong with you? Why can't you even handle a level 6 warrior? Are you slacking off?" These looks filled Huang Hai with extreme frustration and pain. Huang Hai desperately wanted to defeat Su An quickly, but it wasn't something he could simply do. These guys have no idea how terrifying this little chick, this little monster is. Huang Hai wanted to roar at his own men. "The pressure I'm under is beyond your comprehension." Clang, clang. Feeling the immense power emanating from the long sword, Huang Hai clearly felt the threat of death. Fear gripped him, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Su An's attacks grew stronger with each strike, the blade's momentum surging from one peak to another. At this point, even escape was impossible. If he dared to turn, Su An would surely kill him instantly from behind. He desperately wanted to force Su An back with a single blow, but after several attempts, each ended in failure. His full-force attack was no match for Su An's power, having no effect whatsoever. Finally, Huang Hai's fear reached its peak. His primal energy was completely exhausted, and his technique could no longer be maintained. At this moment, as the technique's effectiveness crumbled, Huang Hai felt an unprecedented despair, as if every cell in his body was screaming and urging him to escape. But he couldn't escape. He clenched his teeth tightly, barely managing to keep the words of pleading from escaping. In an instant, a blade of light, more powerful than any previous attack, descended with the force of a mountain crashing down. Huang Hai's eyes widened as he desperately tried to block, but he couldn't withstand the mountain-like power surrounding him, which shattered under the force of this strike. Mountain Splitter. This strike truly pierced through Huang Hai's mountain-like defense. Thud. The wide and thick Mountain Splitter descended directly, slicing into Huang Hai's neck from the left side, and exiting through his right rib with unstoppable force, leaving a huge line of blood. Huang Hai stood frozen in place, unable to move. With a clang, the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. In his dying moments, Huang Hai still stared fiercely at Su An, the fear in his eyes gone, replaced only by a bone-chilling hatred, a hatred so intense he wanted to devour Su An. Su An casually tossed his long sword through the air in a perfect arc before it landed precisely in its scabbard on his back. Taking a step forward, Su An approached Huang Hai, a slight smile playing on his lips. He whispered in Huang Hai's ear, "How's my breaking mountain sword technique? I didn't even use a killing move to kill you." Huang Hai's gaze froze, the hatred in his eyes receding like a tide, replaced by utter bewilderment. "Detective Huang, now you should know that you and your sons died in the same way, all killed by me. You father and sons died a neat and tidy death. Isn't that a beautiful story?" Su An smiled radiantly. Huang Hai's lips twisted in rage. The next moment, his body split open at the wound, blood gushing and internal organs spilling out, falling to the ground in two halves. Without Huang Hai and Huang Zhe's participation, the Huang family soldiers were no match for Zhu Fei, Zhu Ming, and the others. Moreover, Zheng Nanji, after eliminating Huang Zhe, even joined forces with them. More than 20 high-ranking soldiers from the Huang family, the very essence of the Huang family's military, were thus completely wiped from the world. Without these pillars, even if the Huang family still had one general, it was destined to be nothing more than a castle in the air. Given the current situation in Jizhou City, their annihilation was an inevitable and irreversible outcome. Thus, Su An had essentially eliminated the Huang family, his former enemy. I originally thought Master Ju Fei only cared for the wounded and saved lives, but I never imagined the church could also fight against the strong and oppressed. The so-called Church of Light truly lives up to its name. After the battle, Suan approached Ju Fei to express his gratitude. I am deeply grateful for Master's assistance. Although Master asks for nothing in return, I truly owe Master another favor. Ju Fei before him was disheveled, his face stained with blood, his gray robe stained reddish-brown in patches, and bits of flesh from Huang family soldiers still clung to his knuckles. He looked less like a refined priest and more like a demon king crawled out of hell. Ju Fei wiped his face with his sleeve, then retied his hair, straightened his robe, and with dignified composure, clasped his hands together. He said calmly, "This time, it was Benefactor Su who helped us punish evil and uphold justice. If we must speak of favors, it is Benefactor Su who repaid a previous debt. Please do not dwell on such trivial matters. As for helping the weak and oppressed, that is the duty of us cultivators. God said that to save the world, one must not only have a compassionate heart but also swift and decisive measures." Suan nodded repeatedly, compassionate in helping the good, swift and decisive in eliminating evil. Ju Fei's gaze shifted as she looked at Suan. "Benefactor Su, you possess profound wisdom, and are destined to be with the God of Light. Would you be interested in joining the cult?" Suan paused, then chuckled. "I am but a mortal. I fear I cannot bear the strict rules and regulations of the cult." Ju Fei nodded slightly in understanding, offering no further insistence. She glanced at Jueming, who had already explained the situation to Lu He and the others, clarifying the infamy Huang Zhe had imposed on the cult, and thus left without further delay. She calmly bid farewell to Suan. "With this matter settled, we part ways. Benefactor Su, until we meet again." Suan, familiar with Ju Fei's style, was not surprised. "Until we meet again." When Ju Fei and the others left, they took half of the relics and weapons left by the Huang family. The rest, of course, were left for Suan and Zheng Nanji. Regarding the distribution of spoils, Ju Fei appeared quite casual, neither feigning reluctance nor haggling with Suan, simply taking his share cleanly and decisively. Suan was equally unsurprised. Although the church was dedicated to saving lives, it was a large organization requiring material support to function. There was no reason to ignore such valuable relics as weapons. "The quality is all rather mediocre," Zheng Nanji said listlessly to Suan after examining the relics, techniques, and formations. She seemed to intend to resell them to Lu He and the others on the spot. Lu He and the others were naturally envious of these items. They would have been willing to buy them if Suan had offered a reasonable price, but Suan had no such intention, taking everything with him. Watching Suan and Zheng Nanji disappear into the jungle, Lu He and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions complex and speechless. They wanted the relics. That was their purpose in entering the ruins. But Suan had no intention of selling them, leaving them helpless. While Suan, Ju Fei, and the others were fighting the Huang family's warriors, they remained bystanders. Since they hadn't contributed, there was no reason for them to get involved in the spoils. Although they outnumbered the Huang family's warriors, their overall strength was inferior. The highest-ranking members were only a few at level 8, while Suan and Zheng Nanji were capable of killing even level 9 warriors head-on. If they were to openly and forcefully seize the weapons, even if they managed to take a few, they would inevitably pay a heavy price. Moreover, Ju Fei and his group, who were supposed to be punishing evil and promoting good, hadn't gone far. If a real fight broke out, who knew if the other side might return and, like they had with the Huang family's warriors, eradicate them all as evil? They were part of our team not long ago, and now that they'd gotten their share, they abandoned us. What greedy, opportunistic scoundrels! Someone muttered discontentedly. This immediately drew agreement. Two people carrying so much good stuff. It's a trap. What will they use to protect those weapons if they encounter other superhumans? Do they really think all teams are as morally upright as we are? Who says otherwise? They just grabbed the weapons and ran, acting like we robbed them. Don't they realize that without a team of their own to protect them, how will they get out of the ruins? Humph, blinded by greed. If they get killed and robbed by other superhumans, that's their own fault. Hearing this, Lu He finally couldn't hold back any longer and turned to the group. The man glared angrily. "Shut up, all of you. Sour grapes, can't stand seeing others do well, huh? Is this what you call morality? They got what they wanted through their own strength. How they deal with it is their own business. Even if they throw it away, it's none of your concern. What are you all so envious of? If you're really capable, if you're really unwilling to accept this, then cheer up and keep exploring. The ruins are so vast, we all get rich eventually. What's the use of whining?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent and continued on their way in silence. Chapter 183. After leaving Lu He and the other site, Suin rejoined the spotted Tiger Kings with his spoils. He tossed all his newfound items to the Tiger Kings, instructing them to have their underlings take good care of them. The spoils obtained from Xiao Xinghuai and the other demon cultivators, aside from the mountain opener and azure moon that Suin and Zheng Nanji were holding, were all on these creatures. These big guys won't devour your stuff, but they are, after all, relic creatures. We haven't seen them outside the relic, which means they can't easily leave. And we eventually have to go back. How are we going to carry all this stuff? Zheng Nanji asked curiously. There was too much stuff. Carrying it would make even traveling inconvenient, let alone fighting. If they attracted the attention of others along the way, with their combined strength, they could handle 20 or 30 people, but could they possibly handle 200 or 300? What do you think I should do? Suin asked calmly. Zheng Nanji explained in detail. The high-quality items we got from the demon cultivators before were fine, but this batch of loot is clearly what the demons rejected. The quality is quite ordinary, and Lu He and the others can afford it. This not only lightens our load, but we can also gain their favor and continue operating with them. The ruins are fraught with danger. It's always safer to travel with others. Suin smiled. You're absolutely right. Then why don't you do this? Zheng Nanji asked, increasingly puzzled. Suin said, the reason is simple. Even the worst of these things are still weapons from the ruins, far superior to anything outside. Lu He and the others are just casual acquaintances of ours. They chose to stand by and watch during the previous battles. While I understand and don't blame them, they're not our own people. It's a waste to let them waste such good stuff. Zheng Nanji suddenly realized, you're going to leave these weapons to Zhu Feng and his group? Suin nodded. Given our relationship with them, calling them our own people isn't an overstatement, is it? Of course not, Zheng Nanji said decisively, but they also made some gains in the treasure area Zhu Feng discovered, so they might not need ours. Suin's gaze deepened. Their team isn't short of weapons, but who can guarantee that they only had that one team in the ruins? Zheng Nanji opened her mouth, momentarily speechless, because she suddenly understood Suin's meaning. Zhu Feng's team, seemingly a hastily assembled group, clearly belonged to an organization based on their discipline and combat coordination. Suin meant that the organization sent more than just Zhu Feng's group to the ruins, and other teams might not have been as lucky as Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng and the others are alright. We fought side by side, so it's fair to say they're on our side. But we never even met the others. How can you be so sure they're on our side too? Zheng Nanji sensed that Suin was hiding something from her. Suin didn't explain, only sighed softly most likely. Seeing Zheng Nanji staring at him intently, Suin shrugged. It's not that I don't want to explain, but there are some things I'm still unsure about. Telling you rashly could influence your subsequent assessment of friend or foe. If things aren't as I think, it would be a fatal mistake. So, that's all I can say for now. Zheng Nanji thought for a moment, then sighed softly as well. I knew your background wasn't simple. Suin nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Now he knew, of course, that his identity was not simple. But just how complex? Suin himself wasn't sure. He looked up at the main peak of the ruins, his gaze growing increasingly profound. For most people entering the Chongling Mountains and the Demon Ruins, the goal was the treasures of the ruins. But for Suin, this journey had gradually become an exploration to unravel the mystery of his own identity. Not just his own identity, but also the identity of someone extremely close to him. And it wasn't just about a few people. The history and secrets of humans and demons were gradually being unveiled before him, revealing the truth of this world. After tossing the ruins' weapons to the giant beasts, Suin and Zheng Nanji resumed their journey. With the Tiger King and his minions secretly following them, Suin wasn't worried about his and Zheng Nanji's safety. This was also the basis for his open separation from Lu He and the others. Teammates aren't always beneficial. Some are trustworthy enough to risk your life for, while others only hinder progress or even stab you in the back at crucial moments. Although he only spent a few hours with Lu He and the others, based on what had happened before, Suin had already realized that most of the group was unreliable, especially given his refusal to share the relic's weapons. Suin's current goal wasn't to find another team. More precisely, not to find any other teams. He simply wanted to reunite with Zhu Feng, Fang Ming, and the others. To achieve this, Suin began circling the main peak of the relic. Just as he had anticipated when leaving the cave, several days passed, and many teams had arrived in the area near the main peak. Suin encountered several groups each day, ranging in size from dozens to hundreds of people. The increased number of groups inevitably led to a significant increase in the safety of the surrounding area. As they approached the main peak, the extraordinary individuals frequently clashed with the heavily fortified demon cultivators guarding the area, steadily advancing their battle lines. As long as Suen walked behind these groups of extraordinary individuals, he would generally avoid encountering any demonic forces that might attack him. Not encountering demonic cultivators didn't mean he wouldn't encounter giant beasts. Throughout the day, Suen encountered quite a few giant beasts, some acting alone, others in small groups, some fighting with extraordinary individuals, and others idly sleeping. After Suen passed by these giant beasts, they all became part of the Tiger King's group. While nominally the Tiger King's underlings, they were in reality Suen's followers. The original group of 100 or 200 giant beasts quickly doubled in size. Suen's luck wasn't so good. He didn't encounter Zhu Feng and his group throughout the day. The next day, he and Zheng Nanji continued circling the area controlled by human superhumans, but again, they found nothing all day. If we keep walking for another day, we have circled the main peak completely. We should be able to run into Zhu Feng and the others. Zheng Nanji chatted with Suen as they tended the fire at their campsite that night. Suen, leaning against a tree trunk with his hands behind his head, shook his head impassively. We might not run into them. They might not have arrived yet, or we might leave, and they arrive right after, and we miss them. Zheng Nanji smiled. Does that mean we have to keep circling? Suen said, circling endlessly isn't a big deal, as long as we run into them. It was a perfectly normal statement, but Zheng Nanji fell silent after hearing it. As long as they manage to encounter it, circling around a bit more isn't a big deal, but what if they never do? Then Zhu Feng and his group might very well have perished during their exploration. Tens of thousands of extraordinary beings have gathered near the main peak. Although the demon race has been putting up a steady resistance, their battle lines have been retreating repeatedly, and they're now very close to the main peak. After a long silence, Zheng Nanji spoke again. Many days have passed, and the demon race's exploration could end at any time. I estimate that in 2 days at the latest, our extraordinary beings will organize a final assault on the main peak. This was not difficult to deduce. Based on what he had seen and heard in the past few days, Suen shared this view. Most of the extraordinary beings who could come have already arrived. In 2 days, there will be virtually no new forces joining. At that time, the extraordinary beings from Yin, Zhongshan, and Bohai will inevitably unite and launch a decisive offensive on the main peak. In other words, if Suen and Zheng Nanji want to gain anything from the main peak, they must join the main force in 2 days at the latest. They cannot wait for Zhu Feng and his group indefinitely. Correspondingly, if Zhu Feng and the others don't arrive in 2 days, it's almost certain they perished on their exploration journey. Suen gazed at the starry sky and said softly, "Let's quicken our pace tomorrow." Zheng Nanji nodded in agreement. Accompanied by the black-robed elder, the girl with pigtails emerged from the cave and arrived at a wide platform with a good view. From the edge, she gazed out towards the area in front of the mountain. Her clear pupils quickly filled with starlight. The countless bonfires of varying sizes scattered across the forest and clearings in front of the mountain, densely packed like stars, surrounding the main peak. Each bonfire represented a human army of extraordinary individuals. Hundreds of bonfires linked together, reflecting the Milky Way overhead, showcased the formidable fighting power of this extraordinary army. In the past few days, many new bonfires have appeared every night. According to the count below, the number of extraordinary combatants at the foot of the mountain is approaching 10,000. In another day or two at most, they will launch a coordinated attack, unleashing their full power to assault our main peak position. The elderly man with graying temples slowly spoke. 10,000 or so extraordinary individuals of level 6 or above. Just thinking about it is a chilling number. The Yin Kingdom's border army, permanently stationed in the Chongling Mountains, comprises the 2 strongest army groups in Yin, yet they only number around 100,000. The number of extraordinary individuals in those armies combined is less than 10,000, and the vast majority are below level 6. 10,000 soldiers of level 6 or above, if they were to turn their spearheads north and invade the northern demon territory, would be an overwhelming torrent of extraordinary beings that the latter would be unable to withstand. The holy envoy said dismissively, after all, they are extraordinary individuals from 3 countries, including powerful forces like rebels, the church, and the dark web. It's normal for them to deploy 20,000 to 30,000 level 6 or higher warriors. The old man pondered. We already collected all the worthwhile items outside the main peak. The harvest is indeed considerable, but it's nothing compared to the treasures within the main peak. Although the formation is nearing completion, it still needs time. Furthermore, after entering the main peak's secret realm, we need time to transport supplies, and the teleportation array must not be disturbed while it's operating. Inside the main peak, there are several teleportation arrays of varying sizes. The demon cultivators and their spoils can use these to return to the Northern Territory without having to fight their way out of the ruins and the Chongling Mountains. Compared to the formation sealing the main peak's secret realm, these teleportation arrays are much easier to repair, but even so, it can't be done overnight, and the amount that can be transported at a time is limited. In short, the demon race needs time right now, and cannot allow the human superhumans to invade too quickly. Let the Sword of Dawn be deployed, the Holy Envoy decided. While their encirclement is not yet complete, and there are still weak points in some areas, let's concentrate our forces to eliminate a few of their stronger teams, spread panic, and delay their final assault. The old man nodded in agreement. From their high vantage point, they could clearly see the number of human superhumans, but the enemy didn't know their combat strength. As long as they displayed their power, they could instill fear in the human superhumans, preventing them from easily engaging in a decisive battle before gathering enough strength. This formation is really annoying. Repairing it is much more troublesome than described in the ancient texts. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been dragged on until now. We could have entered the main peak's secret realm long ago, packed our things, and left. The Holy Envoy seemed troubled. The old man sighed. After all, thousands of years have passed, and the formation hasn't been maintained. Unexpected problems are to be expected. Furthermore, the ruins themselves are unstable. With the continuous impact of primal force fluctuations and spatial disturbances, it's understandable that many problems arise. He spoke lightly, but the actual issues were far more serious. It wasn't just the formation that was malfunctioning, even the space on the main peak was unstable. Their repair work faced numerous technical challenges, and their methods had to be as gentle as possible, every move cautious. Those demons and bandits outside only know there are good things on the main peak, and they're desperately trying to break in and plunder them, unaware of the unimaginable consequences if a massive battle were to erupt within the main peak. The Holy Envoy revealed a cruel and wicked smile. If things truly reach an unmanageable point, I'd like to see what kind of expression they have when disaster strikes. The old man remained silent. If disaster were to strike, everyone inside and outside the main peak would suffer. It would be a situation of near mutual destruction, and no one could escape unscathed. Chapter 184. We rushed here, but finally made it. Looking at the majestic mountain so close at hand, Zhu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. With the strength of our team, if we hadn't been so unlucky, we should have already dominated the main peak. Fong Ming tossed down his tactical backpack and plopped down on a thick, protruding tree root. Zhu Feng looked at the exhausted team and felt a pang of sympathy. Compared to a few days ago, the team had grown considerably, reaching nearly 500 people. Looking at all the human-superhuman teams in the entire ruins, such a large group was extremely rare. Whether it was the superhumans from Yen Kingdom or Bohai Kingdom, although they shared the same national identity, the vast majority of teams that could actually gather together were only a few dozen people. Ultimately, faced with the immense temptation of the ruins' treasures, the people they could trust were always limited. It was difficult for people who didn't know each other well to come together. The consequence of rashly joining others on a journey often resulted in the same fate as the group of extraordinary individuals ambushed and killed by the Huang family. A team like theirs, capable of gathering around 500 warriors, was practically a miracle. Such a team should theoretically be able to roam freely through the ruins, but in reality, their luck had been incredibly bad along the way. They were constantly attacked by packs of giant beasts, stumbled headlong into ambushes by demon cultivators, and were even attacked by a group of human extraordinary individuals who coveted their spoils. Luckily, they were strong and united. Otherwise, even if they hadn't been wiped out in battle, they would have long since fallen apart under the perilous circumstances. Stop lounging around. Get moving. Captain Chi, take your men and set up the sentry posts. Captain Su, take your men and fetch water. Captain He, your men go gather some firewood to start a campfire. Zhu Feng took a short breath and immediately began assigning tasks. He directed the team methodically. Those whose names were called, though exhausted, acted swiftly, without hesitation or complaint, their work proceeding flawlessly. Watching this scene quietly, Fong Ming wasn't surprised at all. After several days together, he had long been accustomed to the elite style of this team, and knew that the soldiers who had joined along the way were all their own. It wasn't that other teams, seeing their numbers and strength, had tried to join them and curry favor, but Zhu Feng had politely refused them all. Clearly, Zhu Feng didn't want anyone who wasn't one of their own. Fong Ming was very curious about Zhu Feng's identity, but he refrained from asking. If he were to ask and learn the other party's secret, he might find himself unable to extricate himself, making it a completely unnecessary and troublesome endeavor. An hour later, the group settled down, several campfires were lit, and most of the soldiers hastily ate their rations before beginning meditation and breathing exercises to recover the energy depleted from their long journey. Just as Fong Ming was attempting to break through his cultivation level, he suddenly heard Zhu Feng's stern shout, "All hands on deck! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle immediately!" Fong Ming opened his eyes, grabbed his weapon, and stood up. "What's going on?" Zhu Feng's expression was grim. The scouts just reported that demon cultivators are approaching in the dark, in large numbers, and they're attempting a flanking maneuver. "We're in serious trouble." Fong Ming was stunned. "A flanking maneuver? They're trying to annihilate us?" Zhu Feng sighed. "Our luck is really bad. We've probably been the first to stick our necks out. Our team has a large number of members. If the demons swallow us whole, the other teams will definitely be terrified, and there's a possibility of a large-scale retreat. That's probably their goal." Fong Ming opened his mouth, but was speechless, finally shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "This luck is truly unbelievable. Unbelievably bad." Zhu Feng didn't have time to say anything more to him. While directing his team to fight, he sent people to contact the other superhuman teams on either side, requesting their support. Fong Ming didn't hesitate either, quickly rushing to his battle position. Since the demons were determined to make an example of them, they would definitely launch a lightning attack with superior forces and send people to intercept the other superhuman teams on either side, preventing them from effectively providing reinforcements. It's easy to imagine the team's predicament. It was already extremely dangerous. One wrong move, and even if the entire army wasn't wiped out, they would at least suffer a crushing defeat. Hearing the faint sounds of fierce fighting in the distance, Suan, who was cultivating on a treetop, immediately stood up and climbed to the treetop with Zheng Nanji to look in that direction. Amidst the dazzling flashes of dozens, even hundreds, of grenades exploding one after another, countless tracer rounds darted back and forth among the trees, and the glowing force arrays on the gun barrels intertwined, outlining a vast and bustling battlefield. Such a commotion! It must be a fierce battle involving more than 1,000 people, Zheng Nanji exclaimed in surprise, her small, red lips agape. 1 or 2,000 level 6 or higher combatants fighting. This was a scene they had never witnessed before. Even though Zheng Nanji had been a superhuman for many years, and had established a 4-star sect, she had never encountered such a large-scale battle. Even though they had encountered numerous demon cultivators and Black Tide soldiers during their journey across the Chongling Mountains, aside from the aerial battles, the enemies they encountered on the ground were actually scattered, each group consisting of a limited number of people, at most only 1 or 200. "Should we go over and take a look?" Zheng Nanji asked. In her opinion, it was best not to participate in such a large-scale battle. Their only allies in these ruins were Zhu Feng's team, while the enemy numbered only a little over 200. Judging from the scale of the battlefield in the distance, it was clear that neither side had fewer than 500 people. Although she thought this way, Zheng Nanji didn't make a hasty decision. Instead, she proactively sought Su An's opinion, waiting for him to make the decision. This wasn't to say that sect leader Zheng lacked decisiveness. Having managed her sect for many years, issuing orders and making decisions had long been second nature to her. However, standing before her now was Suan. She knew that Su An's abilities surpassed her own, and she was willing to listen to his arrangements. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Suan leaped forward, carrying Zheng Nanji as they bounded through the treetops. "We've been circling around here for a while now. We never seen the demon race launch a proactive attack with a force of over 1,000 people before. What's going on today?" Zheng Nanji asked, her mind already racing with thoughts. Suan pondered. "Gathering elite forces for a proactive attack, besides weakening our forces, must be to slow our advance. It seems the demon race's exploration of the main peak isn't complete yet, and it probably won't be finished in a day or two." Zheng Nanji nodded repeatedly. "In that case, we still have a chance." The two quickly arrived near the battlefield and climbed to a higher vantage point to observe further. Upon closer inspection, they discovered the battlefield was clearly divided into 3 parts. The fighting on the left and right sides was smaller in scale and less intense than in the central area, with approximately 1 or 200 people on each side. The central battlefield was clearly the main battleground. Observing the glow of the force arrays on the guns and the distribution of flashes from exploding grenades, they knew a group of people were surrounded by forces several times their size. The fighting was fierce and evenly matched, with the attacking side holding a clear advantage. Their firepower suppressed the besieged, preventing them from raising their heads, and the encirclement was tightening. After watching for a while, Suen frowned. Many other soldiers had also come to observe the situation, scattered throughout the canopies of various giant trees. However, after seeing the general outline of the battlefield, they all shook their heads and retreated. Clearly, the demon cultivator's strength posed a significant challenge, and their presence with defensive positions on both flanks deterred them from leading reinforcements. This was understandable. Most superhuman teams consisted of only a few dozen people, and sending such a small force would be tantamount to suicide. Coordinating a dozen or so teams to attack together was obviously no easy task, likely resulting in a thankless and arduous effort. Signing together a large number of teams was difficult, and without unified command, it would be hard to defeat such a powerful enemy, with casualties likely to be substantial. Their purpose in entering the ruins was to search for treasure. Losing their combat power in such a battle would be irreparable. Tens of thousands of human superhumans had arrived near the main peak of the ruins, possessing formidable strength, but these individuals came from different countries and factions, lacking a command system. Ultimately, they were just a disorganized mob. In comparison, the demon cultivators defending the main peak, though far fewer in number, were a unified force under strict command, their fighting prowess exceptional. Besides the forces blocking the reinforcements from the flanks, there are over 1,000 demon cultivators in the central battlefield. The besieged unit is likely doomed. Zheng Nanji keenly noticed that the activity on the flanks was gradually decreasing. It was obvious that the earlier reinforcements of human superhumans, having witnessed the overwhelming strength of the demons, realized they couldn't play their part and began to retreat. "Let's go, let's rescue them." Suen suddenly made up his mind. Zheng Nanji's eyes widened. Could it be Zhu Feng and his group that's besieged? She couldn't think of any other reason for Suen's choice. If it weren't for them being besieged by demon cultivators several times their size until now, they would have long since fallen into chaos and scattered in all directions. How could they have remained so steadfast, united, and resolutely retaliating against the demon cultivators? Suen's voice was powerful and resonant. "Indeed," Zheng Nanji said, suddenly understanding. "Ceasefire." A level 10 demon cultivator raised his hand, ordering his subordinates on both sides to cease fire. There were no more human superhumans in sight. The group that had intended to support their tactical objective had disappeared into the dark depths of the forest after leaving behind some corpses. "Boss, should we go back and join the encirclement and annihilation battle? These demons have retreated. Surely no one else will be foolish enough to come and die. We have nothing to do here." After a moment, a level 9 cultivator lazily offered his suggestion. The level 10 demon cultivator pondered for a moment and thought it was a good idea. Before he could make a decision, he suddenly sensed the ground begin to tremble slightly. In the blink of an eye, the tremor intensified into a violent shaking, as if 1,000 troops were charging towards him. The demon cultivator narrowed his eyes. This was definitely not a commotion a human could create. Sure enough, a moment later he saw a large herd of giant beasts emerge from the forest, galloping towards the central battlefield. Some swept past them, while others headed straight for them. "Wow, such a large force. There must be several hundred giant beasts, right?" "I bet there are more than 500, the level 9 cultivator said lazily. "I hadn't heard of so many giant beasts launching an attack from this direction before. How strange." As a demon cultivator, he was no stranger to the giant beasts of the ruins. After all, there were 200 or 300 giant beasts assisting in the battle on the central battlefield behind them. Beasts they had brought from the main peak. "Indeed? I haven't heard anything about it." The level 10 demon cultivator stroked his chin, also finding it very strange. Such a large-scale mobilization of giant beasts couldn't have gone unnoticed beforehand. Could it be that the Holy Envoy thought our progress was too slow and temporarily dispatched reinforcements? But shouldn't they be coming from the main peak? Why are they coming from the outer perimeter? At this point, both of them were simply puzzled and didn't realize the impending danger. By the time they noticed the strange look in the giant beast's eyes, they were already upon them. Thud. Before the level 9 demon cultivator could react, a cheetah had already pounced on him, its massive jaws snapping shut, its long teeth piercing through his body. The level 10 demon cultivator reacted quickly, instantly leaping to the treetops. Watching the approaching horde of giant beasts pounce on one of their own cultivators after another, he was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. What's going on? These beasts are gone mad? Before he could figure out the answer, a giant ape charged at him. The level 10 demon cultivator quickly activated his primal force, displaying his demon bloodline. "Beast, see who I am." Then, he clearly saw the giant ape curl its lip, its face full of disdain, and then a huge paw slapped down, knocking him off the treetop even though he raised his sword to block. As a level 10 cultivator, he certainly wouldn't die so easily. Although the slap was incredibly powerful, it only made him feel suffocated. Compared to the physical suffocation, the giant ape's expression and actions clearly gave him more mental suffocation. Before he could regain his footing, a hawk swooped down, stomping him down with one claw, causing him to fall straight to the ground. Only then did he belatedly feel despair and fear. When he hit the ground, he was immediately engulfed by the torrent of giant beasts and never got up again. Chapter 185. Upon sensing hundreds of ferocious beasts charging menacingly towards them, Fong Ming, who was crouching on a treetop firing relentlessly at the demon cultivators, utterly despaired. The demon cultivators attacking them numbered over 1,000, 2 to 3 times their number, and among them were dozens of level 10 experts. This made Fong Ming feel as if fate was against him, as if the heavens were determined to kill him in the ruins. Otherwise, there would be no reason for so many level 10 demon cultivators to appear. If that were all, they could try to break out separately, even if it meant heavy casualties. At least some would escape and not all perish. But in addition to the demon cultivators, there were 200 to 300 giant beasts assisting in the battle. These beasts were fast and strong. A single swipe of their paws could seal off a large area, and they were masters of close combat. This made even a breakout impossible for the group. Anyone who attempted to break through was immediately met with hordes of colossal beasts, forming an impenetrable blockade that left them mangled and bloodied. Although the battle hadn't lasted long and casualties weren't too high, the situation was clear. They would all perish today. Am I just too unlucky, dragging the whole team down? Recalling his various encounters since arriving in the Chongling Mountains, Fong Ming felt he was truly a chosen one. It was just bad luck. With hundreds of colossal beasts joining the battlefield as new forces, his death was imminent. However, the next moment, something incomprehensible happened to Fong Ming. The colossal beasts that had charged into the demon cultivators' ranks didn't continue their attack. Instead, they turned and began assaulting the demon cultivators. A scaly tiger swung its claw, sending several demon cultivators who were firing side by side flying. A giant gorilla, the size of a small mountain, punched, instantly smashing a demon cultivator into a mangled pulp. A sharp-eyed eagle flapped its wings, slamming several more demon cultivators into tree trunks. In this manner, the giant beasts fully displayed their ferocious and ruthless fighting style. Fong Ming could clearly see that the demon cultivators, who were suddenly attacked, were even more bewildered than he was. None of them expected that the giant beasts, who had always been their allies, would suddenly turn on them and slaughter them. Many hadn't even had time to react before being torn into pieces, their limbs separated in a gruesome manner. Even the 200 or 300 giant beasts that had attacked them earlier suddenly changed their nature and turned to attack the demon cultivators, who had just been their companions. The scene left Fong Ming feeling as if he were in a dream. 1,000 or so giant beasts unleashed a thunderous slaughter on over 1,000 demon cultivators. Caught completely off guard, the latter were swiftly routed, and within minutes, no demon cultivators dared to fire again. Fong Ming rubbed his eyes vigorously, over and over, afraid he was seeing things. "Old Fong, pinch me, I'm afraid I'm hallucinating," Zhu Feng suddenly blurted out as Fong Ming was lost in thought. Fong Ming seemed to have a flash of inspiration. His eyes lit up, and without a word, he delivered a powerful punch straight to Zhu Feng's face, sending the man's head flying back and blood spurting from his nose. "It's not a hallucination, it's not a dream, old Zhu, it's all real. Ha ha, those beasts and those demons are fighting amongst themselves." Fong Ming laughed loudly. Zhu Feng, clutching his nose, stared at Fong Ming with a complicated expression, hesitating whether to retaliate. If we return the favor, we invited them to attack. If we don't, their punch seems rather unreasonable. Captain Zhu, what do we do now? Should we take this opportunity to push them back? A superhuman swallowed hard, barely suppressing his shock, and hesitantly asked Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng, one hand covering his nose, waved his other hand forcefully. "No need. Let them fight each other. If we go over now, it might backfire. Order all units to be on high alert and not let their guard down." "Yes, sir." The battle entered an extremely bizarre phase. The hundreds of superhumans under siege suddenly fell silent, watching with wide eyes as the giant beasts and demon cultivators slaughtered each other. One side was incredibly lively, while the other was eerily quiet. After some time, the demon cultivators, leaving behind a mess of severed limbs, retreated from the battlefield in a disheveled state, chased by the giant beasts and disappearing from Fong Ming and the other sight. After waiting quietly for a while, until the sounds of battle ceased completely, Fang Ming asked Zhu Feng uncertainly. Old Zhu, is this battle over? I understand what you mean, but I have to say, although the battle ended strangely, it's highly likely it's over, Zhu Feng said seriously. The soldiers sent out to monitor the battle between the giant beasts and the demon cultivators quickly returned to report that the demons had retreated into the main peak, while the giant beasts had disappeared into the depths of the forest, their whereabouts unknown. Hearing this definite news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were actually quite afraid that the giant beast horde might suddenly return to continue attacking them. After all, a group of crazed and insane giant beasts could do anything. Treat the wounded, maintain vigilance, Zhu Feng issued a new order. Old Feng, you take some men to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Several hundred demon cultivators had been killed by the giant beast, many of them wounded but not dead, merely incapacitated by their injuries. The team needed to finish them off. Leave it to me. Overjoyed, Fang Ming strode out. He felt his luck had finally turned around after all his misfortunes. Several hundred demon cultivators meant several hundred sets of relic weapons. Others might not know, but they had fought countless battles with demon cultivators along the way. They certainly knew the relic weapons they carried were top-tier items. This was a windfall. Are we going over? Atop a giant tree in the distance, watching Fang Ming lead his men to clean up the battlefield, Zheng Nanji turned to look at Suan, who stood with his hands behind his back, unmoved. No, we won't go. Suan shook his head. The beast horde has only just retreated. Just because you believe me doesn't mean everyone will. After all, it's not easy to understand. Zheng Nanji understood Suan's meaning. If they went to meet up with Zhu Feng and the others now, there was no guarantee they wouldn't connect the beast horde's unusual behavior to them, and then suspect Suan's human identity. Then let's wait until tomorrow. Zheng Nanji smiled reassuringly. Suan nodded. He wandered around the main peak of the ruins, gathering 600 or 700 beasts in total. Looking across the entire main peak battlefield, apart from that demon envoy, no one else possessed his power. Unfortunately, the number of beasts in the ruins was limited. Adding the 200 or 300 he had just controlled, this was the limit he could gather in the short term. Otherwise, if he wandered around a bit longer and gathered tens of thousands of giant beasts, he could conquer the main peak himself without the need for human superhumans. Although the ruins are vast, the giant beasts are too large, and the energy consumption to maintain their survival is astronomical. The number of giant beasts here is likely only a few thousand. Any more, and food will become a problem. The next morning, Suan led Zheng Nanji into the team's campsite and met Fang Ming, Zhu Feng, and others. Suan, you're still alive? This is wonderful. Upon seeing Suan, Zhu Feng immediately rushed forward with joy, patting his shoulder and pounding his chest. His attitude as warm as if Suan were his long-lost brother. Not only that, his eyes were exceptionally bright when he looked at Suan, almost glowing, making Suan wonder if the other man had a problem with his sexual orientation. Fang Ming wasn't as excited as Zhu Feng, but that was about it. If Suan wasn't mistaken, his eyes were red, almost bursting with joy. Great. I still have teammates. I didn't fail to protect even one teammate. At this point, Fang Ming's expression darkened. It was clear that Suan and Zheng Nanji's survival after disappearing from the cave wasn't really his fault as team leader. In short, their reunion was a cause for celebration for everyone. Zhu Feng and Fang Ming inevitably inquired about Suan and Zheng Nanji's ordeal. Upon learning of their near-death experience, they naturally sighed deeply, repeatedly expressing their relief. Of course, neither Suan nor Zheng Nanji mentioned their more intimate relationship. When Suan used the traces of battle outside the camp as a starting point to ask the team if they had experienced a major battle, Fang Ming immediately swept away his self-blame and guilt and hurriedly told them about the danger and bizarreness of last night's battle. You don't know, there were more than 1,000 demon cultivators, and they brought 200 or 300 giant beasts. They came up and outflanked us from both sides. By the time we reacted, it was too late for a general breakout, and we were forced to fight on the spot. The danger at that time was something you can hardly understand unless you saw it with your own eyes. This group of demon cultivators suddenly had dozens of level 10 experts, each with superb marksmanship and excellent equipment. We were completely suppressed and couldn't even raise our heads. We had no chance of survival whatsoever. At this point, Fang Ming suddenly stopped talking, then asked Suan and Zheng Nanji with great enthusiasm, "Guess what happened next?" Suan pondered for a moment and said, "Everyone is alive and well. The battle must have suddenly changed, but I don't know what kind of change it was." Fang Ming slapped his thigh. Suan, you're spot on. The battle did indeed take a sudden turn, but such a change is unimaginable. even for us who witnessed it. He grabbed Zhu Feng, pointing at his nose. This guy thought he was dreaming. He insisted I punch him. Look, his nose is still crooked. You know, old Zhu is usually so composed. Even he looked like this back then, which shows how bizarre the change was. Fang Ming looked at Suan, then at Zheng Nanji, and then, with a smug air, began to tease. Why don't you guess what happened? Use your imagination as much as you can. The more outrageous the better, otherwise you never get close to the truth. Zheng Nanji bit her lip, lowered her head, and tried hard to suppress her laughter, not wanting anyone to notice her unusual behavior. Suan, however, remained serious and righteous, replying, I can't think of anything. Fang Ming laughed heartily, patting Suan's shoulder repeatedly. It's understandable that you couldn't figure it out. I couldn't either. To tell you the truth, those demons shot themselves in the foot. They commanded the horde of giant beasts against us, but they never expected that at the most crucial moment, the beasts would suddenly go berserk and turn to attack them. Haha, it's such a pity you didn't see the scene. Those demon cultivators were completely stunned, each one seemingly living in a dream, losing their lives in a daze. In this most dangerous and difficult battle, we actually won without firing a single shot. Isn't that outrageous? Absolutely outrageous. Suan cooperated with an awe, his face full of shock and disbelief. Indeed outrageous, I never would have imagined it. Zhu Feng stood quietly to the side, silently watching Fang Ming's animated performance. After Fang Ming finished speaking and heard Suan's reply, Zhu Feng's gaze became incredibly strange. Ahem, Suan, come with me, I have something to tell you. Zhu Feng, not wanting to see Fang Ming embarrass himself any longer, coughed twice and pulled Suan away. What does Captain Zhu want to say to me? Upon reaching the riverbank at the edge of the camp, Suan asked. Zhu Feng sighed deeply. If nothing unexpected happens, we soon be launching a final assault on the main peak of the ruins, engaging in a decisive battle with the demon race. It's better to clarify some things sooner rather than later, so that everyone can work together without any misunderstandings. Chapter 186. Hearing Zhu Feng's words, Suan assumed he was referring to his command of the giant beasts, and his expression subtly changed. However, upon further reflection, Suan felt this was highly unlikely. After all, he hadn't shown anything unusual in front of Zhu Feng and the others, and his command of the giant beast horde to their aid last night seemed flawless. With this in mind, Suan calmly looked at Zhu Feng, not speaking rashly, but quietly waiting for him to continue. Zhu Feng spoke frankly and confidently. The team now has over 400 people. As you probably noticed, we belong to the same organization. Among the various forces, we learned of the demon race's plan to enter the ruins and open the secret realm quite early. Even if we weren't the earliest, we were definitely among the top 3. Therefore, we were very well prepared for this operation. We have a large number of soldiers entering the Chongling Mountains, but to conceal our movements and avoid revealing our secrets, we entered in batches. Our people were informed in advance of the alliance between the demon race and the Black Tide, and made arrangements for the difficulty of the battle. However, it was unexpected that the Black Tide preferred to leave everyone outside the ruins. The intensity of the chaotic battle in the mountains was too great, and many people were unable to enter the ruins. If we could have waited a few more days, we could have gathered even more of our own people. He paused here. Suan seized this opportunity to ask, aren't you short-handed? There are as many as 10,000 soldiers here. As a major force, you should have at least 1,000 people present. Zhu Feng bluntly replied, yes, we are short, but quality is more important than quantity. Besides, although everyone covets the treasures of the ruins, they are just extra income for us, not worth using our main force for. Most of our soldiers have their own important tasks to attend to. Suan was slightly surprised. Whether it was the demon race, the Yan kingdom, or even the Zhongshan and Bohai kingdoms, this battle was almost a full-scale effort, because the relics and treasures were truly precious and powerful. He hadn't expected that the other side would only see these things as a side income. Then how important must their main business be? Seeing Suan remain silent, Zhu Feng proactively asked, aren't you curious about our identities? Suan didn't seem to care. Curious, but I don't want to ask. You can tell me if you want, but I probably pretend I didn't hear it. Zhu Feng paused, thought for a moment, and then chose to tell the truth. His expression became more solemn, and his gaze became resolute as he said, we are the Resistance. The Resistance. Suan pondered the name and the possible meaning this identity represented. Zhu Feng waited a moment, seeing that Suan still had no reaction and showed no intention of asking for more information. He couldn't help but ask again out of curiosity, don't you have anything you want to ask? Suan calmly replied, like I said, Say what you want. Zhu Feng said with some frustration. Are you that afraid of being involved with us? At this point, I'm already entangled with you all. Suin shook his head, but our entanglement isn't deep yet. Whether we become more deeply involved later, I need to leave myself the choice. Zhu Feng looked at Suin a few more times, then suddenly chuckled, as if thinking of something. Alright, anyway, we don't intend to force you, and it's not something I can decide. In short, as you can see, Jiang Bai, Song Jiao, and Nandong Buki who attacked earlier are also members of the resistance. Although they aren't the strongest in the organization, they are still pillars of strength. With them protecting us on the outside, we don't need to worry about not being able to leave the mountains after leaving the ruins. You can go all out from now on, and we will do our best to help you. Hearing this, Suin finally felt the urge to ask a question. Provide me with help. Does that mean the role of a team of over 400 is just to be my support? Am I that important? How could I be that important? Zhu Feng thought for a moment and corrected his wording. Provide help when necessary. Suin stared at Zhu Feng for a long time, but this time the other party didn't seem inclined to say anything more. Silence fell. Suin didn't ask any more questions, and Zhu Feng didn't explain further. After a moment, Suin suddenly shook his head and smiled. After rescuing him, Zhu Fei would always take the time to introduce the church, explain its doctrines, and clarify what the church did. But Zhu Feng had said so much before, yet now he showed no intention of promoting the resistance, which was truly puzzling. I obtained some relics weapons earlier. Send someone with me to retrieve them. Finally, Suin decided to take out what he had prepared for Zhu Feng and the others. Before coming to the team's campsite, he had retrieved the weapons from Tiger King and his henchmen and hidden them not far away. On this day, more teams of extraordinary individuals arrived at the outskirts of the main peak, totaling several hundred people. Those who had already arrived began coordinating and agreeing on a coordinated all-out attack. Last night, the demon race dispatched several elite forces to launch surprise attacks on several powerful groups, including the resistance army. However, because they failed to capture the resistance army, their primary target, the operation was not entirely successful. Therefore, the human extraordinary individuals were not intimidated. In fact, their morale soared after learning that the giant beast horde would go berserk and attack the demon cultivators. In this area of the ruins, the giant beasts had always been an asset to the demon race. Now, the demon cultivators couldn't even control the giant beast horde and had to guard against their backlash. In the eyes of the human extraordinary individuals, this was a sign of utter desperation. That night, the captains of each team gathered to discuss the attack time, allocate combat areas, and conduct a brief team reorganization. After some coordination, they decided to begin the battle the next day. The following day at noon, over 10,000 human superhumans launched a decisive offensive against the main peak. The main peak was not an isolated mountain, but rather a central mountain range surrounded by other peaks, covering a relatively large area. The demon cultivators, relying on the mountainside and giant trees, had previously constructed defensive positions at various advantageous locations on the mountainside, in the valleys, and at the summit. Although lacking large-scale weapons, like field artillery, the demons' trenches and moats were still quite complete and sturdy, forming 3 layers of defense, offering a commanding and relentless resistance from their high vantage point. The battle was extremely fierce from the outset. All were truly elite superhumans. With a considerable number of high-ranking soldiers, their combat skills were beyond question. The elites from each region surged towards the mountain peaks like a tidal wave, the sheer number of people creating an impressive spectacle. Of course, the bullets and grenades unleashed by the demon cultivators were even more devastating. The three-dimensional crossfire network formed by positions of varying sizes relentlessly tore through the ranks of the superhumans, inflicting significant casualties on the human side and severely damaging their morale. The battle raged from noon until dusk. Initially, the commotion was immense, with deafening shouts and relentless blasts of energy. Stray bullets struck the giant trees and mountains like hail. However, the gunfire gradually subsided. The result was that the human superhumans' offensive was halted, forcing them to retreat to the foot of the mountain to regroup. These bastards are all incredibly cunning. When the fighting started, they were all shouting like they had a blood feud with the demons, but they just fired from a distance and threw grenades. Not one of them dared to charge forward. Instead, they kept urging others to go first. It's inhuman. At the campfire in the rebel encampment, Fang Ming, whose arm was being bandaged, was angrily shouting. Judging by his flushed face and spittle-flecked manner, if he weren't truly powerless, he probably would have kicked everyone in the butt. Suin, who was bandaging his wound, slapped him on the back of the head, signaling him to stop moving. I'm your captain. How dare you hit me on the head? Fong Ming muttered indignantly, but that was all he did. He obediently stopped waving his arm. It wasn't that Fong Ming was cowardly, but rather that during the battle earlier that day, he had charged too fast and been targeted by a demon sniper. If Suen hadn't acted quickly and pulled him back, he wouldn't have just been shot in the arm. Although old Fong exaggerated a bit, everyone saw it today. That's pretty much the situation. Everyone wants others to be at the forefront, and no team wants to suffer casualties themselves, Zhu Feng sighed. Without organization and unified command, no matter how many people there are, they're just a disorganized mess. If we can't make changes in time, I'm afraid we have a hard time breaking through the demon cultivator's defenses. His words only fueled Fong Ming's anger. Before, everyone was quite capable. From crossing the mountains to venturing deep into the ruins, the soldiers from all sides demonstrated the qualities of elite troops, and many teams dared to charge fiercely. Back then, nobody cared so much about casualties. How come now that the prize is right in front of us, and everyone is focused on a decisive final assault, they become timid and hesitant, holding each other back? This is outrageous. I don't understand. Suen, having finished preparing her medicine, sat down beside him. What's there to be confused about? This is all normal. The teams weren't initially slacking off. At the start of the battle, morale was high, and everyone charged quickly and fiercely. However, the demon race, relying on their strong and well-preserved defenses, dealt a heavy blow to the army. After a period of charging without breaking through, and suffering heavy casualties, the teams clearly recognized the reality and understood that the demon race's defenses weren't so easy to breach, inevitably slowing their advance. The initial momentum wanes, and eventually, it's understandable that they dared not advance under heavy fire. Today's battle unfolded exactly as Suen described. The 10,000 human superhumans weren't initially lacking in effort. Faced with the largest treasure mountain in the ruins, everyone wanted to be the first to rush in and seize it. However, after being taught a lesson by the demon race cultivators, they knew that breaking through the enemy's defenses wasn't easy. Each team didn't want to send their own people to their deaths, allowing others to benefit at their expense. Their offensive weakened further and further, until finally, they were driven back. According to you, this battle is unlikely to continue. Everyone has realized the strength of the demon race today. If we fight again tomorrow, there won't even be the initial fierce attack. It'd just be a bunch of people rushing each other. If no one is willing to fight bravely, how can we possibly overcome the odds? Fong Ming shook his head in frustration, feeling his future was bleak. Suen looked at Zhu Feng, wanting to see what he had to say. He's the commander of this team now, and also a teacher at the Resistance's Special Academy. He certainly can't be completely helpless. Chapter 187. Zhu Feng answered without hesitation. First of all, we can fight this battle. While the demon race's defensive line on the main peak is complete and sturdy, it is not impenetrable. They have limited manpower, and although their firepower network can block every attack area, the thickness of the network varies. Today I observed for a long time, and have discovered several weak points in their firepower network. When the battle begins, I patrol the various hilltops to accurately pinpoint the gaps in their defenses. Besides limited manpower, the demon race also has limited ammunition. Although they acquired a considerable amount of melee weapons and crossbows in the ruins, they haven't been able to replenish their bullets, grenades, and hand grenades. We are different. Having fought our way here, we always had spoils along the way. Although the situation varies from team to team, we always had supplies. But the demon race's battle line has been constantly retreating, and they haven't been able to obtain much spoils from the human superhumans. Being able to fight is not enough, we must be able to win. Regardless, our forces outnumber the demon race by more than double. Those who have fought their way through the ruins to reach the main peak are seasoned veterans, who have defeated numerous enemies. Only the elite remain after the dust settles. With our elite forces, as long as we coordinate effectively and deploy our troops scientifically, and everyone works diligently, there's no reason why we shouldn't exploit the weaknesses in the defenses and achieve victory. At this point, Zhu Feng already possessed a confident and commanding air. He looked around at his team, encouraging them with his gaze, inspiring others with his own confidence. After a pause, Zhu Feng continued, secondly, how do we fight? As I just said, for the human side to break through the defenses and defeat the demon race, they need effective overall planning and coordination, a unified command system, and someone to lead the charge and achieve a breakthrough first, inspiring the others. Ultimately, everyone came here for profit. Having already come and paid a considerable price, each team will naturally do their utmost as long as there's hope of breaching the treasure mountain. In this way, with elite troops charging ahead to break through enemy lines, and large forces following closely to expand gains and occupy the battlefield. Any breakthrough will boost morale, allowing everyone to swarm forward and fully utilize our numerical and overall combat advantage. How could the demon race possibly not be defeated? At this point, Zhu Feng's gaze swept intently over the crowd, his voice becoming loud and powerful. I finished speaking. Are you in favor or against? Gathered around were commanders of various ranks, all outstanding in skill, ability, and fighting spirit. After listening to Zhu Feng's reasoned analysis, and being inspired by his confident demeanor, their expressions hardened and their fighting spirits soared. The gloom of today's defeat was instantly swept away, and everyone shouted in agreement, in favor. I agree. Captain Zhu is right. I agree. Zhu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Since everyone is in agreement, let's work towards this plan. The team should rest and recuperate tonight, maintaining vigilance against a night attack by the demons, so we can lead the vanguard in the second battle tomorrow. Captain He, Captain Su, Fang Ming, Suan, you come with me to meet with the team captains. Tonight, we must establish a unified command structure with them to promote and achieve our strategic goals. Everyone agreed. Fang Ming, who had previously been frustrated and unwilling, was now filled with renewed fighting spirit, looking eager to charge into battle. Suan and Zheng Nanji exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's meaning. This Captain Zhu was indeed no ordinary person. On the way from the camp to the place where yesterday's meeting was held, Fang Ming suddenly sighed deeply, filled with emotion. Today, when we fought the demon race, we didn't see a single giant beast. Since entering the ruins, whenever we fought against demon cultivators, there was at least a 30 to 40% chance that they would summon giant beasts to assist in the battle. The combined strengths and weaknesses of both sides were far greater than the sum of their parts. Not to mention, if there were even 1,000 or so giant beasts on the demon race's positions, their defenses would have no gaps. The weak points in their firepower could be completely filled by the horde of giant beasts. If that's the case, even if we had 10,000 men, attacking the main peak would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Zhu Feng nodded vigorously. That's exactly right. Fang Ming, still shaken yet incredibly relieved, said, so, the demon race is truly not to be underestimated. Although we breached the ruins and are at the foot of the central peak, they haven't been defeated. On the contrary, their layered attacks and resistance from the Chongling Mountains to the ruins have actually achieved their strategic objective, effectively weakening our strength. If we hadn't suffered so many casualties on the way, there would be far more than 10,000 human superhumans here by now. It's precisely because only 10,000 have reached the main peak that we haven't been able to break through their defenses smoothly. As everyone knows, the main force of the demon race has been active here for quite some time. Who knows when they enter the main peak and sweep up all the treasures inside? If the giant beast horde is still fighting for them, they can definitely leisurely collect all the treasures and return laden with spoils. Even if we reach the foot of the mountain, we'd be helpless and can only sigh in despair. These words were met with enthusiastic agreement from the crowd. Just as Fang Ming had said, the demon race's actions had indeed been largely successful. Even the alliance of 3 kingdoms, and the participation of various other forces could not prevent them from achieving their strategic goals. It could be said that up until the day before yesterday, everything had proceeded as the demon race had anticipated, and the situation remained entirely under their control. In this situation, everyone could only marvel at the demon race's long preparation and premeditated plan. Their plan to activate the ruins' grand array and reap the benefits of the ancient demon race within was executed flawlessly, and was undoubtedly a resounding success. At this point, although the demon race had lingered on the main peak for many days without activating the main peak's grand array earlier, this was also within their expectations. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many demon cultivators on the main peak, and their defensive line wouldn't be so solid. It's worth noting that activating the ruins' grand array and activating the main peak's grand array are 2 separate matters. The demon race completed the former early on, which allowed human superhumans to enter the ruins unimpeded for exploration. With everyone's approval, Fang Ming became even more excited, his face flushed as he continued, therefore, the giant beasts are the key to everything, the very thing that allows us to turn the tide and try to break the demon race's plan. The loss of control of the giant beast horde was clearly unexpected by the demon race, greatly hindering their overall arrangements and creating a gap in their defenses on the main peak. If the giant beast horde hadn't suddenly gone berserk and turned its guns on the demon race cultivators, how could they not continue to drive them? Without this incident, where would our opportunity have come from? Hearing this, Zhu Feng and the others nodded silently, while Zheng Nanji looked at Suan with a meaningful gaze. her misty eyes filled with a mysterious smile that was not meant for outsiders. Zhu Feng sized up Fang Ming for a while, noticing that the man hesitated several times, seemingly wanting to say something more, and couldn't help but feel curious. Old Fang, what exactly are you trying to say? Having known each other for so long, Zhu Feng had a fairly good understanding of Fang Ming. Normally, after delivering such a brilliant speech that drew everyone's agreement and praise, Fang Ming would be beaming with pride, his chin held high. Fang Ming suddenly clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming with even more excitement. Undoubtedly, Zhu Feng's witty remark hit the nail on the head, and Suen immediately emphasized loudly, the fundamental problem is what? Have you considered why the giant beast horde suddenly went berserk, turning from friend to foe to the demon cultivators? Such a timely rebellion by the giant beast horde, and with thousands of beasts suddenly turning against them, causing the demon race to dare not even use their remaining beasts anymore. What is the reason? Upon hearing this, Suen averted his gaze from Fang Ming, pretending to be nonchalant as he stared ahead, stroking his chin as if pondering the fatal question posed by the other party. Undoubtedly, Suen was somewhat uneasy at this moment. Regardless of how half-truthfully and nonchalantly he spoke to Zheng Nanji about his demon bloodline, his inner suspicion and resistance, and his self-deprecating humor, if this were truly uncovered, given the millennia-long blood feud between humans and demons, which superhuman would still accept him? Even Zhu Feng and the others would likely lose their goodwill towards him. He might be attacked by the mob within minutes, ending up with nothing but bones. Zhu Feng thought for a moment, then, seeing Fang Ming staring blankly at him, as if to say, I already have the answer, so come and ask me, he couldn't help but stammer. Old Fang, just say what you want to say. Do I have to be the straight man? Fang Ming, easily embarrassed, blushed at having his secret exposed, facing the inquisitive and curious gazes of the crowd. But in the blink of an eye, he popped out his chest again and proudly declared, Luck. This is my luck, or rather my destiny. Hearing this unexpected answer, not only was Suen stunned, but everyone else was also speechless, remaining silent for a long time. They were truly caught off guard by Fang Ming's wild imagination, and didn't know how to react. Fang Ming was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, and said with great enthusiasm, luck is also a part of strength, and often more important than cultivation and combat power. Luck at crucial moments can even turn defeat into victory. Who can achieve great things without great fortune? You all know, without me saying it, that in the Battle of Fengqi Mountain, our human army fought a decisive battle against the main force of the demon race. The two sides fought fiercely for a whole day. We had already suffered heavy casualties, and were at a complete disadvantage, on the verge of collapse. But just then, a blizzard suddenly descended. Just as we were about to finish off our main force of the demon race, we were in a disadvantageous position, and the blizzard blinded us. The human army seized the opportunity to counterattack, throwing the main force of the demon race into chaos. This is how we turned defeat into victory and won this crucial battle. Therefore, luck, or destiny, is not only a part of strength, but sometimes it can even reverse life and death, determining the fate and future of a country or even a continent. His words were delivered with conviction, silencing the marching group. No one could accuse Fang Ming of talking nonsense. After all, while rare, such events were not uncommon. Examples included naval battles where a sudden strong wind could allow the adversary to launch a fire attack or create a sandstorm, thus defeating a powerful enemy. Examples included armies facing dire straits, only to be suddenly struck by torrential rain that slowed the pursuers, or even an earthquake striking while besieging a city, all well-documented examples of war. But to say that anyone would place their hopes for victory on such extremely low-probability events was blatant foolishness. Luck is important, but why is it your luck? Suen couldn't help but interject with a question. Fang Ming immediately burst into laughter, thumping his chest loudly. Of course it's my luck. Who else could it be? Suen, is it yours? Suen, He was speechless. Fang Ming continued, ever since entering the Chongling Mountains, my luck has been terrible, really terrible. The moment I got off the transport plane, I ran into a large group of Black Tide soldiers. My team barely managed to defeat them, only to be met with reinforcements. The team was instantly scattered, and I almost died myself. Later, when we met Old Zhu, we were instantly surrounded on 3 or 4 sides. Even after arriving here, the night before last, the demon cultivators concentrated their elite guns to shoot us down. You tell me, if this isn't a matter of luck, then what situation is? But the irony is that, as the saying goes, extremes beget their opposites, and adversity turns to prosperity. My bad luck reached its peak, so of course, good fortune was about to arrive, And extraordinary good fortune at that. My bad luck once nearly killed the team. So there's no reason why my good fortune shouldn't save them from dire straits, right? This time, the giant beast horde suddenly went berserk, causing the demons to lose a crucial asset, and creating weak points in their otherwise intact defenses. That's the best proof. At this point, Fong Ming stopped, put his hands on his hips, and laughed heartily, as if he were about to ascend to heaven. After laughing, he declared loudly and righteously to the crowd, I, Fong Ming, am the true chosen one of destiny. Suan, Zheng Nanji, Zhu Feng, and the others, This time, everyone was truly speechless. On one hand, they felt that Fong Ming was talking complete nonsense this time. On the other hand, they had to admit that there was a certain degree of credibility hidden within his nonsensical words. Chapter 188. In Suan's view, Fong Ming's argument that he was the chosen one was actually very weak. Initially, when the team disembarked from the transport plane, their ability to hold their ground against the Black Tide soldiers' offensive was, after rational analysis, largely due to Suan's crucial role. Without his sniping skills and the large number of high-powered force grenades, the Black Tide soldiers' offensive would never have been suppressed. Later, when Fong Ming encountered Zhu Feng's team and they were surrounded, it was Suan who arrived in time, opening a path for them to survive. As for the attack the previous night by the elite demon race's forces with their giant beasts, that was something Suan, from a superhuman perspective, could only achieve with incredible skill, controlling the beasts to turn their lives around. If we're talking about luck, Suan felt that he was Fong Ming's luck. That's right, he was Fong Ming's luck itself, and Fong Ming, this chosen one, should ultimately call him father. Of course, Suan would only think these words to himself, at most seriously agreeing with the assertion, but he would never say them aloud. Because of this thought, Suan's gaze towards Fong Ming changed. Fong Ming, basking in his own glory, as the chosen one of destiny, was surveying the world when he happened to meet Suan's eyes. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and he frowned, a strange thought arising in his mind. This thought was inexplicable yet lingering, causing him to hesitate for a long time. Finally, unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked Suan, bewildered, Suan, what's with that look in your eyes? I sense a kind of loving affection in it. What's going on? Tell me honestly, are you thinking something strange or inappropriate? Or am I seeing things? Suan withdrew his gaze and chuckled, thinking to himself, you're not only right, you're absolutely right. This is exactly the look a loving father gives his son. After this interlude, the team encountered no further noteworthy setbacks along the way. Upon arriving at the meeting place for the team leaders, Suan became merely an observer, leaving the actual business to Zhu Feng to discuss with the level 90 experts. The meeting's process and outcome had some unexpected aspects for Suan, as well as some that were within reason. What surprised Suan was that he had assumed the disorganized human superhumans, after today's defeat, would become even more conservative, shifting blame and relentlessly criticizing others, thus losing their enthusiasm for tomorrow's battle. But in reality, today's defeat made even the experienced team leaders aware of the problems. The questions Zhu Feng had raised during his previous team meeting, whether they could fight, win, and how to fight, became a consensus among most of the team leaders. Some team leaders even offered practical and useful supplementary suggestions. Zhu Feng had originally planned to observe for another day or two to fully understand the weaknesses in the demon race's defenses. However, after the team captains reported on the demon race's defensive positions in their respective combat zones, he immediately had a clear answer. By simply combining the battlefield intelligence from each team, Zhu Feng marked the various gaps in the demon race's defenses, allowing everyone to launch targeted attacks in tomorrow's battle. The proposal to strengthen coordination and establish unified command was quickly approved at the meeting. Ultimately, the treasure is right in front of us. We all fought our way here, there's no reason to cower at the final juncture. Knowing that the demon race is not invincible, a few setbacks will not diminish our courage to fight to the bitter end. Suan gradually understood, besides, time is of the essence. No one knows when the demon race will activate the main peak's grand formation and take away all the treasures inside. Everyone is anxious and doesn't want to waste precious time on empty talk. They're willing to prioritize the overall situation to some extent. In any case, these extraordinary individuals, who frequently engage in field missions and fight demons and criminals from the Chaos Land, are not lacking in spirit, courage, wisdom, or insight. The unsurprising aspect is that after resolving the major strategic issues, serious disagreements and arguments still arise among the teams regarding the specific operational details. Simply put, no one wants their team to be tasked with the initial assault, drawing fire from densely packed, dangerous areas and creating opportunities for others to breach through weak points in the defenses. Each team leader wants their team's combat missions to be low difficulty and low casualty. This is normal, since everyone will be vying for treasures after capturing the main peak. The team with more members and stronger capabilities will naturally be able to seize more loot. For a small, weaker team, no matter how much effort and sacrifice they made for the greater good in this battle, expecting others to share their spoils is nothing short of wishful thinking. The 10,000 or so extraordinary individuals present came from 3 countries and several factions. While it's natural for allies to share the spoils equally, or even according to merit, why should people from other countries give you their things? After this battle, everyone will go their separate ways. Sharing the spoils with others will bring no benefit whatsoever. Furthermore, whether between the 3 countries, the major factions, or between the 3 countries and the major factions, there are no long-term, stable alliances. Competition and hostility predominate. Who would willingly benefit anyone else? The conflict seemed irreconcilable. In such a situation, it was natural for a powerful figure to step in and set the tone. Zhu Feng, one of the captains of the largest and most powerful teams, took the lead in expressing his team's willingness to take the initial offensive and called on the other teams to follow suit. However, as it turned out, setting an example wasn't always effective, especially when it concerned their own interests. Most of the other teams were unwilling to compromise. Some suggested that at least other teams should send their elite troops to serve as the vanguard alongside their own. This was already a concession, but not all teams were willing to join the initial offensive. Weaker teams argued that their strength was limited, and if their elite troops were sent, they would be left with little fighting power. Ostensibly, they feared they wouldn't be able to handle the later battles and would hold everyone back, but in reality, they feared their elite troops would be forced to their deaths at the front, affecting the spoils of war later. This concern was certainly not unfounded. When the main force proposed that smaller units send men to assist in the initial attack, they may have harbored the intention of using these men as cannon fodder. These doubts and contradictions made the latter half of the meeting very difficult. Even with Zhu Feng setting an example, the discussions dragged on for hours without reaching a satisfactory conclusion. With dawn approaching and time pressure mounting, the team leaders meeting finally managed to cobble together an action plan. It was decided that the main force would lead a contingent of elite men from the smaller units to undertake the most arduous combat mission of the day. On the way back to the rebel camp, Suen proactively asked Zhu Feng, of all the main forces, we're the only ones who didn't request smaller units to cooperate in the initial attack. With such high sacrifices and such a strong sense of responsibility, won't it ultimately be a case of more harm than good? Zhu Feng frowned slightly and turned to look at Suen. Seeing the other's composed expression, he realized that Suen wasn't truly worried about the team suffering losses, but rather curious about Zhu Feng's decision and how he could guarantee the team would accept it. The reason is simple, Zhu Feng said directly, because we are the resistance. Suen pressed, what is the resistance? Zhu Feng smiled, a smile that wasn't overly enthusiastic, nor did it resonate with the booming voice of Fang Ming, but his confident and heroic demeanor was unmistakable. At all times, the resistance is the backbone of humanity, daring to be pioneers and unafraid of responsibility. Fearing difficulties and cowardice is not our style. Facing challenges head-on is our habit. This is both an internal requirement and a fact that must be shown to outsiders. Suen pondered for a moment, then nodded in understanding. He had been wondering why Zhu Feng was willing to pay such a high price to break through the demon race's defenses, since the trip to the ruins was merely a way for the resistance to earn some extra money. Zhu Feng's meaning was clear, charging into battle and setting an example were the resistance's fighting style. Their strong organizational inertia meant they wouldn't sit idly by and watch this battle fail. They had to at least do their utmost. Besides, bravery and responsibility were the resistance's internal qualities, things they wanted to project to the outside world. The former was related to their own development, while the latter was for the organization's growth. After a morning of preparation, at noon that day, the superhuman army once again launched a fierce attack on the demon race's main peak position. However, as soon as the battle began, an unexpected situation shocked the human army and caused widespread commotion. The demon race had voluntarily abandoned their outermost defensive positions. The outermost defensive perimeter is the largest area. When the demon race uses limited manpower to defend a wide area, weak points in their firepower appear, leaving gaps for the human army to breach. Now, however, the demon race has contracted its defensive line, retreating its forces to the second layer of defense. Those weak points and gaps have all disappeared. This arrangement immediately disrupted the superhuman army's deployment. Their prepared tactics became meaningless due to the disappearance of weak points, practically a joke. The 10,000 soldiers naturally felt lost and confused. After yesterday's defeat and the night's assembly, their hard-won morale instantly plummeted. But the superhuman army did not give up the offensive. Neither large nor small units retreated without authorization, nor did they cause any chaos. Instead, after entering the outermost perimeter abandoned by the demon race, they immediately convened an emergency meeting. Everyone realized the gravity of the situation. The matter was actually quite simple. In yesterday's battle, although the demon race lacked the assistance of the giant beast horde, they still defeated the human army relatively easily. In this situation, even if there were weaknesses in the battle line, they had no reason to voluntarily relinquish an entire defensive line before suffering setbacks. Realistically speaking, even if the human army made tactical adjustments and targeted deployments, various problems prevented proper coordination between the different units. Even if an offensive was launched, it might not put much pressure on the demon race's positions. Even if the enemy's fighting style was conservative, they shouldn't have retreated voluntarily. A retreat would not only make the demon race's defensive line tighter and more difficult for the human army, preventing them from exploiting any weaknesses, but it would also deprive the demon race cultivators of a significant amount of maneuvering space and tactical possibilities. When the perimeter of the defenses shrinks, the intensity of firepower received in each area inevitably increases, which is by no means a guaranteed profit for the demon race. So why is the demon army still making such a deployment? There's only one answer. The demon race is about to open the main peaks formation and enter the secret realm within. Only in this way can the demon race contract its defensive lines, striving to avoid revealing any weaknesses, and also facilitating the redeployment of manpower into the main peak's interior. As for maneuvering space and tactical possibilities, the demon race no longer needs them at all. What they need to do next is simply to reliably hold off the human army for a certain period of time, and then they can complete the collection of the secret realm's treasures. The extraordinary beings, realizing this, could not possibly fail to grasp the urgency of the battle. If the demon race completes their exploration of the main peak's secret realm, it won't just be a matter of the human side returning empty-handed, the latter might also face a heavy blow from the former. As the core of the ruins, the main peak's secret realm has a very high probability of containing teleportation arrays, and even the possibility of large-scale destructive weapons is not out of the question. Once the demon race gains control, it's only natural that they could either vanish immediately or annihilate the human army. Without such leverage, why would the demon race dare to open a secret realm in the central region, even under the complete encirclement of a human-superhuman army? Aren't they afraid that even if they gain something, the human superhumans, with their superior numbers, would seize it and annihilate them in the process? This sudden turn of events instantly united the human superhumans like never before. Disunity was unacceptable. Without concerted efforts and a unified will, the entire operation would be lost. Therefore, the major teams immediately pledged their willingness to undertake the arduous main attack, promising that the smaller teams wouldn't put their elite troops at too great risk, nor would they be used as cannon fodder. Everyone advanced together, shoulder to shoulder, attacking the demon race's defenses. With the major teams making concessions, and the smaller teams also making sacrifices, a compromise was reached, and an unprecedentedly effective command system was established. Zhu Feng, having previously earned the favor of the troops through his exemplary conduct, now held the greatest prestige, and became the temporary commander of the entire army. He immediately assembled a disciplined team of elite soldiers from various units to oversee operations and prevent desertion. He then redeployed the battle plan based on the new terrain and enemy troop deployment. An unprecedentedly fierce battle officially commenced at 3 p.m. Chapter 189. From arriving at the main peak area to the start of the major battle at 3 p.m. today, nearly 2 days and 2 nights had passed, during which superhumans continuously arrived at the scene. Although their numbers were not large, they successfully brought the force to over 10,000, while the resistance army grew from nearly 500 to 600. Zhu Feng dared to place the resistance army in the first attack position, naturally not wanting to lose more of his own people. Although casualties were inevitable, he had his own advantages. Besides their outstanding overall combat strength, the resistance army's other advantage was its abundance of relics and weapons. Not long after entering the ruins, Zhu Feng discovered a cave containing many relics and weapons. In the previous battle against the superhumans of the Bohai Kingdom, although some people were lost, the gains were very substantial, nearly 300 weapons, more than the remaining superhumans in the force at that time. Afterwards, the resistance army continuously fought against demon cultivators on their way to the ruins, winning battle after battle due to their superior strength and acquiring considerable spoils. With the addition of the dozens of weapons Suin had sent, the current force of 600 men was equipped with a relic treasure each, including many powerful bows and crossbows for ranged attacks. In terms of weaponry, the rebel warriors were no weaker than the demon cultivators. In fact, they were unique among the entire human army of extraordinary beings. If such elites didn't lead the charge, who was qualified? We go first. Once we open a breach, you all follow immediately. Be ready to obey my commands at any time. The rebels, with about 1,000 men, stormed to the foot of a hill. Each team quickly found its attack position and engaged in fierce firefights with the demon cultivators. Xu Feng, having observed the attack positions, gathered the elite troops from other teams and gave them these words. Suin, a mere level 6 cultivator, could only lie prone in the middle of the column. Using the cover of protruding rocks, he saw Zhu Feng, Fang Ming, and others leading their level 9 and 10 experts, fearlessly charging ahead amidst a hail of bullets, grenades, and hand grenades. Bang! Suin pulled the trigger. The level 4 Eagle Strike rifle vibrated slightly, and a bullet of eerie green energy flashed past, accurately hitting a demon cultivator who had emerged from a trench 300 paces away. Back with the resistance, Suin retrieved not only his sniper rifle but also all the items he had left in the cave. The tactical backpack had been personally given to him by Zhu Feng, who had kept it safe. Bang! Observing the battlefield, he saw a level 9 demon cultivator moving his gun to track the charging Fang Ming. Suin fired first, but the demon cultivator sensed the bullet as it approached, quickly ducking and retreating back into the trench, narrowly avoiding the shot. Suin wasn't dissatisfied. Although he hadn't hit his target, he had successfully suppressed him, depriving the demon cultivator of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Fang Ming. Previously, Suin had thought Zhu Feng's discovery of the cave containing numerous ancient weapons was simply good luck. However, after gradually learning about the rebel army's mystery and power, he couldn't help but suspect it wasn't a coincidence. Perhaps Zhu Feng possessed some secret instrument capable of detecting ancient demon weapons. Or perhaps there were rebel spies among the demons who entered the ruins, leaving some kind of guiding mark for Zhu Feng. This was not mere conjecture. The rebel army's ability to detect the demons' plan to open the ruins so early indicated they possessed a highly sophisticated intelligence network in the Northern Territory, extending their reach to the demon race's upper echelons, or even their core middle ranks. In this situation, it's not unthinkable that a rebel spy who entered the ruins, leveraging their strength and status, would leave a directional mark after discovering an inconspicuous cave containing a significant amount of weaponry, and then use the excuse of having explored the area without finding anything to instruct their demon cultivators not to approach. Bang! The recoil from the eagle strike made Su and shoulder jerk slightly. With a calm pull of the bolt, an 8th level cultivator from the demon horde, who had emerged from the trenches to engage Zhu Feng and his group in close combat, was sent flying backward. Although Zhu Feng and his group were daring and aggressive, their charge wasn't reckless. The group advanced in a coordinated manner, with machine guns providing cover, grenades detonating, and precision shooting each fulfilling their roles, maximizing both speed and safety. With the support of the main force from the rear, the group charged up the hilltop position. Although many were wounded and fell, they ultimately succeeded in engaging the demon cultivators in close combat. Both sides engaged in hand-to-hand combat, and the elite units responsible for following up immediately swarmed forward like wild horses. Thanks to the achievements made by Zhu Feng and his team ahead, they didn't need to advance under too much firepower. Although there was still fire targeting them, the casualties were minimal. After a fierce and brutal melee, the vanguard led by Zhu Feng and his men quickly suffered losses. Seeing their formation becoming fragmented and on the verge of being routed by the demon cultivators, the elite units arrived just in time, drawing their swords and joining the battle, bolstering the already weakened vanguard. A moment before this, the commanders at all levels of the main force jumped up, sheathed their weapons, switched to swords, and charged forward, shouting incessantly, leading a near-frenzied charge. Including Suin, all the soldiers who had been crouching, crawling, or hunched over straightened up and surged forward like a tidal wave towards the battlefield on the hilltop. At least half of them switched to melee weapons along the way. Among the other half of the superhumans, who hadn't switched weapons, some stopped to fire, suppressing the demon cultivators in the trenches who wanted to fire, often continuing their charge after a shot or two. Thud. Soldiers around Suin were constantly being hit, some collapsing to the ground, others falling backward, and some were even hit by force bullets exceeding their tolerance level, their bodies flying backward. Boom! A high-powered grenade exploded in front of Suin, splattering him with dirt, the billowing smoke obscuring his vision, and the blast of force whipping his bangs, making him gasp for breath. However, he didn't stop. Like the other resistance fighters around him, he continued charging headlong at top speed. When Suen crossed the first trench, not a single demon cultivator remained standing nearby. The corpses of both sides' extraordinary warriors lay scattered haphazardly, some still entangled in death. Splashes of blood stained the soil brown, and severed arms and legs were everywhere, if not scattered, then certainly everywhere. Various exquisite firearms and valuable melee weapons lay strewn across the ground, worthless in this moment, just like the lives lost. No one had the mind to give them a second glance. Xu Feng, Fang Ming, and the others had already penetrated deep into the demon territory. The sounds of battle and shouts filled the air ahead, the figures of both sides overlapping, a blur of motion. Large and small combat groups crisscrossed the area, one side advancing in small groups on one side, the other side charging in small groups on the others. Amidst the clashing, intertwined masses, blades flashed like fireflies, and sword energy crisscrossed like flying feathers. Some, even in their dying moments, pulled the pins on grenades to cling to their opponents. Others, caught off guard, had their heads severed. Some, locked in fierce combat, were suddenly attacked from the side by a knife and a sword, dying without ever knowing who had killed them. Some, surrounded, continued their roaring, fierce fighting until they collapsed, covered in blood and utterly exhausted. Others, outnumbered, hacked down their opponents in a chaotic flurry of blows. Passing through numerous pairs of soldiers locked in combat, Suen finally reached the front. Having finally spotted a detached demon cultivator, he was about to charge forward to finish off this man, who had just stabbed one of his own, when a resistant soldier pounced, tackling him to the ground. The two rolled a few times on the ground before disappearing into the trench. They were currently in close combat, their extraordinary fighting abilities intertwined, and no reckless person would open fire under such circumstances. Suen didn't need to worry about being a target. Taking a few steps forward, he reached the edge of the trench and peered down. Before Suen could even discern the scene within, determine who was alive, and who was dead between the two grappling figures, or whether he should rush to their aid, a demon cultivator to his left and rear, who had just been besieged by two soldiers of the same realm, had instantly cut down his opponent. Turning and seeing Suen standing at the trench's edge, he grinned fiercely and leaped forward. His long sword was raised high above his head, and in a flash, it slashed down at Suen. On the battlefield, being able to see in all directions and hear from all sides is a fundamental quality of a seasoned soldier. While Suen's main attention was focused on the fighting pair before him, he didn't forget to keep an eye on the surrounding situation. The sudden, explosive attack from the demon cultivator didn't shock Suen. Turning and shifting, Suen swung his blade upwards, a simple yet deadly move. Before the 8th level demon cultivator's blade could fall, Suen's mountain splitter cleaved his chest and abdomen open. The force of the impact sent him flying backward, his internal organs spilling out along the way. Using Mountain Splitter to execute the mountain-shattering blade technique, Suen now completely disregarded opponents below the 9th level. Even though this demon cultivator was a top-tier 8th level expert, he was no match for Suen. Concerned for his companions, Suen was about to reobserve the fighting in the trenches when another demon cultivator, this time at the 9th level, charged out from the side. Separated from the two by several people engaged in fierce combat, even with Suen's exceptional eyesight and hearing, it was impossible to see enemies behind him amidst the numerous and chaotic figures on the battlefield, let alone discern subtle movements or nuances. In any case, Suen possessed neither X-ray vision nor super hearing. When the level 9 demon cultivator, crouching low, swiftly and decisively bypassed a group of people, and suddenly thrust his sword at Suen from an angle Suen couldn't see, Suen's heart leaped in shock. He quickly jumped back, wielding his long sword to protect himself. A clang of weapons rang out. Before Suen could regain his footing, 8 more demon cultivators charged from the other side of the trench. Taking advantage of Suen's momentary lapse in concentration, the demon cultivator's powerful blade struck like a mountain crashing down, forcing the hastily blocking Suen to retreat several steps, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. Just as Suen was in grave danger, 2 companions charged in from behind, Fang Ming and Zheng Nanji. The former had been fighting nearby, and Suen's arrival was to support him. The two were naturally close. The latter had been following closely behind Suen, the two inseparable. The more chaotic the battlefield, the more crucial it was to remain within the support range of one's companions. Fighting alone would inevitably result in an early death. As a seasoned transcendent being, Suen understood this principle perfectly. In fact, he was surrounded by companions, though many were also demon cultivators. Most were engaged in fierce combat. Even those temporarily free would only be idle for a short while before jumping into the next battle. Therefore, no one was constantly watching over Suen to protect him. Fang Ming faced off against a level 9 warrior, while Zheng Nanji helped Suen stabilize the situation. The level 8 demon cultivator wielding a knife was quickly dealt with. However, before they could assist Fang Ming, they saw other resistance fighters nearby in dire straits, and had to rush to their aid. By the time they turned back to support Fang Ming, he had already been stabbed twice. That was just how it was. On the battlefield, life and death were commonplace, and injury was inevitable. Fortunately, the wounds weren't deep, and didn't threaten any vital organs. Fang Ming managed to open his pouch, inject himself with a force potion, and was able to continue fighting alongside Suen and his comrades. Chapter 190. More and more companions arrived at Suen's side, meaning the remaining demon cultivators had been largely dealt with. Heaven and earth bear witness, Suen was confident in his combat strength, invincible below level 10, and even capable of fighting at level 10, and thought he should definitely show off his skills. However, on a battlefield of thousands, he single-handedly killed only one opponent in close combat, and even faced immense danger himself. He had no time to unleash his full power before hordes of companions surged forward, pushing the demon cultivators back in a coordinated charge. Even with the immense force of Suen's mountain splitting, the extraordinary power of his mountain-breaking saber technique, and the unpredictable nature of his azure lotus sword art, he could only follow the tide of battle. The demon cultivators directly confronting him were either injured or felled by the combined attacks, or retreated under the cover of their companions when things went wrong. Suen had no chance to amaze the crowd or stand out. When the powerful and valiant demon cultivators led their counterattack, Suen felt immense pressure several times, needing the help of his companions to protect himself. Whenever he advanced too far, maybe just a few steps, becoming the vanguard, a rebel commander would shout for him to slow down and coordinate with his flanks. But when his companions on either side bravely fought their way past him, he didn't need to think about how to keep up. The sheer force of the group behind him would propel him forward. Later, Suen, and everyone else, became part of the overall fighting force, just ordinary units within it. They moved in sync with the main force, forming rigid formations, and engaging in drawn-out battles, mostly relying on ordinary attacks to drift along with the tide. With the constraints of the resistance commanders at all levels, and the inspiring example set by the resistance members, both Suen and the other superhumans temporarily cooperating with the resistance gradually integrated into the overall battle formation, step by step entering a combat rhythm that felt profound and mysterious, yet was actually quite ordinary. With precise and tight coordination, ordinary attacks coalesced into an unbreakable fighting machine. First, they became unbreakable, leaving no openings and giving the enemy no chance to defeat them. Then, they steadily advanced, until they were unstoppable, ultimately becoming an invincible ultimate weapon. When the demon cultivators could not shake the resistance formation and were driven off the mountain, leaving behind a trail of corpses, Suen found that his primal energy was still abundant. He was no longer experiencing the energy shortages he had faced in previous battles, and he himself was unharmed. Watching the demon cultivators flee in panic towards the central peak of the main mountain range, forced to retreat to their last line of defense, Suen felt a strange sense of unreality, a feeling of lingering satisfaction. He looked around and saw Fang Ming, drenched in sweat, Zheng Nanji, her cheeks flushed, and many other soldiers who, though tired, were far from exhausted. Everyone present displayed the natural exhilaration and excitement of a great victory. Some whistled mockingly at the fleeing demon cultivators, some shouted to vent their emotions, some laughed heartily, and others embraced each other in triumph. Compared to the jubilation of the crowd, the resistance fighters mostly remained calm. While there was joy, it wasn't excessive. Their most notable characteristic was their unwavering discipline and perfect formation. The commanders at all levels remained as steady as mountains, their deep and rational gazes sweeping across the battlefield, as if they wouldn't waver even if the sky were to fall, or let their guard down even if the enemy were wiped out. Truly a powerful army, Suen exclaimed. Zheng Nanji wholeheartedly agreed, further quantifying its strength, stronger than the Thunder Brigade. Suen turned in surprise. That strong? Zheng Nanji nodded earnestly. While the Thunder Brigade possesses considerable combat power, it's only capable on its own. They charge alone on the battlefield, without restraint or influence on others. In the short span of a single battle, they transform the surrounding large numbers of soldiers into a unified force of even greater strength. Suen paused slightly, then fell into deep thought. The battle had ended, the team established a perimeter, cleaned the battlefield, and focused on healing and restoring their primal energy. According to our usual practice, there's no reason not to press on and continue attacking the defeated demon soldiers' last line of defense. If handled properly, we have a good chance of driving the routed troops through their ranks in one fell swoop, Zhu Feng said slowly, pointing to the defeated demon soldiers gathered on the mountainside not far away. Both of them still had plenty of primal energy, and didn't need to rush into meditation. The latter's primal energy was naturally abundant, while the former's was due to minimal consumption during the battle. The reason for his low consumption was that, as the Supreme Commander, he hadn't risked his life fighting the demon cultivators, but rather directed the battle, coordinating all sides and maximizing the organization of their own forces. What a pity. Suan understood Zhu Feng's meaning. The battle on their mountain was progressing rapidly. Although they had paid a heavy price, they had achieved victory as scheduled. However, this victory was based on the 600 resistance fighters. Other teams, even if they had more people than the resistance fighters, were not as good at fighting. The fighting on the other hilltops is still ongoing. Those progressing smoothly have entered the close quarters combat phase, while those struggling are being repelled, unable to even hold the hillsides. No matter how strong the resistance is, they ultimately only have 600 soldiers. Their forces total less than 2,000. Sending such a small force to pursue the demon race to their third line of defense would be tantamount to suicide. Although Zhu Feng felt regret, he could only watch the opportunity slip away, ordering his troops to rest and regroup while waiting for the fighting on the other hilltops to end. Neither Zhu Feng nor the other resistance fighters were inflexible. They didn't go to the other hilltops to assist, risking further casualties. The previous battle had resulted in significant casualties for their side, and the wounded urgently needed treatment. Regardless, they had defeated the enemy directly in front of them, which had a positive impact on the overall situation. Their morale was greatly boosted, while the demon race's fighting spirit was weakened. Furthermore, Zhu Feng had only refrained from sending men to the other hilltops, not from offering any assistance. A portion of the soldiers went to the flanks of the mountain, using the trenches left by the demon race to fire at the surrounding peaks, supporting the advance of friendly forces. As night fell, with human superhumans continuously capturing one mountain peak after another, the demon cultivators gradually abandoned their second line of defense. Some were routed, while others withdrew voluntarily. This time, the human superhumans did not stop, pursuing the fleeing demon soldiers towards the central peak. Suan and the resistance fighters acted promptly, joining forces to launch a final assault on the demon race's third line of defense. Reporting to the Holy Envoy, the demon army has already charged up. The fastest advancing force is less than 300 meters from here, and it's those resistance fighters leading the charge again. A level 10 demon cultivator hurriedly entered a spacious cave that could hold tens of thousands of people, urgently speaking to the twin-tailed girl standing in the center of the cave. I'm afraid we can't hold out for much longer. The Holy Envoy, standing at the heart of the grand formation, remained oblivious to the urgent, even critical, military intelligence, merely watching expressionlessly as the technically skilled demon cultivators busied themselves. The black-robed elder turned and ordered the level 10 demon cultivator. The grand formation will open soon. The passage will open immediately. Have everyone hold on. Guard the entrance, no matter what. Don't let anyone in. The level 10 demon cultivator gritted his teeth and accepted the order. Just as he was about to leave, the Holy Envoy, who had been intently sensing the subtle fluctuations of the formation to assess its repair progress, suddenly brightened up and immediately raised his hand, speaking, "The formation is about to open. Dawn Sword, move out together. Within half an hour, repel this attack, then everyone immediately retreat and enter the secret realm with me." Hearing this, not only was the level 10 demon cultivator overjoyed, but even the black-robed elder was moved. Previously, the Sword of Dawn had led a horde of giant beasts in a night raid on the rebel camp, intending to remove this most formidable obstacle. The operation was on the verge of success, but unexpectedly, the beasts rebelled en masse. As a result, not only was the rebel force not annihilated, but the demon cultivators also suffered heavy losses. Many members of the Sword of Dawn were killed or wounded, significantly reducing their combat strength. The Sword of Dawn's members are divided into two groups. First, 10th level cultivators as reserves, and a very small number of exceptionally talented 9th level transcendents. Second, general level powerhouses as the main fighting force. That's right, the Sword of Dawn relies on its generals when it goes into battle. Across the entire Xiaoshan continent, there are no more than 3 combat units with such a large scale, and the Sword of Dawn undoubtedly has the largest number of generals, and the strongest overall strength among them. This operation at the ruins is of paramount importance. To ensure mission success, and effectively guard against unforeseen circumstances, The Sword of Dawn not only deployed a large number of level 10 cultivators, but also sent some lower-level warriors, suppressing their cultivation to level 10, to enter together. The Sword of Dawn was undoubtedly the core force in the Knight's attack on the rebel army and other large groups of human superhumans. While the elite troops sent elsewhere fared well, many members of the Sword of Dawn, who went to the rebel camp, suffered heavy losses due to the betrayal of the giant beast. The twin-tailed girl was only one of the northern border envoys. Even though her mission was crucial, she couldn't mobilize all members of the Sword of Dawn. The other envoys, and a large number of other Sword of Dawn cultivators, had their own duties, and did not enter the ruins. In short, the Sword of Dawn, currently not at its full strength, is the last resort of the demon race. The envoy's order for all members of the Sword of Dawn to be deployed at this critical moment is undoubtedly a last-ditch effort. Upon hearing the words half an hour, the old man could no longer conceal his excitement and exhilaration. Finally, after much effort and a long battle, they only had half an hour left to completely repair the main peak's grand formation and open the secret realm passage. If they could repel this wave of attacks from the human superhumans, all the demon cultivators could successfully enter the secret realm with the holy envoy, while the enemy regrouped for their next offensive. Even if the human superhumans arrived at the cave belatedly, finding the mysterious entrance would be extremely difficult, let alone competing with them for treasures within the secret realm. Suen was accidentally shot, and could only follow far behind the group. Saying it was an accident was somewhat redundant. In a battlefield of thousands, grenades exploded wildly, stray bullets flew everywhere, and shrapnel flew at high speeds. A slight mishap could lead to a sudden and unexpected death. Suen's luck wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. The unexpected level 4 stray bullet didn't hit a vital organ, only striking his thigh. Zheng Nanji hurriedly bandaged him. By the time he circulated his primal energy to control the bleeding, and was almost ready to continue fighting, a considerable amount of time had passed. The main force had long since charged out, and there were almost no other able-bodied people around. At this point, Suen wasn't in a hurry to catch up with the others, following at a distance like a fish in water. Later, he simply stood on higher ground and stopped moving forward, merely observing the battlefield from afar. "Are you tired?" Zheng Nanji asked curiously. In her memory, Suen wasn't the type to slack off. Normally, he shouldn't be standing idly by. Suen said, "With thousands upon thousands fighting, one more or one less makes no difference. Staying behind is more useful than charging into battle." Zheng Nanji quickly understood Suen's meaning, and said nothing more. In fact, the situation requiring Suen to play a greater role soon arose. From behind the demon army, halfway up the mountain, a fresh force suddenly charged out. Numerous and highly skilled, they immediately dealt a heavy blow to the human superhumans upon entering the close-quarters combat. Even the resistance forces couldn't withstand their onslaught, suffering heavy losses. Within moments, Zhu Feng and his group were forced to retreat. Losing their sharpest spearhead, the human offensive immediately stalled. Zheng Nanji immediately judged, if nothing unexpected happened, the superhumans would likely be pushed back. This offensive was definitely going to be repelled. Suen immediately left the hill and disappeared into the depths of the jungle to relay orders to his Tiger King underling. Chapter 191. Old Fong, we must withstand this counterattack. We absolutely cannot let the demon race push us back. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Zhu Feng weaved through layers of flashing swords and shadows to reach Fong Ming, grabbing him tightly, his face etched with anxiety. "Come with me. We must hold off these swords of dawn." Fong Ming, now bearing several new wounds, was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. "We can't hold them off, old Zhu. You said it yourself, those are swords of dawn. These guys are going all out. They push back the front lines even at the cost of casualties. How can we possibly stop them? We must hold them off, even if we can't. Is there any enemy in the world that our resistance army can't stop?" Zhu Feng suddenly turned and shouted, spitting at Fong Ming's face, startling the latter for a moment. Zhu Feng, realizing his lapse in composure, softened his tone and said solemnly, "Old Fong, the key point is what you just said. The Dawn Sword is pushing back the battle line regardless of casualties. Think about why." Fong Ming didn't take Zhu Feng's offense to heart. On the contrary, Zhu Feng's uncharacteristic agitation made him realize the seriousness of the problem. After a moment's thought, he regained his composure. "You mean the demon race is about to enter the main peak's secret realm?" "Exactly." Zhu Feng gritted his teeth. "We already wasted enough time in this all-out offensive, and the demon race has taken even longer to arrive here. They first tightened their defenses, and now they're having the Dawn Sword, such valuable combat units, launch a counterattack regardless of casualties. There's only one explanation. The opening of the main peak's secret realm is imminent. Once this offensive is repelled, they seize the opportunity to enter the secret realm, and then everything will be over. Fong Ming made a decisive move. We worked so hard and sacrificed so much, and now we're just on our last legs. How can we not fight to the death at this point? Let's go together. They rallied their comrades, reorganized their ranks, and gathered their strongest fighters. They loudly proclaimed their newly arrived conclusions, then charged forward, leading their resistance fighters in a direct confrontation with the formidable Dawn's sword. Zhu Feng and Fong Ming's assessment was correct. They fought bravely and relentlessly, and the resistance fighters were unlikely to disobey orders. Therefore, their counterattack was quite powerful. Unfortunately, their strength was ultimately inferior to Dawn's sword. Upon launching their counterattack and engaging Dawn's sword in close combat, they initially managed to hold their ground with sheer courage and momentum, but only barely managing to do so, making no real progress. As the battle continued, the resistance fighters, already quite exhausted, gradually ran out of strength. They struggled not only to defeat Dawn's sword, but even to maintain their own footing. Soon, the increasing pressure on Fong Ming and Zhu Feng became unbearable. The surrounding resistance fighters suffered rapid losses, and their painstakingly reorganized formation was on the verge of collapse. Even the formidable and resilient resistance forces were in such a state. The situation for other groups was even worse, with hordes of extraordinary individuals turning and fleeing. The number of imitators increased instantly, making the defeat of the human side inevitable. Zhu Feng was kicked to the ground by a level 10 demon cultivator, clutching his chest and spitting out blood. If Fong Ming hadn't reacted quickly and dragged him away, and if the resistance fighters hadn't intervened in time, he would likely have been pursued and killed. Though his life was spared, Zhu Feng felt no joy. He and Fong Ming exchanged a glance, both their faces ashen, their mouths filled with bitterness. After fighting so hard for so long, to fail at the last moment, such a fate would be extremely painful for anyone. Seeing that the resistance fighters were on the verge of collapse, and with the human superhumans beginning a large-scale retreat, continuing the fight would only result in total annihilation. Zhu Feng had no choice but to order his troops to retreat. However, he had barely opened his mouth, before the sound even escaped his lips, when the ground suddenly trembled. In the blink of an eye, the tremor turned into a shaking, and then a massive earthquake. Zhu Feng, Fong Ming, and the others were all stunned, involuntarily turning their heads to look in the direction of the sound. With just one glance, a complex expression appeared in the eyes of all the resistance fighters, a mixture of surprise, fear, hesitation, excitement, and joy. Unlike the mixed emotions of those around him, Fong Ming almost collapsed to the ground, his square face contorted with despair, tears welling in his eyes. It's over, my good luck is over. This change of fortune is too fast, isn't it? Zhu Feng glanced at him, but remained silent. With a thunderous roar, over 1,000 colossal beasts surged forth from the deep forest behind them, arriving at the battlefield at a speed far exceeding that of humans of the same realm. In an instant, they swept past the bewildered, frantically fleeing, hastily dodging, guarding their weapons, or trembling figures of the people. The extraordinary beings charged headlong into the demon cultivators. Once all the giant beasts were gone, Fong Ming's mouth gaped open, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, watching the beasts charge into the demon cultivators, rampaging and slaughtering them, stunned for a long time. Suddenly Fong Ming, hands on his hips, threw his head back and laughed loudly, his voice booming, "My good fortune hasn't run out, it's reached a new level. Ha 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 ha, damn demons, face the wrath of the Chosen One." Zhu Feng, the rebel fighters, the tens of thousands of human superhumans on the vast battlefield, The former two were speechless because of Fong Ming's words, while the latter remained silent because they hadn't expected such a sudden turn of events. Most of them had heard about the previous night raid on the rebels by demon cultivators leading a horde of giant beasts, during which the beasts turned against them and went berserk, but they never imagined that the beasts would launch a large-scale, proactive attack on the demon cultivators. This couldn't be explained by madness. It was clearly a manifestation of human nature. That's right, a manifestation of human nature, not demon nature. Few on the battlefield could understand the scene before them, nor could they comprehend why the beast horde would appear in an organized manner, tactically aiding the human superhumans in attacking the demon cultivators. Perhaps the beast horde was attracted by the power of the soon-to-be-open secret realm, or perhaps the beast horde simply wanted to fight to the death against the demon cultivators who enslaved them. In any case, the beast horde was indeed charging at the demon cultivators. Just moments ago, the demon cultivators, led by the Sword of Dawn, had successfully launched a counterattack, inflicting heavy losses on the human superhumans and relentlessly pursuing them to crush them. Now, facing the onslaught of the giant beast horde, they were indeed overwhelmed and suffered heavy casualties. The mountain weighing on the human superhumans was suddenly lessened considerably. Undoubtedly, an opportunity had appeared. And an opportunity to utterly crush the demon race. The main peak, a treasure trove, was right before their eyes. The experienced veterans had no reason to miss such a golden opportunity, and the superhumans in the vast area instantly became excited. There was no need for any unified command, merely exchanging glances, they instantly reached the same consensus. Suddenly, a deafening battle cry erupted across the battlefield. The human army, which had been pinned down and on the verge of collapse just moments before, roared, their faces flushed and necks bulging, brandishing their swords and charging back at the scattered demon cultivators. Fong Ming leaped high, covering dozens of meters in a single bound, his movements light and agile, unlike that of a mere soldier. Zhu Feng threw his hat to the ground, feeling an immense surge of energy that he couldn't contain. Veins bulged on his forehead and neck as he roared and charged forward. The resistance fighters once again became the vanguard, fiercely penetrating the gaps in the demon formation torn apart by the giant beasts, easily widening the openings and penetrating deep inside. At this moment, Suin and Zheng Nanji had already caught up with the main force. Under the cover of the giant beasts, their movements went unnoticed. Holy Envoy, a level 10 demon cultivator, his face filled with panic, rushed into the cave like a whirlwind, shouting impatiently from afar, "The demon army is attacking." The cave was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. This explosive news didn't attract anyone's attention. Everyone stood silently, their gazes fixed on the twin-tailed girl in the center of the array. The Holy Envoy was bathed in the hazy light of the array. The Holy Envoy stood quietly, petite and exquisite, her robes fluttering without wind. Her ethereal aura was like that of a transparent lark. The array outlined profound and mysterious patterns, and within the misty halo, points of primal force rose and fell like fireflies. As soon as the level 10 demon cultivator finished speaking, the Holy Envoy drew a small, exquisite dagger, extending her fair and delicate wrist. A sharp blade grazed his wrist, dripping crimson blood onto the magic array. The array's patterns emitted red light in succession, converging into a crimson tide in the blink of an eye, until the original serene glow was completely replaced by the crimson waves. The Holy Envoy floated in midair, seemingly merging with the array, becoming its eye. The entire array's aura suddenly shifted, gaining vitality and spirit, becoming incredibly profound and mysterious, as if a god overlooking all living beings had materialized, including the black-robed elder. All the elven cultivators in the cave were overjoyed, some even prostrated themselves in excitement, their bodies trembling. Quickly, have everyone cover each other, and retreat back to the cave. The black-robed elder turned abruptly, and shouted to the dazed level 10 demon cultivator, at top speed. Yes! Suin was among the charging crowd, moving straight forward along the path cleared by the giant beasts and the vanguard. Because of the ongoing battle, neither the advancing nor retreating side could move quickly, so Suin soon encountered the rebels again. Before he could reunite with Fong Ming, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled again. Everyone noticed that the entire main peak seemed to be shaking violently, like a giant awakening from a long slumber, shaking off the dust, sending sand, stones, and fallen leaves flying. In just a moment of stunned silence, the superhumans unanimously let out a deafening roar. From level 10 experts to level 6 warriors, everyone realized something at that moment and charged towards the cave with the fiercest attack and the fastest speed. The demon cultivators fought and retreated, but the human superhumans had all gone berserk. Their rhythm was completely disrupted in an instant, and they could only be chased by the warriors into the cave, where the fierce battle continued. Following the crowd, Suin and Zheng Nanji stepped into the cave. A quick glance around revealed the interior. The array's patterns were fading, its radiance almost gone. Beyond the fierce battle, dozens of dark passageways appeared on all sides of the cave, their destinations unknown. Groups of demon cultivators were hurriedly entering these passageways. Without any prompting, more and more extraordinary beings surged forward, attempting to scatter the demon cultivators before them and chase them into the passageways. Suin and Zheng Nanji exchanged a glance, found Fong Ming, Zhu Feng, and the others, and together they attacked a group of demon cultivators who were putting up a stubborn resistance. Unbeknownst to Suin, in a seemingly ordinary, secluded passageway, a girl with pigtails was watching him coldly from the shadows, her gaze fixed on the cave's main hall. Holy Envoy, let's go first. The formation is unstable, spatial turbulence and primal force surges have already appeared. The main peak could collapse at any moment. The black-robed elder clearly sensed the girl's killing intent. That intense, fiery killing intent was brewing an unprecedented madness. Due to the onslaught of the giant beasts, the demon cultivators outside the cave retreated within half an hour. Both sides surged into the cave. The mid to high level warriors moved quickly. Although the formation was activated when they entered, it wasn't fully stable. The ruins didn't allow for primal force fluctuations at the general level, and this formation in the cave could seal off the entire main peak's secret realm. So its activated primal force level was certainly higher than that of a general. To prevent spatial turbulence and primal force surges, the elven cultivators layered many additional formations controlling primal force fluctuations on top of the original main formation, which was one of the reasons they took so long. But just moments ago, before these formations had fully activated, both sides charged in, forcing the Holy Envoy and his entourage to retreat. Since they're so eager to come in and die, let them all go to hell. The Holy Envoy's eyes darkened, a cruel, twisted smile appearing on her face. Suddenly, she hurled her blood-stained dagger, which flashed and pierced the formation's core, instantly disrupting the already unstable array. Chapter 192. The cave shook violently again, making it difficult for lower-level soldiers and cultivators to even stand. If the previous tremors of the main peak were like a giant shaking off mud, then this was like the giant stretching its body, even attempting a set of punches. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the walls, and stones of all sizes fell from the dome, hitting people frequently. Due to the extreme shaking, Suin felt as if he was about to be turned upside down. However, compared to the spatial tremors and the turbulent flow of primal force, the mere shaking of the mountain peak was nothing. The moment the dagger, stained with the Holy Envoy's blood, entered the main array, a fiery red light blazed within the cave. The arrays binding the fluctuations of primal force shattered layer by layer, unleashing the power of the main array. A whirlwind swept through the area, hurling soldiers across the ground and causing groups of cultivators to cough up blood. Even more chilling was the appearance of spatial rifts, like the gaping maws of monsters, appearing eerily from all directions, swallowing one extraordinary being after another. Whether demon cultivators or soldiers, all were thrown into chaos in an instant. Screams and cries of terror rose and fell, and the cave was instantly thrown into disarray. No one dared to fight anymore. Hell had descended. The mortal world was like a boiling cauldron. Struggling for survival was a struggle. Who had the mind or strength to kill and plunder? Although unwilling to give up, most people's instinct was to run towards the cave entrance, wanting to escape the chaotic and unstable space of the cave as quickly as possible to avoid being buried alive by the collapsing mountain. Those who were quick and close to the cave entrance managed to escape, but few who ventured deeper into the cave were so lucky, as the constantly falling rocks quickly blocked the entrance. When several high-ranking soldiers failed to force their way through the cave entrance, the soldiers inside were gripped by immense panic. Everyone, including Suin and his group, felt the impending doom, the immense pressure of death looming overhead. Death and fear weren't limited to the superhumans. The demon cultivators also suffered. However, the number of superhumans who stormed the cave far exceeded the number of demon cultivators present, forcing the latter to retreat to various passageways. Therefore, in absolute terms, the human casualties were greater. This was the essence of mutual destruction. However, mutual destruction was merely a concept, not the complete picture. As the commander of the resistance, Zhu Feng was always calm and collected, constantly monitoring the overall situation. Even in such a chaotic and dangerous situation, he still keenly spotted the only remaining path to survival amidst the near-death experience. Charge into the passageways. Quickly! Split up. Zhu Feng channeled his primal energy, raising his voice as he shouted the order to the surrounding resistance fighters. Hearing the sound, Suin turned his head and saw that the demon cultivators in the cave were indeed turning around and rushing into the passageway. If it weren't for the excessive noise and chaos, the falling boulders from the dome, the turbulent currents of primal force constantly tossing people away, and the spatial rifts tearing apart soldiers' bodies, many people would probably have noticed this anomaly in time. The passageway was also inside the mountain. Theoretically, going in would mean being buried alive. If the entire mountain collapsed, they would be doomed. But since the demon cultivators, who knew the secret realm best, had made this choice, they must have had their reasons. They weren't simply going in to find their own graves. Suin pulled Zhennanji and ran towards the nearest passageway. Along the way, the extraordinary beings around them were constantly being smashed into mincemeat by boulders, torn apart by spatial rifts, and sliced into pieces by force wind blades. Thankfully, The two of them remained relatively calm and didn't panic, barely managing to avoid many deadly attacks and successfully pursue the demon cultivators into the tunnel. Leaving the cave dwelling that shone with the light of the array and venturing deep into the pitch-black tunnel, Suin and Zheng Nanji soon lost sight of everything. In the absolute darkness, even their extraordinary vision was useless. They could see almost nothing. At first, they could hear the footsteps of demon cultivators running ahead, but at some point, the footsteps suddenly disappeared. The mountain continued to shake violently, and rocks kept falling from above. Suin, Zheng Nanji, and the others dared not slow down and could only grit their teeth and press on. Suin! Save me! Suddenly, Suin heard Zheng Nanji's mournful, fearful cry, filled with pleading and pitifulness. His heart tightened, and he immediately stopped and turned around, only to freeze instantly, unable to move. Although he had almost no vision, his sense of presence immediately told him that there was no one behind him, not a single living person. Zheng Nanji wasn't the only one who had followed him into the tunnel. Several other resistance fighters had also vanished without a trace. The tunnel stretched deep into the mountain, the air cold and damp. Although there was no wind, Suin couldn't help but shiver, as if someone, no, a ghost, had doused him with cold water. In the pitch-black environment, all was silent. Even the mountain's tremors had ceased. Suin could clearly hear his own breathing. His heartbeat was the only sound he could perceive. He didn't know if countless evil spirits lurked just inches away, watching him intently, or if those vengeful ghosts were already baring their fangs and claws, ready to devour him in the next second. He simply couldn't sense it. The next instant, Suin's figure vanished from the spot. He didn't use any technique to run away. He did nothing at all, simply disappearing silently, as if erased completely by an eraser, leaving no trace. How much time passed, he didn't know. When Suin regained consciousness, he was back in that deep, vast, dark dreamscape. He couldn't feel his body, only that he truly existed. He didn't know what he felt. Perhaps he had no emotions at all, like a speck of dust drifting in the depths of the universe, an electron in the vacuum fluctuations, simply existing, nothing more. He might have existed for a very long time, almost as old as the universe itself, or perhaps he was just created, a product of a stellar storm or a neutron star explosion. For a speck of dust, an electron, time has no meaning. Fortunately, this indescribable emptiness didn't last long. Suin rediscovered light in the depths of darkness, and just like before, he instantly closed the distance, standing before the dazzling, hazy orb of light. The scenery within the orb was indistinct and blurry, but Suin heard voices again. Jininga, you come? Li Chang'an, I come. You shouldn't have come. But I come. What are you doing here? I come to kill someone. Kill whom? Kill those who deserve to die. Who deserves to die? You? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you scared? Can we not use such an old trope? Haha, so you already accessed a lot of information about our home planet. That's what I should be saying. It's easy for me to access information about our home planet, but you demons, humans, well, anyway, you've been very strict with those records. It won't be easy for you to access them. What's so difficult about it? The blockade only applies to the lower levels. What secrets do they have to keep from me? They can't hide anything from me even if they wanted to. That's true. You're a transcendent being with the potential to become a human emperor. Why talk about this nonsense? Emperor or Saint King, in the end, we're just prisoners of this world. To leave this planet, re-enter the vast universe, and even return to our home planet, we need to rebuild our fleet. Li Chang'an, follow me. Only I. We can build a fleet, while you regress to an ancient civilization, unable to leave. If you listen to me, I take you back to our home planet. Why aren't you saying anything? Did you take some kind of new drug before you came? Jininga, let's not even talk about how difficult it would be to build a spaceship with your current level of civilization, how much time it would take. Even if you rebuilt your fleet, do you think it could set sail smoothly? Why not? It's really impossible. Ha, you look down on me? It's not that I look down on you, it's that you chosen the wrong path. Your path is right? We arrived 8,000 years earlier than you, and our understanding of this planet far surpasses your imagination. If we hadn't confirmed that the conditions on this planet made it impossible to build a spaceship capable of interstellar travel, why would we have abandoned technology and instead devoted all our energy to cultivating the Force? Of course, the Force is also another kind of technology, the science of this planet. Ha, you abandoned technology to cultivate the Force, not to pursue ultimate personal strength, elevate your personal status, and grant yourself power above the masses? No. You should know that only the ultimate technology can bring true fairness. When everyone can use the world's cutting-edge technology and productivity, and wield upper-level power, the world will truly be equal. But what is the force? No matter how many soldiers you have, can they defeat a Saint King? Absolute power inevitably brings absolute oppression. I said it before, the force is the science of this planet. When the science of the force develops to a certain level, justice and equality will inevitably be achieved. This is the great path of this world. Bullshit about the great path. That's a heretical path. Aren't you going to say anything again? Let's not talk about that. It's always the same. Arguing about the great path will never lead to a conclusion. I just ask you, have you found the power source for your spaceship? See, this time you're silent. You also know very well that the material foundation of this planet dictates that technology cannot produce the power to allow spaceships to travel at the speed of light. And the speed of light is merely the minimum threshold for space travel. If the mother planet fleet entered the universe at that speed, it would never leave the Milky Way galaxy, and where would that later glorious civilization come from? If we can't even achieve the speed of light, how can we establish a high-speed space portal? So, according to you, our path is destined to be a dead end? That's right. Your path is correct? Of course. Li Chang'an, you want to fight, don't you? Teleportation array. Step back a little, and I talk to you more. Yes, teleportation array, you know we researched this a long time ago, right? If it weren't for your ungrateful betrayal and despicable sneak attack, which destroyed our civilization, thousands of years later, perhaps we would already have established a space portal. A cosmic teleportation portal? Ahem, although the teleportation array currently has a limited range, its existence is fundamentally different from its non-existence. This is the primal science suitable for this planet, the path of the Great Tao. Spaceships can't leave, only the primal force can. Given time, a cosmic teleportation portal is not impossible. You're playing with fire, it's tantamount to suicide. No. Stubborn to the end. You created a teleportation array, but you also destabilized this world's space. Rashly experimenting with unfamiliar and uncontrollable powerful forces will ultimately drag this world down with you. Pursuing the Great Tao, how can we avoid risks? If we don't want to be prisoners of this planet forever, we must be prepared to pay the price. Hundreds of billions of light-years of three-dimensional space are there. Without studying four-dimensional space and establishing a teleportation array, when will we be able to regain our former glory and return to our home planet? The light and shadow flickered, eventually dissipating into a bubble-like scene, and Su-En's vision returned to the deep, still darkness. This time he heard more clearly than before, but it was precisely because he heard more that he became increasingly confused. What cosmic fleet? 8,000 years. What cosmic teleportation portal? Four-dimensional space? It all left his mind a jumbled mess. Were those things even tangible with the current technological level of the Xiaoshan continent? After repeatedly pondering the conversation, Su-En managed to piece together some clues. First, Li Chang'an and Ji Ningde were not on the same side. One must be human, and the other a demon. Second, Li Chang'an and Ji Ningde had a good personal relationship. Although they argued endlessly, and had significant differences of opinion, they seemed to be working together to explore the great Tao of the world, searching for a direction to a vast future. Secondly, they frequently mentioned their home planet, making it seem as if they came from the same planet. However, based on Su-En's previous knowledge, humans and demons were different races from different planets. Therefore, either his textbook was flawed, or these two people's understanding was incorrect. Besides this main information, many details piqued Su-En's interest, such as the phrase human emperor. The Xiaoshan continent now has many countries, and even more existed in the past, but whether it was Yin, Bohai, Qi, or Zhao, the title of their highest ruler was king. Emperor refers to a higher-ranking official than a king. The phrase human emperor is a specific title, not referring to the ruler of any particular country, nor representing any power or position. Its meaning is singular. The strongest human superhuman. Each era has only one human emperor. Of course, gender is not a factor. This Ji Ningde actually possesses the bearing of an emperor. He is truly terrifying. Su-En secretly marveled, feeling both astonished and slightly proud to have overheard such a conversation between powerful beings. In short, he hadn't heard Li Chang'an and Ji Ningde's conversation clearly. Some information was incomplete, and he couldn't draw any more accurate conclusions for the time being. Finally, only one question remained in his mind. Why had he overheard their conversation? This wasn't the first time. Could similar situations occur again? What was the reason? What had caused all of this? This question was clearly beyond Su-En's current understanding, and he couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, Su-En sensed someone approaching him, feeling waves of primal force emanating from his body. He was overjoyed, knowing that he was about to regain his body. Based on his previous experience, he would soon return to the real world. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel tense. The approach of a transcendent being wasn't necessarily a good thing. It could be a transcendent being or a demon cultivator, and even the former wasn't necessarily safe. Chapter 193. His light consciousness slowly sank, gradually regaining a familiar sense of weight and stability. Suen suddenly opened his eyes, delighted to find light before him. The bright light was dazzling. Suen squinted and looked at the dome, determining that he was lying on the ground, but most of the light wasn't falling on his face. A head was positioned between him and the dome, very close. Twin ponytails swayed slightly in the golden light, revealing a lively and playful air. Fixing his gaze, Suen slowly made out the person leaning down to examine him. The other person had short, somewhat mischievous eyebrows, and beneath long, curved eyelashes were a pair of large, watery eyes, bright as the moon and concealing a hidden glint. They were currently darting around, clearly brewing some cunning idea. Her face wasn't exactly stunningly beautiful, but it was flawless, plump, and full of collagen. Her lips were small, rosy, and slightly upturned, adding a touch of sharpness and arrogance to her baby-like sweetness. Undoubtedly, this was a girl, younger than Suen. If her face easily inspired goodwill, then the dagger she was brandishing in front of Suen couldn't help but make him wary. When he met her clear, inquisitive eyes, Suen had the illusion that he was on a testing ground. "You're awake?" The girl straightened up slightly, her tone casual. "I thought you wouldn't wake up." Suen quickly stood up, glancing at her rapidly while simultaneously surveying his surroundings. He was now in a large stone chamber, lined with rows of bookshelves, resembling a library. Besides him and the girl, there was no one else. The girl was only level 8, which reassured Suen. "Are you a demon or a human?" Suen asked directly. The girl pouted. "You're the demon, your whole family are demons." Suen pondered for a moment. "Which country's superhuman are you from?" The girl toyed with a dagger in her hand, tilting her head to look at him. "I won't tell you." Suen wasn't discouraged. "What can you tell me?" The girl's eyes darted around. "That depends on what you ask." Suen lowered his eyes. "What were you trying to do to me just now?" The girl said matter-of-factly, "To study you." Suen took a step forward, his aura gradually rising. "Do I need a dagger to study you?" The girl didn't back down because of Suen's advance, glancing at her exquisite dagger, revealing 2 shallow dimples. "The dagger is my weapon, of course I need to hold it." "What do you want to study about me?" Suen took another step forward, now very close, within reach. "Let's see just how powerful you really are." Before the words were even finished, the girl suddenly attacked, her right arm flashing as the dagger circled twice between her fingertips, aimed straight for Suen's throat, who was inches away. Suen was already prepared for battle. Although the attack was sudden, he responded with remarkable composure. He leaned back, his left arm deflecting the girl's wrist from the inside, while simultaneously unleashing a powerful right punch. The girl's face was beautiful. If this punch landed, her nose would surely collapse and her teeth would fly out. Unexpectedly, the girl's dagger was only an upward attack. Her hidden left fist was the real killing move. As Suen's punch came, she also threw a punch, the 2 fists, one large and one small, colliding violently. A surge of force energy instantly swept out, Suen's bangs and the girl's ponytail swaying simultaneously. Their gazes were equally calm, a calmness containing a sharpness that seemed capable of shattering everything. With Suen's strength, he could easily defeat an 8th-level demon cultivator, yet when he threw this punch, he gained absolutely no advantage in terms of power. His first attack failed, so Suen immediately changed tactics, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks at the girl, who only reached his chin. The girl handled it calmly, sometimes wielding her dagger, sometimes throwing out her delicate little fists. Her seemingly light attacks concealed thunderous power, and her moves were unpredictable and treacherous. Despite his combined attacks and defenses, Suen not only failed to gain the upper hand, but also frequently found himself in peril. Later, Suen, at a disadvantage due to his weapon, had to draw his sword. The mountain-splitting technique possessed immense power, and the mountain-breaking saber technique carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Since obtaining these 2 items, Suen no longer considered 9th-level demon cultivators a threat. As expected, with the clash of blades filling the stone chamber, wave after wave of sword light, the twin-tailed girl, armed only with a dagger, quickly found herself at a disadvantage, struggling to keep up. However, her face showed no fear or anger. Instead, her eyes shone even brighter. In a flash, she drew a second dagger and launched a two-handed attack. Suen keenly sensed that when the girl held both swords, her aura shifted dramatically. Her moves became fierce, her attacks frenzied. If before it was merely a matter of cunning attack angles, now her swordsmanship was unpredictable, like a gazelle leaping across a cliff, its danger and lethality rising to a whole new level. Even the mountain-splitting sword, capable of shattering mountains, was now rendered ineffective. Whether slashing, chopping, or sweeping, the dagger avoided direct confrontation. The mountain-splitting sword technique simply couldn't land a hit. However, every time Suen drew his sword, the dagger would always make precise contact with the heavy sword, diverting the blade elsewhere. This not only rendered the long sword unable to threaten his opponent, but also forced Suen to repeatedly reduce his strength to avoid being thrown off balance. If the girl were merely defensive, Suen wouldn't feel pressured. But she was a master of both offense and defense, and a single misstep could bring Suen to the brink of death with her dagger. Weaponry is about length. Longer weapons are inherently more powerful, shorter ones more dangerous. Shorter weapons are often fraught with peril. However, as the girl relentlessly closed in, engaging Suen in close combat, the heavy sword, due to its length, often couldn't react in time, and its weight reduced its agility, preventing him from delivering timely blows. Suen had been a superhuman for a long time and had fought many enemies, but none, whether warriors or demon cultivators, were as troublesome as this twin-tailed girl. She dared to force her way through his blade net with just 2 daggers, completely disregarding her near-death experience, her attacks vicious and treacherous, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. When there was some distance between them, a heavy sword strike, once it landed, was something no dagger could withstand. When the distance between them became too close, the heavy sword was difficult to maneuver, and with his opponent closing in, his arm combined with the heavy sword became too cumbersome. Even after several attacks with the dagger, Suen might not be able to land a single strike. Suen was forced to retreat continuously. Several times he seemed to have a chance to finish off his opponent with a single blow, but he always missed by a hair's breadth. The dagger threatened his vital points even more often, leaving him almost overwhelmed. His opponent's force level far exceeded that of an 8th level demon cultivator, even surpassing that of a 9th level, and her moves were even more unpredictable. Coupled with her relentless, all-or-nothing fighting style, Suen felt clearly restrained and constrained. Suen, of course, would not admit defeat so easily. He found an opportunity, unleashing a devastating attack that forced the girl back, then decisively abandoned his saber for a sword, employing the Azure Lotus Sword technique, a clash of agility and unpredictability. His choice proved correct. While the Azure Lotus Sword technique wasn't as lethal as the mountain-breaking saber technique, it was far more versatile. Especially the accompanying movement techniques made Suen even faster, his dodges and leaps swifter, preventing the girl from using her weaknesses against him as she had before. Suen regained his footing in the blink of an eye, and the two fought to a standstill. They battled fiercely for a while, neither able to gain the upper hand, but their primal energy was being rapidly depleted in the intense struggle. This guy is definitely not ordinary. He's only ignited 8 primal force nodes, yet his strength and speed surpass even a level 9 demon cultivator. He's a true genius. Her moves are unpredictable, her combat experience is rich, and the level of her cultivation technique is extremely high. Everyone I encountered before can't compare to her in these aspects. Suen's respect for the girl grew steadily. He dared not underestimate her just because she was only level 8. This guy is indeed extraordinary. With a mere level 6 cultivation, he's managed to fight me for so long. His combat talent is 1 in a million. No wonder he can master the ultimate move of the Azure Lotus Sword technique. The girl's eyes shone with a strange light, filled with the joy of seeing a kindred spirit, her competitive spirit ignited like never before. I traveled all over the Northern Territory, and I never encountered such an outstanding individual. Those so-called geniuses, including those few useless holy envoys, are utterly insignificant in front of him. I must take him back, dissect him thoroughly, and study him carefully. I absolutely must figure out his cellular structure. With this in mind, the girl's attacks became even more relentless, her determination to defeat Suen growing stronger. However, when her dagger clashed with the long sword, the girl frowned slightly, realizing something was amiss. She had already expended a considerable amount of her essence and primal energy to activate the main peak's grand formation. The subsequent intrusion of the robbers had forced the formation to halt before it was fully activated. She suffered a backlash from the formation's power, her body already bearing hidden injuries, her condition far worse than at her peak, barely able to unleash 80% of her full strength. Now, after fighting Suen for so long, not only was her primal energy nearly depleted, but her hidden injuries were also on the verge of erupting. If she couldn't defeat Suen and end the battle quickly, once her body reached its breaking point, she would collapse even without Suen exerting much effort. Thinking this, the girl grew increasingly resentful and unwilling to accept defeat. After the main peak's grand formation was activated, numerous passageways appeared within the cave. Only one of these passageways led directly to a secret realm within the mountain, the others either required traversing teleportation arrays and multiple transfers via specific routes, or contained purely offensive or trapping formations. Stepping into an offensive formation meant instant death, entering a trapping formation meant utter annihilation. Only demon cultivators with access to information about the main peak and its inner workings knew how to avoid these dangerous formations. While they might not be completely safe, they could at least remain alive and await rescue. However, these formations were built thousands of years ago, many were dilapidated, and some had even mutated. Furthermore, the main peak contained numerous formations, interconnected and intertwined, with many different types mixed together, their effects intertwined, creating a tangled mess. Formations that should be safe were not necessarily safe, and those that should be dangerous were not necessarily dangerous. Those meant to kill might have teleportation effects, and those meant to teleport might lead to a violent death. The girl was accidentally teleported here when she stepped into a teleportation array. The good news was that she wasn't injured, and the library was one of her original destinations. The bad news was that she was separated from those around her, and even the old man in black robes was nowhere to be found, leaving her temporarily alone. In other words, if she were to truly fall into danger, no one would come to her rescue. Right now, if Suen were to decide to kill her, she, the holy envoy of the northern border, would perish here, dying silently. The girl gritted her teeth, contemplating whether she should take advantage of her body before it completely collapsed and go all out, dragging Suen down with her. As a holy envoy, she couldn't very well die while her opponent remained standing, could she? Wouldn't she become a laughingstock in the northern border? Just as she was pondering this, the girl suddenly noticed the sword light dissipate before her eyes. Suen retreated several steps, creating distance and withdrawing his attack, calmly looking at her, showing no further intention to continue attacking. Chapter 194. The girl was surprised. Before she could speak, Suen spoke first. Your breathing is unstable. If we continue fighting, the consequences will be severe. If you weren't a demon, we might not need to fight to the death. The girl tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded without any airs. Then let's do it this way. She thought to herself, you're the demon. I, the holy envoy, am a noble elf. Wait, no, this guy can cultivate the Azure Lotus Sword technique and command giant beasts. He's clearly not a demon, he should be an elf. Damn it! Even if you're an elf, I slice you to pieces. What kind of background does he have? He can fight me to a draw with only a level 6 cultivation. Even though my strength is greatly diminished, I can't accept this. I have to figure out what's going on with him. Suen breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw the girl put away her dagger. He had just stopped fighting, not out of kindness. Even if the other party was human, he wasn't incapable of killing them. How many extraordinary individuals from the Bohai Kingdom and Yen Kingdom had died at his hands? The reason he stopped was because Suen sensed danger. The girl's aura was indeed unstable, but from her eyes, he clearly saw a bloodthirsty intent to die with her. After careful consideration, Suen concluded that if the other party was determined to die with him, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Her strength was undeniable, not weaker than his. Therefore, since there was no deep-seated hatred between them, ending the fight was the best option. With the fighting over, everyone naturally went about their own business. Suen took out a force potion from his tactical backpack and injected himself. The holy envoy also took out a pill from his pouch and swallowed it. His pale face visibly regained its color. Regaining her composure, the holy envoy approached the bookshelves. The various signs had long since vanished with the passage of time. She could only occasionally take down a book and carefully flip through it, painstakingly searching for what she wanted. You seem to know something about this place? Suen asked curiously, seeing the holy envoy's clear purpose. He had just flipped through a few books, and the contents were surprisingly about alchemy, leaving him completely bewildered. The things on the main peak were definitely better than those outside. These books were likely priceless. However, Suen's backpack was only so big, and he had to be careful about what he brought. I know more than you, the holy envoy chuckled in response. If his strength allowed, Suen would have loved to tie her up and interrogate her thoroughly. He knew very little about the secret realm, and didn't know which of the books in the room were valuable. Having an expert to guide him would have been much better, but the twin-tailed girl before him clearly didn't consider him one of their own. In this situation, Suen couldn't help but miss Chu Feng. The rebels obviously knew the ruins. Their information far surpassed his. If the other person were by his side, he wouldn't be facing a room full of treasures, unsure how to choose. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Suen doesn't even know if Zheng Nanji is alive or dead. Suen opened a thick book. The book's material was extraordinary. Certainly not ordinary paper, otherwise it wouldn't have withstood the ravages of time. He only glanced at it before being captivated by its contents. It was a book recounting history. The history recorded in the book differed from what he knew. In the Radiant Era, four-dimensional space once again massively collapsed into three-dimensional space, causing instability to reappear in the universe. Black holes went out of control one after another, countless galaxies suffered catastrophic destruction, and our home once again faced a severe test. Heaven knows where the source of this cosmic catastrophe lies. Those underdeveloped civilizations, whose whereabouts are unknown, always try to experiment with forces they don't understand, unwittingly touching things they cannot control, unaware of the immense danger they are posing. His Majesty has awakened from his slumber. With his supreme cultivation, he has smoothed the ripples in space, once again stabilizing the Milky Way for all humanity, creating an opportunity for us to overcome this difficult time. Praise be to His Majesty. In 1235, His Majesty issued an edict, and the human fleet set sail in an orderly fashion. One mission was to establish anchor points in various locations of spatial chaos, stabilizing spatial tremors, and repairing spatial rifts, while the other was to explore areas at risk of spatial chaos and gather intelligence in a timely manner. In 1240 of the glorious era, our exploration fleet, number 404, was unfortunately caught in a spatial storm and fell into a spatial rift. When the crisis passed, we found ourselves on this planet, with only 2 small ships remaining. The bad news is plentiful. The ships are severely damaged and unable to repair themselves. The resources on this planet do not support our repairs with existing equipment. Although it is unacceptable, we must admit that Exploration Fleet 404 has been lost in some corner of the universe. The good news is that this is a biosustainable planet, with a passable habitability index. The 2 captains convened a citizen assembly. The meeting decided that the most urgent task for Exploration Fleet 404 is to concentrate all its efforts on adapting to this planet, and surviving on it. Survival has proven far more difficult than anticipated. Our bodies cannot adapt to the microorganisms on this planet. Various local bacteria and viruses have become nightmares that have ended countless lives. Our spaceship is a supply ship, lacking all the necessary equipment. In the short term, we cannot modify our bodies to adapt to this planet, nor can we change this planet to adapt to us. Year 17 of the Lost Era. This is the 17th year since we arrived on this planet. The harsh living environment has reduced us to just over 300 people, and our temporary shelter is on the verge of collapse. Year 25 of the Lost Era. Captain Zhao became the first cultivator capable of directly refining the planet's power. She named this power, distinct from true Qi, original force. In the 34th year of the Lost Era, under Captain Zhao's leadership, 19 cultivators adapted to the planet's power. Because of them, we no longer worried about food, and everything was getting better. In the 41st year of the Lost Era, Captain Zhao passed away due to the backlash of the Force. More than half of the cultivators in the shelter experienced cultivation obstacles, and those suffering from Qi deviation occurred daily. The apocalypse seemed to have arrived again. In the 108th year of the Lost Era, Captain Yang researched the first scientifically harmless cultivation method, which later proved to be the turning point for everything. In the 200th year of the Lost Era, we left the shelter and officially became residents of the planet. The Citizens' Assembly decided to change the era name to Lost, beginning the calendar from the first day the fleet arrived on the planet. We are dust left behind in the depths of the universe. Only when we find our way home and return to our home planet can we shed our dust identity and become human again. In the Lost Era 922, our race changed its name to Elves, because we are the elves of this planet, the darlings of the Force. We will live here freely and carefree. In the Lost Era 1024, the Citizens' Assembly decided to change the era name to Freedom. Perhaps living on this planet forever isn't so difficult. After all, returning to our home planet is too difficult, and it seems unnecessary. In the Freedom Era 6933, the demons arrived on the Xiaoshan continent. Like us, their fleet was lost in the universe due to spatial fluctuations, and was brought here by a spatial rift. Because of similar biological characteristics and experiences, we accepted them, helped them adapt to this planet, and established a home. The two sides began to coexist. In the year 6963 of the Freedom Era, The despicable and shameless demons launched a premeditated and organized attack on us. They waged war simultaneously in major settlements, and the poison they dropped caused the loss of the vast majority of our population. The demon spaceships were not supply ships, they carried laboratories and a large amount of weaponry. They were a threat in themselves, and we should have been wary. However, we opened our arms to them, even revealing our cultivation practices. Now, the backlash we suffer is entirely our own fault. In the year 6971 of the Freedom Era, this was the most difficult time. For 8 years, we constantly fled to remote and desolate places, but the demons' pursuit of us was relentless. Ceasefire. Countless lives have been lost, civilization destroyed, and perhaps the elven race will vanish forever. We have indeed lived carefree and unrestrained for too long, to the point of being excessively naive and kind, completely unguarded. From now on, we must change all this, but do we still have a chance? In the year 7060 of the Freedom Era, we stabilized our front lines in the northern borders, western regions, and southern frontiers of the continent, barely managing to survive. In the year 7063 of the Freedom Era, the demons have launched a civil war. No one is hunting us anymore, they are busy vying for the rich lands of the continent, and have lost interest in our impoverished backwater. In the year 7063 of the Freedom Era, the demons have launched a civil war. No one is hunting us anymore, they are busy fighting for the rich lands of the continent, and have lost interest in our remote and impoverished village. An era has ended, 100 years of war has come to a close, but we will not forget our hatred, and we will sooner or later wipe out these ungrateful bastards. The Assembly has decided to change the era name. From the day the 100 Years' War began, the elves will enter the Age of Restoration. We will surely restore civilization and our homeland. The Assembly also decided to officially name the evil as evil. They are not of the same kind as us, and the elves will fight these evil to the death. Having read this far in one go, Suin closed the book, feeling utterly confused, a throbbing pain between his brows, and had to temporarily pull away to catch his breath. The history recorded by the demon race was definitely different from that of humans. This was something Suin had long anticipated. Let alone two races with a blood feud, even among humans themselves, the history textbooks of Yin and Shi would differ drastically regarding the same period and event. For example, Yin would claim to have inherited the will of humanity, being the oldest and most righteous side, possessing the most illustrious military achievements, and that Yin was the main force that defeated the demon race. Shi, on the other hand, would simply change the subject to Qi, and that would become their history textbook. What Suin hadn't expected was that the demon race's historical accounts would be so subversive. Although this book seemed to be just a personal work, the fact that it was displayed here indicated that its claims were generally accepted by the demon race. While nations may exaggerate their own achievements, claim credit for others, and elevate their own historical figures while belittling those of other nations when recording their history, the general direction and overall narrative remain largely the same. From arriving on the Xiaoshan continent to rescuing the ancestors of the demon race, and then to the century-long war, humanity has always been portrayed as both the victim and the victor, its history a heroic epic worthy of song and tears. If the demon race's historical accounts were merely a change of subject, Suin would see it as nothing more than a common practice, no different from those of other human nations. However, this book contains extensive descriptions of their home planet, offering detailed accounts of the many hardships the demon race faced in their initial struggle for survival on the Xiaoshan continent. In this regard, the Yin Kingdom's textbooks rarely mention it, offering only a few brief, understated remarks. Who exactly arrived on the Xiaoshan continent first? Did humanity's cultivation methods come from the demon race, or were they discovered by our ancestors through trial and error? Suin pondered silently. The answer to the first question was undoubtedly a Rashomon-like mystery, but the answer to the second was relatively clear. Humanity, although the demon ancestors also called themselves humans, let's use that name for now to refer to the various human nations that currently occupy the majority of the Xiaoshan continent. It's well known that humanity's extraordinary history is only 2,000 years, while the demon race's cultivation history spans 10,000 years. Therefore, the demon race's records in this regard are undoubtedly much more reliable. Your worldview has been shattered, hasn't it? Suddenly, Suin heard the holy envoy's gloating voice. Turning his head, Suin realized that the little head with a ponytail had somehow gotten close to the book, now looking at him with a smug expression. Suin chuckled twice. Who would believe something written by a demon? The holy envoy chuckled twice as well. If you don't believe it, why are you looking like that? Suin stared into her bright, large eyes. You already knew the contents of this book. The holy envoy withdrew her head and pursed her lips. It's common knowledge, only someone like you would find it surprising. Suen had been trying to probe the holy envoy's identity, but every word she spoke only revealed her extraordinary status. She might be a demon, or a top noble from the Bohai Kingdom or Zhongshan Kingdom, or perhaps even a member of the royal family. Chapter 195. Who exactly are you? Suen asked directly again. The holy envoy turned to stare at her, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Do you know who you are? Suen was startled. You, me, are the same. The holy envoy pointed confidently at Suen, then at himself, as if he knew everything. Suen didn't believe him. You know who I am? The holy envoy turned and walked away, hands behind his back. Come ask me again, when you figured out the answer to this question. I can verify it for you. How do I verify it? Suen chased after him. Heaven help it, he was genuinely concerned about this question. Having lived his entire life as a human, suddenly finding himself destined to become a demon was unbearable for him. He desperately wanted a definite answer. The holy envoy swiftly pulled out a delicate dagger and brandished it twice in front of Suen. Slice it. Suen took a deep breath, barely managing to suppress the urge to punch him on the head. You seem very familiar with this place? More familiar than you. What are you looking for? I'm not telling you. You said you're the same as me. What exactly do you mean? Literally. You're a demon, aren't you? You are the demon. If you slander me again, I'd beat you up. Do you believe what was in that book? If it's true, I believe it. You mean it's fake? I didn't say that. Is it true? That's what you said too. Did you already know me? Not much earlier. How did you know me? What a stupid question. Of course I've seen you before. How come I haven't seen you before? I've seen you, and you seen me? Are those the same thing? If not, why are you asking? Tell me your identity, or else. Or else what? You want to hit me? Don't think you can really beat me. The secret realm is dangerous. Since we met, we need to be honest to cooperate. What if someone tries to steal our things and kill us? That makes sense. How do you want to be honest? Tell me who you are. You can call me Lily. Suen was now certain that this Lily was definitely not an ordinary person. If she were even slightly less important, with her annoying appearance, she would have been beaten to death long ago. If it weren't for her apparent familiarity with the secret realm and her mysterious demeanor, Suen wouldn't have bothered arguing with her. Suen decided to follow her for the time being. If she truly knew the secret realm well, she would definitely be heading towards its most crucial treasure, and Suen had no reason to miss out. If she genuinely understood the secret realm, traveling with her would also help him avoid many dangers. Furthermore, if she was a demon, she would be a prominent figure within the demon race. With her leading the way, Suen wouldn't have to worry about those messy formations. As long as he kept a close eye on the little brat, he wasn't worried about him playing tricks. Once they actually found the core treasure of the secret realm, Suen could even try to get his hands on it. Anyway, he was determined to hitch a ride with the little brat. It would be foolish not to take advantage of a free lunch. The library had several floors, and Suen followed the holy envoy up the stairs. The architecture in the secret realm wasn't anything out of the ordinary. The library was simply a building carved out of the mountain, with ladders built around the walls. The two walked steadily, one in front of the other. Little brat, what kind of cultivation technique do you practice? Suen made conversation, persistently probing for information. You're the little brat. The holy envoy turned and glared at him, baring his teeth, revealing two fierce little tiger teeth. I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. Tell me the answer, and I won't talk nonsense. Suen raised an eyebrow. I won't tell you. The holy envoy decisively turned his head, his ponytail nearly hitting Suen's face. Undeterred, Suen continued to provoke her with a smile. Little brat, how old are you this year? The holy envoy remained silent, stomping heavily on the stone steps, as if she wanted to crush them, and make Suen fall. Clearly, if she weren't currently outmatched, she would have sliced him into pieces on the spot. Little brat, do you know what the best treasure in this library is? Little brat, aren't your family worried about you wandering around outside all by yourself? Little brat, don't walk so hard, you're going to shake the bookshelves apart. The holy envoy finally couldn't take it anymore, stopping and turning back angrily. Call me Lily, and don't call me little brat again, or I really get angry. Suen shrugged. An equal exchange. Answer one question for me, and I listen to you. The holy envoy's face darkened. I am the elf holy envoy. I'm here to find the book of the primordial, and I cultivate the 3,000 flying snow technique. Are you done yet? Suen opened his mouth, then suddenly realized he was trapped in a vicious cycle. In this situation and the atmosphere of the conversation, no matter what this little brat said, he wouldn't truly believe it, yet he couldn't completely disbelieve it. The two walked to the top floor of the library. The vast stone chamber had no bookshelves, only a stone platform in the center. The floor around the platform was covered with strange patterns. Sue-in could easily identify them as arrays at a glance. There were countless arrays throughout the room. The holy envoy walked to the platform, took out a dagger, and slashed his wrist, letting a few drops of crystal-clear blood drip onto it. The platform reacted instantly, a red glow spreading across it, each pattern illuminating and outlining complex and obscure mystical primal force patterns. The holy envoy remained silent, standing quietly before the platform. Sue-in gripped his sword hilt, ready to strike at any moment. The formation was activated. If there truly was a book of the primordial, it would immediately appear. Sue-in wouldn't hesitate, he would seize it instantly. However, the holy envoy stood for a long time amidst the glowing array, but the stone platform before him remained silent, and no books or jade slips appeared. Aside from the array's dazzling light, there were no other unusual phenomena. Just as Sue-in was growing tired of staring at the holy envoy suddenly turned around, staring intently at him, and said in a childish, disgruntled tone, "Come here." Sue-in thought for a moment, then slowly walked to the stone platform. "Give me your hand," the holy envoy said irritably. Sue-in thought for a moment, then extended his left hand, his right hand poised to draw his sword. The holy envoy muttered something, helping Sue-in roll up his sleeve slightly to expose his wrist, then stared intently at him, saying, "I'm going to cut you. Drip your blood onto it." Sue-in's spirits lifted, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. "Can't I avoid cutting my wrist?" The holy envoy hesitated, probably not having considered this question. "Palm blood will do, won't it?" "It's all the same thing," Sue-in said. The holy envoy scrutinized him for a long time, then silently swung his dagger, cutting a gash in Sue-in's palm. The blood flowed onto the stone platform, instantly intensifying the red light within the array. The surge of primal force was noticeably stronger than before, and the layers of patterns seemed to come alive, swirling and dancing beneath their feet, causing Sue-in to feel a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, the radiance on the stone platform coalesced into a beam, and a crystal-like object silently emerged, shimmering with a faint blue light. Sue-in couldn't discern its origin, it seemed to emanate from another dimension. The holy envoy touched the crystal, a drop of blood oozing from her fingertip. The crystal trembled slightly, as if something within was about to break free. However, the trembling was merely a tremor. After a while, it subsided, and nothing more happened. The holy envoy was furious. Her cheeks puffed out, her chest heaving. She grabbed Sue-in's wrist fiercely, and slammed it against the crystal. Sue-in felt nothing amiss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed herself to be treated this way. As the drop of blood appeared from her fingertip, the blue crystal shone brightly again, then shattered with a crash, revealing a three-dimensional holographic image. "This is the book of the primordial you spoke of?" Sue-in asked, surprised. The holy envoy, still angry, said in a harsh voice, "Who says images can't be called books? As long as they record information, that's enough, isn't it?" Sue-in was speechless. He finally realized that the reason the little brat had tolerated his incessant chatter and allowed him to follow him here wasn't just because he couldn't do anything to him, but also because he wanted Sue-in's help. Sue-in clearly saw that the little brat couldn't completely repair and activate the array with just his blood. Without the power of his blood, the holy envoy would never have seen any book of the primordial. "What information is recorded in the book? In the images?" Sue-in asked. The holy envoy reached out and flipped through the images, searching for the content he was interested in, and said matter-of-factly, "The book of the primordial records various materials from the very beginning, that is, what happened when we first arrived on this planet." "Little brat, don't you know everything? Why do you need to brush up on the spot?" Sue-in teased. The holy envoy glared at him fiercely. "You don't have to watch if you don't want to." Sue-in scoffed. "I don't want to watch, but I'm determined to." "What can you do about it?" The holy envoy decided to ignore him, knowing he couldn't win an argument. Their attention then fell on the video footage. After watching for only a moment, Sue-in was already overwhelmed with shock. After watching the long video, the two fell silent. The stone chamber was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The content of the video wasn't complicated, recording three aspects. First, it was about the legendary home planet. Because it was video, Sue-in and the holy envoy understood it clearly. The home planet was a world where cultivation and technology coexisted, with towering buildings and bustling traffic, strikingly similar to the present-day Xiaoshan continent. The only difference is that many cultivators fly through the air outside the home planet's city. Secondly, it concerns the 404 Fleet's expedition to explore spatial fluctuations in the depths of space and establish anchor coordinates. The so-called anchor point is a force that stabilizes space. Its specific nature isn't shown in the footage, but it's certain to be closely related to that His Majesty. Thirdly, it concerns the Xiaoshan continent. This part includes the situation where two small ships from the 404 Fleet were swept into a crevice by a spatial storm, barely escaping and being thrown onto this planet. It also depicts the journey of the crew, under the leadership of Captain Zhao, Captain Yang, and other powerful figures from the early generations, overcoming numerous difficulties, and paying a heavy price to survive on the Xiaoshan continent. This footage ends with two new ships arriving on the continent, being taken in, helped, and taught cultivation methods by the descendants of the 404 Fleet, the elf race, a story of harmonious coexistence. 8,000 years. That's what happened 8,000 years after the elf race arrived on the Xiaoshan continent. If the images aren't fictionalized accounts, but rather genuine historical information, then the history Suen previously read in the lower-level books is largely accurate. There's only one inaccuracy. That is, the demons the elves spoke of weren't some alien species from another planet, but rather genuine, completely human beings of the same race, who came from the same home planet 8,000 years later. Even the missions they carried out were the same. Having lived carefree and unrestrained lives on the Xiaoshan continent for 8,000 years, the elves had indeed become incredibly simple and kind, free from internal strife and oppression, and devoid of external ambition. The fundamental reason they could so readily accept those two spaceships from 8,000 years later and offer them unreserved help was because they truly knew they were fellow countrymen from the same planet. What demons, what evil spirits. There are no demons, monsters, or monsters in this world. It's all just humanity itself, nothing more. 2,000 years of mutual slander, 2,000 years of endless war, 2,000 years of deep-seated hatred. It's all just a trick played by the same group of people killing each other. Chapter 196. Suen glanced at Lily, his grip on the sword hilt tightening and loosening repeatedly, but ultimately he didn't draw the sword. At this moment, how could he not know that the innocent-looking, sweet-faced twin-tailed braided child before him was actually a prominent figure among the demon race? But now, talking about demons or not seemed somewhat superfluous. Can you confirm the truthfulness of this information? Suen asked Lily. The envoy, lost in thought, turned to look at him upon hearing this. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't believe it, then it's false. This little brat is quite insightful. Suen had already anticipated this answer, and he pressed on, asking, do you believe it or not? The envoy rolled his eyes childishly. Why would I come looking for it, if I didn't believe it? Suen fell into thought, weighing whether he should believe it, and how much to believe, when the envoy suddenly tapped the stone platform, speaking with an air of wisdom. First, this library has a history of over 6,000 years. You can easily find evidence of this with any item you look at, while the history of demons and evil spirits on the Xiaoshan continent is only 2,000 years. Second, the Book of the Primordial is located on the top floor, protected by layers of restrictions. Very few people can see it. We have no reason to deceive our most powerful kin. Upon reaching this point, the holy envoy stared intently at Suen, as if to say, now you know how to choose, right? Suen chuckled softly. So I shouldn't doubt its authenticity? The holy envoy raised her delicate chin, and gave a light snort, clearly too lazy to say another word on such an obvious matter. Suen, however, wouldn't let her off the hook. Little brat, you just said the most important thing you said since meeting me. Your intention to persuade me is self-evident, and quite forceful. You clearly care about this, yet you pretend to be so indifferent. Are you just burying your head in the sand? The holy envoy's expression stiffened slightly, then he glared at Suen with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Suen chuckled in response. The more nonchalant he appeared, the more menacing the holy envoy became, as if he were about to transform into a little tiger and devour him whole. Aren't you the holy envoy? With such a prominent status, you usually have no access to the truth of history, yet you come here to confirm it again? Suen coughed, changing the subject. Previously, Suen hadn't taken the little brat's talk of elven holy envoy and 3,000 flying snow technique seriously, but the appearance of the Book of the Primordial meant that the first two pieces of information might also be true. The holy envoy snorted again. You received a proper school education, so you know the truth of history? I really don't understand why you find this so strange. Textbooks and mainstream media alike transmit whatever information the authorities need. This is ideological guidance and thought control, part of the ruling order. What the authorities let us know is what they want us to know. What serves their interests? If you really want to uncover the truth, either become a high-ranking official or find it yourself. She said this with considerable pride, displaying a self-important air. Suen didn't care about the little brat's antics. He was an adult, after all, and wouldn't argue with a minor. So he continued to patiently guide her. Why are you so concerned about the truth? The holy envoy replied matter-of-factly. I need to know what I'm fighting for. I can't just point at someone and say they're our enemy, and the authorities are publicizing their evil deeds, and I'm just going to be a fool and rush in to fight them to the death, can I? Although the authorities granted me the title of holy envoy, it wasn't a favor bestowed upon me, but rather because of my own strength. Therefore, I will not be anyone's puppet, much less be manipulated. The holy envoy puffed out her chest proudly at the end. Her words were simple, yet they made Suen fall into deep thought. Whether it's the extraordinary individuals of Yen Kingdom, or those of other countries, aren't they all under the control of the authorities, spending their lives in endless battles against the demon race? However, the authorities' methods go far beyond the thought control and guidance the holy envoy described. They more ruthlessly use practical interests to drive them. If extraordinary individuals in society want to advance their careers, develop their sex power, and gain more wealth and higher status, they must constantly undertake missions and fight the demon race to the death. This isn't simply accusing the human authorities of being evil. After all, the demon race does the same thing. They're all birds of a feather. Suen felt somewhat dejected. Whether he's a holy envoy or not, he now knows the truth of history. But what does it matter? Can they break free from their shackles, escape the chessboard, and transcend the rules set by both sides? Does he still want his status as a holy envoy? Does he still want the Anxia sect? If he gives up everything, will the holy envoy be hunted down by the demon race? Where can Suen find the powerful force to protect himself? Black, so black. Suen felt as if he were in the depths of the universe, surrounded by unfathomable darkness. Thinking of the abyss of darkness, Suen couldn't help but recall Li Chang'an and Jininga. These two powerful prodigies, despite being on opposing sides, could discuss the future and the great Tao together, striving for civilization to once again set foot in the universe. What a broad and magnanimous spirit they possessed. Unfortunately, a thought flashed through Suen's mind. He stared at Lily earnestly and asked, Do you know Li Chang'an and Jininga? You actually know about Li Shengwang and Jininga? Lily's eyes widened in surprise. Information about these two was highly confidential. As a holy envoy, her knowledge was extremely limited. You really do know? Tell me quickly. Suen was very curious. The holy envoy's eyes darted around, and she crossed her arms, feigning indifference. Why should I tell you? What will it take for you to tell me? Suen asked. The holy envoy thought seriously for a moment. I tell you if you beg me. Suen felt bewildered. I beg you. He had no qualms about this. The holy envoy was stunned, his large eyes filled with utter confusion. How can you be like this? Don't you have any principles? The holy envoy stamped his foot. Suen said seriously, You have principles? Of course I do. The holy envoy shouted back. Suen breathed a sigh of relief. Since you have principles, you have to keep your word. I already begged you. You have to tell me everything you know. The holy envoy's pretty face paled, then flushed, then paled again, her shoulders even trembling slightly. It was unclear whether she was angry or felt she had been tricked. Fortunately, the holy envoy was a person of her word and principle. Although she found Suen's behavior extremely despicable, she didn't want to deny it, so she could only say angrily, King Li is a former holy king and the most brilliant cultivator in 1,000 years. The Northern Territories High Command unanimously believes that if King Li is willing to lead his troops south to destroy the Yen Kingdom, the Zhongshan Kingdom will be easily defeated. Even the Qi and Zhao kingdoms cannot stop him. Suen felt a surge of awe. He's that powerful? The holy envoy was very displeased with Suen's doubt about the former holy king's strength, tapping the stone platform and emphasizing his words. Of course he's powerful, powerful in a way you can't even comprehend. Many say that Holy King Li has the potential to become the most powerful cultivator in the history of this world. The extraordinary beings of Yen and Qi are no match for him. Suen gasped. Then why didn't he go south later? The holy envoy sighed, his small face filled with sorrow and melancholy. Because of Jininga. Jininga from the opposing camp? Suen pressed. The holy envoy continued to sigh. 20 years ago, two dark clouds loomed over the heads of all extraordinary beings on the Xiaoshan continent. One was Holy King Li, and the other was Jininga. Their strength far surpassed that of cultivators of their time. In a one-on-one fight, no one could harm a single hair on their heads. Unfortunately, Li Shengwang is an elf Shengwang, While Jininga is a human emperor, they are natural adversaries. Suen's interest was piqued. In his nightmare, he had heard Li Chang'an comment that Jininga possessed the qualities of an emperor, and now the information matched up. Jininga had indeed become a human emperor. And then? The holy envoy had somehow already sat down on a stone bench nearby, his hands supporting his cheeks, his eyes filled with sorrow and longing. Then they both died. Suen's heart skipped a beat. Didn't you say they were invincible? Who could kill them? Li Chang'an and Jininga clearly had a good relationship, and both were persistent in their pursuit of the great Tao and the future. Could it be that such prodigies ultimately couldn't escape the fate of becoming enemies? The holy envoy said, only Jininga could kill Li Chang'an, and only Li Chang'an could kill Jininga, so they perished together. Suen opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Seeing his stunned expression, the holy envoy's eyes flashed with a mischievous glint of triumph. She admired his speechless expression for a moment, gradually becoming satisfied. Little brat, you're not being honest. Tell me honestly, are you lying to me? Suen noticed the holy envoy's unusual demeanor in time. The holy envoy remained completely calm, stating righteously, I am a holy envoy, a person of principle. I never lie, everything I say is the truth. Suen would be a fool to believe her, staring at her without moving. The holy envoy added without looking away, however, if you were as clever as me, you would know that's the truth as others have told you. Simply put, the truth that the authorities have told me. As for the truth that I believe myself, that's certainly different from what they say. Rumors, just rumors. King Li and Jininga have incurred the wrath of the people. The elven authorities and the various demon kingdoms mobilized their strongest warriors, 100 strong in total, to surround and kill them. Suen didn't know what expression to make. This little brat so earnestly believed the truth was just a baseless rumor, and yet she stated it so bluntly. Why did they incur the wrath of the people? The holy envoy shook his head like a rattledrum. I don't know either. However, according to the rumors the high priest heard, it said that the two of them actually wanted to bridge the rift between the elves and the demons, reveal the truth of history, and allow the elves and demons to reconcile and work together for the future of civilization on this planet, so that everyone could concentrate their efforts to return to the cosmic era. Suen paused, then asked, Isn't this a good thing? The holy envoy looked at him helplessly, as if to say, Have you lost your mind? What's so good about it? This violates the bottom line of the elven authorities, goes against the interests of the demonic authorities, and makes it seem like the 2,000 years of bloody war and sacrifice between the two races is just a joke. They lost the distinction between good and evil, heroes and scoundrels. Who can accept that? Suen felt a mix of emotions. So, the elves and humans, these two enemies who have fought for 2,000 years, temporarily set aside their differences for the first time and truly began close cooperation because of two figures who wanted to mend the rift between their races, and the result was that they killed each other. The holy envoy nodded vigorously. To be precise, it was the first cooperation in 2,000 years. Suen sighed deeply. How absurd. The holy envoy, with a stern face, like an old sage who had seen through the world. The things in this world seem incredibly real precisely because they are so absurd. Suen sighed deeply. He felt very sorry for Li Chang'an and Jininga. What were these two after? One was an elven holy king, the other a human emperor. They could have had everything they wanted, yet they pursued the things they shouldn't have pursued, and as a result, they died in an absurd situation, leaving nothing behind. However, even Suen couldn't say that Li Chang'an and Jininga's actions were entirely in vain, because they did indeed facilitate cooperation between elves and humans for the first time in 2,000 years. Whatever the reason, cooperation did occur. That's a qualitative difference between having done it and not having done it. If they have successors, who can guarantee that elves and humans won't cooperate a third time? If the future is worth striving for, and light is worth pursuing, perhaps at some point, elves and humans can truly unite completely. After all, elves are humans, and humans are elves. Chapter 197. The holy envoy stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. He returned to the stone platform, stood on tiptoe, stretched his arm, and rummaged inside. To Suen's astonishment, he pulled out a black jade box. What's this? Suen's pupils constricted, once again preparing to snatch it. What the holy envoy pulled from the stone platform was certainly no ordinary item. Cultivation techniques, secret manuals, weapons, armor, elixirs, crystals, everything a cultivator needs is contained here, practically inexhaustible. The holy envoy concealed the box in his waist pouch, his sharp gaze fixed on Suen as he retreated step by step, slowly drawing two daggers in a defensive stance, Kingsley once visited the ruins. It was because of his simple repairs to the ruins' grand array that we were able to fully open the secret realm based on his work. This is what he left for his descendants, the essence of his life's wealth, containing his great Tao. For cultivators, it means a smooth path to heaven. I will not give it to you. You can have it, but you must defeat me first. In this situation, Suin had much to say, much to do, but for a moment, he didn't immediately launch an attack, and his words were somewhat strange. Kingsley had descendants. The holy envoy murmured. It's rumored that he and Jininga had a son. Suin fell silent. Even after the holy envoy had obtained Li Chang'an's belongings and was prepared for battle, ready to launch an attack at any moment, he stood frozen in a long silence. This was undeniably strange. Even stranger was that the holy envoy neither seized the opportunity to launch a preemptive strike nor attempted to escape. She simply stared intently at Suin, doing nothing but waiting motionless. If one had to argue, she didn't really need to reveal the truth about the box. Even if she wasn't lying, there was no need to explain its origin so clearly. Especially illogical was her specific mention of Li Chang'an's presence at the ruins, implying that they were able to activate the grand formation only after he had addressed it. Suin hadn't witnessed how much effort the holy envoy had put into activating the main peak's secret realm formation, but she clearly saw that the holy envoy couldn't break the stone platform's restrictions using her own blood power. Regardless of their strength or temperament, they were, at least, intelligent people. Intelligent people think more deeply. Intelligent people can see the big picture from small details. After a long silence, Suin sighed again, her demeanor desolate and her expression somber. He slowly drew his long sword, step by step approaching the holy envoy, his movements deliberate and deliberate. You can't take this, and it doesn't belong to you. The holy envoy bit her lip, her usually resolute gaze flickering slightly, but her fair face remained stubbornly defiant. This belongs to the elves. It must be used by the elves. Suin's face was cold. The elves betrayed him and killed him. What right do they have to take his things? Faced with Suin's continued refusal, the holy envoy retreated step by step. It was the elven authorities who killed him, not the elven people. He came from the people, and the path he pursued throughout his life was for everyone. He and his possessions should ultimately return to the people, guiding and helping future generations to walk the path he didn't finish. After uttering the last word, the holy envoy stopped, no longer retreating an inch, her gaze resolute, her stubbornness transforming into piety and responsibility. At this moment, she was a true elven envoy, an envoy with a sense of mission. Suin, on the other hand, displayed an obvious bewilderment in his eyes. Thought and self-reflection made him stop in his tracks. The longsword he had nearly drawn halted halfway, no longer extending its edge. The two stood several steps apart, one tall and one short, facing each other, large eyes meeting small, silent for a long time. The atmosphere in the room was eerie, so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. Swoosh! The metallic scraping sound of a longsword being drawn suddenly rang out, like a dragon's roar, instantly cleaving the still air of the stone chamber. A streak of sword light flashed down, like a reverse Milky Way, instantly splitting the entire stone chamber in two. The dagger flew from the envoy's hand, transforming into two cold stars that flashed and disappeared in an instant, too fast to be detected, appearing a moment later right in front of the target's brow. Thud! The sword light swept past, blood splattered, and a figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the stone wall. Swoosh! The dagger pierced the throat, drawing a spurt of blood. The man couldn't even scream before tumbling down the stone steps. Suin and the holy envoy's attacks weren't directed at each other, but rather at the several outsiders who had appeared at the stone chamber door at the same time. Just as they were locked in a silent standoff, someone had stealthily crept up from downstairs. Because the stone chamber was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, they had immediately noticed the other party's presence. When these people appeared at the door, their swords were already drawn, and they were aimed at them. If Suin and the holy envoy hadn't reacted quickly, it wouldn't have been the ones falling at the door, but rather them being engulfed in gunfire. Since the newcomers were ready to attack without a word, the distinction between friend and foe was quite clear. Suin and the holy envoy were both ruthless killers. There was no reason for them not to strike first. Neither side uttered a word, and the battle, once begun, was unstoppable. Suin and the holy envoy advanced side by side, taking advantage of the moment when two of their opponents were suddenly killed and the rest were slightly flustered. They rushed to the entrance at top speed. The superhumans at the entrance were uniformly dressed in black combat suits, helmets, and military boots, their waist pouches bulging. Their weapons were uniform: assault rifles with bayonets, and various grenades hanging on their chests. The combat suits featured a large, futuristic-looking web emblem on the chest, resembling both a spiderweb parasitic on a bustling city and a vast, all-encompassing woven fabric. To the uninformed, they would likely be mistaken for special forces from some country, but in reality, they belong to no nation, but to a notorious force on the Xiaoshan continent, the Dark Web. The Dark Web was broadly divided into two parts. The marketing department, which, as the name suggests, specialized in business, providing both individual experts and combat squads. Rumor has it that for enough money, even a godlike general capable of moving mountains and filling seas, or a powerful sect capable of conquering cities, can arrive at the mission area within 24 hours. Another part is the security department, a department specifically tasked with carrying out field missions for the Dark Web's own interests. They don't accept client contracts, and are primarily used for market expansion and resolving business disputes. The team of extraordinary individuals before us is clearly from the Dark Web Security Department. In the gray area of the Xiaoshan continent, the two kings of the underworld are Black Tide and the Dark Web. Black Tide has a vast and diverse business. It's rumored that there's nothing you can't buy from Black Tide, whether it's weapons, potions, cultivation techniques, intelligent robots, mutants, combat armor, or even fine wine and beautiful women. Black Tide has it all. Many say that there's no business on the entire continent that the Black Tide doesn't get involved in. Compared to the Black Tide's widespread and pervasive operations, the Dark Web takes a high-end approach. They don't deal with lower-level superhumans. Their business is limited to intelligence, assassins, and mercenaries, a relatively singular focus. But precisely because of this singular focus, their combat power is formidable. Get out of my way. Seeing Suin and the Holy Envoy blocking the entrance, killing and wounding several people in the blink of an eye, a level 10 Dark Web soldier flew into a rage, shouting back several of his struggling companions, and then drew his sword and charged towards the Holy Envoy. Few superhumans entered the main peak's secret realm, and most were either dead or injured. Many were trapped in various formations, and very few could move freely within the realm. This level 10 Dark Web superhuman only had 6 or 7 companions with him, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half of them were gone. He couldn't tolerate this. After realizing that the Holy Envoy and Suin both possessed level 9 combat power, he had no choice but to advance alone. As the technique was activated, the level 10 warrior was instantly enveloped in a whirlwind of primal force, charging straight towards him like a tornado capable of tearing everything apart without leaving any openings. Suin dared not be careless, and immediately unleashed the mountain-shattering blade technique, gathering primal force to unleash a single, powerful slash. This attack lacked any flashy illusions, consisting only of a bright, blazing blade of light. It relied on overwhelming force to overcome all techniques. Although the Dark Web superhumans were targeting the Holy Envoy, Suin would not hold back at this moment. If the Holy Envoy were eliminated, he would be left to fight alone. As the blade struck, through the primal force whirlwind, Suin saw the Dark Web warrior turn its head in surprise, its eyes flashing like lightning as it stared at him. Suin knew without a doubt that the opponent had not anticipated such a powerful attack. To display level 9 combat power with only level 6 cultivation is already astonishing. Now, Suin's killing move with his sword technique poses a threat even to level 10 opponents, clearly exceeding the comprehension of the Dark Web soldier. The opponent decisively abandoned the Holy Envoy and turned to sweep his sword towards Suin. Within the force tornado centered on the opponent, a hurricane actually split off with this strike, hurtling towards Suin with the force to obliterate everything. Even before the hurricane reached him, Suin felt immense pressure, even struggling to hold onto his mountain-splitting staff. Clearly, this was the opponent's killing move. Fighting two opponents, the opponent naturally wanted to eliminate one first before dealing with the other. The Dark Web soldier had initially chosen the Holy Envoy because of his higher cultivation, but Suin's strike made him feel threatened, so he decisively shifted his target. Suin instantly judged that the opponent's strength surpassed his own. If the opponent's killing move landed, his fate would be dire. Therefore, Suin had only one thought: would the kid make a move? Making a move wasn't enough, he had to make a timely move. And even a timely move wasn't enough, he had to deliver a full-force attack. If the Holy Envoy had been even slightly cautious, things would have spiraled out of control. As it turned out, the kid was reliable. He knew who the enemy was. Just as the Dark Web soldier turned to clash with Suin, two gleaming daggers, with the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, pierced through the hurricane. At the moment the two blades met, one struck the Dark Web soldier's chest and the other his neck, exiting his body in the blink of an eye. The storm had already hit Suin, but fortunately, the Dark Web soldier's strength dissipated the next moment, preventing Suin from suffering any real harm. The level 10 warrior died instantly, and the remaining dark web superhumans fled in panic, disappearing from the stone chamber entrance in the blink of an eye. Neither Suin nor the Holy Envoy dared to give chase. The recent battle reminded them of one thing: the secret realm was no longer safe. Superhumans from various factions could appear at any time. Before the treasures of the secret realm, there were no more allies. Although they were quite powerful, they were outnumbered. They weren't afraid of a level 10 warrior with a few smaller enemies, but what if they encountered a large group of warriors, or several level 9 or 10 warriors? Suin glanced at the Holy Envoy. When the dagger pierced through the dark web warrior's hurricane circle, the blade shone like crystal, as if it had become an ice shard, clearly different from its normal state. Although Suin didn't see anything else unusual, he was certain the Holy Envoy had used a deadly technique. If the Holy Envoy had used a technique in their previous battle, Suin might not have been able to defend against it. "What are you looking at?" The little boy's face was a bit pale, and his lips trembled slightly, probably because he was exhausted from using his powerful techniques. But when he noticed Suin staring at him, he still glared back defiantly. Suin immediately understood the other party's subtext. "Don't let my current weakness fool you. If you dare try to steal my things, I make you regret it." Suin chuckled lightly. "Little brat, you're at your last gasp. Hand over the things, or you suffer the consequences." The Holy Envoy didn't back down an inch, declaring firmly, "I won't hand them over." Suin had no choice. He wasn't one to take advantage of others in distress, and besides, if the other party hadn't intervened in time, his situation would have been uncertain. Using force now was out of the question. When you attacked just now, didn't you consider that you'd be weak now? Aren't you supposed to be smart? How did you let yourself end up like this? The Holy Envoy glanced at him sideways, offering no explanation, only raising his chin and snorting, continuing his pretentious act. "I'm in great shape. If you dare come any closer, I'd beat you up." "Try me if you dare." Suin laughed heartily. "Try me then." Chapter 198. Half an hour later, Suin and the Holy Envoy sat cross-legged, practicing breathing exercises to recover their strength. Suin hadn't actually intended to fight, he only intimidated the Holy Envoy, hoping he'd back down and hand over the box. Since the Holy Envoy was so assertive, he had no choice but to postpone his attack. Several hours passed, and the Holy Envoy had recovered considerably. The two left the library for their next treasure location. Suin selected some cultivation manuals and secret techniques, all top-tier items that even extraordinary individuals could cultivate. He planned to take them back for the members of the Anxia sect. As for himself, he naturally coveted what Li Chang'an had left behind. However, he and the Holy Envoy had now reached a balance of power. Unless it was absolutely necessary to risk his life at the last moment, the Holy Envoy would have to carry the items for now. Next, it depended on who they encountered first. If they encountered a rebel army, the Holy Envoy, no matter how fierce he was, would have to obediently hand over the treasure. If they encountered demon cultivators, Suin wasn't without a chance. Upon closer examination, he was also a demon, possessing top-tier bloodline power. Led by the Holy Envoy, the two swiftly traversed the stone paths of the mountain's secret realm, passing through numerous stone chambers of varying sizes. Their next destination was the Research Institute. What's in the Research Institute? Suin kept a close eye on the Holy Envoy, wary of her tampering with any formations to launch a surprise attack. The Holy Envoy's answer was simple, just two words: the core. When the two arrived at the plaza outside the Research Institute, there were already 100 or 200 people there. Both demons and humans were present, locked in a fierce battle, corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, especially numerous severed limbs and remains near the entrance. The Holy Envoy spotted the black-robed elder, who was leading dozens of cultivators blocking the gate. These cultivators were all high-level warriors, the lowest level being level 8, clearly wielding the Dawn Sword. Most human superhumans were no match for this group. They dared not approach the gate rashly, and were forced to engage in close combat with mid-level demon cultivators in the plaza. Suin was very familiar with the group attacking the gate. He recognized Zheng Nanji and Zhu Feng. Zheng Nanji was unharmed, and Suin breathed a sigh of relief. The battle was fierce, with people dying or being wounded every moment. However, neither Suin nor the Holy Envoy rushed into the fray. They stood on the edge of the battleground for quite some time. This time, it was the Holy Envoy who spoke first, her words puzzling. "Big oaf, I give you a chance." Suin looked troubled. "Who are you talking to?" The Holy Envoy snorted. "Who told you to always call me a little brat? An eye for an eye. I decided you're a big oaf, and you can't change that." Suin found it hard to agree. "You're young and small. You're a little brat anyway. I'm handsome and dashing. What does that have to do with being a big oaf? The holy envoy curled her lip, refusing to reason with Suin. I don't care, you're a big oaf. Suin remained silent for a long time, feeling like he shot himself in the foot. If he hadn't been so cheeky as to call the holy envoy a little brat, he wouldn't be called a big oaf now. The holy envoy urged, Big oaf, are you going to seize this opportunity or not? What opportunity? Suin asked helplessly. You are an elf, and your bloodline power is quite good. Come back to the north with me, and you follow me from now on. I guarantee you a bright future. Lily patted her chest, promising with great confidence and boldness. Suin ruthlessly exposed her. My bloodline power is just good. Isn't it stronger than yours? Even if I go to the Northern Territory, you be following me. Lily turned and glared at her, her delicate pink face filled with 1,000 complaints. Who said your bloodline power is stronger than mine? I'm the strongest holy envoy in the Northern Territory. You were able to open the restriction left by Kingly, which only proves that your blood relationship with him is closer than mine. Don't overthink it. Suin looked at Lily with the eyes of someone looking at a thief. Since you admit that I'm closely related to Li Chang'an by blood, then that box should be mine. Give it to me. Lily's pretty face paled, feeling guilty and anxious. You're talking nonsense. I absolutely won't give it to you. Suin said, You're just a robber. You keep calling the extraordinary beings who enter the ruins robbers, but little do you know you're no different. Taking things and not returning them to E. Lily was stunned, her mouth agape, speechless for a long time. After a while, the young envoy decided to give up. She strode towards the plaza. I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want, the world is vast. Let's go our separate ways. Suin grabbed her, chuckling twice. You think you can leave without leaving your things? Lily struggled a few times, but couldn't break free. She immediately bristled, baring her teeth at Suin like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If you don't let go, I hit you. Suin remained unmoved. Bite me, it won't do any good. A moment later, the two bypassed the fighting crowd in the plaza and arrived at the Research Institute's gate. The nearby demon cultivators were overjoyed to see Lily, and the black-robed elder quickly sent people to meet them. Make way for them, Lily, her hands behind her back and a stern face, commanded in a deep voice, her imperial authority boundless. Yes, the old man in black robes bowed and accepted the order, then glanced at Suin walking beside Lily, his brows furrowing slightly, his gaze deep, but he said nothing. This scene was witnessed by Zheng Nanji, who quickly gestured for Zhu Feng to look. What's going on? How come Suin is mixed up with demon cultivators? Has he been kidnapped? Zhu Feng's expression changed, his eyes complex, but he didn't show Zheng Nanji's panic. Seeing the demon cultivators orderly retreating into the Research Institute, he immediately beckoned the group of extraordinary individuals to follow. Like a library, the Research Institute had several floors, a spacious area. The lower floors housed warehouses for various experimental materials, and various laboratories, still neat and tidy, but no longer pristine. Suin and Lily and the others climbed the stairs, soon reaching the top floor. The old man in black robes initially intended to block the entrance, but the holy envoy waved him off, allowing Zhu Feng, Zheng Nanji, and the others to smoothly enter the top-level space. The stone chamber was large enough to accommodate several hundred people. Over 100 extraordinary individuals entered with Zhu Feng, but only 40 or 50 resistance fighters remained with him. The rest had already rushed into the various laboratories and storage rooms, busily collecting treasures. Lily had anticipated the scene when she had the demon cultivators open the gate. With the extraordinary individuals scattered, there wouldn't be many competing with them for the core. Originally, the demon cultivators were outnumbered, but now that their strength was evenly matched, and with the demons having the home field advantage, their chances of successfully obtaining the core had greatly increased. The group arrived at the top-floor vault. Lily stopped before the door, glancing at Suin with an air of composure and confidence. Her gaze met Suin's, and she gave a proud snort, tossing her long ponytails as she strode forward. The vault was, of course, sealed by an array. The demon race possessed many arrays, but almost every one utilized bloodline power. And each array employing bloodline power often used it as its core. Therefore, the power of blood often acted as a key. It could repair, destroy, complete, or open arrays. In front of the vault was a stone platform similar to the one in the top-floor stone chamber of the library. Lily approached the platform, drew her dagger, and this time, instead of slashing her wrist, she paused briefly before cutting her palm. The instant the blood dripped onto the platform, the atmosphere in the stone chamber instantly became tense and dangerous. Most of the demon cultivators turned around, swords drawn, glaring fiercely at the extraordinary individuals. Xu Feng, Zheng Nanji, and the others were also on high alert, ready to fight at any moment. The core treasure of the main peak's secret realm was in the research institute. This was intelligence the resistance had long possessed, and the reason they were here. Now, the core was about to appear. Everything had reached its final moment. Unlike the others, Zheng Nanji wasn't particularly concerned about the core, or rather, compared to Suin, the core wasn't the most important thing to her. Her gaze fell on Suin. Suin gave her a reassuring look. Zheng Nanji breathed a slight sigh of relief, but wasn't truly at ease. Suin's reassurance to Zheng Nanji wasn't just a pretense, he had his reasons. The reason he decided to enter the research institute with Lily, and wasn't afraid of being surrounded by demon cultivators, was because Suin could guarantee he wouldn't die. At worst, I go to the northern border. Lily has no reason to kill him. Does she really care about being dissected? Risking his life is for profit, and the greatest profit is undoubtedly the opportunity to become stronger. Whether it's what Li Chang'an left behind, or the core of the research institute, he always tries his best if he gets the chance. Compared to that, the sex power is just a drop in the ocean. With Li Anqing keeping an eye on things, and considering the rebels' attitude towards him, Suin wasn't worried about what would happen to the Anxia sect after his temporary departure. As Lily's blood dripped onto the stone platform, the array was activated as expected. The pattern shone brightly, enveloping the entire stone chamber in layers of array light. The serene glow and the crimson waves touched everyone present. While everyone held their breath and waited quietly, the vault door remained closed. Time ticked by, and Lily's face visibly fell. Suin wanted to laugh, but he held it in. He knew what was happening. This scene wasn't unexpected. Lily took a deep breath, turned and glared at Suin, gritting her teeth. "You big oaf, come here." Suin shrugged, not moving. The demon cultivators nearby, including the black-robed elder, all wore gloomy expressions, as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. The situation was clear. The events within the main peak's secret realm were beyond the demon authorities' expectations. Since the demon team entering the ruins was led by Lily, they must have believed that Lily's bloodline power was sufficient to activate all the formations within the secret realm and retrieve what they wanted. The Northern Demon Clan possessed all the information about the ruins. Their judgment shouldn't have been wrong. However, neither the formations on the top floor of the library nor the vault formations of the Research Institute before them could be controlled by Lily's blood power. Where does the problem lie? It lies with Li Chang'an, the former Holy King of the Demon Clan. Li Chang'an had previously entered the ruins, pouring his life's work into them, intending to leave it to his descendants. So how did he ensure that his legacy would be inherited not by other extraordinary beings or demon cultivators, but by his descendants? Through array formations, of course. Lily said that Li Chang'an repaired the ruins' array formations. It is precisely because of this foundation that the Northern Demon Clan can now enter the ruins after 2,000 years and reap the legacy of the ancient demon race. Did Li Chang'an merely repair the array formations? Of course not. He added a new layer of array formations as a sealing barrier, building upon the existing array formations of the Library and Research Institute. Only a descendant possessing his bloodline power can break through this sealing array. Without a doubt, this person is Suin. This is why Lily couldn't open the top-level array formation of the library, while Suin could. The array on the top floor of the library ensured Suin could inherit Li Chang'an's legacy, but Li Chang'an wasn't satisfied. He added restrictions to the array on the top floor of the Research Institute as well, so that his descendant, Suin, could obtain the core of the ruins. This was somewhat of a rogue tactic. After all, the core of the ruins wasn't Li Chang'an's own possession. This was why the Holy Envoy and the black-robed elder looked so gloomy. As someone poised to become the strongest Holy King in the history of the demon race, or rather, the elves, Li Chang'an's strength was undeniable. This was evident from the fact that the ruins couldn't tolerate the energy fluctuations of a war general level, yet Li Chang'an was able to enter and set up layers of arrays. It was confirmed that the current Holy Kings of the demon race were weaker than Li Chang'an. Otherwise, the other party could have entered the ruins themselves, just like Li Chang'an, and taken away the ancient demon race's legacy. Why would they need to send troops here in such a grand display, creating this chaotic scene of various factions vying for control? Li Chang'an, powerful enough to disregard the rules of the ruins, or at least circumvent some of them, has set up an array that stipulates only his descendants can open it. Therefore, only his descendants can open it. No one else can change this restriction. Therefore, at this moment, Suin has become the focus of everyone's attention. He holds absolute power over whether or not the vault is opened. Everyone is watching him, especially the demon race cultivators, whose gazes are particularly complex. Those demon race cultivators of lower status cannot fully understand all this, but beings like the black-robed elder are already fully aware of Su-En's identity. Chapter 199. Old Zhu, why do I feel like those demons are looking at Su-En strangely? Zheng Nanji asked Zhu Feng in a low voice. She knew very little, but the atmosphere was too strange for her to ignore. She continued, I didn't want to ask, but if you know some secret about Su-En, and if that secret happens to be crucial to the current situation, and if it's convenient for me to know, please tell me. Zhu Feng looked at Zheng Nanji, hesitated for a moment, and said, I know your relationship with Su-En is special, but this secret can only be told to you by him, or by you discovering it yourself. It's not that I'm intentionally keeping you in suspense, nor that I don't trust you, but you see it soon enough. With that, Zhu Feng waved his hand, signaling the 40 or 50 rebel soldiers present to step forward. They unceremoniously pushed their way through the demon cultivators to Su-En. During this process, the demon cultivators' eyes blazed with fury, but they didn't make a move, because neither the holy envoy nor the black-robed elder had given any orders to fight. They could only watch helplessly as Zhu Feng, Zheng Nanji, and the others protected Su-En. Su-En gave Zhu Feng an appreciative look. He had to admit, the two sides had a good understanding. Since the initiative to activate the formation was in his hands, he naturally wanted to fight for what was inside. This was the very reason he had come to the top floor with the holy envoy. To fight for the core, he needed his own people by his side. The rebel soldiers absolutely could not be blocked outside by the demon cultivators. Now, Su-En's rebel soldiers and the holy envoy's demon cultivators were evenly matched. If they didn't want a bloody battle to erupt when the vault doors were opened, they needed to come up with a spoils distribution plan beforehand. Su-En watched the holy envoy remain silent, and the holy envoy waited for him to speak first. Both knew that whoever couldn't hold back and made the first demand would be at a disadvantage, allowing the other to gain an advantage. A long silence and eerie stillness followed. Sweat gradually beaded on the foreheads of some cultivators and soldiers. The longer time passed, the higher the chance of an accidental clash, and the greater the likelihood of other extraordinary individuals entering the research institute. In a contest of patience, Lily was clearly no match for Su-En. Finally, she couldn't help but speak, but not to make demands. Instead, she glared angrily at Su-En. Since you know you are of the elven race, and have a close relationship with King Li, you should understand that the Northern Territory is your home, and we are your companions. Why do you still associate with these demons and monsters? Come back to the Northern Territory with me, and I won't dissect you for research. The Holy King and the High Priest will approve of you. Whether it's cultivation techniques, secret manuals, or wealth and glory, you can have whatever you want. The fact that she could say so much in one breath showed how much these words resonated with Lily. He had been holding it in for a long time. These words caused a stir among the crowd, especially Zheng Nanji, whose bright, beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Su-En's profile in disbelief. The shock came only from the first half of the crowd because only the holy envoy was surprised. The demon cultivators other than the black-robed elder, and the members of the resistance, showed no surprise. Zhu Feng observed Su-En and the holy envoy with a grave expression, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately hesitated. Su-En smiled slightly. At a time like this, let's not talk about such trivial things. Demons and elves alike, ultimately, we are all humans from the same mother planet. It's not that I can't go to the Northern Territory, nor that I necessarily want to fight you to the death, but at this moment, I cannot betray my comrades, who have fought alongside me for so long. If you truly acknowledge my elven identity, then return what is rightfully mine. As for the contents of the vault, we could split it in half. Su-En's suggestion was reasonable, arguably the most reasonable possible, but unfortunately, it was neither ethical nor realistic. Just by looking at the holy envoy's expression, it was clear she wouldn't hand over Li Chang'an's inheritance to Su-En, nor would she share the core with him. Unless, the holy envoy said, come back to the Northern Territory with me, and Li Xinguang's things will be yours, including the core of the secret realm. Even the Holy King and the High Priest couldn't possibly steal it, I guarantee you. From Lily's perspective, this suggestion was equally reasonable, but in Su-En's view, it was equally unreasonable and unrealistic. Su-En shook his head. The holy envoy's face flushed red with anger, looking as if she wanted to devour Su-En whole. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing point once more. Just as the two sides were locked in a tense standoff, each harboring their own agendas and unwilling to make any substantial concessions in the face of their interests, gunshots suddenly rang out from the floors below the research institute. In the blink of an eye, explosions, shouts, and the sounds of fighting mingled together. the commotion spiraling out of control and showing no signs of abating. Clearly, more extraordinary beings had arrived at the research institute, vying for the relics and treasures. The black-robed elder's eyes flickered as he glanced at the holy envoy, seemingly intending to say something, but the holy envoy, focused on Suan like a tiger cub, showed no interest in communicating. Frustrated, the black-robed elder could only grip his sword hilt, ready to fight at any moment. Having gathered extensive information beforehand, the demon race was quite familiar with the main peak's secret realm. Few cultivators died on the way or were trapped by formations. Although their total numbers were fewer than those of human extraordinary beings, the number who actually reached the secret realm was certainly greater. However, they had their own missions, and wouldn't wander around aimlessly. The demon cultivator's mission was simple and clear: collect the treasures of the secret realm as quickly as possible, and then, with their previous gains, leave the ruins and return to the Northern Territory via the teleportation array. The core of the secret realm was in the Research Institute, but the main peak secret realm wasn't just researching all the treasures. The armory, the equipment depot, and various other units also contained many valuable items. The more time passed, the more treasures the demon cultivators obtained, and the more they evacuated via the teleportation array, resulting in fewer combat forces remaining in the secret realm. This was good news for the entire Northern Territory demon race, but for the local envoys and demon cultivators, it was utterly bad news. Once a large number of extraordinary beings gathered, even if they obtained the core, leaving wouldn't be so easy. Break the seal and open the vault. Lily grinned. Give me Li Chang'an's things first, Suan said calmly. Open it first. Hand over the stuff first. You're coming back to the Northern Territory with me. Impossible. The two stared at each other, neither willing to convince the other, neither yielding. Many of the resistance fighters and demon cultivators had their hands soaked with sweat, forcing them to use their weapons to wipe the grime with their other hands. After some time, a group of extraordinary individuals stormed onto the top floor of the Research Institute. There were many of them, from Yen Kingdom, Bohai Kingdom, Zhongshan Kingdom, the Dark Web, and the Church. Surprisingly, they weren't fighting amongst themselves. Since there was no fighting, it meant a temporary agreement had been reached. Seeing the two groups quietly coexisting in the stone chamber, they were first momentarily stunned, then overjoyed, because there weren't many demon cultivators. Without a word, they immediately launched an attack, a storm of swords flashing and shadows raining down. Although the newcomers were human superhumans, they belonged to different factions. Suan didn't consider them allies. These individuals were all contenders for core positions, his competitors. Taking advantage of the moment when the demon cultivators rushed out and the two sides were locked in a chaotic battle, Suan didn't hesitate. He immediately cut his palm, dripping blood onto the stone platform to break the array's restrictions. A serene, hazy light erupted once more, and profound, complex patterns appeared out of thin air. As the red light surged like a tide, the array's power, like a runaway tiger, surged in all directions like a flood. Of the hundreds of superhumans in the stone chamber, most were overturned by the primal force wave. Only those at level 10 could barely maintain their balance, raising their arms to resist the primal force storm. This showed that although the primal force storm generated after the array was broken was powerful, under the deliberate suppression of the array left by Li Chang'an, it still didn't reach the level of a battle general. Amidst the chaos and disarray, the holy envoy rushed to the vault, flung open the door, and plunged inside without looking back. Suan, not to be outdone, followed almost simultaneously. The black-robed elder, Zhu Feng, and the others followed suit, but they were immediately blocked by an invisible barrier upon reaching the entrance, bounced back like balloons hitting a wall. The vault was right before them. Although it was pitch black inside, obscuring its contents, the core was undoubtedly within. Unwilling to give up, they disregarded their fighting and charged towards the door relentlessly. Unfortunately, the area containing the core was still protected by an ancient demonic formation. Judging from the current situation, even demon cultivators with insufficient bloodline power couldn't enter, let alone ordinary extraordinary beings. At first, everyone jostled and fought, but once they understood their situation, they had no reason to be hostile to each other. The group looked at each other, then fell silent. Entering the vault was like stepping into an abyss. Not a ray of light could be seen, and Suan couldn't tell which way to go. Fortunately, the holy envoy was ahead. He didn't know the core, but she certainly had a plan. Suan only needed to follow her. As the holy envoy ran forward, mysterious patterns lit up wherever her footsteps landed, outlining profound and unfathomable formations. The holy envoy, stepping on the ripples of the formations, was like an elf traveling through the river of time, her figure light and her ponytail billowing. Initially, Suin thought Lily knew how to navigate the vault and how to obtain the core. But after running for a full half hour, covering a straight distance that could have crossed the main peak, and still finding no darkness ahead, Suin finally had to suspect that the Holy Envoy didn't actually have a goal. The other person was just running around aimlessly. Grabbing her back, Suin asked, exasperated, "Little brat, do you even know the way?" Lily looked up, her large, obsidian-like eyes innocently fixed on him. "You know?" Suin replied weakly, "I shouldn't know, but how could you not?" Lily simply stopped, spreading her hands defiantly. "The most powerful things created by the ancient sages. I only arrived thousands of years later. It's normal that I don't understand, right?" Suin rubbed his forehead. "So what do we do now? Are we just going to keep running like this? What did your superiors tell you when you came here?" Lily blinked. "I'm not telling you." Suin resisted the urge to punch her. "What kind of time is this to be so playful?" Lily snorted and revealed the answer. "Once I shake you off, I naturally find the core." Suin chuckled twice. "You must be dreaming." Lily's face hardened, and she stopped talking, just glaring at him fiercely. Suin adopted a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water attitude. "If you want to drag it out, then keep dragging it out. I have plenty of time. As for you, I'm afraid you don't have much time." "Nonsense. I have plenty of time too." Lily puffed out her not-so-impressive chest, indicating that as a dignified holy envoy, she would never lose to anyone in any aspect. Suin simply sat down cross-legged, curling his lip in disdain, and said, "Don't be silly, you can't hide it from me. If you're so capable, let's have a sit-and-seat contest, and see who can sit longer." Lily's eyes darted around as she sat down in front of Suin, staring at him without a hint of guilt, and asked, "What do you know?" "Let me make it clear beforehand. I'm just curious about what you're thinking. I don't really care about this. It's all baseless anyway." Suin glanced at her sideways. "I could simply not say." He simply closed his eyes. Lily remained still and unhurried, silently watching him. When Lily realized that Suin really didn't intend to speak, she finally couldn't hold back any longer. She nudged his shoulder, puffing out her cheeks and huffing, "How can you be like this? Who only says half of what they mean? Do you not have any ideas at all, and are just being deliberately mysterious?" After nudging him for a while, Suin finally opened his eyes slowly and said calmly, "You will mobilize your entire army to cross the Chongling Mountains, conquer the Lingdong province, and wage war against the Yin Kingdom. This scheme is so obvious. Do you really think you can hide it from anyone?" Lily was immediately speechless, her angry expression freezing on her pale face. Chapter 200. You're talking nonsense. We never planned a war with Yin." Lily quickly reacted and immediately denied it loudly and firmly. Suin glanced at her contemptuously. "You already been stepped on, and you're still stubbornly denying it. You're such a laughable little brat." Lily drew her gleaming dagger in a flash. "I advise you to speak properly." Suin was unfazed. "I can even remain silent." Lily thought for a moment, then sheathed her dagger. "Then you should speak. Anyway, I'm just killing time, and it's too boring to stay silent." She coughed twice, feigning indifference and feigning interest in gossip. "Big dummy, continue." Suin didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow. "Continue what?" "Lily, why do you think we're going to war with the Yin Kingdom? We started a war in the Chaos Lands before, but that was just to mislead the Yin authorities, to provide cover for entering the mountain ruins, and also to block roads and restrict Yin's extraordinary individuals from entering the Chongling Mountains. Now that we obtained the many treasures from the ruins, the matter is settled. Why would we need a major war?" Suin scoffed. "Because of what we gained from the ruins, your cultivator's strength has reached a new level. Various weapons can fully equip the border troops, breaking the long-standing balance of power with the Yin Kingdom's border army. What's the purpose of exploring the ruins? To obtain treasures. What's the purpose of obtaining treasures? To increase strength. What's the purpose of increasing strength? Of course, to defeat the enemy, reclaim the demon race's territory, and restore the demon race's glory. We've been enemies for 2,000 years, fighting each other for 2,000 years. When you lack strength, you occasionally launch wars. Now that you have greater power, what reason do you have not to attack the Yin Kingdom?" Lily stubbornly persisted. "Even if we obtain the treasures from the ruins, we still need time to digest our gains. Besides, our cultivators suffered considerable casualties on the expedition. We should rest. What reason do we have to hastily launch a major war? Once we completed our preparations and recuperated, we can use our overwhelming strength to sweep across the Chongling Mountains. Can the Yin Kingdom possibly stop us then?" Suin confidently replied, "Of course, it's because you can't afford to wait. this expedition to the ruins. Because you prepared thoroughly beforehand, other countries realized the danger too late and dispatched cultivators too hastily. You obtained almost all the treasures, and the increase in the Northern Territory's strength is irreversible. After the 100 Years' War, human nations were embroiled in internal wars, vying for supremacy, and entered a strategic stalemate with the demon race. This stalemate lasted for over 2,000 years, allowing you to recover your strength. For 2,000 years, humanity hasn't attacked you, partly due to internal power struggles, but primarily because your strength is limited and you pose little threat. 2,000 years have passed. Not only have you recovered your strength, but you're now plotting against the ruins, reaping immeasurable benefits. Even the most oblivious human nations should realize your danger by now. The conflict between the two races is the bigger picture. It's a fight to the death, with virtually no room for reconciliation. After this, the human nations will undoubtedly unite, either attacking the northern border or rigorously guarding their frontiers. Your idea of resting, and then moving south is nothing but wishful thinking. Therefore, you can only act quickly, and you must act quickly. Speed has its advantages. Neither Yen nor any other nation would expect you to immediately launch a war. With a surprise attack, you can still catch Yen completely off guard. Relying on what you gain from the ruins, and concentrating the power of the northern border, what can the Yen kingdom use to resist? Leaving aside everything else, just take Lingdong province. You have the foundation from your previous wars. Once your army crosses the Chongling Mountains, you can directly cross the Chaos Land and besiege all the major cities. And the Yen kingdom? They still think the troops you deployed on the front lines of the Chaos Land are merely to blockade the superhumans. They have no idea about your next move. Misjudging your strategic intentions, becoming lax in preparation, and losing the initiative, what can the Yen kingdom use to stop you? Once the national war suddenly breaks out, you at least have a chance to take over the entire Yen kingdom before other countries can react and form an alliance. After saying all this in one breath, Suen stared intently at Lily. Sure enough, from the subtle changes in her expression, he confirmed that his words had struck a chord with her. Lily pursed her lips, not responding. Of course, she wouldn't respond. Only by remaining silent could she avoid revealing more of her thoughts and information. At this moment, Lily's eyes were filled with wariness as she looked at Suen. Her guarded demeanor betrayed an unmistakable fear. Suen's incisive analysis instilled a deep dread in her. This large, seemingly simple-minded man was truly terrifying. With such limited information, he could see through everything. He was practically a demon in his wisdom. If he were to return to the human realm, he would undoubtedly pose a formidable threat to the elves. Suen sighed. 2,000 years have passed, and the demon race is finally launching a full-scale counterattack. And you, little brat, as the holy envoy of the North, you have countless reasons not to miss this great battle. So why are you pretending to be so calm and collected when you're even more eager to leave than I am? Lily remained silent for a long time. Finally, she sighed with an air of maturity, her gaze toward Suen growing increasingly complex. Big oaf, I ask you one last time, are you coming back to the Northern Territory with me? Suen shook his head. Lily's eyelids darkened. Suen said, we are all human, of the same origin. Although I currently lack the power to change reality, to reconcile the two races, and to unite all nations and forces under one banner, fighting like one family for the well-being of all, pushing civilization to new heights, and reopening the door to the space age, but the times are progressing, the development of civilization is not determined by individual will, and the tide of history is not about mutual destruction. Therefore, the future is definitely bright. One day, we will return to the space age, even back to our home planet civilization. If the future requires battle, if there is no light without bloodshed and sacrifice, then I am willing to shed my blood and fight for it. Besides that, I will not dedicate my life to any other purpose. Whether it's the Northern Demon Clan or the Yen Kingdom, neither of their current authorities can bring a bright future to everyone, at least, I don't believe so. Therefore, I will not go to the northern border to help the demons kill the people of Yen. Nor will I kill the demons with the aim of preserving Yen. This kind of battle fought for personal gain is meaningless, my path does not lie there. Though I am as insignificant as dust, I am willing to walk the right path. Civilization is a great river, a vast avenue. Without accumulating small streams, one cannot form a great river. Without taking small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Do not refrain from doing good because it is small, nor do evil because it is small. My bullets, when fired, can only benefit this river, never pollute the sea. This is my path. Do you understand? Lily didn't know if she understood, but she was certainly stunned. Suen's words naturally reminded her of Li Chang'an and Jininga. Wasn't the path Suan pursued the same one that Li Chang'an and Ji Ningguo walked? Lily bit her lip, a realization dawning on her. Perhaps only those who inherit the will of the sages are qualified to inherit their legacy, not just descendants by blood or geography. What belongs to Li Shengwang should belong to Suan. Tilting her head and thinking for a long time, Lily said seriously, although words are meaningless, and what is said may not be what one truly thinks, especially such grand pronouncements, the possibility of deception is too high. But I'm willing to try to believe you. Suan smiled, a gentle and clear smile. In this life, one must always understand why they live. Now he has found the answer to this question, established his direction in life, and his heart is bright. Naturally, his smile is pure. Lily took out the black jade box and solemnly said, I can give you half of what belongs to King Li. Suan was speechless. What do you mean by giving me half? You're clearly trying to take half. Lily wrinkled her delicate little nose. King Li is the Elven King. The mountains, rivers, and people of the Northern Territory nurtured him. He couldn't have acquired all these things without accumulating them bit by bit. It's only right and proper that we should have a share. Suan felt this argument made a lot of sense. Comparatively speaking, he seemed to have no reason to monopolize the other party's inheritance. Suan suddenly spoke up. You actually been stalling for time, haven't you? Lily blinked her clear, innocent eyes. Suan continued, your words and actions may seem foolish, but that's just a facade, meant to mislead me, and give you time to recover from your injuries. You're level 8. Once your internal injuries are fully healed, you can unleash your full power. With my level 6 cultivation, I'm no match for you. At that time, both Li Chang'an's items and cores will be yours. You didn't hurt me before, allowed me to enter the vault with you, and didn't try to shake me off along the way because you were absolutely confident you could control me when the time was right. Lily grinned and said, you're indeed clever. She no longer needed these calculations, so she readily admitted it. Suan shook his head, no longer dwelling on the matter. We talk about the items later. Let's look at the cultivation manuals first. These are easier to share. Lily nodded emphatically, her twin ponytail swaying, her excitement overflowing. After learning Li Shengwang's techniques and reading his secret manuals, we can all become Saint Kings. Being invincible won't be a dream. Suan, He was now somewhat unsure whether this little brat was genuinely stupid, or just using her nonchalant attitude to deceive him. Before sharing Li Chang'an's legacy, Suan had one more question he needed to clarify. He looked at Lily and asked, where is the core? Lily smiled slyly. We're already inside the core. 7 days later. Facing the majestic mountains and cloud-shrouded ruins, Zhu Feng sighed silently, took one last deep look at the main peak, waved his hand, and gave the order for the entire team to retreat. The surrounding resistance fighters turned away one after another, wearily leaving the now useless battlefield. Their spirits weren't particularly low, but morale was certainly not high either. This trip to the ruins had been costly for the resistance, but they had also gained a considerable amount. Compared to the majority of the human-superhuman teams who had perished or returned empty-handed, they had at least brought back a large number of relics weapons. After Suan and the Holy Envoy entered the vault, they lingered in the stone chamber for a long time, unable to find a way to enter. Later, the black-robed elder led the demon cultivators to voluntarily withdraw via the teleportation array. They couldn't stop him in time, nor did they want to. After dividing the treasures of the research institute with the superhumans who had entered, they explored the top-floor stone chamber for a while longer, but ultimately could only accept the reality that Suan and the Holy Envoy had both disappeared, and left the now useless ruins according to their original plan. Where is Suan? Outside the ruins, Zhu Feng, facing Jiang Bai's barrage of questions, recounted the events of the main peak's secret realm with a face full of shame. Nandong Buki stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, Suan may not have encountered any danger. Their disappearance is likely related to the core of the secret realm. Song Jiao nodded slightly, and said to Zhu Feng and the others, Jiang Bai, cover your retreat first. My junior brother, and I will wait here a while longer. Zhu Feng thought for a moment. Holy Envoy Lily shouldn't harm Suan. If their disappearance is truly related to the core of the secret realm, they might not have left on foot, they might have left through a teleportation array. Continuing to wait here is probably useless. The matter of the ruins is over, and the demon race has gained much. Next, the Northern Army will likely attack the Yin Kingdom's border troops, crossing the Chongling Mountains to attack Lingdong Province. Jizhou City will bear the brunt. According to Old Su's plan, we should return as soon as possible to prepare for this national war. Song Jiao said calmly, that's why I told you to set off immediately. As for my junior brother and me, we wait here for Suan for 3 days. If he doesn't come out after 3 days, we leave. Zhu Feng nodded and said nothing more. Chapter 201. Half a month later. At the Anxiasec base, Li Anqing, Zheng Nanji, and Zhang Yuan gathered in silence, drinking coffee and tea in a somber and heavy atmosphere. The faint sound of artillery fire could be heard from outside the window from time to time, often followed by a louder explosion, after which the noise would temporarily cease. The demon army has approached Jizhou City. The border troops and the military commander have been decimated. It will be difficult for them to keep the enemy out of the city on their own. We need to prepare. Li Anqing spoke first, her tone as calm as if she were reading aloud. She was serious, but it was difficult to discern her emotions. Zheng Nanji and Zhang Yuan did not respond rashly. A week ago, the demon army of the northern border launched a fierce attack on the Yan Kingdom's border troops stationed in the Chongling Mountains. The latter hastily fought back. Initially, the artillery fire was evenly matched with the demon race, with neither side gaining a significant advantage. However, once the demon cultivators launched a large-scale ground offensive and engaged the border troops in close combat, the situation rapidly deteriorated against the Yan Kingdom. Within a single day of the battle, the border army lost vast swathes of territory, and the entire front was in dire straits. By the second day, the core fighting force of the border army was completely routed by the demon cultivators, all equipped with relic weapons, and the battle line collapsed entirely. Although the cultivators who entered the ruins were only at the warrior level, the weapons they brought were not limited to warrior level. A large number were general level weapons. In terms of extraordinary combat power alone, the demon cultivators were already stronger than other extraordinary beings of the same level. Now, with the added strength of relic weapons, the Yan Kingdom's warriors and generals were simply no match for them. On the third day, the demon army crossed the Chongling Mountains and advanced into the Chaos Land. Then, they joined forces with the various ragtag armies that had previously fought in the Chaos Lands and launched attacks on the local military commands. The border troops retreating from the Chongling Mountains attempted to stabilize the defensive line in conjunction with the capital's army, but their efforts failed, and various units collapsed one after another. By now, the Yan Kingdom's army in Lingdong province had retreated to the outskirts of major cities, hastily constructing fortifications, hoping to hold out by relying on the cities for support. As the demon army advanced into the Chaos Lands, the citizens of Yan Kingdom's major cities, realizing the dire situation, fled south en masse with their families to escape the ravages of war. The fastest to flee were not ordinary citizens. On the one hand, the border army's retreat was too swift, and the demon army's arrival too rapid. The situation collapsed suddenly and completely. Ordinary citizens had limited access to information, and were largely unaware that the demons were about to besiege their cities. On the other hand, ordinary citizens' homes, property, and jobs were all in the cities. Their wealth was limited, and leaving these to flee to other cities would make their future livelihoods uncertain. Unaware of the need to flee, and afraid to flee, most ordinary citizens remained in the cities, missing the crucial window of opportunity to escape. The large-scale exodus was driven by the wealthy and well-informed elite, broadly divided into two groups: families and relatives of officials from various departments, and company owners, including many members of powerful sects. At this moment, the main force of the demon race had reached the outskirts of Jizhou City. The city was in chaos. Supermarkets and convenience stores were emptied of food, water, and medicine, and the citizens lived in constant fear. What preparations are there? The army has collapsed. Are we supposed to hold Jizhou City? Zhang Wang said impatiently. While she was usually valiant in battle, she clearly lacked interest in this current conflict. Why should we clean up the mess left by the border troops and the military command? These people are spending our taxpayers' money, so they should fulfill their duty to protect us. Otherwise, what's the point of having them? We already fought fiercely enough with demons during our missions. We done our duty to protect our country. Now they want us to risk our lives to cause trouble for the authorities? I won't do it. Li Anqing remained unmoved, still focused on her work, and looked at Zhang Yuan earnestly, asking, "So what does sect leader Zhang mean?" Zhang Yuan waved her hand. What else is there to say? Just withdraw. Haven't enough people withdrawn south these past few days? So many high-ranking officials' families and relatives, and big sects and companies have withdrawn. What reason do we, the little people, have not to withdraw? Li Anqing nodded slightly, indicating she understood Zhang Yuan's meaning, and then looked at Zheng Nanji. What does sect leader Zheng think? Nanji was in poor condition, her face was ashen and her eyes were purple, as if she hadn't slept for many days. After a moment of contemplation, she said in a hoarse voice, The people of the Southern Yan sect don't want to fight the demons to the death either. They don't want to pay for the government's mistakes. Many have already prepared to retreat south. Even if I force them to stay, I'm afraid there won't be many willing to stay. She paused, then looked at Lianshin and said, word by word, what will Suan do? Will he come back? If he does come back, but we already left, what should we do then? After leaving the Chongling Mountains with Zhu Feng and the others, Zheng Nanji returned to Jizhou City. These past few days, she had been constantly worried about Suan, concerned about his situation and safety. She hadn't slept well at all, and her concentration was severely hampered when dealing with matters. She seemed to have lost her soul. Hearing Zheng Nanji's questions, Zhang Yueying paused, then frantically scratched her head in distress. We can't just abandon him. If he comes back and finds Anxia Alliance fallen apart and Anxia sect gone, how can I face him then? He went to the ruins, and those of us who stayed behind are here to watch over Anxia Alliance for him. If Anxia Alliance is gone just like that, I can't face him. Lianshin looked at Zhang Yueying strangely, puzzled by her words. When Suan left, he didn't leave Zhang Yueying any instructions, nor did he ask her to watch over Anxia Alliance. If anyone was truly responsible for this, it was Lianshin. Although she was puzzled, Lianshin didn't voice her thoughts. Besides Suan, only the Elders' Council can decide major decisions for Anxia Alliance. Zhao Xiukui, Sun Zongsheng, and others believe that we should retreat while we still can. If you share this view, then Anxia Alliance has no choice but to leave. Lianshin said calmly, the Anxia Alliance is Suan's lifeblood and foundation. We have no right to let it be destroyed in the flames of war. Preserving it is the only thing we can do. As for what to do after Suan returns, it's simple. You take the Anxia Alliance with you. I stay with the Anxia sect. We wait for him until the very end. Upon hearing this, Zheng Nanji and Zhang Yueying were both taken aback. I stay with you, Zheng Nanji blurted out. Lianshin paused, while Zhang Yueying looked at her strangely. Faced with their strange gazes, Zheng Nanji lowered her head slightly, but quickly raised it again, speaking firmly and frankly to Zhang Yueying. Most of the extraordinary individuals in the Nanyan sect were recruited after I returned from Wuming Town. They all want to leave. I humbly request sect leader Zhang to take them with her. I personally stay with those who are willing to remain. Zhang Yueying exclaimed, wow! Sect leader Zhang is willing to abandon her own sect for Suan. That's truly unexpected. Tell me honestly, did you and Suan develop any special relationship in the ruins? Did you sleep together? Zheng Nanji made a big mess of her face and hurriedly explained, I didn't abandon the sect. I just asked sect leader Zhang to look after it. If I can leave Jizhou City alive, I still want them. Zhang Yueying leaned back in her chair, about to say something. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door, and Lianshin's assistant, Li Wen, walked in solemnly. The authorities have just issued a mandatory conscription order. All social sects in Jizhou City are prohibited from leaving without authorization from this moment on. They must cooperate with the border troops and the military command to defend the city. The provincial council speaker and various department heads are giving a live speech. From what they said, they intend to live and die with Jizhou City. Any group that disobeys orders will be considered a traitor and punished for treason. Zheng Nanji and Zhang Yueying's expressions changed simultaneously, a complex mix of surprise, anger, and frustration on their faces. But soon, they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, their thoughts were surprisingly aligned. At least they no longer had to make a choice. They could stay in Jizhou City and wait for Suan. Either they waited for his return, or they never saw him return, or they died in the streets before he returned. From this day forward, Jizhou City was under complete martial law. Residential areas and streets were sealed off, citizens were not allowed to leave their homes, and all necessities were centrally allocated and supplied. Those who acted without authorization were either treated as demon spies or arrested on charges of disrupting order and hindering the overall war effort. All social sects were forcibly conscripted, either to prepare for battle or to maintain order within the city and arrest those who disobeyed. The Anxia Alliance currently has dozens of sect members and thousands of extraordinary individuals, its influence extending from Dongping District to Chongqing District. Its strength is not to be underestimated, and it is responsible for the defense of several city blocks. Once the demon army invades, they will have to engage in street fighting. The day after martial law was declared, the demon army launched a full-scale attack on the outskirts of Jizhou City. 2 days later, the outer defenses were completely captured. Border troops and military commanders retreated into the city, engaging in street fighting with the demon army with the cooperation of government extraordinary individuals and social sects, fighting street by street. The demon army did not besiege the city on all sides. They adopted the most common tactic, surrounding 3 sides and leaving one side undefended, leaving the southern part of the city unattended. It seems the demon army left Jizhou City a way out, but no one knows whether they will be ambushed halfway out from the south, so no one dared to flee rashly. Night fell. On a deserted street, a group of heavily armed superhuman warriors suddenly emerged. This was a commercial street, lined with countless signs and illuminated billboards. Just half a month ago, it was a bustling place teeming with tourists. But now, not a single sign was lit, even the streetlights were off, and not a single pedestrian could be seen. I finally waited for this day. Lu Xiong, the sect leader of the Zhengyang sect, closed his eyes in ecstasy, opened his arms wide, and took a deep breath. Behind him, Lu Juhan, Lu Xian, and a group of other cultivators were filled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 202. In the early stages of the city's siege, various sects within the Anxia Alliance coordinated with the army in different districts. As the demon army continued its advance, numerous demon agents and sects secretly controlled by the demons emerged within the city. They attacked from the rear, cooperating with the main force to capture area after area, causing a sharp increase in Yin army casualties, and forcing the battle lines to shrink repeatedly. With their original plans disrupted, the various sects of the Anxia Alliance simply united, establishing layers of defense centered on the Anxia sect base. Thanks to the large number of extraordinary individuals, the former Zhengyang sect's 5-star base was very stable, and Li Anxin had prepared ample military supplies, allowing the Anxia Alliance to temporarily stabilize its position. However, this period of relative calm was short-lived. The Anxia Alliance soon came under the targeting of the demon army, spearheaded by the former Zhengyang sect leader, Lu Xiong, and his children, Lu Juhan and Lu Xian, who led their internal agents. They drove numerous mutants and demons to the front lines, with elite demon warriors following closely behind. Lu Xiong and his men formed the core fighting force, inflicting a heavy blow on the Anxia Alliance from the very start. Isn't the Zhengyang sect a demon spies? How are Lu Xiong and his men still alive? What are these corrupt officials doing? The cover in front of her was blown up by a series of high-level force grenades. Zhang Wang retreated in a sorry state through the smoke and dust, reaching the last line of defense where she met Li Anxin. She couldn't help but burst into curses. Li Anxin said matter-of-factly, according to reliable sources, Lu Xiong bribed the vice speaker of the provincial council. The vice speaker, wanting to leave a way out for him within the demon race, intentionally let him live. Zhang Yueying was first stunned, then even more furious. All the corrupt officials in the government are like this. No wonder they can't stop the demon army. I don't think Jizhou City can be held either. Li Anxin responded in detail. The intelligence I just received indicates that the heads of the Provincial Assembly, the Provincial Administration Commission, the Provincial Surveillance Commission, the Provincial Military Commission, and the Demon Extermination Commission have all withdrawn. Currently, only a small number of border troops and Provincial Military Commission soldiers left behind to cover the retreat, along with numerous abandoned small and medium-sized sects, remain in Jizhou City. Zhang Yueying was stunned for a long time. Finally regaining her composure, she angrily threw out a large bag of grenades from behind her cover. Only when she saw the front lines completely engulfed in flames did her anger subside slightly. I knew those corrupt officials had no good intentions. They spoke so righteously when they were sealing off the city, vowing to live and die with it, but the moment things went wrong, they ran faster than anyone else. Zhang Yueying's anger was still burning. As she spoke, she stared at the calm-faced Li Anxin. Given the current situation, we can't retreat even if we wanted to. Those bastards, Lu Xiong and his gang, have a deep-seated hatred for the Anxia Alliance, and will definitely relentlessly pursue us. He's a level 10 combat soldier. I can't stop him. We'd be wiped out. She paused, then continued with a show of force. Tell me your trump card. Don't hold back at a time like this. Li Anxin, who had been crouching behind cover, suddenly sprang out and dragged Zheng Nanji, who had been blown up nearby, into the room. After confirming that Zheng Nanji wasn't fatally wounded, she looked at Zhang Yueying earnestly and said, "The resistance has anticipated this situation. Our troops have already attacked, and will soon launch a full-scale attack on the demon army from the rear. We also have considerable forces in the city, but the authorities' leaders fled too quickly. Reports say that every district is collapsing. They need to stabilize the situation first. If possible, we need to hold out for another hour. After an hour, someone will come to our rescue." Zhang Yueying wore an I knew it expression, So you're a member of the Resistance? Lianqin nodded. Lianqin, Level 3 Supervisor, Special Operations Division, Resistance Special Affairs Bureau. Seeing her righteous indignation, Zhang Yueying scoffed sarcastically. In the end, you're just a spy planted by the rebels within the Anxia sect. What? You want to steal Su En's hard-won achievements and seize his cause for yourselves? Rebels is the official term and definition used by various countries for resistance forces. Lianqin said earnestly, I'm only here to help Su En. Whether it's the Anxia sect or the Anxia alliance, it has always belonged to Su En, legally and morally. Zhang Yueying snorted. Zheng Nanji, having recovered, leaned against the cover and said, the demon's offensive is fierce. Lu Xiong is invincible. Let alone an hour, we probably can't even hold out for half an hour. Upon hearing this, both Lianqin and Zhang Yueying fell silent. Before they could say anything more, a fierce, tidal wave of battle cries erupted from outside their cover. Turning to look, they saw a dense swarm of mutants and demons advancing, followed by a scattered formation of demon cultivators. Bringing up the rear were Lu Xiong and his men. They're launching a full-scale attack. Half an hour? If we can't contain Lu Xiong, we won't be able to withstand this onslaught, Zhang Yueying cursed. These damn bastards, they're infuriating. The last part was clearly not directed at the demons in front of them. Lianqin and Zheng Nanji fell silent, raising their weapons, and unleashing a hail of fire on the charging demon army. With the fierce counterattack of the Anxia Alliance's superhumans, most of the mutants and demons perished on their way, but a few still managed to break into the enemy lines and engage the soldiers in close combat. Before long, Lu Xiong, Lu Junhan, and Lu Xian charged into the ranks of soldiers, leaving Zhang Yueying, Lianqin, Zheng Nanji, and the others no choice but to meet them head-on. Zhao Xiekui, Sun Zongxing, and other powerful sect leaders arrived from the flanks to reinforce them, intending to combine their strength to hold off Lu Xiong. This base belongs to my Xingyang sect, the foundation built by generations of my Lu family. You bunch of scoundrels have usurped it. Today, you will all die. Lu Xiong slashed Zhang Yueying away with one strike, then knocked Zhao Xiekui down with another, followed by a punch that sent Sun Zongxing flying. He leaped onto cover, roaring with glee. Zheng Nanji and Lianqin faced Lu Junhan and Lu Xian respectively. The two sides fought evenly, seemingly able to hold their own, but in reality, many of the Anxia Alliance's extraordinary individuals were already filled with fear. Lu Xiong strode forward, unstoppable. Even Zhang Yueying was no match for him. She was immediately slashed and forced to retreat hastily. This happened repeatedly. Zhang Yueying, Zhao Xiekui, Sun Zongxing, and the others had all sustained internal injuries. They exchanged bewildered glances, then looked at Lu Xiong, who moved with unparalleled ease, feeling a chill run down their spines. Where's Su En? Wasn't he quite the troublemaker? Why is he hiding now? If he doesn't come out soon, I won't have the patience to spare your lives. Lu Xiong, exuding a murderous aura, advanced, step by step closer to Zhang Yueying, his face filled with ruthlessness. I kill you first, so that brat knows the pain of losing a loved one. He suddenly raised his blade, about to deliver a fatal blow to Zhang Yueying, when suddenly a shadowy figure flashed beside him. Lu Xiong sidestepped, easily dodging the dark figure, his eyes filled with contempt. To him, the shadowy figure seemed incredibly slow. But when Lu Xiong saw the shadow clearly, his face instantly flushed crimson. It wasn't the superhuman who attacked him, but Lu Xian. To be precise, it was Lu Xian's corpse. When she fell at his feet, her eyes were wide open, her body covered in blood, half of her body ripped open. Even her steaming internal organs were visible. Lu Xiong was enraged, but before he could react, a horrifying scream, too piercing to bear, pierced his ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Lu Junhan's head flying off his neck. The instant loss of his two children twisted Lu Xiong's features with agony. He wanted nothing more than to cleave the sky in two, to split the earth in two, and of course, to tear the murderer to pieces. The murderer wasn't hard to find. The person was walking towards him unhurriedly. The surrounding demons and monster cultivators were terrified, retreating in fear and daring not to stop him, making his walk appear as if he were strolling leisurely. Su En, you dare to come out and seek death? Today, if I don't skin you alive, I'm not Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong's eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly raised his sword and charged forward. His technique activated instantly, his robes billowing like the wind, his entire body radiating dazzling golden light, his expanding primal force solidifying, transforming him into a 3-Zhang-tall god of death. His long sword, carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, slashed down, seemingly capable of cleaving even gods in two. Zhang Weiing, Li Anqing, Zheng Nanji, and the others, seeing Suin appear almost out of thin air, were overjoyed, but before they could even savor the joy of their reunion, they were stunned by Lu Xiong's earth-shattering attack. In an instant, the three men's expressions changed, fear and worry etched onto their faces. Lu Xiong was already a level 10 transcendent. His downward slash had the potential to stir up the primal force of heaven and earth, condensing it into a vortex. His ability to absorb surrounding primal force, condensing it into a single point, and then instantly unleashing it made every move possess unparalleled divine power, the hallmark of a war general. Lu Xiong's killing move indicated that he had already reached the cultivation level of a half-step war general. Zhang Weiing and Li Anqing had already learned of Suin's advancement to level 6 in the ruins through Zheng Nanji, and they knew that Suin could defeat level 9 opponents with his mountain-splitting and mountain-breaking techniques. But Suin was now facing Lu Xiong, a near-war general. How could he possibly contend with him? Just as they were worrying, their pupils suddenly widened, their faces filled with astonishment. In their view, Lu Xiong, who had just been so imposing, was suddenly struck by lightning before his long sword could even strike. Inexplicably, he was sent flying backward, his body exploding into clouds of blood mist midair. Before he even hit the ground, the golden light dissipated, and his body was completely blasted into a pile of mangled flesh. Lu Xiong didn't even have time to utter a scream before he died. And Suin, Zhang Weiing, and the others hadn't even seen how Suin had attacked. It seemed as if he had thrown a punch, yet it also seemed as if he had merely swung his arm and slapped someone. His movements were too fast and too unpredictable, as elusive as a gazelle leaping through the air. With their cultivation levels, they couldn't even comprehend it. The battlefield in this area fell into a brief silence. Whether it was the Anxia Alliance soldiers or the attacking demon cultivators, everyone was stunned and unable to react. The scene of Lu Xiong dominating the battlefield was still vivid in their minds. Who could have predicted that he would become a pile of dead flesh in the blink of an eye? His death was too fast and too illogical, to the point that everyone was terrified of Suin. Upon closer inspection of Suin, everyone realized they couldn't fathom his cultivation level at all. The number of force nodes he had ignited was completely invisible. Any superhuman with a modicum of common sense knew there was only one explanation for this. His cultivation far surpassed their own. Chapter 203. In the stillness of the night, a warrior soared into the air from behind the demon army. He moved through the air, each step creating a tiny ripple of primal force in the space, walking towards Suin with seemingly effortless grace, instantly closing in. Human superhumans and demon cultivators held their breath. Zheng Nanji, Li Anqing, Zhang Weiing, and the others didn't dare blink. Everyone knew that the outcome of this battle would directly determine the victor of today's war. The one who had emerged was the strongest cultivator in the demon army. If he killed Suin, the Anxia Alliance would surely be destroyed. If Suin could withstand his attack, the Anxia Alliance might have a chance to hold out until the resistance army arrived. The duel between the two began. The demon warrior threw a seemingly ordinary punch, and Suin countered with an equally unremarkable punch. But the moment the two fists collided, all the surrounding superhumans tensed up, clearly sensing that the primal energy of the surrounding area had been completely drained. The two fists clashed without any fancy moves, two vortexes of primal energy violently erupting outwards. A deafening boom resounded, and the shockwaves spreading out in a circular pattern violently overwhelmed the lower-level superhumans within 100 meters. The intensely bright light of primal energy was like the sun exploding, blinding everyone. In an instant, the storm subsided, the light dissipated, and the battlefield returned to calm. The mid to high-level cultivators, who had their arms crossed to protect themselves, and the low-level soldiers, who had groggily gotten to their feet, immediately looked towards the arena, seeing Suin still standing tall and composed. The demon general had vanished without a trace. The demon cultivators looked around blankly, searching for their general. After their efforts proved fruitless, they had no choice but to admit, however unwilling they were to accept it, that their general had been defeated and fled with a single punch. The opponent fled so quickly, clearly not wanting to give Suin a chance to land a second punch. In other words, the demon general had absolutely no confidence in withstanding Suin's second attack. The battlefield erupted in chaos. The demon cultivators turned and retreated in unison. Even the mentally unstable mutants and demons followed suit. These fierce and ruthless warriors surged past Suin like a tidal wave, avoiding him as if he were a ghost. In moments, the battlefield was completely empty, not a single demon soldier remaining standing. This scene stunned Li Anqing and the others. They didn't know how to look at Suin, their feelings increasingly complex. But one thing was certain, Su-en's strength was now vastly different. With him there, the Anxia alliance could at least hold out until the resistance reinforcements arrived, and everyone's lives would be spared. Thinking of this, cheers quickly echoed throughout the Anxia sect base. Amidst the clamor of celebration, Su-en stood quietly in the center of the battlefield, his back to his own troops, and facing the demon army, his expression calm and his bearing exceptional. An hour later, resistance reinforcements arrived at the Anxia alliance base. The reinforcements consisted of only 3 people: Nandong Buki, Song Jiao, and a middle-aged man of average build, appearance, and demeanor. In the sect leader's office, Su-en stood with his hands behind his back by the window, calmly observing the numerous soldiers fortified in the base, remaining silent for a long time. "How long are you going to stand there, brat?" The ordinary-looking man found some tea leaves and filled a kettle as he spoke. "The way you're acting makes you seem like the boss, while I'm just a subordinate reporting to you. You're really disrespecting me." Su-en didn't turn around. "What do you think I should do?" The ordinary man plugged in the electric kettle and waved the tea canister in his hand. "At least you should make me a cup of tea." Su-en chuckled twice. "Aren't you afraid I throw the tea leaves on your head?" The ordinary man sat down on the sofa, calmly saying, "What's there to be afraid of about something that's destined not to happen? Although you achieve some success in your cultivation, you're still no threat to me." Su-en finally turned around, looking at the ordinary man with an unfriendly expression. "You're just an ordinary person who's not even a warrior. Where does your confidence come from?" The man shrugged. "Of course, it's from Nandong Buki and Song Jiao outside the door." Su-en's eyelids immediately drooped. The man laughed loudly for a while before stopping, finally waving his hand. "All right, come sit down. I'm safe even without those 2 fellow disciples. What kind of son beats his father? Having an old man like you in this world is truly a tragedy for us all." Su-en sneered, stubbornly sitting down opposite the man. "You're quite something, pretending to be an ordinary person for 18 years, and hiding it from me for a full 18 years. He's just a rebel. Is it really necessary to hide him like that?" At this moment, Su-en was facing Su Tangjing, who had raised him for 18 years. Su Tangjing chuckled and said, "I just wanted to give you enough options. If you want to be an ordinary person, then live an ordinary life. Just because I'm a rebel doesn't mean you have to be one too." Su-en pouted. "That sounds nice, but what happened?" Su Tangjing sighed. "You could say man proposes, God disposes. I've been lurking in Jizhou City for 18 years, planning to leave after you went to university, but then, that incident happened, and everything was disrupted." Su-en, of course, knew what that matter referred to. Before his birthday, Dongping district was under lockdown for a considerable period due to demonic disturbances. However, the actual purpose wasn't to combat the demons, but rather to apprehend the rebel organization operating within Jizhou City. The Jizhou City authorities weren't particularly concerned with dealing with the demons, the external enemy, merely following procedures. But they invested heavily in investigating the rebels, the internal enemy, and often achieved some success. It was difficult for the demon race to conquer the Yin Kingdom. The 2 sides had been locked in a stalemate for many years, yet the demon race hadn't conquered Lingdong province. But the rebels were different. They could genuinely overthrow the government from within. The Lingdong authorities initially used the pretext of suppressing demons to minimize the rebels' influence. Eliminating them without mentioning their names was a standard practice. Now, Su-en knew the rebels had deep roots among the people. The reason was simple. Too many people were dissatisfied with the government's rule, which was the foundation for the rebels' widespread influence across the Xiaoshan continent. "You certainly ran away quickly," Su-en mocked. Su Tangjing replied frankly, "I had to run. Only by running away could I cut off the trail. Otherwise, if I'm caught, you'd be implicated too. Once you're branded as a rebel, living a normal life will be a pipe dream." As he said this, the electric kettle tripped, and Su Tangjing started making tea. Su-en said, "Then why did you leave me a letter telling me to go find old he, and even send Li Anqing to teach me cultivation?" Su Tangjing pushed a cup of tea towards Su-en, picked up his own, blew on the tea leaves, and said straightforwardly, "That was giving you a choice. If you weren't given the opportunity to become a superhuman, how could you be given the choice of becoming an ordinary person?" That made perfect sense, and Su-en couldn't refute it. If he had been willing to yield to Huangzheng back then, and sold the house at a low price early on, he wouldn't be on this path now. Compromising isn't necessarily a bad way of life. Ordinary people always have to bow to the strong, and staying away from trouble is the only way to survive longer. Unfortunately, that wasn't Su-en's nature, so when given a choice, he chose a more difficult and dangerous path, but also a more powerful one. "Tell me, what's your biggest feeling after becoming a superhuman?" Have you ever regretted your initial decision? Su Tangjing took a sip of tea, put down his cup, and asked rather solemnly. Suan leaned back on the sofa, sighing helplessly. What I feel most deeply is, of course, being schemed against by you. Su Tangjing asked seriously, what makes you say that? Suan said, when I wanted to become a transcendent, you sent Li Anqin here. When I wanted to gain official backing, Zhang Zhenlin appeared just in time. When I was about to go out on a mission, Zhang Yueing became my guide. And when I established my sect, many elite soldiers joined me. When I encountered danger in the Chaos Land, I met Nangong Buki and Song Jiao. When I wanted to develop my sect, Li Anqin could become its manager, and there was also evidence of the Zhengyang sect colluding with the demon race. Throughout this journey, my development has been smooth sailing. It seems that my outstanding abilities, meticulous mind, and sheer luck all contributed to my success. But the reason I was able to complete missions time and time again on the perilous battlefield, and to rise through the ranks step by step in this treacherous society, is because you and the Resistance organization were always there to help me in secret. Without your meticulous planning and protection, how could a low-ranking soldier have reached where he is today so quickly and smoothly? Su Tangjing paused for a moment, then touched his nose and said, aren't you overthinking this? Suan chuckled twice. Zhang Zhenlin only agreed to help me because of you, didn't he? He is greedy, but why would he go to such lengths to help a student who has just become a superhuman? If he were only greedy, wouldn't it be easier for him to support a senior soldier than to help me? A powerful superhuman like Zhang Yueing, if it weren't for Zhang Zhenlin's intervention, why would he be willing to take a rookie like me on a beginner's mission? Most of the superhumans recruited by Anxia sect are elites. Is it because I'm lucky? Do you dare say there aren't any resistance fighters among them? As for Nangong Buki and Song Jiao, there's no need to mention them. They keep saying they're looking for experts to train with, but aren't they just secretly protecting me? If it weren't for them, I would have been lying dead in the wilderness long ago. Su Tangjing laughed, looking proud and self-satisfied. I did help you, but your own abilities are indispensable to your achievements today. For example, the Wangzhe line wasn't arranged by me. Ultimately, no matter how far-sighted or meticulous my plans are, I'm just a facilitator. You yourself are the foundation for success. Without you as the foundation, everything is just a castle in the air. Suan pouted, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. My personality and abilities are all influenced by you. You must think you taught me well. Su Tangjing picked up his teacup and smiled. The master leads you in, but the cultivation is up to you. It mainly depends on whether you learn well. If you're not a rough gem, no amount of polishing will make you a useful object. Suan snorted, picked up his teacup and clinked it against his, as if reaching a consensus and letting the matter drop. You hold a high position in the resistance? Suan asked. Su Tangjing boasted, actually, it's quite ordinary. Just the head of Lingong province. Suan rolled his eyes. How can an ordinary person like you have such a high position? Su Tangjing sighed, his face full of reminiscence. I was once a superhuman. Forget it, a hero doesn't dwell on past glories. In short, personal cultivation is only part of strength. I relied on my brain for a long time. Suan then asked, am I a descendant of Li Chang'an and Ji Ningge? Su Tangjing paused in his teacup-holding motion, then chuckled after a long while. It seems you chatted quite a bit with that little girl, Lily. Suan said calmly, if I didn't possess a top-tier bloodline with some potential and usefulness, how could experts like Nangong Buki and Song Jiao be my bodyguards? Even if you're the head of Lingong province, commanding such experts wouldn't be easy. Su Tangjing bluntly replied, that's true. So, your choice to become a superhuman is actually something we wanted to see. Are Li Chang'an and Ji Ningge also members of the resistance? Suan was curious about this. Su Tangjing shook his head. No, beings like them wouldn't belong to any force, they are their own banners. However, they are indeed friends of the resistance. After asking his question, Suan picked up his teacup and drank. Tell me about the core of the secret realm. Although Su Tangjing wasn't in a hurry to ask questions, Suan still felt he needed to explain. Do you know that the core of the secret realm is more than just a strange space? Su Tangjing said. I know a little bit, not very deeply. I heard it's an independent microcosm, something created by the ancient elves when they were researching the Tao of time and space. Suan nodded. You could say that. His rapid increase in cultivation was entirely due to this core of the secret realm. Chapter 204. The abundant primal force within the demonic ruins of the Chongling Mountain stems from the unique effects of the ancient demonic formations. These formations not only condense the primal force of this world, but also connect with the void beyond the planet, providing a continuous source of primal force. The core of the secret realm, this peculiar space, represents a similar technological advancement. Not only is it rich in primal force, but more importantly, as an independent microcosm, its time flow differs from that of this planet. Within the core of the secret realm, Suen and Lily deciphered the cultivation techniques and secret manuals left by Li Chang'an. When they emerged, the primal force accumulated over thousands of years within the core had been completely depleted by the two of them, demonstrating the extent of their progress. Lily has already taken the core of the secret realm back to the Northern Territory. After all, it belongs to the elves. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to take it. In exchange, the weapons and wealth left by Li Chang'an are mine, Suen concluded. Su Tangjing pretended not to hear Li Chang'an's mention of wealth and casually asked, "So you already been promoted to War General?" Suen nodded slightly. Su Tangjing pressed, "Around level 10? Suen chuckled, "Being promoted to War General is already difficult enough. How could I possibly be over level 10? Su Tangjing stroked his chin. "Level 11 is fine too. At least I'm a War General now, and I can be of considerable use." Suen glanced at him sideways. "What do you want me to do?" Su Tangjing coughed twice and said seriously, "What can I ask you to do? Do you think I sell you out? You're not part of the resistance, so even if I wanted you to do something, I still need your consent." Suen remained wary. "For example?" Su Tangjing, though lacking conviction, said confidently, "We're short on funds right now. How about we borrow the wealth left by Li Chang'an temporarily? Don't worry, the rebels will pay interest." Suen knew this guy definitely had ulterior motives and wouldn't be truly unmoved. Suen didn't really care about such things. After all, his achievements and opportunities were largely due to Su Tangjing and the rebels behind him. Even if he gave all his wealth to them, Suen wouldn't feel guilty. The Northern Elves are marching south this time, intending to conquer the Yin Kingdom. This million-strong army won't be easy to resist. Can the rebels withstand it? Suen wanted to know the rebels' plans. Su Tangjing sipped his tea and said slowly, "Why resist? If they want to fight, let them fight." Suen was slightly taken aback, then understood, whether Yin Kingdom falls or not has little to do with your resistance army. It's not worth risking your lives for Yin Kingdom. Su Tangjing suddenly stared intently at Suen. "It has little to do with the resistance army, but it has a lot to do with you." Suen was puzzled. "What does it have to do with me? Although I am a resident of Yin Kingdom, both Anxia Zong and I personally have paid our taxes and fought our battles. We can't die on the battlefield to be worthy of the authorities, can we? After all, this is a human civil war. On a cosmic scale, the same kind of people on a planet can't be called a different race." Su Tangjing didn't keep him in suspense, because Jininga is a Yin Kingdom citizen and a member of the Yin royal family. Suen was stunned, speechless for a moment. Silence fell in the office. Su Tangjing slowly sipped his tea, not in a hurry to say anything more. After a long pause, Suen spoke in a deep, menacing voice. "The resistance shouldn't be without the list of those who surrounded and killed Li Chang'an and Jininga back then." Su Tangjing nodded. "Of course they are. We mobilized all our experts to rescue them, but we were too weak and arrived too late. In the end, we only managed to bring you back, but we saw clearly who participated in the operation." Suen let out a long breath. "So, I have two things to do next. First, to avenge those who participated in the operation, and second, to try my best to protect the Ji clan." He paused, then asked Su Tangjing, "Were any members of the Yin Kingdom's Ji clan involved in that operation?" Su Tangjing was silent for a moment, then slowly uttered a single word, "Yes." Suen immediately sneered. Su Tangjing continued, "But some of them later turned against those people, resulting in their own deaths or imprisonment." Suen remained silent. Su Tangjing put down his teacup and said one last thing. "Our troops and experts are in position. The Anxia Alliance can withdraw under our cover. We won't confront the Northern Army head-on, but we will harass their supply lines and rear to hinder their frontal offensive. To be honest, our ultimate goal is to take this opportunity to expand our base. If the opportunity arises, we will seek to establish our first nation. But for you and the Anxia Alliance, the Yin Kingdom can lose cities and territories, but it cannot be destroyed." Suen understood Su Tangjing's meaning. The Anxia Alliance's power was still limited, and it still needed the Yin Kingdom. If the Yin Kingdom were to fall, it wouldn't be so easy for the Anxia Alliance to survive in another country. That night, Suen gathered all the extraordinary individuals of the Anxia Alliance, loaded the vital supplies onto the vehicles, and left Jizhou City under the cover of the Resistance Army's experts. With the help of the Resistance forces, the convoy headed south towards Daxing City, the capital of the Yin Kingdom. Several provinces separate Jizhou City and Daxing City. Normally, social sects withdrawing from Lingdong province are not allowed to retreat that far south. The Yin Kingdom authorities had already issued a conscription order, requiring them to participate in the national war in neighboring provinces. The Anxia alliance was able to reach Daxing City unimpeded because they had connections. Outside a villa on the outskirts of Daxing City, Suan met Wang Zhe again. That person has arrived. I take you inside. Wang Zhe quickly approached Suan as soon as he got out of the car. I long suspected you were someone of importance, but I never imagined your background was so profound. Wang Zhe's face was pale, his eyes sunken. He didn't look well. His business empire was all in Lingdong province. Now that Jizhou City had fallen, all his assets, including Chuanqiu Manor, had become spoils of war for the elves. He had returned to Daxing City, but his influence was greatly diminished. With the loss of Lingdong province, his father, the provincial governor, naturally had to bear the responsibility, and the Wang family's situation had plummeted to rock bottom. Back then, in order to gain a little more benefit, Wang Zhe had gone through all sorts of turmoil, suppressing the Huang family and allying with the Zhang family, even clashing with the vice speaker of the provincial council. Looking back now, it all seemed like a monkey show, a joke. Fortunately, the Wang family still had some connections with the royal family. This was Suan's first contact with the Ji clan, and Wang Zhe could act as an intermediary. If they could establish a good relationship with the Ji clan, the Wang family might still have a chance to rise again in the future. The premise is that the Yin Kingdom doesn't fall. Suan was able to meet with the Ji clan through the rebel army's connections, but the Ji clan couldn't openly associate with the rebels, so Wang Zhe's role was indispensable. Ji Xiaobai. Suan. In the study, during the handshake, Suan glanced at the woman before him. She was in her early 20s, with delicate features, fair skin, and soft facial lines, a gentle and beautiful woman. Before coming to Daxing City, Suan obtained detailed information about her from the Rebel Bureau. She was a general-level superhuman, serving in the Navy. Her mother worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and was Ji Ningda's older sister. When Ji Ningda was alive, she was extremely prestigious and idol to many. Coupled with the mystery surrounding her death, the intellectuals of Yin Kingdom were outraged, and Ji Xiaobai's family caused quite a stir at the time. To cover up their crimes, the Yin Kingdom authorities naturally couldn't harm Ji Ningda's family, so they lived well and are now representatives of the reformist faction within Yin. This so-called reformist faction inherited Ji Ningda's ideas, but their focus wasn't on reconciliation and cooperation with the demon race to reunite civilization and propel it back into the cosmic era. Instead, they aimed to reform the system, reorganize internal affairs, limit the power of aristocratic families, improve public welfare and ensure fairness, and enhance national strength. Some of their ideas coincided with those of the Resistance Army. The Resistance Army sought to establish a nation free from oppression and exploitation. They believed that only by extracting resources from the pockets of various interest groups could national strength be truly increased, allowing civilization to return to the cosmic era. Yin currently operates under a constitutional monarchy. While the parliament is ostensibly the highest authority, in reality, powerful families and clans control power and wealth. The royal family has no special privileges. The king of Yin is merely a symbol of the state. However, royal family members face no restrictions on their political or military careers, making them arguably the largest aristocratic families in Yin. In the northern part of the continent, Zhao and Qi are the two largest powers. Yin cooperates with them, while also competing with them. If we want to repel the northern demon clan, we must gain their support. Without their leadership, those smaller countries will not act on their own. Both countries are willing to send troops to form a joint army to assist us in resisting the northern demon clan, but they have many conditions, Ji Xiaobai said. Qi's core condition is the North Sea Islands. That place is rich in minerals, and has many rare resources. If we cede them, it will be both a loss of sovereignty and national humiliation, and an unbearable loss. Zhao's demand for the two western provinces is an even more unacceptable condition. Besides land, both countries also demand a great deal in commercial interests. Let alone agreeing to everything, even agreeing to half of it. Even if we repel the demon clan this time, Yan's national power will be greatly weakened, and it will be difficult for it to regain its status as one of the 7 warring states. Speaking of which, Ji Xiaobai looked at Suan. Now you can tell me, what are the demands of the resistance? Suan, who had indeed come as a vanguard representative of the resistance, said, the resistance only wants one thing, that after their founding, the Yin Kingdom be the first to recognize them and establish diplomatic relations. In that case, the Yin Kingdom will become the target of everyone's attacks. Ji Xiaobai remained silent for a long time, offering no clear answer. Major matters are difficult to persuade, but minor matters are easier to resolve. Ji Xiaobai skillfully arranged the Anxia alliance's foothold in Daxing City using his faction's influence. On one hand, Ji Xiaobai and Suan were relatives. On the other hand, the Anxia alliance's arrival in Daxing City strengthened the reformist forces, albeit only to a limited extent, but Suan's future was promising. Because the Yin kingdom refused to agree to the conditions of the Qi and Zhao kingdoms, the allied forces had not yet been formed. Confronting the demon race was in the overall interest of the so-called human kingdoms, and this time the northern demon race. Having obtained the treasures of the ruins, their strength has greatly increased. The northern states of the Xiaoshan continent should, in principle, cooperate, but this is merely a matter of principle. Restricting the demon race does not equate to protecting the Yin state. As powerful states, Qi and Zhao both covet Yin, a tempting target. They would much rather Yin be crippled by the demon race, so they can carve it up afterward. Taking advantage of Yan's misfortune to extort a huge sum is merely a means to secure their most basic gains. The true strategy of Qi and Zhao is to delay, squeeze Yan's potential, and let Yan and the northern demon race fight to the death, then reap the benefits. Chapter 205. Suan understood the actions of Qi and Zhao. In their view, the northern demon clan's strength was limited. Even if they obtained the relics and treasures, they couldn't possibly be a match for the allied forces of the northern continent. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the demons causing too much trouble. After seizing Lingdong province, the northern demon clan didn't linger. They advanced southward into the heart of Yin Kingdom in 3 separate routes. Yin Kingdom deployed a large army to intercept them at every turn. A group of corps generals, represented by Guohuayan, led the regular troops and elite troops from various military regions, achieving some remarkable victories. Their results were not to be underestimated. However, Yin Kingdom's corruption and aging were systemic. From the quality of soldiers to high-level decision-making, everything showed signs of collapse and incompetence. Therefore, the overall situation remained one of precipitous decline. In just 2 months, Yin Kingdom lost nearly half of its territory, and the northern demon clan's army approached Daxing City. During this period, the social sects conscripted for the war suffered heavy losses, with many small and medium-sized sects completely wiped out. Citizens in various cities also suffered from food and water shortages during and after the war due to improper command and deployment by the authorities, resulting in numerous unnecessary disasters. As a result, public sentiment surged. In Daxing City and cities to its south, many social sects colluded, refusing to obey the authorities' conscription and clashing with the military forces, resulting in countless bloodshed. Superhumans and ordinary citizens alike fled government-controlled areas, either escaping into the Chaos Realm or fleeing to other countries. Although the Yin Kingdom was dominated by eunuch families and sect groups wielding power and wealth, they were ultimately a limited minority. When social order was stable, they could protect their own interests, but when society spiraled out of control, they were merely isolated islands in a tsunami, utterly unable to withstand the real storm, let alone suppress the lower classes. In this situation, before the Northern Army could even fully assemble in Daxing City, the city was already showing signs of collapse due to internal strife. The authorities, while proclaiming their determination to defend the capital to the death, were secretly preparing for a southward retreat. This ultimately triggered widespread chaos, with civilians, including those with supernatural abilities, military officers, and ordinary citizens, all spontaneously fleeing south, leading to Daxing City's defeat without a fight. Suan, having finally managed to settle the Anxia alliance in Daxing City, was now facing another southward relocation, fueling his anger. The overall turmoil and collapse intensified the internal struggles within the Yin Kingdom. What began as heated arguments between the reformists and the authorities escalated into brawls during parliamentary sessions, and finally, assassinations in the streets. The reformists and the ruling authorities are already irreconcilably at odds. If this continues, even if they don't engage in a bloody battle, they will part ways and retreat to different provinces in the south. Ji Xiaobai analyzed the situation for Suan. At that point, the national power will be divided. Let alone holding back the demon army, the destruction of Yin will be imminent. Suan said calmly, the authorities have lost the hearts of the people of Yin, while you reformists have gained a lot of support. Now, small and medium-sized sects and civilian forces are on your side. With such a popular base, you should rightfully hold the reins of power. Ji Xiaobai shook his head. The higher-ups won't willingly lose power. Suan's expression remained calm, then eliminate them. When they besieged Li Chang'an and Jininga, the Yin authorities mobilized considerable forces. With the help of resistance experts like Nandong Buki, Song Jiao, and Jiang Bai, Suan began to purge them. Half a month later, with the successive falls of many high-ranking officials, Yin completed its power purge. The reformists, who had gained popular support, reorganized the cabinet, and the Yin army retreated to the south. Guo Huayan was appointed to lead the army in a time of crisis. After layers of defense and days of arduous fighting, he barely managed to hold on to the 3 southern provinces. During this period, the new cabinet reached an agreement with Qi and Zhao, forming a coalition army. Qi sent troops north to help Yin stabilize its southern war zone, while Zhao attacked the flank of the demon army from the west. 2 months later, the war achieved a temporary balance of power, with the northern demon army and the coalition forces in a strategic standoff. At this time, Zhao effectively occupied 2 western provinces of Yin, and Qi gained the North Sea Islands. The biggest beneficiaries were undoubtedly the northern demons. Of Yan's 19 provinces, they occupied 13. When the battlefield between humans and demons became relatively stable, just as it had been 2,000 years ago, internal conflicts began among the human kingdoms. Although the Zhao state had occupied 2 western provinces of the Yin state, the Zhongshan state lay between them. To address the inconvenience of governing these exclaves, the Zhao frontline army turned its attention to the Yin, first ambushing and defeating the Zhongshan army fighting alongside them, then joining forces with their own troops to destroy Zhongshan. At this point, the Qi state felt the Yin state was no longer necessary, and the 3 southern provinces were a tempting prize. It would be unreasonable not to seize them. Therefore, the Qi state followed Zhao's example and launched a surprise attack on the Yin army. However, they were ambushed by Guo Huayan, who was prepared and suffered a crushing defeat. Afterwards, to appease its people, Qi falsely accused the Yin army of ingratitude for attacking its allies. Simultaneously, Qi secretly contacted the northern demon tribes, agreeing to jointly eliminate the remaining Yin forces and divide the 3 southern provinces equally. The northern demon clan readily agreed, but on the appointed day, they only sent 2 divisions to launch a feigned attack. The Qi army suffered another setback, and was dealt a heavy blow by Guo Huayan. Only then did the Qi army realize that the main force of the northern demon clan was no longer on the southern front, but had been transferred to the northeast to attack the Bohai kingdom. Taking advantage of the instability within the human alliance caused by Zhao's annexation of Zhongshan and Qi's attack on Yin, the northern demon clan successfully conquered the Bohai kingdom. By the time Zhao and Qi reacted, the demon army had already returned to the front lines. Peace talks? You occupied 13 of our provinces, and you still want to negotiate peace with us? Fine, return these 13 provinces to us, and we agree to peace talks. Ji Xiaobai looked at the northern envoy Lily before him, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Lily calmly replied, you can refuse. But even if you do, you won't be able to hold on to the last 3 southern provinces. If we don't attack, Qi will. Do you really think you can withstand the Qi army's advance with just these 3 provinces? Ji Xiaobai remained silent. The Yin and Qi states have already fought twice, their relationship completely broken. The latter certainly won't let it go easily, and Yan's current strength is insufficient to withstand Qi's attack. Ji Xiaobai turned to look at Suan. Suan thought for a moment, then said to Lily, you must return half of Yan's territory. Otherwise, the peace negotiations will not be convincing, the new cabinet will inevitably fall, and you have to fight Qi and Zhao yourselves. Lily held up one finger. There's no reason to spit out what's already been swallowed. At most, we give you a province to appease the people. Suan snorted coldly. We refuse. Lily stared at him for a long time, then angrily said, you're clearly an elf. How can you associate with demons and help them fight against your own people? Suan shook his finger. I'm half elf, half human, so I'm fair. Lily tilted her head, beginning to weigh the options. This successful counterattack by the northern demon clan would inevitably draw the attention of all human nations. While they weren't worried about other countries, the northern states of the Xiaoshan continent needed to be cautious, primarily Zhao and Qi. The northern demon clan's decision was to confront only one major power, avoiding a 2-front war. Therefore, they needed Yin to continue existing. With Yin holding the line in the south, Qi wouldn't be a concern, allowing the northern demon clan to focus on Zhao and thus peacefully digest their victory. For Yin, being attacked from both sides with only 3 provinces meant certain annihilation, so they desperately needed a respite. At the end of 2031 in the Xiyu era, Yin and the northern demon clan successfully negotiated peace. The latter ceded the 3 provinces they had already conquered, allowing Yin to continue with the strength of 6 provinces. After this battle, the Yin kingdom was reduced to a minor state, removed from the ranks of the 7 warring states, leaving only 6. However, the conflict did not end there. At the beginning of 2032 in the Xiyu era, the demon races of the western frontier, southern border, and East Sea launched counterattacks, waging war against the human kingdoms that occupied the main body of the Xiaoshan continent. By the end of 2032, the Qin kingdom in the west and the Chu kingdom in the south had lost large swathes of territory, and the Wu and Yu kingdoms in the east were completely destroyed, shaking the continent. Only then did the major powers realize that while they were busy with internal wars of conquest, the demon races had fully recovered and possessed considerable power. Meanwhile, the restoration forces of the Zhongshan and Bohai kingdoms joined forces with the resistance army, and with the help of the resistance, successively defeated their unstable enemies, gaining substantial areas under their control. Even in the central and northern provinces of Yan Kingdom, which were occupied by the demon race, numerous extraordinary individuals established bases with the help of the resistance army. The chaotic lands, formerly opposed to the Yan Kingdom's authorities, transformed into regions opposed to the demon race's regime. Yan Kingdom's extraordinary individuals replaced the former demon cultivators, and their power in the chaotic forces grew daily. At the beginning of the Zhou era in 2033, human nations held a joint conference to rebuild the Demon Extermination Alliance. Due to the mediation of Qin and Chu, Yin and Qi temporarily ceased hostilities and decided to unite against external threats. A true all-out war thus erupted. Starting in the summer of 2033, the armies of various nations engaged in fierce battles with the demon races on all sides. For a time, cities were engulfed in flames, and corpses littered the battlefields. Under the leadership of the reformist faction led by Ji Xiaobai, Yan Kingdom greatly enhanced its national strength through internal reorganization. Although its territory now consisted of only 6 provinces, less than a third of the original Yan Kingdom, the power unleashed with the establishment of the new order far surpassed that of the former Yan Kingdom. Suan led the Anxia alliance to steady development and, as an intermediary between the new Yan Kingdom authorities and the resistance army, facilitated numerous collaborations and military operations, inflicting heavy losses on the northern demon clan. From 2033 to 2036, humanity launched a counteroffensive. Through cooperation, humanity stabilized its position, preventing the surrounding demon clans from gaining further gains. From 2036 to 2037, a year of establishing a new strategic balance, the two sides engaged in minimal warfare, redefining their lines of confrontation based on their respective controlled territories. Chapter 206. Between 2037 and 2040, humanity is once again embroiled in internal strife. On one hand, the coalition is led by major powers, leaving smaller nations with insufficient influence. The disproportionate distribution of spoils to their contributions during the war has led to widespread resentment. This conflict escalates further when the Qin and Chu states, under the guise of war, annex a smaller nation. On the other hand, the rebel alliance, the church, the black tide, and the dark web are rampant. War brings turmoil and death, disrupting the old order in many places, exacerbating existing conflicts in many nations, and significantly weakening the authorities' control. Everyone is seizing the opportunity to pursue their own development. The rebel alliance expands its bases in many areas, the church's membership increases further, the black tide allies with the demon race, instigating terrorist attacks and chaos within various countries, and even the dark web profits immensely. To counter the ambitions of the major powers, to fend off the demon race's military attacks, and to reclaim their homelands, some smaller nations are forced to cooperate with the rebel alliance and the church, relying on their power for survival. In 2040, the demon race launched a full-scale attack. The ineffective human alliance suffered repeated defeats, and the demons seized 30% of the Xiaoshan continent's territory, while various gray market forces grew to unprecedented strength. In 2042, the human alliance was reorganized. In 2045, half of the Xiaoshan continent was occupied by the demons, and the human alliance regained its footing. By this time, all nations were exhausted, resources were extremely scarce, and countless civilians had died from war, cold, and starvation. More than half the population had been lost. Even the victorious demon race was severely wounded. Only the resistance forces' bases defied the odds. They not only preserved their own civilians, but also engaged in large-scale construction, developing successfully and maintaining order with ample supplies. More and more people joined the resistance, including not only humans but also demons. Their power was now sufficient to rival any human nation or demon government on their own. The church was also a force to be reckoned with. Some small and medium-sized nations completely aligned themselves with the church, placing divine authority above secular power, and there was a growing trend towards unification. At the end of the Radiant Era 2045, humanity, and the demons signed a ceasefire agreement. Both sides desperately needed to heal their wounds and recover, while simultaneously resolving the issues of the resistance and the church. Just as nations began to target the church, intending to eliminate this relatively weak, gray area force first, the church dropped its mask of benevolence, opened a spatial portal, and summoned the extraterrestrial gods to descend. These gods were neither human nor demon, but enormous in size. Some resembled giant octopuses, capable of occupying half a city, their slippery arms flying everywhere. Some had eyes larger than their heads, growing from their chests, surrounded by sharp, fleshy buds. Their primal force beams could easily wipe out entire neighborhoods. Some, though resembling humans, were utterly devoid of reason. Upon arriving on the Xiaoshan continent, they succumbed to their bloodthirsty instincts, devouring one superhuman after another who possessed the force. Because of the arrival of these monsters, the Xiaoshan continent instantly became a living hell. Elves and humans alike encountered true demons this time, witnessing firsthand what the destruction caused by alien races truly meant. Even if they united, gathering the power of the entire planet, they might not be a match for these gods, especially considering they have been fighting each other for millennia, their internal blood feuds running deep, ravaging the Xiaoshan continent beyond recognition. Great God, purify this world. Sweep away those fools who only know how to harm their own brethren and kill one another. Destroy everyone, including myself, and let this planet be reborn with a group of truly kind and loving beings. In the ruins of a city, Jufa, who was rescuing injured citizens, stared blankly as Juemin clasped his hands together, devoutly praying to the approaching alien behemoth, his face ashen. Indeed, our planet has a barrier. It has always protected us from attacks by other civilizations in the universe. Millions of meters in the air, Suin reached out and touched a spatial restriction. Unfortunately, this barrier is now destroyed. Lily sighed sadly beside him. If it weren't for this, how could those alien monsters have successfully descended? Currently, both Suin and Lily are heavenly king-level cultivators, their strength on par with Li Chang'an and Ji Ningda in their prime. Everything has a lifespan. Even galaxies cannot exist forever, let alone man-made barriers. Suin said dismissively, we didn't develop a civilization capable of entering the universe and dealing with alien crises before the barrier disappeared, which is bad enough, but there was also a traitor within our ranks. Who can we blame? Lily hummed twice, not responding. The two fell silent, gazing at the outer universe, quietly awaiting something. They had come today because they had both been summoned. A voice from the universe had informed them of the existence of the barrier, asking them to come and verify it, and then await further developments. After a while, the space ahead rippled, and a teleportation portal appeared out of thin air, followed by a small spaceship. The spaceship stopped a short distance away, the door opened, and a figure stepped out, moving with effortless grace, appearing before the two in a flash. Suin and Lily exchanged a glance, both realizing the terrifying power of the other's cultivation. Their strength was definitely no less than theirs. I am His Majesty's special envoy, from our home planet. I have been ordered by His Majesty to deliver something to you. The newcomer carried a strange, floating sphere, speaking with a gentle smile, and using a secret telepathic technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the sphere floated to Suin's feet, and the newcomer gestured for him to take it. What is this? Lily asked curiously. It can help you deal with those mutants, the envoy explained. As long as they come within 10,000 meters, the sphere will automatically rotate, and the light it emits will purify the mutants, restoring them to their original forms. Lily grabbed the sphere and began to play with it curiously. Suin asked, are those monsters also human? The envoy nodded slightly. They are people mutated by cosmic radiation. Before this, they were also crew members of the Imperial Dynasty's space fleet, carrying out missions to stabilize space-time fluctuations. These missions were risky, many died tragically, many were stranded far from home, and many mutated, losing their minds and going mad. Suin was speechless. Are there really any real extraterrestrial beings in the universe? Why do we always end up with our own kind? The envoy's gaze deepened. Since His Majesty initiated the space age, 13,000 years have passed. We have seen many extraterrestrial beings, but we have never encountered an intelligent extraterrestrial race. You should understand that intelligence is not a necessary condition for the survival of life on a planet, nor is it an inevitable direction of evolution. Creatures without sufficient intelligence can still thrive on a planet. Therefore, life is accidental, and intelligence is an accident within an accident. Whether intelligence is a good thing for biological groups and individuals has always been a debatable question. He paused, his voice wistful. Perhaps, in this dark and vast universe, only humanity exists. Or perhaps, humanity will one day transform into another race. Suin was silent for a moment, then asked, "What about space-time fluctuations?" The envoy answered fluently, "That's a general description of cosmic catastrophes. The world itself is dynamic. A planet experiences wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earthquakes, and tsunamis, and the universe is naturally the same. The word catastrophe only has meaning for living beings. For the universe itself, it's part of the world, but some catastrophes can easily destroy life. Living in this world, we must constantly deal with these ever-increasing catastrophes. Compared to that, humanity's internal wars are nothing more than a child's absurd game." Lily suddenly interjected, "Can you let us return to our home planet?" The envoy smiled, of course. "But His Majesty means that you better try to return on your own strength. This process will allow your planet's civilization to develop to its fullest potential." He paused, his expression turning complex. "No one knows if we can withstand the next cosmic upheaval, or if our home planet will be destroyed. For the flame of human civilization to continue, we can't put all our eggs in one basket. Branching out is the only way to long-term survival." Having said this, the envoy bowed to Suin and Lily, returned to the spaceship, opened a portal, and disappeared into the depths of space. Suin and Lily exchanged glances, a shared realization dawning on them. For civilization, development is always the fundamental principle. Back on the Xiaoshan continent, using their home planet sphere, Suin and Lily joined forces to purify the so-called gods released by the church. Some were restored to their original forms, while others were instantly annihilated. For the next 20 years, Suin, leading the Anxia Alliance and the Resistance Army, promoted their own civilized order. On one hand, they launched military campaigns to physically eliminate hostile forces. On the other hand, they continuously united those among humans and elves who could be won over. In the year 2055 of the Zhao era, the Black Tide was destroyed, the Dark Web was destroyed, the Church was divided and absorbed, and the Resistance Army unified the Xiaoshan continent. The millennia-old feud between humans and elves was ultimately eliminated by the Resistance Army through military conquest. From then on, the Xiaoshan continent had only one civilized force, the alliance established by the Resistance Army. The cause that Li Chang'an and Ji Ningde had sought but could not achieve, Suin and the Resistance Army accomplished. In the year 2099 of the Zhao era, the Xiaoshan continent mastered interstellar teleportation technology and built spaceships capable of interstellar travel. The first thing the Xiaoshan civilization did upon returning to the ranks of cosmic civilizations was to return to its home planet. Upon setting foot on its home planet, Suin met the legendary emperor. I always been curious why images related to Li Chang'an and Ji Ningde appeared in my mind before I even knew them. Seeing your majesty today, I finally have the answer. Oh! Tell me. Your majesty's cultivation level is beyond my comprehension, and your fleet was able to reach the Xiaoshan continent. It seems the situation there has long been under your majesty's attention. Those images must have been recorded by your majesty using a mysterious method and projected deep into my consciousness. Well said. There's something I wish your majesty could tell me. Speak. What is your majesty's name? I am Zhao Ning.